Am I the asshole for refusing to save my parents' house after they left my child a Christmas begone note? Our then 9-year-old son found a Christmas Eve letter in his stocking. It's time for us to go to Hawaii. Before we return, we respectfully ask that you leave the property. Because of this, her hands quivered. I maintained a composed demeanor throughout. I made a hasty tweak with my phone. Because of what I did, they became pale. My first audible signal was an artificial whisper. Awaken, awake, mother. I woke up, and I opened one eye. The darkness enveloped my chamber. The fact that the sky is this dark indicates that morning has not yet broken. I quickly retrieved my phone from the nightstand, my pupils constricting. 12:30 a. It seems to reason that if your life is destined to be a total disaster, you may as well face it first thing in the morning, while your thoughts are still fresh and your tongue is still tingling from past mistakes. My little daughter Sadie was standing by the bedside in her pajamas. Her hair sticking out like it had been in a blender all night. Cheek sagging was her feature. Her little hands clenched a piece of paper as if it were trying to suffocate her. Is something wrong? I asked in a low voice. I sprang to my feet and immediately started checking her face for the telltale symptoms of a mother: fever, blood, and the question, "Did you throw up somewhere?" With a forceful shake of her head, she seemed speechless. She drew near, murmured something, and then extended the piece of paper toward me. Anxiety was making her shiver. I took great care as I removed it from her, handling it with the same kind of attention I would a sharp object. My stomach sank like a rock as I read the penmanship. The message was succinct. It wasn't required. It's time for us to go to Hawaii. Before we return, we respectfully ask that you leave the property. That was it. Christmas was not a joyful time. Yeah, I love you. Even without a smiley face, it might have been worse. I hung on to it for a second longer, hoping that the late-night cheese had merely conjured up this strange dream. Vicky sniffed. She mumbled something under her breath on the table. I think my grandparents are the ones who give. My brain tried to reorganize itself by taking on a logical form. I spoke slowly because I needed something to hold on to while I was still half asleep. Very well. It might be a joke. Though. On a separate occasion, Sadie's pupils enlarged. I wonder if Grandma is sick of me. Indeed, I made the comment immediately. It was far too hasty. Less than ideal. My voice became more subdued after I succeeded in controlling it. Not at all. You don't matter in this context. I was completely clueless before. But I was not going to stand by and watch my 9-year-old participate in adult cruelty at 6:45 on Christmas Eve. I rose from my slumber and stood up. The floor was chilly. It had to have been because the universe is a sucker for a good theme. I begged her to remain where she was. As if she were a little, exhausted accountant, Sadie nodded and wiped her face with her sleeve. Sure, I'll just take a look. Upon entering the hallway, my chest tightened. Why? Because the eerie emptiness went beyond mere silence. No talking while I'm in the kitchen. Silence the TV. The tracks have vanished. There is complete silence. No. I didn't think you'd be up this early. My mom would say whenever she wanted to ask me for something. As if they were all ducking into the living room, I sprinted over there. Absolutely nothing. As I stood in front of the door, my mind started to mentally catalog things without my awareness or permission. Yesterday, bags were arranged at the door. My parents had been talking about sunscreen and passports. Nothing remained in the space next to the door. Almost nothing remained on the pegs. Not even a raincoat for that unexpected weather. Certainly not my dad's ridiculous vacation cap, which he proudly wears about the house. I turned away from the driveway and walked over to the window. Usually, my parents' car can be seen there, like a loyal dog. Not a soul was in sight in the driveway. Coming up empty-handed. One piece of luggage did not make it. I said, "Oh. All right." Sadie and I were left behind when they left. They then proceeded to leave. I stayed put because staring out the window made it seem like the car might turn around and go back into the garage. Absolutely not. It was imperative that I take deep breaths. When I realized that reality was being dishonest, I did what everyone else does. It was I who initiated contact. First things first, Mom. Check your voicemail. My dad is going to go after him. Left a message on the voicemail. I figured, denial is free, and I gave it another go. Left a message on the voicemail. Upon my return to my room, I discovered Sadie standing motionless, just as she had been throughout. She looked at me with a hopeful but hurtful expression on her face. "Do you see them?" she asked. "May I apologize?" She wanted to know. It crushed me. Presently, no. She slouched. She tried to hold back her tears by clenching her jaw, and my chest constricted again. "Sure," I whispered. "Pardon me, but shouldn't we get in touch with Aunt Brianna?" The sparkle in Sadie's eyes remained constant even as she nodded. I went into the hallway to avoid Sadie overhearing. This isn't because I wanted to keep anything from her. Rather, a child's heart just can't handle some things. My sister Brianna was contacted by me. It made 3 distinct tones. Her response was insulting because, to anyone familiar with Brianna, it sounded like she had been awake for hours. It was a yes from her. "Brianna," I said, being careful not to shake my voice. "My folks, where on earth are they?" There will be a brief pause. Even though it was brief, I could discern that she was considering playing dumb. She then let out a bored sigh. Suddenly, I felt sick to my stomach as the message was located. "You saw it coming." I restated what Brianna had previously said. "We all decided." Because sometimes it helps your brain accept insanity if you say it aloud. Brianna explained with a touch of humor. "Ethan, your age is 34. I remained silent, my eyes closed behind me. "Brainia, no." She spoke up, her voice getting increasingly sharp. "Forget it. You're still residing with your parents even though you're 34 years old. It's embarrassing," I said, clenching my grip on the phone even more. Something horrible made me gag. I said. The words "we paid for our room" escaped Mom's lips too hastily, suggesting that she had practiced them beforehand. "That's fit for purpose," she commented. It was Brianna's best friend's desire to go. There wasn't a single spare room. The realization that we had granted her the room caused my eyes to widen. "Does it mean Madison is involved?" "Yes," Mom said, her voice filled with joy and contentment. "Greetings, Kendall." She has been Brianna's trusted confidant since their freshman year. Basically, she's like a member of the family. All it took to hear those words was a slap. They have a relative. Repetition was my method. Smugly, Brianna interjected. "She certainly is. She has been there for me." A little squeak came from Sadie's door, and I heard it. I could feel her presence as her shadowy figure trailed behind me. "In any case," I proclaimed, with a voice so calm it scared me, "that Madison is family. Sadie and I, however, are not." Instant clarity washed over Mom's voice. "You don't say it that way." Almost comical. Not for comedic effect, but because it was the kind of statement one makes when one is totally sure of themselves. "Then, what gives?" "I apologize. I wanted to know. Could you please direct me to the right place?" With an optimistic expression, Brianna told her that she would find a solution. "I can tell you've matured." Once again, Mom made her dismissive sound. "Wow, you've really lucked out after all this time." I mouthed the words, "a cushy setup," as if they were delicious. Brianna carried on as if this were her breakthrough. "That place is just weird for you to live in. You will be 34 years old after that. It's embarrassing." Your insistence that we examine the item I chopped finally caused my voice to break. "Like if you were the child of a single mother who shared the financial burden of your schooling. Would it be considered embarrassing?" Mom became very angry. "Greetings, Evelyn." Brianna became very angry. View a dramatic play. In that instant, a light bulb went off in my brain. Lacking in wrath, tears, and perplexion, I ceased to dispute. I ducked and dove. I didn't make any demands. Quietly, I spoke. "Very well. Sure, I understand." Afterwards, the call was cut off. The subsequent silence was weighty. Returning to my room, I confidently entered. Sadie sat on the edge of the bed, her hands in her sleeves and her face damp. She stared up at me the whole time, as if she were holding her breath. "Do you think we're in danger?" she whispered softly. I clenched my jaw. The word "no" came out of my mouth as I hurried across the room to embrace her. "No, my darling. Everything is fine." Her grip on me was so tight it was as if I, 2. We're about to disappear. Will we be asked to leave? Why is that? Subtly, she murmured. Is it my existence that matters? My grandmother's disapproval was palpable as I pulled her closer. Truth was too big and sharp for a 9-year-old like me, so I lied to be delicate. Do not get involved. It is not you who is to blame. Vicky sniffed. Yeah, the holiday season is here. I know, she said, her lips brushing against mine as we kissed. And the holiday of Christmas will continue. I recoiled, wiped her cheeks with my thumbs, and lowered my voice to a low, monotone. I demanded their full focus. We are both doing well. It will all work out in the end. Even though she nodded. Sadie appeared unpersuaded. Quickly, I glanced at the note again, and then at my phone. Well, I refrained from shedding any tears. I pulled out my phone and did something secretly so no one would suspect a thing. As soon as they found out what I was up to, their lives started to unravel. In order to understand why I didn't try to talk it out the traditional way by pleading, negotiating, or anything like that, you need to understand one thing. My family didn't undergo this change all at once. Honestly, they had never been so honest before. I was a loner until I was 13 years old. Also, that noise is one with which I am familiar. The helpless, lonely kid. I am not trying to show sympathy. I say this because being the only child in your family makes it hard to know how you measure up. When I was younger, I naively thought my parents were wonderful people. They showed no emotion and were icy. They weren't the kind to play with dolls on the floor, but they also didn't feed me. It was they who escorted me to class. Indeed, they were there. Then it was over. Regarding the fine, I had none. The birth of Brianna was like exchanging my parents for a new generation of adults who had discovered true joy, contentment, and financial security. Brianna could give me permission to do anything I wanted whenever I wanted. At the exact moment that I needed it, they ran out of money. It seemed like money materialized just when Brianna needed it. Furthermore, Brianna was treated with great respect. It was as if she were a little princess, everyone said. There were noticeable emotional outbursts from her. My emotions were rude. Adorable messes were made by her. I ought to have exercised greater caution. As far as I can remember, it looked like an unannounced scientific experiment. Worst of all, I tried to minimize its importance by asking, what else do you do? You secretly hope that your parents would treat your younger sister with the same level of respect that they offer you. Do your best to avoid coming across as the jealous older sibling. I would say things like, they're older now, rather than admit it. For them, it's easier. They learned a lot from my upbringing. Things have looked up for them financially. I persisted in trying to frame it as a description of how people evolve. I was subsequently given my role. A third adult who helps out and watches the children. I did the diapering. I excelled at bottles. Your sister was indeed watched by me while I ran my errands. I did hold her while I cooked. Compared to me. You're older. Is it clear to you? I remember asking people. Can you help? When I was a child. You were requested to provide assistance. I got right into lending a hand around the house once I was old enough to do it. It feels more like you're a permanent resident here than in some picturesque summer job spending way. Brianna was never the one. Someone invested in Brianna. Brianna was the one who owned the future. Brianna was the one with requirements. I was in my latter years of life. I became used to being the one in charge after a while. I can't explain it to some people. Maintaining the attitude of this is normal instead of wow, I'm being treated unfairly is preferable. I went to a community college in the area since my parents assured me we could afford it. That is simply the nature of families. No money for anything fancy, my mom said in a very helpful manner, as if she were meant to assist me. Because of this, I enrolled in a community college. I lived at home. I had a job. I kept my profile low. I built a career that people take seriously. It started to trickle in. A respectable income. I was married at a young age, which is unfortunate. At the age of 26, I became a mother to my daughter Sadie. I went through a divorce approximately 5 years ago. After all, life is constantly throwing curveballs. This will not be a recounting of my divorce. This is not an example of that. It was, to put it bluntly, a failure. However, I was unprepared for this. After the divorce, things started looking up. It is my apartment. Even though it was little, it seemed to radiate calm. There was no danger whatsoever. I was alone with Sadie. Nobody made any passive-aggressive comments, accused me of anything, or said I owed them anything for my work. Expecting anything from someone had never left me unprepared before. My parents then called us. The foundation was our voice, the voice of logic. Not a low-cost community college, but the real deal, an upscale, expensive university had accepted Brianna. You also had to deal with living far away and paying for tuition. Brianna would still have trouble affording it. Mom warned me. Even if my parents contributed what they could, Brianna might be having too much work, my dad said. That would be the end of her adventure. At last, a question that was heavy on guilt and sugar surfaced. Could you possibly offer some assistance? In my cramped apartment, I stared at the wall of my kitchen while Sadie sat at the table painting. How is it even possible? I said. There are only two of us. Mother gave a very well-spoken reply. You might want to think about staying with us. Of course. They loved the child more than I did, so I should go back to the house I spent my adult life trying to escape from so I could help support them. Mom assured me that the room will be very spacious. Regarding Sadie, we will provide assistance. After you significantly reduce your rent, you'll have more money to help your sister out. What lies ahead for Brianna? Goals of Brianna. Everyone is focused on Brianna. Also, I wasn't interested in doing it. This is worth mentioning. It was my deepest wish to go back. I had always been ready for this, but I still enjoyed being alone. I was told to help Brianna, sacrifice, and come up with reasons not to. I gave my assent. Nearly 3 years ago, when I moved in, I kept my promise. At Brianna's university, her single student account covered all of her costs, from tuition and housing to on-campus living. A private student loan helped cover some of that expense. My co-signer was on that loan. Everything that the loan didn't cover, I paid for myself. My card was linked to the university portal, so I paid off the remaining balance every month. It was resolved then. I had come for that one and only reason. To everyone's surprise, they completely disregarded that section. The plot changed in the span of a few months. The 34-year-old Evelyn still lives at home with her parents. You can rely on our assistance. It's unfortunate that Brianna keeps calling me a leech, a loser, and humiliating. It developed into. In contrast, my parents started behaving as though keeping an eye on Sadie in our shared house was some kind of selfless act. For enduring Sadie's antics, everyone ought to feel gratitude. It was there, Sadie pondered. Except during very public events. Prior to reaching the age of 5, many people sighed. Oh, I am definitely busy. Even though Sadie pleaded with her mother for her attention, her mother's smile never reached her eyes. Sadie started to tone it down when she was around them. The same tranquility she had felt when reading that message earlier. On Christmas Eve, I witnessed my daughter's shaking hands, which were brought on by her fear that her grandparents didn't want her. This realization twisted my gut. There were now others besides myself involved. The focus here was on my child. In addition, I never meant to demonstrate to her that love requires groveling for approval. For a while, Sadie was still furious. Sort that does not necessitate raising one's voice. The kind that is quiet and hurt. This is the type of relationship where she never let go of my hand and followed me around like a shadow, as if she were afraid I would disappear. When she was around, I managed to keep my voice light despite the fact that my insides were shaking. As I brushed her hair aside, I said, "Hey." In passing. Are you in agreement? An itch went up her nose. Is that so? Just how? Moving to a new place? Is anybody else here experiencing this? My comment. That could actually be really nice. Caused Sadie to scowl in confusion. However, Grandma's house. My response was, I know. Conversely, imagine a society that accepts you just as you are. She gave me the same expression as if I had given her a unicorn. Beyond that, I kept my mouth shut. I would rather not make her feel the brunt of my adult wrath. Since the first stage included feelings, I kissed her forehead and told her, "We're going to be okay." Then I got back to using my phone. The second step was logistics, which is an area in which I truly shine. My journey began in Hawaii. I went to my inbox to get the booking confirmation, looked for the charge in my banking app, and finally called the number that was on the back of my credit card. Although I wasn't the one making the reservations, I calmly explained that my name was on the reservation. I froze the card, started the dispute, and took measures to make sure my payment info wasn't accidentally associated with anything they could keep enjoying. An adults-only vacation would be the perfect fit for my family's budget. Afterwards, I went ahead and logged into my university account, the very same one I'd been using to pay my bills every month. My savings were being routinely and unexpectedly drained by the costs of tuition, housing, and meal plans. Around $1,180 all at once is the typical amount. I took my card information off the checkout page and turned off automatic withdrawals. No sound, no notification, just a confirmation screen after a few touches. I opted not to let anyone know. I informed Sadie. "All right, we're doing Christmas." As I set down my phone, the original version that my parents had in mind was different from this. We present our version. Lauren is one of the few reliable mom friends I have, so I reached out to her without going into detail. Around Sadie's age, her daughter is born. Since they were in kindergarten, they haven't been separated. She didn't answer after the second ring. "My life is in jeopardy." She raised her voice to ask. "Indeed," I said. "Nevertheless, a miraculous Christmas is necessary." Silence fell. Without warning, her tone became one of ferocious protection. Bringing Sadie was her instruction. "Harper will go absolutely bonkers upon seeing her. Stop by." "No problem. We'll figure it out." Around the middle of the morning, Sadie was already drinking her hot chocolate on Lauren's couch, as she always does. Putting a Santa hat on her head, Harper made it look like she was claiming Sadie. The living room of Lauren emitted the usual cinnamon scent. "No big deal, just a small sigh." "Well, we're actually attempting to lend you a hand." On the table, a little girl of 9 years old discovered no sign that she was not welcome. When Sadie first laughed, it was on that day. Your throat gets tight whenever you hear a real laugh because you had no idea how much you needed to hear it. Harper and Lauren celebrated Christmas with us. Yes, we splurged. Films were shown to us as we sat. We made a joke about how Santa Claus needed therapy. As Sadie drifted off to sleep on the couch, crumbs falling onto her cheeks, a stuffed animal sat under her arm. Plus, for just one day, I felt a glimmer of relief. Shortly after Christmas, I dove headfirst into my work. With conviction, not carelessly, the rental listings were easily accessible to me because of the immediately available filter. They underestimate the number of people who aren't trying to make an impression because no one will notice if you aren't trying. I discovered a tiny, deserted 3-bedroom house a couple of weeks ago. I brought everything that landlords could possibly want. Consistent revenue, well-organized records, and totally no drama. A few days after looking it over and sending in my application, I got the keys. By the weekend, Sadie and I were already sleeping somewhere else, so I started to pack what was rightfully mine. "It seems like you also live here, because you furnished the house." Only a short time after we settled in, my parents shared their thoughts. The sofa had seen better days. That chair was really bad for Dad's back. On the coffee table, we couldn't see our reflection. So, I spent $2,650 on the sofa. They settled on a chair that cost almost as much as a month's rent. A heavy, showy coffee table that was loved by all but no one wanted. Thanks to the help I got, I was able to accomplish everything on my card. Their hearts belonged to those pieces. I took great pride in my comfortable chairs, used them daily, and made light of the fact that I was lucky to have them. Upon leaving, I double-checked to make sure I had taken all of the items for which I had paid. That couch. The chair. This is the table. The movers didn't ask any questions. Like you, I didn't. Sadie watched the last piece come into our living room and looked around as if she could see far into the future. "Do we not possess this?" "Absolutely," I said. She smiled as though to express her conviction. "Mom called them the day they got back." I almost forgot to respond. Despite my lack of fear, I questioned my ability to bear listening to my mom portray herself as a victim of her own decisions. I was startled when Evelyn barked as soon as I grabbed the phone. "How did our living room get to this point of ruin? I also wanted to say hello to you." "The couch is gone," she declared with a suddenness. "The chair. This is the table. Are you out of your mind?" I declined. "This is my last day at your house. You made off with our furniture." "The police could be called," she suggested. I thought that was a fantastic idea. "I can send you a text message containing the receipts while you wait." She made a noise that sounded like a lemon being swallowed. "I am astounded by you. Also, while you were in Hawaii, you deactivated your card. We paid for it ourselves, just so you know. Your kindness is superfluous." That was the answer I gave. Those responsible for paying for their own vacation are the adults. Take pleasure in a period of self-improvement. This is not the moment to put on an air of superiority. She started. Give it a push. She abruptly ended the call. I froze for an instant staring at my phone because the sheer audacity was almost praiseworthy. That, though, was only the beginning. In Brianna's student account, the crucial aspect, the one they had neglected to mention, was silently awaiting attention. It was the aspect that was both loud and easy. The duration was minimal. Mom gave her second call around 90 minutes later. The voice is different this time, and it's not just angry even though the name is the same. Angry and terrified. Evelyn, she proceeded to say without doing the warm-up. What exactly is being edited on Brianna's school account? Give me an example. I apologize. I wanted to know. The payment that Brianna attempted to make did not go through. Mom became very angry. There's a message and then some waiting. Before she can enroll for the next term, this needs to be resolved. I kept the volume at a steady level. My card appears to have been removed by the portal. Mom remained silent for half a beat, as if her brain was rebooting. Have you removed it? Yes. As she vehemently rejected our responsibility for her sister's abuse, her tone became harsh and virtuous. I have no intention of penalizing her. As I mentioned before, I will not be paying for her expenses. Claiming to be your sister, her mother acted as though it were a court order in her response. As I continued, I said that Sadie is actually my daughter. Upon your departure, a message was left for her to discover. Maintain the flow of the discussion. Mom became very angry. Not I. As previously mentioned, this is the key point. You ended the agreement, so the payment stopped. Mom spoke with a louder voice. The loan that Brianna applied for was approved. I, too, was notified of the approval in my capacity as a co-signer. Furthermore, prior to the start of the next term, new dispersal paperwork must be finalized. A signature is required. My mom was surprised. It only takes a second to sign. I declined. A noise that is not there. Then came Evelyn. Calmly and definitively, I said no again. Madison and I have a very close, familial relationship. Perhaps Madison would be able to support. Mom groaned. It was my assertion that the joke wasn't mine, but it's funny nonetheless. Achieved it. Give it a push. I ended the call after that. After that, Brianna got in touch. Brianna felt no relief from anything. Recount your actions for me. A firm please came out of her. Were you the ones who broke into my account? I received a message in my inbox regarding a loan. Forms are discussed in the text. It asserts. Her voice carried an angry tone. Recount your actions for me. I let her a few moments to talk. Let her run herself dry. I made it clear that I didn't ruin anything, I stated. Brianna gagged and spat out your name. We observe your resentful behavior here. I was clear, not unevenly, but evenly. You are learning how your own life functions right now. Brianna waited half a second before speaking again. After that, what is the meaning? This means that financial aid won't be handed to you out of thin air by the school. Every semester, as I indicated before, there is paperwork that must be signed. Brianna made her voice more aggressive. It was approved, according to Mom. I said it was for everything that has happened so far. The next step also requires a signature. Just one beat. And you're not doing it, she whispered in a very low voice. I declined. Not I. Brianna started having trouble breathing. That just won't work. I have already done it. I said. I don't have to sign anything else. Thus, how can I proceed? A firm please came out of her. There was a brief moment when it slipped. She seemed composed. She seemed shy. I remained calm in spite of it all. You told me to grow up and be responsible. Do something about it. Silence swept over Brianna. I wanted to inform you that I used dry. No sabotage is taking place. The act of sabotage would have required some effort. She argued that it was unjust in her response. As if taken aback, my jaw twitched. Very interesting. Without even mentioning justice, you degraded me by calling me a leech. My apologies. Exactly what you said. I made a comment about how you were right on one point. I needed to live independently. I said, taking a moment to focus properly. Dispose of it. My next statement was that I am. I can no longer afford to keep you alive. Our respective costs will be met by me. She spoke with greater conviction. You are ruining my life. I declined. Goodbye, Ethan, Brianna uttered, leaving Ethan out of the running. I hung up after that. They took a few extra days to get to my door. Brianna, Mom, and Dad stood there in perfect harmony, as if they had practiced their politeness in the car. No one witnessed me open the door. I conveyed my message through it. Is that what you want? I apologize. I wanted to know. Mom's voice softened. Excessive in sugar. Hey Evelyn. How about we have a chat? I haven't said that yet, but yes. I let her keep talking because, well, people tend to spill the beans when they think they're being persuasive. He coughed, my dad. Please pay attention, that is all we ask. Brianna spoke with a sharpness in her voice. I dare you to believe this. It nearly made sense once more. Brianna had never encountered the word no in her life. The idea of limits obviously struck her as ridiculous. Your sister is in need of your assistance, declared Mom. Without a doubt, I noticed it. Brianna can't get the loan unless you sign it as well. Dad quietly joined in. Co-signing is not an option. Quickly, Grandma entered. Our credit is also not. She managed to control herself and removed it in the end. Forget about qualifying and covering the cost ourselves. It's not going to happen. Brianna became very angry. Sign it if you like. Mom made that sugar voice again. Everyone here loves everyone else. Our families are related. All we wanted was for you to grow up, Brianna unwittingly said. You and I are both 34 years old, she said quietly. Situated on the other side of the room, with my hand on the doorknob, I finally felt the calm that had eluded me for what seemed like an immeasurable amount of time. No, I respond. Mom's voice got increasingly stiff. No, Evelyn. I repeated. And you won't be entering the building. Brianna remarked in an agitated manner. Keep me safe from harm. My mouth dropped open as a long breath escaped. I am not harming you in any way. I will no longer do it for you. It was as if Brianna was on edge. There is no way I can manage to study. I was right when I said you'd figure it out. When they gave me the notice to vacate, I meant it exactly the way they did. You are also an adult. Mom became very angry. Being kind is crucial. Almost comical. Crunchy, I shot back. The message you left for my son, who is 9 years old, could be located. He tried to be more quiet, his dad included. Excuse me, Ethan. I kept the volume at a steady level. You can no longer reach my child. Nobody got back to me. No, I'm against it. Sadie, never again. The sound of Brianna's gasp was audible. Making a mess of everything. You foiled your own plan by treating me like a disposable object. Motherly kindness vanished. You're being a little dramatic. For some reason, I couldn't help but smile as she said it. I declined. It's over for me. I pried open the door slightly to show that I wasn't scared. Just uninterested. And I pointed down the hallway. Get out of here. For a second, Brianna looked like she might cry, like she genuinely could not process someone refusing to rescue her. Then, Dad turned away first. Mom hissed something under her breath. Brianna stared at the door like she was trying to force it open with entitlement alone. Then, they left, and the hallway went quiet. Not empty quiet. Peaceful quiet. I locked the door, and I walked back to where Sadie was coloring at the table in our new living room, humming softly to herself like the world finally made sense again. About 12 weeks ago, my phone lit up with Mom again, and I almost didn't answer, because I already knew this wasn't going to be an apology. But something in me said, take it. Hear what they want this time. Because after everything they did, there was still one last twist I didn't see coming. It wasn't about Sadie. It wasn't about apologizing. It wasn't even about Brianna. It was about the house. They needed my signature again to refinance or avoid a payment jump on the mortgage. I'd co-signed it 7 years ago, back when helping families still sounded like love instead of a warning label. Mom called it, just a signature. Like my name was a free stamp. Dad kept saying it's nothing. Like nothing ever becomes something until it's happening to them. They said if the payments jumped, they couldn't afford it. They said they might lose the house. And I won't lie, hearing that did something to me. Not guilt, not triumph. Just this quiet, brutal irony. The same people who left a move-out note for a child to find were now asking me to save their home. I told them no. That was the last time I heard from them. And I'm not going to pretend I know exactly how it ends for them. Whether they found someone else to hold the weight or whether the whole thing finally collapsed like it always should have. All I know is what happened next in my house. Sadie slept through the night. No shaking hands, no fear, just peace. So, what do you think? Did I go too far, or not far enough? Let me know in the comments and subscribe for. My dad kicked me out at 19 for his golden stepson's nursery. Grow up. Years later he begged me, tell Uncle Ray the $88,500 was for you. I said no. When I was 19, my father told me I had to mature and kicked me out to make space for his golden stepson. They appeared years later, pleading with me to tell lies to hide his guilt. I declined. They are now forced to deal with the fallout from their actions. Hello Reddit. I was always treated like a spare part by my family. I therefore put things together, created something genuine for myself, and never looked back. Naturally, though, they were unable to abandon me. Allow me to take you back to the beginning before I delve into the pandemonium. I am now 24 years old. I was 19 when it all began. Travis Coleman is my stepbrother, not my biological brother. Around the time Evelyn Harper entered the world, my parents divorced when I was 6 years old. Soon after, my dad wed her. Coleman, Travis, was 12. While everything else changed, my biological mother continued to be there, attempting to maintain stability. That was altered when, at the age of 15, I learned that my mother had cancer. After she passed away 3 years later, the house no longer seemed like mine. The favorite had always been Travis Coleman. He was reared by my father as if he were his own. Time, money, recognition, and attention. In my own home, I was ignored, but Evelyn Harper ensured that this dynamic persisted. She didn't act cruelly. While Travis Coleman took advantage of being the golden child, she subtly presented everything as tough love, or teaching me responsibilities. My mother made an effort to balance it, but she was battling cancer and keeping the family together at the same time. In private, Mom would tell me that I was stronger than I thought and that I would eventually understand why. I do now, but I didn't back then. From day one, my 7-year-old brother Travis Coleman made it clear that he saw me as a barrier. He told me I wasn't even my dad's biological child, shoved me around, locked me out of rooms, and concealed my belongings. Dad dismissed my complaints as boys being boys. Travis Coleman unintentionally pushed my solar system project off the table in the garage the night before my 8th grade science fair. It broke. After telling me that I ought to have exercised greater caution, Dad drove Travis Coleman to his football game. My mother stayed with me, helping to put everything together. We were never able to fulfill her promise that we would construct a better one the following year. I finally took a breath when Travis Coleman went off to college. The house felt peaceful for the first time, although my mom's condition had gotten worse by then. Within months, stage 2 lung cancer progressed to stage 3. She was destroyed by chemotherapy. I spent my late teens making appointments for her, taking care of her prescriptions, and observing her decline. Evelyn Harper only pretended to be a helpful wife while others were around. And my dad emotionally tuned out. I became aware that I had been the only thing keeping the family together when my mother passed away 2 months before I turned 18. My place in that house vanished as soon as she did. Everything remained chilly for months following the funeral. Dad didn't say much to me. Evelyn Harper honed her aloof manners. As usual, I cooked, cleaned, and maintained the house. But now it was obvious that it didn't matter. I wasn't related. I was labor. Surprisingly, Travis Coleman didn't bug me once when he came home for the burial. In retrospect, that was not compassion. It was a calculation. He had been absent for many years. A corporate job, college, and a hasty marriage to Brianna Cole following her pregnancy. Then he was laid off. Suddenly, with a wife and a toddler, the golden boy was unable to pay the rent. He ran back to my dad, as he always did, and my dad, who was always predictable, greeted him like a king or queen. On a Thursday night, Dad sat me down and told me straight up. Travis Coleman, Brianna Cole, and the infant are returning home. For the nursery, they require your space. You have 4 weeks to find a new place to reside. I waited for the punchline while I looked at him. No one existed. I said that we have a guest room. That's useful to them. The guest room is being used by them. Where should I go to give the infant the space they need? You're almost 19. In any case, you ought to start behaving like an adult. With her arms folded, Evelyn Harper stood in the doorway and observed. She offered me this empathetic smile that stopped short of her eyes when I looked at her. According to her, it's what's best for everyone. Travis Coleman must consider his family. A steady atmosphere is necessary for the newborn. You get it? I completely understood. I realized that they had never given a damn about me. They were no longer even required to pretend. I made an effort to resist it, telling my father that this was crazy, and that he couldn't simply expel his own son. Looking at me as if I had insulted him, he threatened to contact the police and have me removed for trespassing if I didn't leave on my own volition. His own child was intimidated by police. Evelyn Harper added her voice. We're not attempting to be challenging. Our goal is to assist you in becoming self-sufficient. Using my deceased mother as an excuse to expel me, your mother would want you to stand on your own 2 feet. I realized then that disputing was pointless. That evening, I gave my mom's parents, my grandparents, a call. They lived in a different state approximately 7 hours away, and I hadn't seen them much since the burial because my dad was always coming up with reasons why we couldn't go. When I explained the issue, they picked up on the second ring, and my grandfather remained silent for a considerable amount of time. Pack your stuff, he said at last. This weekend, we're coming to get you. 4 days later, they arrived with a truck. Once, my grandfather gave my dad a disdainful glance. My grandfather remarked, "You ought to feel ashamed." As I loaded boxes, my dad went back inside. When we were done, Evelyn Harper emerged. She was holding a folder and seemed worried. "There's something you should know before you leave," she continued. "We have been saving money for your college fund." She gave the packet to me. One bank statement with $1,750. $1,750? I said. After silently fuming in the truck, my grandmother burst out laughing. "Correct. Your kitchen underwent a complete renovation last year." I returned the folder. "Don't lose it." Her expression of relief told me everything. It was bait. He was too upset to accept it, but she wanted me to decline so she could tell others that we attempted to assist him. The ideal story for a later time. Not even Travis Coleman had arrived. He had already started to move his belongings into my room. It was a quiet drive. "Your mother told me before she passed away that we needed to watch out for you," my grandfather remarked. "Claimed that your father had changed." She was correct, I replied. My grandparents wouldn't let me pay the rent. Said that I was still a child in need of a home. However, as soon as I started working consistent hours at the bookstore, I began sneaking cash into the grocery jar while they weren't looking. They provided me with security. I had to return something. I completed high school virtually, graduated with my grandparents present, was admitted to State University, which is roughly an hour from their home, and intended to work part-time and commute. I didn't hear from my dad, Travis Coleman, or Evelyn Harper for almost 3 years. I blocked them, erased their numbers, and went on. I was treated like a real person by my grandparents. I had dinner conversations with folks who listened to me and asked how my day was going. I had a room of my own. Began to believe that everything might be all right. Then they appeared. It was an afternoon on a Saturday. My granny came upstairs with a look that made me uneasy right away while I was in my room reading for a summer class. She said, "Your father is here. And Travis Coleman. And Evelyn Harper, that lady." Since the day she married my dad, my grandma had not mentioned her name. "Tell them to go." She answered, "Your grandfather already tried. They are adamant that there is serious legal issues." I went downstairs because of that. They appeared to be in ruins as they sat in the living room. My dad had dark circles and appeared thinner. Travis Coleman was pale and nervous. Evelyn Harper was attempting and failing to appear calm. It was obvious that my grandfather was about 2 seconds away from tossing them out as he stood by the door. I said, "You have 8 minutes. After that, you depart." With a phony cordial greeting, my dad opened his mouth. I interrupted him. "It's been 7 minutes. Travis Coleman bent over. "We're having problems. Serious problems. We need your assistance." They then told me the entire tale. My dad helped Travis Coleman find work at an industrial leasing company run by my mom's best friend, Graham Whitaker, after he lost his job. Travis Coleman felt that the pay was insufficient. Thus, he set up a fictitious supplier named Summit Industrial Supply, and sent $88,500 to himself over the course of 5 months. Travis Coleman panicked, erased emails, falsified my dad's signature, and even attempted to frame an administrative assistant after the accountant pointed out discrepancies. Everything was discovered by the audit. They also suspected my dad was involved because he had accepted the early invoices without verifying. Graham Whitaker's admiration for my mother was the only reason they weren't already behind bars. He offered them 75 days to repay everything plus 25% interest out of loyalty to her. There are 18 days remaining, and $110,600. And this is what you're telling me? Why? I inquired. As if we were having a heart-to-heart, my dad leaned forward. We need your assistance in telling Graham Whitaker that the money was all for you and that we utilized it for your education fund. I made fun of him. You want me to fabricate a story about how you expelled me years ago and then took $92K for my education fund? It isn't lying. Evelyn Harper stated with ease. We did put aside funds for you. The circumstances simply changed. You presented me with a $1,750 bank statement. Dad became agitated. That was not all we had. Throughout your entire life, we were there for you. Your future was always the purpose of that money. Where is it? Then. Quiet. At last. Travis Coleman mumbled. Issues arose. The infant required supplies. Brianna Cole requested that the nursery be renovated. So you bought nursery decorations with my fictitious college fund? Dad's tone became abrupt. It wasn't made up. Then gave an explanation of why I was expelled and advised to behave like an adult. Evelyn Harper went back to her well-honed empathetic voice. I understand that you're hurt, but this goes beyond old grudges. Travis Coleman might end up behind bars. Your dad might end up behind bars. Is that something you truly want on your conscience? I responded. My conscience is pure. Consider your own. Dad opened a folder. Simply sign this. It clarifies everything. We sacrificed money and took out loans so you could attend college debt-free. Graham Whitaker will comprehend. I read it. A total fabrication. This is deception. I'm being asked to sign a false statement. He argued that it wasn't lying. It's the background. It demonstrates our goals. You intended to steal $92,000, I said. Dad's voice broke. We were in a grave situation. We lose the house if I'm fired. All that we have constructed. It was there. Reputation, not family, is the true cause. Then you ought to have chosen well. Red-faced, Travis Coleman stumbled to his feet. I briefly believed that he might really swing at me. My grandfather moved, prepared. Travis Coleman took a seat again. Travis Coleman spit out, you owe us this. You turn your back on us after we fed you, raised you, and provided you with a home to live, I said. You made my life miserable. You destroyed my belongings, made false accusations against me, ensured that I had no friends, and when I eventually managed to get away, you grabbed my room before I had even moved out. We were never related. Evelyn Harper got to her feet. I yelled. Your mother would want. Don't. You dare not use my mother as an excuse for this. She battled cancer while you all made things more difficult, and now you want to include her in your fraud. Leave. Dad responded softly, just think about it. Our time is running short. You have choices. I said. Sell your home. Coleman. Travis. Sells his truck. Evelyn Harper offers her jewelry for sale. Obtain loans. Take care of your own mess, but don't include me. My grandfather had had enough. He pulled the door open. Get out, he yelled, and they eventually went upstairs. 3 missed calls from an unidentified number and a voicemail from Travis Coleman were on my phone. We're taking you with us. If we lose. Even though I know you're upset. We will inform Graham Whitaker that you requested money from us, and that you were involved. You go down too if you don't help us. I kept it. After that, a folder containing call logs, screenshots, and all other evidence was started. Then another voicemail with the same number. The tired, desperate sound of my dad's voice. You must consider everyone's best interests, Travis Coleman. If someone must accept responsibility, it should be the one who carried out the action. I have to consider my family. I'm not going to jail. You're quite young. You'll recover. Simply consider it. Intended for Travis Coleman. I received it. And it was quite helpful. That one, too. I saved. It appeared that this was just the beginning. Before the actual pressure campaign began, they gave me precisely 3 days. The messages from unknown numbers appeared first. Evelyn Harper's acquaintances, distant cousins, And relatives I hardly knew all conveyed the same fundamental lesson about not letting pride stand in the way of doing morally. I received one SMS from a cousin I hadn't spoken to in a long time. "Hey dude, according to your dad, you guys are having some problems. Families stick together when things go hard. Avoid burning bridges that you may need in the future." After that, my grandparents began receiving calls. Family members questioned why they were opposing my father. Friends in Evelyn Harper's book group are worried. My grandfather quickly put an end to that, but it was obvious they had launched a whisper campaign. 4 days following their visit, the nuclear option was presented. The admissions office at my university called me. They had received a call from someone who claimed that my financial aid application included errors. Despite her professionalism, the woman on the phone seemed somewhat worried. Told me to come to the office as soon as possible since they needed to confirm certain details. That afternoon, I went in. It became out that I had lied about my family's income on my financial aid form, that my father's income was far higher than disclosed, and that I was engaging in fraud to obtain money to which I was not legally entitled, according to an anonymous tip. The financial aid officer showed me the anonymous email that had been sent and guided me through the process. It was cautious, didn't level any particular charges, only questioned the veracity of the information and recommended further research. "Does any of this make sense?" she inquired. "No, ma'am." Together with my grandparents' accountant, I completed the forms. Everything was confirmed. I no longer even reside with my father. That's what your file displays. However, we need to investigate these matters more. Pulling data and documentation to demonstrate the legitimacy of everything took 90 minutes. The officer expressed regret. They had to be thorough, even though they said it was probably nothing. I was fully aware of the sender of the email. Then I received a call from my local bookshop, where I work part-time. The manager reported that someone posing as my father had called. Voiced worry that I might be supporting a habit by stealing and abusing controlled substances. Stated that they wanted to let her know that I had been having difficulties since my mother passed away. My boss didn't think it was true. She had to record the call even though she knew me well enough to know it was crap. I have to mention that someone expressed worry. Next, there was a credit alert. A credit card application had been made in my name. The address did not match my records, so the application was flagged. This is what I discovered. They were no longer attempting to coerce me. They concluded that I would not assist them. They were now attempting to undermine my credibility by portraying me as unstable, dishonest, and untrustworthy. In this manner, Graham Whitaker or the police could point to a pattern of issues, and claim that I was lying to exact revenge on my family if I went to them. They had nothing left to plunder, so the earth was scorched. Brianna Cole called that evening. The wife of Travis Coleman. We had hardly ever communicated. And I nearly didn't respond. "Don't hang up, please," she said. She sounded worn out. "I must speak with you alone." "What is it about?" "Regarding Travis Coleman. Regarding what actually took place." The following day, we got together at a coffee shop. She had a rugged appearance. Dark circles. Hadn't styled her hair. She appeared to have been crying. "Travis Coleman is unaware of my presence. If he found out," she said, "he would go insane. However, you must be aware of the reality." She explained everything. Travis Coleman did not use the money he stole for bills or family expenses. His ego was affected. Expensive meals, club VIP areas, and a luxury car he leased and kept at a friend's house to keep her in the dark. While she believed they were broke, he had been living a covert life and playing big shot with stolen money. She said, "He told me we couldn't afford daycare. He claimed we didn't have the money, so I've been at home with the infant for 3 years. He was buying himself thousands of dollars. You tell me this, but why? Since they intend to frame you. Your father, Evelyn Harper, and Travis Coleman have the entire plot figured out. You requested money from Travis Coleman. In order to assist you, he gave it to you. You persuaded him to cover for you when the theft was discovered, but you didn't cooperate and sign their statement. Their word against yours is all that matters." My blood froze. "Do you have evidence?" She showed me screenshots from Travis Coleman's cloud backup on her phone. When she suspected he was unfaithful, she seized everything: text messages between my dad and Travis Coleman, plotting the tale, and voice notes from Evelyn Harper advising them on how to make it plausible. She then gave me more examples. The luxury car lease signed 4 months ago, bank alerts from a hidden account, and pictures from his phone showing him at clubs dropping cash as if he owned the place. While I can't allow that to occur, I also can't call the police myself. Why not? I was threatened by Travis Coleman. Claimed that he would fight for custody and accuse me of being an unfit mother if I attempted to leave or speak. His father will support him and cover the cost of attorneys that I cannot afford. Until I find a safe place for my daughter, I am stuck. However, you can make use of this. You are able to defend yourself. Why even assist me? Tears welled up in her eyes. Because when they treated you like garbage, you were only a child. Travis Coleman boasted about it to me. Have fun with it. I assumed it was rivalry between siblings. It wasn't until recently that I realized how cruel it was. They are now attempting to ruin you once more. I refused to participate in it. After thanking her, I walked out. I added the screenshots to my evidence folder and sent them to my secure email. Evelyn Harper texted me that afternoon. We must speak with each other in person. Me and you alone. You don't fully comprehend certain aspects of your father. I didn't answer. One more text. If Graham Whitaker found out that you weren't cooperating, that would be unfortunate. He thinks highly of you. I would be devastated if that changed. I snapped a picture and put it in the folder. Then I took a step that I ought to have taken from the beginning. I gave Graham Whitaker a call. On Monday morning, Graham Whitaker consented to meet me at his workplace. I had known him all my life as Uncle Ray, a kind man who frequently visited our home on holidays and brought me books about dinosaurs and space. He told me to call him if I ever needed anything after attending my mom's funeral. Until now, I had never acted on his offer. This industrial complex on the outskirts of town served as his office. The entire operation, including large warehouse buildings and equipment yards. He personally greeted me in the lobby and gave me a sincere hug. He remarked, "You look like your mom. She would be pleased with you." I explained everything to him when we got to his office. I showed him Travis Coleman's voicemail, threatening to frame me. Brianna Cole's screenshots of their scheme to place the blame on me. Evelyn Harper's text implied that he would trust them more than me. The effort to undermine my financial assistance. Without interjecting, Graham Whitaker listened to everything. He reclined in his chair and rubbed his face after I was done. I was warned about your father by your mother. He remarked. She knew what would happen when she was gone, so before she passed away, she made me swear to watch out for you. She was aware. She was aware of your father's animosity. She knew, but she never explained why. Evelyn Harper was poison, and she knew it. Made me promise to be there for you if you ever needed assistance. From his desk, he took out a file. This is the case against Travis Coleman and your father. Are you curious about what they actually did? It was a thick file. Email chains, bank transfers, and invoices. Travis Coleman produced fictitious invoices for equipment rentals that never occurred and established a fictitious vendor named Summit Industrial Supply. My father approved the initial ones without verifying. Travis Coleman began forging my dad's signature after the pattern was established. The funds were transferred to a personal account, then taken out as cash or used for purchases after first going to a business account under a fictitious company name. Over 5 months, $88,500. Travis Coleman attempted to frame one of our office assistants by planting fictitious evidence on her desk and creating a paper trail that suggested she had been skimming after my accountant began questioning him. He also deleted emails and attempted to change records in our system. Was it successful? For roughly 3 days. When she came to me in tears, I investigated and discovered that Travis Coleman's digital footprint was all over the frame job. I realized then that this was more than just theft. It was cold-blooded, ruthless, and prepared to kill innocent people in order to protect itself. How about my father? Without checking the invoices, your father approved them. That is carelessness. However, he refused to cooperate or acknowledge his mistake when I confronted him. He attempted to assert that Travis Coleman acted alone and that the invoices were forged. Then he approached me in private and requested that I abandon the audit, stated that we should handle it discreetly because it would reflect poorly on the company. He went from being incompetent to complicit at that point. On his computer, Graham Whitaker opened something. I got security footage. After my accountant began questioning, your father and Travis Coleman met 4 times in the parking lot. They were aware that they were working together. Whitaker, Graham, bent forward. I gave them an opportunity to put this right. Give back all of the money plus interest. Quietly step down. No charges were brought. They only needed to admit it and make the necessary corrections. What were they saying? They requested more time. Then they developed this tale concerning your college fund. Wanted me to think that they had made bad decisions while attempting to assist you. I promised to give it some thought. After that, I checked. He took out another piece of paper. They showed you this bank account. The college fund of $1,750. Are you curious about the opening date of that account? When? It was 3 days prior to your expulsion. They opened it, put down $1,750, and intended to use it as evidence that they had been there for you the entire time. It was a prop. When it was confirmed, the truth struck hard. Although I had a suspicion, being certain made it real. They attempted to protect themselves by using your mother's memory. According to Graham Whitaker, they approached him and expressed their desire for the family to remain together and for him to give them another chance. Your mother would have reprimanded them. Now what will happen? I now decide what to do. I wanted to give them an opportunity to make things right in order to honor your mother's memory. She'd once loved your dad, so I didn't want to ruin them. I was reserving myself out of consideration for her. I saw what they were doing to you after he reclined in his chair. The threats, the fabrication, the sabotage of financial aid. They are attempting to ruin a child who has done nothing wrong. What now occurs? I'm not holding back anymore. 18 days remain until the 75-day deadline. I file charges if they don't pay in full. However, after witnessing what they attempted to do to you, I'm tempted to go straight to the police rather than wait. That false narrative about me will be used by them. Try to tell you I was involved, I said. I know. Yesterday, Travis Coleman's attorney stopped by. They are getting ready to accuse you of extorting money from Travis Coleman while he was attempting to assist you. They are trying to make you look like the bad guy. Are they able to accomplish that? They could give it a shot. They can try. But it won't work. The issue is that even if you are exonerated, false accusations like that can still lead to problems. What should I do now? Whitaker. Graham. Grinned. You let me take care of it. Mom made me swear to keep you safe. I will honor that commitment. In front of me, he picked up his phone and placed a call. This is Ray. Detective Nolan Mercer. The fraud case I mentioned needs to be discussed. The situation has gotten worse. I have proof of attempted blackmail and witness intimidation, and I'm formally lodging a complaint. For 10 minutes, he explained everything, including the attempts to frame their office assistant, the threats against me, and the coordination between Travis Coleman and my dad to hide it. He glanced at me after hanging up. Investigators will want to speak with you. Don't leave anything behind. Every text message, voicemail, and screenshot. Money is no longer the only factor in this. It took time to investigate. About a week later, detectives arrived at my grandparents' house, and I gave them everything. Brianna Cole's screenshots. Travis Coleman's threats. The fabricated narrative they created, and the attempts to undermine my financial aid. They were meticulous and professional. No judgment. Detective Adrian Shaw, one of the investigators, told me. Cases like this usually come down to, he said, she said. But you've got a paper trail. That makes our job easier. Within 3 weeks, they executed search warrants. They seized my dad's computer, Travis Coleman's phone, company documents, everything. Digital forensics pulled up deleted emails Travis Coleman thought he'd gotten rid of. Full text chains, forged signatures, all of it pointed straight to him. Travis Coleman panicked first. He immediately tried to flip on my dad, claiming my father forced him into the whole scheme, and he'd just been following orders. He played the victim hard. Didn't work. Every trace of planning and execution led back to him. My dad tried a different angle, claimed Travis Coleman forged his signatures, that he'd been completely unaware of the fraud. But detectives had the parking lot footage of them meeting after the internal audit started. Plus messages showing they were coordinating. He was done. 2. Evelyn Harper held out the longest. She played the shocked, betrayed wife, swearing she had no idea what they'd been doing. That lasted about a week before detectives found her text coaching Travis Coleman on how to frame me and telling him which details would sound believable. Then they found messages she'd sent to the admin assistant Travis Coleman originally tried to frame, telling her it would be better for everyone if she stayed quiet, offering her money to sign a statement, and hinting that making waves could ruin her career in a small town. The assistant had saved everything. The community response was brutal. My dad and Evelyn Harper had spent years crafting the perfect family image. Photos, events, charity boards. Overnight, It collapsed. Evelyn Harper's name vanished from fundraisers. Social media people pretended they'd never known her. One afternoon at Graham Whitaker's office, his assistant mentioned she'd run into Evelyn Harper at the grocery store. Said Evelyn Harper looked terrified, head down, rushing out like she expected someone to spit on her. Her empire of appearances was gone. Travis Coleman's wife filed for divorce and immediately moved back to the city with their daughter. She filed for full custody, and Travis Coleman didn't even contest it. The company released a short statement confirming fraud had been uncovered and that the employees involved had been terminated. No names needed. Everyone knew. My dad resigned. Travis Coleman was already fired. 4 months after the investigation began, the DA officially charged them. My dad, conspiracy to commit fraud, filing false documents, witness intimidation; Travis Coleman, fraud, forgery, identity theft, attempted destruction of evidence; Evelyn Harper, witness intimidation and conspiracy. They all hired expensive lawyers and tried to fight it, but the evidence was overwhelming. Eventually, they were pushed into a plea deal. Travis Coleman got 30 months, with possible parole after 20 if he cooperated. My dad got 20 months. Evelyn Harper, who fought the longest, finally accepted 10 months plus probation. All three were ordered to pay full restitution, $110,600. Split between them. The court put liens on their house, Travis Coleman's truck, and basically everything they owned. Sentencing came 6 months later. The courtroom was almost empty. Their friends didn't bother to show up. I sat in the back with my grandparents. Travis Coleman went first. He tried to blame everyone but himself. The judge wasn't impressed. She gave him the full 30 months and made it clear parole wasn't guaranteed. My dad's hearing was rough. He tried a speech about mistakes and learning from them. The judge cut him off. "You didn't make mistakes," she said. "You tried to harm your own son to cover your crimes. That's a choice." 20 months. Evelyn Harper cried through hers. The judge remained unmoved. "You had multiple opportunities to stop this," she said. "Instead, you helped orchestrate a plan to frame an innocent young man and intimidate witnesses." 10 months. They were taken into custody immediately. Walking out of the courtroom afterward, I didn't feel triumphant or relieved, just quiet. It scared me for a moment until I realized it wasn't numbness. It was peace. My grandpa put a hand on my shoulder. "Are you all right?" "Yeah," I said. "I think so." Graham Whitaker was waiting in the hallway. He hugged me and handed me an envelope. "What's this, job offer?" he said. "Your mom made me promise to help you if you ever needed it. We've got an internship, 18 hours during school, full-time in the summer, property acquisition analysis. Pays well, looks great on a resume. You don't have to do this." "I know. I want to, and your mom would have wanted me to." I accepted. 3 weeks later, I started. Turns out I was good at it. Research. Analysis, tracking property histories. It clicked. That fall semester, I kept my grades up, made new friends, and built a life that finally felt like mine. Travis Coleman got out after 22 months on good behavior. I heard he moved to another state where no one knew him. Fine by me. My dad served the full 20 months. Evelyn Harper got out after 7 months for good behavior. I didn't visit, didn't write, didn't acknowledge their existence. Then 16 months after Evelyn Harper got out, they showed up at my grandparents' house again. It was a cold Saturday in November. I was home for Thanksgiving break, sitting at the kitchen table, working on a research paper for my econ class. My grandma was making pie crust. Normal afternoon. Then the doorbell rang. My grandpa answered it. I heard his voice go hard. "You must go. Please. Just 8 minutes." My dad's voice. Older. Rougher. I went to the door. My grandpa tried to wave me back, but I shook my head. Might as well get this over with. They looked rough. My dad had aged a decade, hair mostly gray now, face thinner, shoulders slumped like the weight of everything had finally broken him. Evelyn Harper looked exhausted, no makeup, none of the polish she used to have. Travis Coleman was with them, standing back like he wanted to be anywhere else. I said, "You have 8 minutes. Talk." My dad started with an apology. Said he'd had a lot of time to think in prison. Realized how badly he'd failed me as a father. How he'd let his resentment turn him into someone his wife wouldn't recognize. "Your mother would be ashamed of me," he said. "I'm ashamed of me. Okay, that's it. Okay, what do you want me to say? You spent 19 years making me feel worthless. Then you kicked me out. Then you tried to frame me for a crime I didn't commit. You threatened my education, my future, my family. Now you've served your time, and you want forgiveness. I want a chance to make it right. There is no making it right. Evelyn Harper spoke up, and her voice didn't have that controlled tone anymore. Just sounded tired. I know I can't undo what I did, she said. But I want you to know it wasn't personal. I was protecting my family. Travis Coleman's 30 years old. Was 30 then. Too. He didn't need protecting. He needed consequences. I see that now. Do you? Because it seems like you're here trying to get something from me again. We're not, my dad said. We just wanted you to know we're sorry, that we understand if you never want to see us again. But we're sorry. Travis Coleman hadn't said anything. Just standing there, looking at the ground. You got something to add? I asked him. He looked up. I was jealous of you. Of me? You were the golden child of how much your mom loved you. How she always put you first. My mom never gave a care about me. And watching yours love you made me hate you. So I made your life miserable. I'm sorry. Your apology doesn't change anything. I am aware. We stood there in silence. The cold air coming through the open door. Here's the thing, I said. I don't hate you anymore. I don't feel anything about you. You're just people who used to make my life miserable. I moved on. Built something without you. And I don't need you now either. My dad nodded slowly. I understand, but can I ask one thing? What? Your mom left something for you. I was supposed to give it to you when you graduated high school, but everything fell apart. Can I give it to you now? He pulled out a small envelope from his jacket. My mom's handwriting on the front. My name. I took it. Didn't open it with them standing there. Anything else? No, that's all. Then leave. Don't come back. Don't call. Don't try to find me. I'm not your son anymore. I haven't been for a long time. My dad's eyes watered, but he nodded. They turned and walked back to their car. Evelyn Harper looked back once, but I'd already closed the door. I went back to the kitchen table. My grandparents didn't ask questions, just gave me space. I opened the envelope. A letter in my mom's handwriting. Dated 10 days before she died. My beautiful boy, if you're reading this, I'm gone. And your father has finally given you what I left for. I'm sorry it took him so long. I'm sorry for a lot of things. I know things are hard with your dad and Evelyn Harper. I know Travis Coleman makes your life difficult. I wish I was strong enough to fix it, but the cancer is winning and I'm running out of time. Here's what I need you to know. You are worth more than how they treat you. You are smart, kind, strong, and capable. Don't let them convince you otherwise. Your father loves you, but he's broken in ways I couldn't fix. He resents you because you remind him of his own failures. That's his problem, not yours. I've set some things up for you. Graham Whitaker knows what to do when things get bad, and they will get bad. Go to him. He'll help you. I made him promise. Build a life that's yours. Don't let them drag you down. Don't let them make you small. I love you more than anything in this world. I'm proud of you. I'll always be proud of you. Mom. I read it 3 times, folded it carefully, put it in my wallet where I've kept it ever since. My grandma came over and hugged me. Didn't say anything. Didn't need to. That night, I sat down and wrote my own letter. Not to my dad or Evelyn Harper or Travis Coleman, to myself. Wrote down everything I'd survived, everything I'd built, every time I'd chosen to stand my ground instead of folding, every moment I'd refused to let them break me. Wrote down who I'd become in spite of them. Then I burned it in the fireplace and watched the smoke carry it away because I didn't need to hold on to it anymore. Didn't need the anger or the hurt or the weight of their dysfunction. I had a job I was good at, had straight A's that semester. Had a family who actually loved me. Had a future that was mine. They tried to destroy me to save themselves, and it had backfired completely. They'd lost everything while I'd built something real. 4 years later, Graham Whitaker stood beside me as my best man at my wedding because he'd earned that place in my life 100 times over. My dad sent a card. I threw it away unopened. I built a career, built a family, built everything they once tried to take from me. That was enough. Please click subscribe if you like this video. It greatly benefits the channel and enables us to provide you with more and better stories. Kicked out of foster care, I bought a rusted Quonset no one wanted. What I found inside changed my sister's life. On his 19th birthday, a boy left the system with only a change of clothes and a cryptic letter about a plot of land that no one wanted. What he and his sister discovered, there was more than just a house. It remained a secret for a generation. If you've ever felt lost or like you had to start from scratch, subscribe. This story is for you. The world gave me 3 things on my 19th birthday. A black trash bag containing everything I owned, along with a legal document that felt like a joke. It was March in upstate New York, where the sky was the color of dishwater and the slush on the ground had forgotten what it was like to be snow. I stood on the cracked concrete steps of the Northwood group home, which had been my holding cell for the previous 7 years, and felt the cold seep through the worn soles of my sneakers. The door clicked shut behind me, making a quiet, final sound. The sound of an account closing. I was officially an adult and homeless. Mrs. Hartman, my caseworker, had handed me the bag and a manila envelope. She was always tired. "Happy birthday, Ethan," she'd said, her voice flat, as if she were reading a shopping list. "Your final dispersal is in there, $300. And this?" She tapped the envelope. "This is from the county probate office. Something your grandfather left you." I hadn't seen my grandfather since I was 10. He died 2 years before my parents, which always seemed like a cruel backward punchline. I clutched the thin envelope, which had already become damp from the freezing mist. Inside the group home, I could see my sister, Lily, through the wire mesh window in the common room. She was 13. Her face was pressed against the glass, her expression an exact, heartbreaking reflection of my own fear. We could not say goodbye. It was a rule. There are no prolonged emotional displays. It disrupted the routine. So we simply looked at each other. Her small hand was flat on the pane, and I wanted to press my own against it, but I was already on the opposite side of the wall. I was out. She was still inside. The single pane of glass felt like 100 miles of empty highway. The trash bag was lightweight. A few pairs of jeans, some t-shirts, a worn copy of a book my mother used to read to me, and a framed photo of the 4 of us, Mom, Dad, Lily, and me, at a county fair, squinting in the sun. It was the only thing I owned that felt truly mine. $300. It was supposed to be my beginning, my entry into the world. It felt like enough money to slowly starve, but not enough to survive. I walked away from Northwood without looking back because I knew if I did, I'd see Lily's face and be unable to move forward. I would just stand there until I froze on the sidewalk. The bus station was a 10-block walk. The wind blew through my thin jacket. Every gust felt personal. I sat on a hard plastic bench inside, the air smelling of disinfectant and despair. I opened the manila envelope. Inside was a letter from a lawyer I'd never heard of, Mr. Raymond Whitaker, from an unpronounceable town somewhere in the Catskills. The letter was dense with legal jargon, but I was able to piece it together. My grandfather, Samuel Whitaker, had left me something in his will. It was not money, it was a property. Lot 9C is a 3-acre parcel of unincorporated land. According to the letter, in order to claim the deed, I must appear in person at his office and pay the outstanding property taxes and transfer fee. The total amounted to $10. $10 for 3 acres of land. It must have been a mistake or a cruel joke. Land didn't cost $10. A greasy slice of pizza at the station kiosk cost nearly $10. I read the line again. After receiving the $10 settlement for arrears and fees, the deed to parcel 9C would be transferred to my name. It was a grainy photocopied satellite image of the plot that was attached. It was a square of smudgy gray, surrounded by darker gray. A single structure was visible, a long, curved shape resembling a metal bread loaf dropped in the middle of the woods, a Quonset hut. I'd seen pictures of them in history books, rusted semicircular buildings from a previous war, repurposed as barns or workshops. This one appeared abandoned and forgotten, a piece of junk on worthless land. Maybe that's why it cost $10. It was a liability. Perhaps it was contaminated. Perhaps it was on the side of a cliff. My initial reaction was to throw the letter away. It was a distraction. I needed a plan. I needed a job, a place to live, and a way to begin saving money so I could fight for Lily. The state was unconcerned about keeping siblings together if one of them aged out. I was on my own, and she was watching a clock. In 5 years, she'd be standing on the same steps, holding her own trash bag. The thought triggered a physical pain in my chest, making it difficult to breathe. However, the letter would not leave my mind. $10. It was less than 4 hours of work for a minimum wage job. There was a risk, but what were the alternatives? Spending $300 for a week in a filthy motel room before ending up in a shelter. The concept of owning something, anything, even a patch of dirt with a metal can on it, was a tiny seed of an idea that began to sprout in the barren soil of my fear. It was a destination rather than a shelter. I looked at a picture of my family. My grandfather was in the background, a tall, quiet man with kind eyes who was holding a cone of cotton candy for Lily. He was not a man who told cruel jokes. He was a carpenter, someone who built things. He smelled like sawdust and pipe tobacco. He taught me how to correctly tie a knot and read a compass. He was pragmatic. There needed to be a reason. My bus was called over the crackling intercom. It was heading south, toward the city, the shelters, and the anonymous, brutal grind that I had been warned about. On a different platform, another bus was idle. The destination sign displayed a list of small town names, one of which I recognized from the lawyer's letterhead. It was a real choice. This was the first real choice I'd had in years. Take a $10 chance on a ghost or face the expected, miserable future. Standing up, my legs felt unsteady. I walked over to the ticket counter, carrying the trash bag over my shoulder. I purchased a one-way ticket to a town I'd never visited in order to claim a plot of land that was most likely worth less than the paper on which the deed was printed. It was the stupidest and most reckless thing I'd ever done. It was the best decision of my life. The journey felt like a descent into another world. The bus rumbled its way out of the city's gray orbit, past skeletal strip malls and into the rolling, empty expanse of the mountains. I spent hours watching the landscape change. The trees grew thicker, and the hills steeper. Patches of dirty snow clung to the shadows, stubborn reminders of a long winter. The other passengers were mostly elderly, their faces etched with the peaceful resignation of rural life. Nobody spoke to me. I was just another kid with a bag, another ghost on the bus. I felt invisible. For the first time, it did not feel like punishment. It felt like a shield. I called Lily from a pay phone in a rest stop. Another rule stated that we were not to communicate for the first 45 days. But I'd saved the number for a pay phone down the hall from her room, so I knew she'd be there. Her voice was small and slightly shaky. "Ethan, is this you? I'm Lil. Are you okay? Where are you now? They said you were gone." "I am. I'm on the bus. I'm going somewhere." I attempted to make it sound like a plan, an adventure. "Where?" I told her about Grandpa's letter and the land. I tried selling it to her and to myself. "It's our own space, Lily. A real place. It has everything, including a building." "A building? Like a house?" "Sort of." I hedged. "It's sturdy and made of metal." There was a pause. I could hear her thinking, and trying to picture it. "Does it have a roof?" "Yeah," I said, my voice cracking slightly, and I didn't feel like laughing. "It's basically all roof." "Is it far?" "Yes, it is far. But I am going to fix it. I plan to make it a home, and then I'll come for you. I promise." We both knew it was a wild and impossible promise. I was 19, with $300 and a worthless deed. The legal battle to obtain custody of a sibling was a mountain I couldn't see the bottom of, but I had to say something. She needed to hear it. "I understand," she whispered. "Stay safe, Ethan. You too, Lily. I love you. I love you, too." The phone line went dead, and I stood there in the cold, holding the receiver, the dial tone buzzing in my ear like an angry insect. The weight of that promise rested on my shoulders. It wasn't only about me anymore, it was about her. The lawyer's office was on the main street of a town that appeared to have been forgotten for the past 45 years. The buildings were brick and stone, with faded signs from the sun. Mr. Whitaker was a man who complimented his surroundings. He was old, with a well-trimmed white beard and glasses perched on the tip of his nose. His office smelled like old paper and furniture polish. He looked at me through his spectacles, his expression neutral and unreadable. "Mr. Whitaker," he said, his voice dry and rustling. "You came?" "I did," I replied, my voice thin. I put a crumpled $10 bill on his polished mahogany desk. He did not look at it. He slid a thick stack of papers towards me. "The deed for parcel 9C, as specified in your grandfather's will. Sign here and here." He pointed with his bony finger. I signed where he indicated, my hand trembling slightly. My signature resembled a child's scrawl. "Now," he said, leaning back in his leather chair, which groaned in protest, "let's talk about the facts of your situation. Your grandfather bought the land 28 years ago. It was cheap back then, and it isn't worth much more now. It has no road access, no well, no septic system, and no electricity. It's essentially a piece of wilderness with a derelict military surplus hut on it. Why did he leave it to me?" Mr. Whitaker described your grandfather as a sentimental man. He was also a very private person. He never made it clear what his intentions were. He simply stated that, on your 19th birthday, the property would be offered to you, and only you, for the amount of outstanding taxes. If you declined, the state would absorb it. He paused and looked at me intently. "There is, however, another choice. I received an inquiry about the property last week. A developer, as part of a larger LLC, is purchasing land in the area. They are willing to offer you $7,500 for it as is." My breath caught. $7,500. It was a fortune. It was a solid start. It was a security deposit for an apartment. The fight for Lily began with the payment of a lawyer's retainer. It was the prudent, logical, and sane choice. It would fix all of my immediate problems. But then I remembered my grandfather, a man who built things and didn't do things without a purpose. And I remembered the promise I made to Lily. I planned to make it a home. A motel room was not a house. "They've been buying up a lot of the old parcels," Mr. Whitaker said, his tone revealing nothing. "They are planning a resort, which I believe will include a golf course. They've been extremely persistent." The way he said persistent sounded like a threat. Their opening offer was $7,500. It was what they expected a desperate kid to jump at. It was an insult disguised as an opportunity. "I'm not selling," I replied. The words came out before I could fully form the thought. They felt solid and real. Mr. Whitaker raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise, respect in his aged eyes. "Are you certain, son? $7,500 could give you a significant head start." "I'm confident," I said, my voice stronger this time. "It is mine. I want to see it." He nodded slowly, a slight smile on his lips. "Very good, that is something your grandfather would have liked." He slid a big, old-fashioned iron key across the desk. It was heavy, ornate, and coated in a thin layer of rust. "This is for the padlock to the hut. He left it with me many years ago." He then handed me a hand-drawn map on a piece of yellowed paper. The instructions were simple. Follow the county road for 4 miles, turn onto Old Miller Road and walk until it disappears. The property was an additional 0.75-mile hike through the woods from there. "Good luck, Mr. Whitaker," he said, standing to shake my hand. His grip was surprisingly strong. "I have a feeling you'll need it." The walk took longer than I expected. The sun was lowering, casting long, distorted shadows through the trees. Old Miller Road was more like a suggestion than a road. 2 muddy ruts lead into a thicket of pine and bare-limbed maple. My trash bag felt heavier with each step. The air became colder, and the silence deepened. The only sounds were the crunch of my sneakers on the frozen ground, and my own frantic heartbeat. I felt terrified. I was completely alone, but I was also walking towards something I owned. The thought was like a small, warm coal in the center of my chest. I followed the map, counting my steps, until I came to a line of old, crumbling stone walls, the kind that farmers used to build to mark their land. According to the map, this was my land. I pushed through a tangle of thorny bushes and there it was, the Quonset hut. It was bigger than I expected and in worse shape. It squatted in a small clearing, a massive gray, corrugated beast. Rust bloomed in angry orange patches across its curved surface, resembling skin disease. The 2 massive doors at the front were dented and scarred. Weeds and small saplings grew up to the edges, attempting to reclaim it for the forest. It did not appear to be very sturdy. It appeared defeated. My heart sank. This was not a home, it was a tomb. I walked around it, the ground soft and spongy under my feet. A few small, grimy windows were placed high on the sides, too high to see through. A crooked stovepipe poked up toward the sky in the back. It was a wreck and a piece of junk. The $7,500 offer rang through my mind. I could still turn back. I could walk back into town, find a phone, and contact the lawyer. I could take the money and run. Nobody would blame me. But I had the key, a heavy, rusted key. It felt like a burden in my pocket. I went to the front door. A thick, rusted chain was wrapped around 2 handles and secured with a massive padlock that appeared to be as old as the hut itself. It matched the color of the rust on the walls. I slid the key inside. It grated and resisted. For a brief moment, I assumed it was the wrong one, and that this was all a cosmic joke. I pushed my shoulder into it, turning with all of my strength. The loud, protesting screech of metal on metal was followed by a solid, satisfying clunk. The lock sprang open. With a loud clang, the chain fell away. It took all of my weight to open one of the massive doors. It groaned on its hinges, the sound echoing through the quiet woods. I peered in. The inside was vast and dark, a cavern of shadows. A single beam of dusty afternoon light shone through the gloom from a crack in the roof, illuminating a universe of swirling dust particles. The air was thick and musty, with the odor of damp earth, rust, and trapped time. It was empty, or nearly empty. A small wooden crate sat in the center of the vast, curved space, directly in line with that single shaft of light. It was simply sitting there, waiting. It appeared to be deliberately placed. My fear gave way to intense, prickling curiosity. I left my bag by the door and walked towards it, my footsteps echoing throughout the vast space. The floor was made of cracked and unevenly poured concrete. The crate was old, made of dark, weathered wood, with rope handles on each side. There was no lid. I looked inside. It was filled with old glass canning jars. They were packed in straw and sealed with wax lids. At first, I assumed it was food preserves. My grandfather, a practical man, left me food, but when I lifted one of the jars, it was too heavy and didn't contain peaches or beans. The jar was full of tightly rolled bundles of cash. They were old bills held together by crumbling rubber bands. I stared at it, unable to process what I saw. I picked up another jar, then another. They were all the same, and each one contained money. I sat down firmly on the cold concrete floor, my legs suddenly weak. I took one of the bundles out. The rubber band snapped, and a cascade of $20 bills fell into my lap. They were soft, worn, and real. I counted them. $1,200 in a single bundle. There were at least 18 bundles in that single jar. And there were at least 14 jars in the crates. This was not a head start. This was a completely different life and future. This was Lily's future. I began to laugh, a strange, choked sound that echoed against the curved metal walls. The laughter transformed into a deep, gut-wrenching sob. I cried for everything, the years spent in the system, the cold loneliness of the last 36 hours, the terror and desperation. I cried for my parents, and for the quiet, practical man who had built this strange, rusted ark for me, a hidden lifeboat in the woods. He hadn't just left me a plot of land, he had given me a chance. But as I sat there, surrounded by a fortune I couldn't understand, I noticed something else at the bottom of the crate, tucked beneath the final layer of straw. It was a thick, leather-bound journal with my grandfather's name, Samuel Whitaker, written on the cover in faded gold leaf. I opened it. The first page was not a journal entry. This was a letter. The handwriting was neat and precise, resembling that of a manual worker. It was addressed to me. Ethan, it started. If you are reading this, it means you have turned 19. It means you were tough enough to get this far, and you didn't take the easy money. I knew you wouldn't. You have your mother's heart and my stubbornness. That is a good combination. Reading his words was like hearing his voice, a faint echo through the years. This location most likely does not appear to be particularly impressive. The money is for both you and Lily, that's everything I saved. After your grandmother died, I sold the house and began living on the cheap. I wanted you two to have a foundation that the world could not take away. However, the money is the least important thing I am leaving you. The most important thing is this land and hut. This is your home if you want to make it one. The letter went on. He explained that he purchased the land for a low price due to the lack of utility access, but he noticed something that others didn't. He wrote about the developers even back then, sniffing around and attempting to consolidate parcels for a large project. He knew they'd come back. They believe the land is empty, he wrote. They're wrong. Do not let them bully you, son. They are going to try. They'll offer you money that sounds like a kingdom. But what you have here is worth more than their resort. You just need to find it. The final line was underlined twice. The foundation is the key. Everything begins with the foundation. I looked at the cracked concrete floor. The foundation. What exactly did he mean? The money was overwhelming, but the letter, the mystery, was what drew me in. This wasn't simply a handout. It was a task, a puzzle left for me by a man I had barely met but who clearly knew and loved me. I spent my second night at the Quonset hut. I had no sleeping bag, only my thin jacket and the clothes I was wearing. I found a pile of old, musty canvases in a corner and made a temporary bed. I did not touch the money again. I returned the jars to the crate and slid it into a dark corner, covering it with a tarp. It felt dangerous, like a secret that could burn down the entire building. The cold was profound. It seeped up through the concrete and down through the metal ceiling. Every gust of wind outside sounded like a giant attempting to pull the roof off. I lay there in the dark, listening to the sounds of the forest, the hoot of an owl, the rustle of a small creature among the leaves. I was terrified, but it was a different type of fear than I had ever experienced. It wasn't the fear of a bully in the group home or arbitrary rules imposed by the caseworker. It was a primal fear, being a small, warm creature in a vast, cold wilderness. And, strangely, it felt cleaner and more honest. In the morning, I awoke stiff and cold, but alive. The sun was shining through the crack in the roof, filling the hut with a pale, hopeful light. I had work to do. My top priority was survival. I needed food, water, and warmth. I took $150 out of one of the jars. The act felt like a betrayal and a necessity all at once, so I hiked back into town. The town looked different in the daylight, less forgotten and more patient. I went to the hardware store, which smelled like metal and oiled wood. An elderly man with a friendly, weathered face watched me as I wandered the aisles, completely disoriented. "Can I help you find something, son?" he asked. "I need, well, a lot of things," I confessed. I told him a half-truth. I was camping out for a while, fixing up an old place. I did not mention the inheritance or the money. He nodded, but did not press for more information. I was learning that people in small towns respected their privacy. He helped me choose the necessities: a good axe, a bow saw, a heavy-duty tarp to patch the roof, buckets for water storage, a propane camp stove, and a warm sleeping bag. His name was Frank Miller, and he gave me a discount, referring to it as a welcome to the neighborhood gift. I went to the small market and bought groceries. Canned soup, bread, peanut butter, coffee, simple things that felt luxurious. The walk back to the hut, laden with supplies, was arduous, but each step felt deliberate. I was building something. I was starting. The following few weeks were a blur of hard physical labor. I patched the hole in the roof with the tarp, a dangerous task that required climbing the curved roof with a rope. I removed the weeds and saplings from around the hut. I found a small, clear stream about a third of a mile away and hauled it back in the buckets Frank Miller had sold me. I learned how to chop wood, and my hands quickly developed calluses and blisters. I discovered an old wood-burning stove in the back of the hut, rusted but still functional. I spent 2 days cleaning, polishing, and installing a new pipe through the old stove pipe hole. The second night, I started a fire in it. The warmth that spread through the vast space felt like a miracle. It pushed back the dampness, cold, and darkness. It gave the hut a shelter-like feel, rather than a metal can. I talked to Lily every few days from the payphone in town. I told her about the work, about the stove, about the woods. I didn't tell her about the money. It was too big, too dangerous a secret to speak over a phone line, but she could hear the change in my voice. "You sound different, Ethan," she said one night. "How?" "I don't know. Older, less scared." "I am scared," I told her honestly. "But it's a good scared now." The letter from the developers arrived 6 weeks after I did. It was delivered to Mr. Whitaker's office, who called me into town. It was on thick, creamy paper, with an embossed logo of a stylized mountain peak. The company was called Summit Creek Estates. Their offer was now $40,000. "They're getting serious," Mr. Whitaker said, watching my face as I read it. "They mention in the letter that if you refuse, they are prepared to petition the county to seize the land under eminent domain for utility access, claiming your unimproved structure constitutes a blight." It was a threat wrapped in legalese. They were trying to intimidate me. The old me, the kid on the steps of the group home, would have been terrified. He would have taken the money and run. But the kid who had spent 6 weeks hauling water and chopping wood, the kid who had a warm stove and a roof that didn't leak, mostly was different. "What did my grandfather mean?" I asked, pushing their letter aside. "He wrote that the foundation was the key." Mr. Whitaker leaned forward, his expression serious. "I don't know for sure. Samuel was, as I said, a private man, but I know he was a master carpenter and stonemason before that. He worked on a lot of the old dam projects in this state. He knew geology. He knew how to read the land. If he said the foundation was important, he meant it literally." I went back to the hut with that thought buzzing in my head. The foundation, the poured concrete floor. It was cracked and uneven in places, but mostly it was just a huge, gray slab. I spent the next day on my hands and knees, examining every inch of it. I swept it clean of dust and dirt, running my hands over the rough surface. In the far back corner, partially hidden by the wood stove I had installed, I found it. It wasn't a crack. It was a line. A perfectly straight, deliberate line cut into the concrete, forming a large square about 5 feet x 5 feet. It was a seam, a trapdoor. My heart hammered against my ribs. I spent an hour trying to find a way to lift it. There were no handles, no rings. It was perfectly flush. I finally realized it was a counterweight system. I had to press down on one edge. Hard. I used a long piece of timber as a lever. With a low groan of grinding stone, the massive concrete slab tilted upwards, revealing a dark square hole in the foundation. A ladder made of iron rebar led down into the blackness. The air that rose up smelled of cold stone and deep earth. It was a cellar, a hidden room. I grabbed a flashlight and descended. The cellar was small and dry, the walls made of expertly fitted fieldstone, my grandfather's work. It was clear he had built this. And in the center of the cellar, on a stone pedestal, was a heavy metal lockbox. Next to it was another letter, sealed in a glass jar to protect it from moisture. I opened the jar and unfolded the paper. "Ethan," the letter read. "If you found this, you were paying attention. Good man. I built this hut for a reason. Not just to hide the money, not just to give you a roof. I built it on this exact spot for what's under it." My eyes scanned the page. My breath held tight in my chest. When I was a young man, I worked on a geological survey team for the state. We mapped this whole region. Most of it is shale and granite. Worthless. But there's a vein of something else that runs under this ridge. A deep aquifer. Some of the purest spring water in the state. The survey was buried, classified by the state to prevent a water rush. I never forgot the location. This land sits directly on top of the main reservoir. The water rights for this parcel were never separated from the deed, because no one ever knew the water was there. You don't just own 3 acres of land, son. You own the water underneath it, all of it. I sat down on the cold stone floor of the cellar, the letter shaking in my hand. Water. The developers, Summit Creek Estates, weren't building a resort with a golf course without a massive private water source. They couldn't. They weren't after my worthless piece of land. They were after what was underneath it. And they were trying to steal it from me for $40,000. The lockbox contained all the proof. My grandfather's copies of the original geological surveys, the water tables, and a carefully documented legal opinion he had commissioned years ago from a water rights specialist, confirming that the owner of Parcel 9C controlled the aquifer. He had been planning this for 28 years. He had built a fortress to protect our future. The anger hit me first, a hot, white rage. These people, this faceless company, had looked at me and seen an easy mark, an orphan kid they could crush. They had underestimated me. They had underestimated my grandfather. I went back to Mr. Whitaker the next day and laid the contents of the lockbox on his desk. He read through the documents, his eyes widening. He took off his glasses and polished them slowly, a genuine, broad smile spreading across his face. "Samuel, you magnificent bastard," he whispered to himself. Then he looked at me. "Ethan, this changes everything. This isn't a defensive fight anymore. This is leverage. We don't have to just tell them no. We can set our own terms." The next few months were a crash course in a world I never knew existed, a world of lawyers, hydrology reports, and corporate negotiations. Mr. Whitaker was my guide, my general. He hired a top water rights lawyer from Albany with a portion of the money from the crate. I learned words like riparian rights and commercial extraction permits. The battle was quiet, fought with registered letters and legal filings, not fists. Summit Creek Estates tried to fight back. They tried to bury us in paperwork. They tried to challenge the validity of my grandfather's survey. But he had been too meticulous. His work was flawless. Their case was built on the assumption that no one knew what was down there. Once we proved we did, their whole strategy crumbled. During this time, I kept working on the hut. The legal battle felt abstract, unreal. The physical work was what kept me sane. I bought a small, used generator, which gave me power for lights and tools. I taught myself how to frame walls, how to run wiring, how to install insulation. I watched videos online. I read books from the town library. Frank Miller, from the hardware store, became my unofficial mentor, giving me advice and letting me buy supplies on credit when my cash ran low. I was slowly, painstakingly turning the metal shell into a real home. I built a small bedroom for myself. I built a larger one for Lily. I framed a space for a real kitchen and a bathroom. I spent hours sanding the old wooden planks I'd salvaged from a collapsed barn down the road, turning them into a warm, smooth floor. The Quonset was no longer a cold, empty cavern. It was taking shape. It was taking on our shape. The community slowly, but surely, started to notice. People in town would ask me how the project was coming. They had heard the rumors, of course, the city developers trying to push out the quiet kid who was fixing up the old Whitaker place. Small towns have their own immune system. They don't always take kindly to outsiders trying to throw their weight around. I started getting offers of help. A retired electrician showed me how to properly ground my wiring. A woman dropped off a box of old kitchen supplies, pots, pans, dishes. Frank Miller let me use his workshop to build the kitchen cabinets. They weren't just being kind. They were choosing a side. They were choosing me. The turning point in the legal fight came when Summit Creek's lawyers realized we weren't going to back down and we had the better legal claim. Their bluff had been called. They requested a meeting. I walked into Mr. Whitaker's office to find 3 men in sharp, expensive suits waiting for me. They looked uncomfortable, out of place in the dusty, quiet office. They tried to be charming. They talked about community, about progress, about a partnership. I just listened. Finally, their lawyer, a man with a plastic smile, slid a new offer across the table. It was for $350,000, $250,000 for my signature. 18 months ago, that number would have been unimaginable. It was a number that could make a person disappear and start a new life anywhere. And the lawyer added, "We will, of course, drop our petition with the county." Mr. Whitaker looked at me. He had told me this was my decision. He would support me either way. I thought about the money. I thought about how easy it would be. But then I thought about the feeling of splitting wood in the cold morning air. I thought about the pride I felt looking at the wall I had built, straight and true. I thought about my grandfather and the 28-year chess game he had been playing. And I thought about Lily and the promise I'd made her on that payphone, a home. "No," I replied. The two suits stared at me. The lawyer's smile faltered. "I beg your pardon, the answer is no. I'm not selling the land. I'm not selling the water rights." I pushed a counterproposal, one Mr. Whitaker and I had prepared, across the desk. "But I will lease you utility access. You can run your pipes through a corner of my property, and in exchange for that, you will pay a yearly fee, and you will fund the drilling and installation of a commercial-grade well and pump system on my property, which I will own and control, and you will connect my home to the electrical grid at your expense. And finally," I took a deep breath, "you will establish a community trust, administered by a local board, to ensure that residents of this town have priority access to water at reduced rates forever." The men were speechless. They looked at the proposal, then at me, then at their lawyer. They saw a kid in a worn flannel shirt and work boots dictating terms to their multi-million-dollar corporation. They saw a ghost they couldn't bully. They left without giving an answer, but we all knew we had won. It took another 6 weeks to hammer out the details, but they agreed. They agreed to everything. They had invested too much to walk away, and my proposal was, in the long run, cheaper than finding and securing a new water source. The day the contracts were signed, I didn't feel triumphant. I just felt quiet. I walked back to the hut, my home. The power company had been there the day before. I flipped a switch by the door, and for the first time, the entire space was flooded with clean, bright, steady light. It wasn't a dusty sunbeam or the flickering glow of a lantern. It was real. The work wasn't over, it would never be over, but it was a home. That summer, I finally went to court for Lily. I didn't go alone. Mr. Whitaker came with me. Frank Miller, from the hardware store, came. 8 other people from the town came. I wasn't just some kid who had aged out of the system anymore. I was a landowner, a business owner. Technically, I had a home, a stable income from the water lease, and a community standing behind me. The judge looked at my file, at the letters of support, at the pictures of the home I had built. He looked at Lily, who sat there, small and brave, in her best dress. He granted my petition for guardianship. Walking out of that courthouse with Lily's hand in mine was the real victory. It was the only one that mattered. We drove home, back to the mountains, back to the Quonset hut. When she saw it, her eyes went wide. It wasn't a rusted, derelict can anymore. It had new windows, a proper door, a small porch I had just finished. Smoke was curling from the chimney. It looked warm and solid and real. "You did it, Ethan," she whispered, her voice full of awe. "You built us a house." "It's not a house, Lily," I said, smiling. "It's a Quonset hut." "No," she said, grabbing my hand, her grip fierce and certain. "It's a home. We stand on that porch now sometimes and look out at the trees. The world is quiet here, the air is clean. We have everything we need. The money my grandfather left is still there, most of it in a proper bank account now, a trust fund for Lily's future, but the real inheritance wasn't the money. It was the land, the water, the rusted metal shell. It was the chance to build something instead of just surviving. It was the gift of a difficult choice. My grandfather taught me that the most valuable things are often hidden, buried under layers of rust and neglect. He taught me that a home isn't something you find, it's something you build with your own 2 hands on a foundation of love and stubbornness. And he taught me that sometimes the greatest act of love is to leave someone a puzzle you know they are strong enough to solve. This whole journey, from that cold sidewalk outside the group home to this warm porch, has been about finding my own foundation. It's about understanding where I come from and choosing where I'm going. And what I want you to take from this, if you've made it this far with me, is that your foundation is yours to build. It doesn't matter what you start with, a trash bag, a $10 deed, a broken heart. You have the capacity to build a life of meaning and purpose. It will be hard. It will be lonely. You will want to quit. But every nail you hammer, every wall you raise, makes you stronger. If this story resonated with you, if you've ever had to fight for your own piece of the world, I hope you'll subscribe and join our community here. And I want you to do me a favor. Go down to the comments and tell me about a time you chose the harder path. Tell me about something you built. I read every single one. And your stories, they matter. They are part of this home we're all building together. My mom called me ungrateful after favoring my sister. She didn't expect me to leave and never come back that night. You should be thankful for what you have, Harper. Fair is fair. These comments struck me like a physical blow as I stood in my mother's living room, clutching a cheap keychain shaped like a generic heart. The price tag was still attached to the tiny metal ring, and I could see it plainly in the light from the Christmas tree. $3.49. Meanwhile, my younger sister Sloane was outside in the driveway, squealing with joy as she ran her perfectly manicured fingers across the hood of a brand new Range Rover, complete with a large silver bow that most likely cost more than my worthless gift. My name is Harper and I am 29 years old. I am a senior accountant for a manufacturing corporation in Denver, Colorado, where I have spent the last 7 years developing my career from the ground up. I pay my own expenses, own my own condo, and have never approached my parents for money since graduating from college. I assumed that independence would eventually earn me respect in this household. I thought that proving myself would be important. I was horribly, dreadfully incorrect. Christmas morning at my mother, Diane's, house has always been a complex event, but this year was different. There was a sharpness in the air that I couldn't quite describe. The tension had been growing since I went through the front door the night before. My father, Robert, reclined in his leather recliner, nursing a glass of bourbon while avoiding eye contact with everyone else in the room. My mother flitted around the living room like an anxious bird, putting gifts beneath the tree with an urgency that suggested she was concealing something significant. Sloane arrived last, as usual, dressed in fancy clothing and with freshly highlighted hair. At 26 years old, she had never worked for more than 2 months, never paid rent, and never worried about where her next meal would come from. Our parents handled everything for her. Her apartment in the trendy part of town, her monthly shopping sprees, and her pricey spa treatments were all justified by the same tired rationale. Sloane was discovering herself. Sloane was sensitive. Sloane required more support than others. I watched the presents being given that morning, my stomach clenching with each new minute. Sloane's pile grew massive, but mine remained pitiful. Designer handbags, pricey jewelry, cutting-edge devices, and gift cards valued at hundreds of dollars each. And then came the event that forever altered my perception of my status in this household. My mother rose with a dramatic flourish, her eyes filled with scarcely restrained joy. "Sloane, sweetie, there's one more present for you. But you'll have to come outside to see it." The whole family walked out into the chilly December air, and there it sat in the driveway like a monument to favoritism. A shining black Range Rover with all of the luxury features, its massive silver bow reflecting the faint winter sunlight. Sloane yelled so loudly that the neighbors 4 homes down most likely heard. She threw herself upon our mother, sobbing with excitement, while our father grinned benignly from the sidelines, as if everything was totally normal. I stood motionless on the doorstep, clutching the cheap keychain in my hand. The contrast was so ludicrous and openly cruel that I nearly laughed out loud, almost. Instead, I felt something inside of me crack. A crack had been building for years before suddenly splitting wide open. When we got back inside, I tried furiously to compose myself. I convinced myself that material things didn't matter, that I was beyond such trivialities, and that my worth was not defined by what I got under the Christmas tree. But then my mother turned to me with that same patronizing smile, and the words she said shattered any notion I still had about my status in this family. "You should be thankful for what you have, Harper. Fair is fair. Your sister has had a terrible year, and she deserves something special to boost her spirits. Fair is fair." The phrase flew about in my head like a pinball machine gone crazy. How was all of this fair? Sloane's rough year had included splitting up with a lover who refused to fund her lifestyle and briefly contemplated working part-time before realizing it wasn't for her. My year had included a cancer scare that necessitated 3 biopsies, a 62-hour work week during tax season, and the loss of my beloved cat, who had been my companion for 13 years. But none of that mattered in Diane's meticulously designed universe. Sloane was the princess who demanded unending support, and I was the ungrateful daughter who should be content with whatever scraps fell from the table. I stared down at the keychain in my palm, a sad little heart that cost less than a cup of coffee. And in that moment, standing in my mother's living room, surrounded by evidence of her favoritism, I made a decision that altered everything. I was finished. I had had enough of smiling through humiliation. I'm done pretending any of this was appropriate, done being the daughter who keeps returning for more abuse masked as family custom. The familiar heat in my stomach hardened into something colder, something that felt almost like resolution. Being the unfavored child means becoming an expert at cataloging injustices. Not because you want to be spiteful or keep score, but because the pattern becomes so overpowering that your brain begins to keep count automatically, creating a case file of evidence that no one will ever request to see. I remember Christmas from when I was 11 years old. Sloane, who was just 8 at the time, was given a brand new bicycle with streamers on the handlebars, roller skates, a television for her bedroom, and a complete wardrobe overhaul with all of the stylish outfits the other girls at school were wearing. I got a single book from the discount bin at the local bookshop, its cover damaged and the spine cracked from being touched by countless other customers. When I asked my mother why the gifts were so different, she said that Sloane needed more support because she struggled in school. Never mind that I got straight A's whereas Sloane only got C's and D's. My 15th birthday fell on the same week as Sloane's dancing recital. My parents decided that my birthday supper could wait because Sloane needed their undivided attention and unflinching support. My birthday supper never occurred. Sloane received a party in an upscale restaurant following her presentation, complete with balloons and a professionally prepared cake. I received a $25 card, which was delivered to me almost as an afterthought 4 weeks later when my mother discovered it buried beneath some papers on the kitchen counter. College was another chapter in this never-ending story of injustice. I worked 3 jobs to pay for my tuition because my parents said they couldn't afford to help me with my education. Meanwhile, Sloane received funding for her whole 3-year degree without inquiry or protest. When I graduated with honors and a job offer from a famous firm, my mother responded with a lukewarm congrats, followed by a 15-minute tirade about her concern that Sloane would never find her place in life. The bias was not veiled. It wasn't anything I invented or exaggerated in my times of self-pity. It was apparent, persistent, and completely unapologetic. My mother had just chosen early on that Sloane was the most important child, and nothing I did could change that fundamental calculation. I reflected on all of this as I sat in my mother's guest bedroom on Christmas night, the sounds of Sloane's continuous celebration floating up from downstairs. She was showing off her new car to our cousin Ethan, who had swung over for dessert and stayed to appreciate the high-end vehicle. I could hear her high-pitched laughing, my mother's approval, and the clink of champagne glasses lifted in salute to Sloane's good fortune. Nobody had come to check on me since I excused myself after supper. Nobody noticed that I scarcely touched my food, that my comments had become monosyllabic, or that I was quietly falling apart at the seams. In this family, I was invisible unless I was required to serve as an audience for Sloane's latest accomplishment or a scapegoat for her most recent failure. I took out my phone and browsed through the images from the day, which my mother had already shared on social media with effusive remarks about family, thanks, and counting her blessings. Sloane was the focal point of every photo, grinning at the camera. I only appeared in 2 images, partially concealed by my father's shoulder and with a carefully blank expression, because I had learnt long ago not to exhibit my genuine sentiments. Friends and extended family members have already started leaving comments. Everyone was praising Sloane on her gorgeous new automobile, telling my mother what a lovely and generous gift she had received, and expressing jealousy and admiration for our seemingly perfect family. No one asked what I had got. No one questioned why the gifts were so drastically different. The narrative was previously written and accepted. Sloane was the star of this family, and I was only a supporting part in her story. I thought of the keychain on the dresser across the room. I hadn't even bothered to remove it from the flimsy plastic wrapping. What was the point? It was not a present offered with love, thinking, or consideration for who I was as an individual. It was a duty fulfilled, a box checked, a method for my mother to pretend she had treated her children equally, despite the fact that the evidence clearly indicated otherwise. My phone vibrated with a text from my best friend, Maddie. She was familiar with my family dynamics because she had observed enough holiday tragedies over the years to understand exactly what I was going through each time I returned home. "How terrible is it this year?" she inquired. I typed back a brief synopsis of the day's events, and she responded quickly and fiercely. "Get out of there tonight, if you can. You owe them neither your presence nor your suffering." She was correct. I knew she was exactly correct. However, leaving meant admitting defeat and acknowledging that this family would never consider me more than an afterthought. And a small part of me still believed that things could change, that one day my mother would wake up and understand how much damage she had caused. That persistent hope had kept me going back year after year, exposing myself to humiliation after humiliation in the desperate idea that love could be earned if I only worked hard enough, smiled wide enough, and asked for little enough. The house became quiet about midnight. Sloane had finally stopped gushing over her Range Rover and returned to her old bedroom, which my mother had kept as a shrine, complete with childhood trophies and mementos, as well as the same pink blanket she had chosen when she was 13. My parents walked off to bed shortly after, with my mother giving out a half-hearted good night that I ignored. I slept in the darkness of the guest room, staring at the ceiling, going over my alternatives with the analytical mind that had served me so well in my job but had failed me entirely in my family. Part of me wanted to approach my mother immediately, detailing every instance of favoritism and demanding a logical answer. But I'd tried that strategy before, years ago, and it resulted in a masterclass in deflection and manipulation. She cried, accused me of jealousy, and twisted every piece of evidence until I became the villain for pointing out the obvious. Direct confrontation would not work with Diane. My mother was an expert manipulator, always playing the victim in any disagreement. If I wanted to make a point that would stick, I would have to approach it differently. I'd have to communicate in a language she couldn't twist or reinterpret. The thought came to me gradually, during the calm hours between midnight and dawn. Maybe it was petty. Some may even consider it childish or passive-aggressive. But after 29 years of swallowing my pride and pretending everything was perfect, I'd earned the right to be petty. I'd earned the right to make a comment without having to justify it in a conversation that would undoubtedly turn against me. At 2:40 a.m., I snuck downstairs, my packed bag over my shoulder. The Christmas tree remained lit in the corner of the living room, its lights throwing soft shadows over the discarded wrapping paper and empty gift boxes. Sloane's mound of presents was neatly arranged beside the fireplace, a testament to parental devotion that would most likely be recorded and shared on social media tomorrow. I reached into my pocket and took out the keychain, a cheap tiny heart with the price tag still attached. Walking slowly and deliberately to the center of the room, I gently placed it on the floor just beneath the Christmas tree, ensuring that it was the first thing anyone saw when they walked downstairs in the morning. A $3.49 tribute to what this family had taught me about my worth. Then I walked out the front door, without looking back. The December air slapped my face like a slap, chilly and clear. I had parked my car down the block the night before, a habit developed over the years as a result of my need for rapid escape routes from increasingly uncomfortable family events. The engine started up effortlessly, and I was on the interstate in minutes, leaving my mother's house and everything it represented in the rearview mirror. I didn't weep. I had readied myself for the outpouring of emotion that always seemed to accompany arguments with my family, but my eyes remained dry, and my hands remained firmly on the steering wheel. Instead, I felt a great sense of relief, as if I had finally set down a weight I had been carrying for so long that I had forgotten it was there. The downtown hotel I chose was one of those boutique establishments that caters to both business tourists and weekend vacation seekers. I had booked the suite on a whim 4 days before, when the first hints of Christmas tragedy began to appear during phone talks with my mother. Call it intuition or self-preservation, but a part of me knew this year would be the breaking point. When I arrived, the lobby was quiet, with only one tired night staffer who handled my early check-in without comment or question. The elevator took me up to the 11th floor, and as I opened the door to my suite, I felt something move inside my chest. This was my space, decision, and moment to choose myself over a family that had never chosen me. The suite was stunning, with clean lines, soft lighting, and a bed that resembled a cloud. A welcome bottle of champagne was in an ice bucket, and the bathroom had a deep soaking tub where you could immerse yourself. I had paid for it myself, using money gained through years of hard effort and sacrifice. Nobody could take it away from me or decrease its worth with underhanded remarks about appreciation. I changed into the luxurious hotel robe, poured myself a drink of champagne, and sat in the comfortable armchair by the window. The metropolis of Denver stretched out below me, its lights glittering in the early morning darkness. Somewhere out there, people were waking up in joyful homes, surrounded by families who loved them unconditionally. I had spent my entire life believing that if I just tried harder, worked harder, and whined less, I would be able to achieve the same results. However, certain truths cannot be wished away. Some families are simply broken in ways that no amount of effort will heal. And, at some point, the healthiest thing you can do is give up attempting to restore something that was never entire in the first place. I grabbed my phone and opened the camera. The champagne glass reflected light well, and the robe appeared rich and sumptuous against the backdrop of the exquisite suite. I took one photo after another, trying to find the greatest angle to capture the metropolitan vista behind me. On any other day, I would never share such overtly indulgent content on social media. But today was not like any other day, and I was not the same person I had been 10 hours before. I submitted the photo with no caption, and the image itself said volumes about where I was and how I was spending Christmas. Allow them to interpret it any way they choose. Allow them to wonder why I was staying in a nice hotel instead of my mother's guest bedroom. I awoke to the sound of my phone vigorously buzzing against the nightstand. Even with the ringer turned off, the device appeared to pulse with rage, lighting up every few seconds with a fresh notification. I squinted at the clock on the wall, which read 8:47 inches the morning. I had only slept for just less than 5 hours, but I felt more rested than I had in months, possibly years. The hotel room appeared even more stunning in the afternoon, with winter sunlight flowing through the floor-to-ceiling windows and illuminating the exquisite decor. I stretched out under the costly blankets, taking my time before reaching for the phone. Whatever tempest was developing at my mother's house could wait until I had fully enjoyed my morning. The room service arrived 25 minutes later. A sumptuous breakfast display that included fresh fruit, flaky pastries, eggs cooked exactly to my liking, crispy bacon, and a pitcher of freshly squeezed orange juice for mimosas. I generously tipped the server and sat down to a decadent supper that felt almost rebellious. The dinner was exquisite, and each bite was a small protest against years of accepting less than I deserved. Only after I'd finished my breakfast, poured my second mimosa, and settled into the armchair by the window did I flip over my phone to assess the damage. My mother missed 19 calls, my father missed 12 calls, Sloan missed 6 calls, and I received a deluge of text messages that presented a vivid picture of how my absence was greeted at home. My mother's first message, sent at 7:28 a.m., was pretty restrained. "Harper, where are you? Your automobile is not outside, and your bed has not been slept in." The second, issued 3 minutes later, escalated rapidly. "Why is there a keychain in the center of the living room floor? What is the significance of this? Please call me quickly." By the third communication, any pretense of calm had fully vanished. "Please call me quickly, you ruined Christmas for everyone. Your sister is crying because you left without saying goodbye. How can you be so selfish?" I scanned through the increasingly frantic messages, each one more desperate and accusatory than the next. My mother demanded an explanation, threatened undefined penalties, and accused me of being selfish, theatrical, and ungrateful for everything she had done for me. My father's messages were more measured, but they still had the same undertone of disapproval that I had heard throughout my life. Sloane's contributions were predictably self-centered, focusing solely on how my absence impacted her particular vacation. Not a single message addressed why I might have left. None of my family members seemed to be able to relate my leaving to the heinous display of partiality they had perpetrated on me less than 10 hours before. In their minds, I was just being tough, acting out, and seeking attention in improper ways. I typed a message to my mother, selecting my words with surgical care. I matched the value of the present I received and left a party where I was plainly not welcome. "I hope you all have a wonderful rest of your vacation." The response arrived almost immediately, as if my mother had been sitting with her phone in her palm, waiting for any sign of life from me. What exactly is that meant to mean? You're being very absurd and dramatic. Get back here right away and apologize to your sister for spoiling her Christmas. Apologize to my sister for what? For not clapping passionately enough when she received a luxury vehicle and I grasped a piece of garbage that cost less than a fast food meal. For neglecting to appropriately worship the shrine of Sloane's uniqueness. The arrogance was almost astounding in its total lack of self-awareness. I put down the phone and took a long, pleasant sip from my mimosa. My mother's rage no longer had the ability to destabilize me in the same way it once did. I'd spent decades trying to earn her approval, twisting myself into knots to fulfill standards that seemed to change every time I got close. However, you cannot win a game in which the rules are intended to assure your failure. You can only choose when to stop playing. My phone rang again, and my mother's name flashed across the screen. I let it go to voicemail without hesitation. Then I went to my settings and turned on Do Not Disturb mode, which allowed only calls from Maddie to come through. If my family wanted to contact me, they could leave messages for me to check at my leisure. I was no longer dependent on them. The morning passed pleasantly after that. I took a lengthy bath in the lovely soaking tub, utilizing all of the hotel's high-end bath goods. I ordered additional coffee from room service and spent an hour reading a book I had intended to finish for months. I painted my nails a deep burgundy and watched the clouds flow past my window, as if I had nowhere else to be. Around midday, Maddie called. I responded instantly, grateful for a friendly voice in the middle of familial stress. I saw your photo this morning, she added, her tone full of laughter. Luxurious hotel suite, champagne, and no caption. That is an ultimate power move, and I am all for it. What happened? I told her everything, from the little keychain to the Range Rover with its absurd silver bow to my mother's declaration that fair was fair. Maddie listened without interruption, her rapid intakes of breath the sole indication of her reaction to the ridiculousness of the situation. A $3.49 keychain. She said as I concluded. While your sister got a car that costs more than most people make in 4 years, and your mother thinks you're the one being dramatic. $3.49, that is. The price tag remained attached. I can't believe this woman. Maddie's voice was filled with rage on my behalf. Actually, rethink that. I totally believe that, because I've been observing this pattern for years, but the Range Rover takes partiality to an entirely new level. The worst part is that she doesn't seem to get why I'm upset. Sloane deserves that car, and I should be thankful for whatever I got. The afternoon marked a shift in my family's strategies. When wrath and demands failed to yield the desired outcome of my rapid return, they resorted to manipulation. My father's message arrived about 2:35, expertly designed to appeal to my feelings of remorse and familial obligation. Your mother is quite upset, sweetie. I understand that things got tense last night, but can't we talk about it like adults? Family is vital, and we should spend the holidays together. Family is vital. The phrase had been used against me so frequently over the years that it had lost any significance. Family was vital when it meant I, Clear's throat, had to attend every holiday gathering and smile despite whatever humiliations were inflicted upon me. Family was far less important when it came to treating me with basic respect, acknowledging my accomplishments, or giving me gifts that demonstrated any consideration at all. I didn't reply to my father's message. Instead, I opened my laptop and reserved another night at the hotel. The second round of manipulation came from an unexpected source, my Aunt Carol, my mother's younger sister. She called 4 times before leaving a voicemail, which I listened to with increasing surprise. Harper, honey, this is Aunt Carol. I just got off the phone with your mother, and she is completely upset by what has transpired. She cannot comprehend why you left or what she did incorrectly. I know your mother can be difficult at times, but she loves you dearly and only wants the best for all of her children. Would you please call her and figure this out? Christmas should be about family and forgiveness, not grudges and Hotel Clear's throat rooms. What she did wrong, as if the solution were not so obvious to anyone with working eyes and a simple sense of fairness. My mother had spent decades refining the art of playing the innocent, reframing every argument so that she appeared as the victim deserving of sympathy and support. It was gaslighting disguised as mother care, and I was completely done falling for it. I texted Aunt Carol a brief response. I appreciate your compassion, but this is a problem between myself and my parents. I will not discuss it further with extended family members. Then I blocked her phone number, at least temporarily. The flying monkeys had been dispatched to bring me back in line, and I had no desire to explain or defend myself to people who had already taken sides without knowing the complete story. By evening, the communications from my immediate relatives had taken on a frantic, even imploring tone. My mother was no longer requesting my return. She begged in a way that would have affected me if I hadn't known her so well. Harper, please. I don't understand what is going on or why you are doing this to us. Whatever I did, I apologize. Just come home and we'll talk about it as a family. Your father and I are quite worried about you. The apology was striking for its total lack of clarity. She apologized for whatever she had done, implying that she either did not comprehend the situation or was pretending not to in the hopes that I would fill in the gaps and exonerate her in the process. In any case, that was not the acknowledgement I required, and I was tired of accepting crumbs when I deserved a full course. I pondered responding, explaining in straightforward words what had happened and why it was inappropriate. But I had tried that strategy numerous times throughout the years. My mother had a never-ending supply of justifications and deflections for any accusation. Sloane needed additional support because she was younger, more sensitive, and going through a difficult time. Sloane's needs and responses to various types of encouragement resulted in diverse gifts. The financial differences were tolerable since Sloane promised to repay them eventually in an unclear fashion that never materialized. Nothing I said would ever penetrate those defenses. My mother's entire worldview was based on Sloane's uniqueness, and admitting that she had treated me unfairly would mean deconstructing everything she believed about herself as a parent. That was work she would have to accomplish on her own, if she ever chose to do it, so I said nothing. I allowed my quiet to speak for itself. That night, I walked down to the hotel restaurant and ordered a full celebrating meal, with a nicely cooked steak entree and a glass of fine wine. The restaurant was half empty, with most visitors having gone elsewhere for the holiday weekend, and I appreciated the quiet setting and good service. The waiter, a pleasant woman named Nora, inquired whether I was celebrating anything special. Independence, I assured her with a smile. I am celebrating my independence. She grinned back, as if she understood exactly what I meant, and offered me a complimentary dessert at the conclusion of the meal. A rich chocolate cake that I savored gently. Back in my suite, I opened social media and shared another photo of the lovely dinner display, this time with the city lights flashing through the window behind me. Again, no caption. Allow them to wonder about my location. Allow them to envision me having my best life as they sit at my mother's house, stewing in their own dysfunction and wondering what went wrong. Sloane had also been posting. I spotted a series of images of her Range Rover from various angles, all of which were heavily hashtagged. I am blessed and appreciative, having the finest Christmas ever, and living my best life. The comments were rife with compliments and envy, her fans entirely oblivious of the cost of that blessing or the sister who had been overlooked so Sloane could shine. I closed the app and tucked my phone aside. As the proverb went, comparison was the thief of joy, and I had no intention of allowing Sloane's manufactured bliss to undermine my own hard-earned tranquility. She may keep her vehicle and hashtags. I had something more valuable, my self-respect. On the second day, at precisely 10:30 a.m., I had a knock on my hotel room door. I had just finished getting dressed and intended to visit downtown Denver and possibly do some post-Christmas shopping with the money I had saved by not buying lavish gifts for folks who didn't appreciate anything I did. I opened the door, anticipating cleaning or some kind of delivery. Instead, I discovered my mother standing in the hallway, her face full of righteous fury and wounded maternal pride. "How did you find me?" The words came out flat, devoid of the surprise that I should have felt. "Your social media posts," she continued, rushing past me to the suite without waiting for an invitation. "The hotel lobby was visible in the backdrop of one of your images." It wasn't difficult to figure out which property it was. Of course, I had been too reckless, too bent on making a point, to consider that my mother would see my posts as a challenge rather than a limit. She inspected the room with hardly veiled scorn, taking in the rumpled sheets from my restful night's sleep, the empty champagne bottle, and the room service cart that was still waiting to be collected. "So this is where you have been hiding, spending money on luxurious hotels while your family is worried sick about you?" I am not the one who spent $118,000 on a car for one daughter and gave the other a gas station trinket. I responded calmly, refusing to let her dictate the tone of our talk. My short escape pales in comparison to what Sloane received yesterday. My mother's cheeks reddened with wrath. "That automobile was a unique gift for a particular occasion." Clears throat. "Your sister has been through a lot this year, and your father and I wanted to do something special to brighten her spirits. Is it really so difficult for you to understand? Why are you always making everything about yourself and my keychain? Was it also a special gift? Was there a thoughtful rationale for giving me something that cost less than a cup of coffee while my sister received a fancy vehicle?" She dismissed my fears with a dismissive sweep of her hand, which I had seen 1,000 times before. "Harper, you're always so materialistic. It is unseemly. Christmas is not about the gifts you receive. It's about family, being together, and expressing love and appreciation for one another." Really, I felt my voice rising and forced myself to remain calm, not giving her the gratification of seeing me lose control. "Because it appears to me that Christmas is all about material things for Sloane. Fancy bags, pricey jewelry, and a $118,000 automobile. But, for me, Christmas has become more about the spirit of the season and being grateful for whatever scraps I receive." "You are twisting my words. That is not what I meant, and you know it." "So, what did you mean, Mother? Please describe it in terms that I can comprehend." Explain why it is fair that Sloan has received far over $200,000 in gifts over the years while I receive dollar store things and lectures on humility and thanks. I really want to grasp your logic. My mother opened her mouth, then closed it before opening it again. For the first time in her life, she appeared to be completely speechless. The stillness stretched between us, carrying decades of hidden resentments and missed conversations. Your sister requires additional assistance, she finally stated, relying on the usual explanation like a security blanket. She is sensitive, and she has difficulty with things that you take for granted. Harper, you've always been incredibly strong and capable. You don't require the same things she does. What I need is to be treated as if I matter. What I need is for my own mother to truly see me, rather than treating me as an afterthought in my own family. What I need is to stop feeling invisible every time I walk through your front door. My mother's eyes welled up with tears, but I'd watched this performance so many times that I wasn't moved. The crying was a manipulative strategy, a means to divert attention away from her actions and toward my reaction to it. If I pressed any harder, she would accuse me of being unkind, unfairly targeting her, and that she was the genuine victim in this situation. I came here to bring you home, she explained, her voice shaking with trained passion. Your father and I miss you. Sloan is still sad that you left without saying goodbye. Can't we simply put this nastiness behind us, and enjoy the rest of our holiday as a family? Put it behind us as if the underlying issues would simply vanish if we stopped talking about them, as if my decision to pretend it never happened could undo a lifetime of favoritism. No, I replied quietly, but firmly. I do not think I can do it anymore, Mommy. What does this mean? It indicates I'm finished. I'm tired of attending holidays when I'm treated like a second-class person by my own family. I've had enough of Sloan getting everything she wants while I'm encouraged to be modest and grateful for table crumbs. I'm tired of shrinking myself to fit into a family that has never accommodated me. My mother looked at me as if I had grown a second head. This moment was inexplicable from her perspective. Children did not reject their parents, set boundaries, or refuse to participate in family traditions, no matter how dysfunctional they may have been. You don't mean that, she replied. Her voice now sounded uncertain. You are upset, and you are being dramatic. When you calm down, you'll notice that the entire situation has been blown out of proportion. I've never been calmer in my life, I told her truthfully, and I've never been more certain about anything. I think you should go now. She didn't move right away. She stood in the middle of my hotel suite, taking in everything as if for the first time. Perhaps I finally realized that I had created a life for myself that did not rely on her approval, gifts, or acknowledgement of my existence. If you leave this family, she said slowly, don't expect us to welcome you back with open arms when you return to your senses. I gave up expecting anything from this family a long time ago, Mother, that's the entire point. My mother left without saying anything else, and her silence spoke louder than any parting shot. I closed the door behind her and leaned against it, my heart pounding but my resolve unwavering. The confrontation I had avoided for years had finally occurred. And now that it had ended, I felt lighter than I had in decades. The week between Christmas and New Year's Eve became a time of profound change. I extended my hotel stay twice more, taking advantage of the extra time and space to think clearly about what I wanted my life to be like without the constant weight of my family's expectations on me. Maddie paid me a visit on the fourth day, bringing wine, takeout Thai food, and the kind of uncomplicated friendship I had always desired from my blood relatives. We sat on the hotel bed for hours, eating pad thai and discussing everything from my immediate family situation to our larger hopes and dreams for the future. Do you know what I realized? I told her, twirling the noodles on my fork. I've expended a lot of energy over the years, trying to earn love from people who long ago decided not to give it to me. Imagine what I could accomplish if I redirected all of my efforts toward people and things that are truly important. Maddie nodded thoughtfully. You have spent your entire life pouring water into a bucket with no bottom. Of course, you are exhausted. Of course, nothing ever feels like enough to them. Clear's throat. It was such an apt metaphor that I jotted it down in my phone, intending to recall it in moments of weakness when old patterns threatened to emerge. My family's efforts to contact me had dwindled to a trickle by then. On December 29th, my mother sent me 2 final messages, informing me that she was deeply hurt by my behavior and hoped I would come to my senses before irreparable damage was done to our relationship. The absence of any acknowledgement of her own role in the conflict was notable, but not unexpected. I did not reply. What surprised me was the message I got from my father on New Year's Eve. Unlike my mother's communications, which were always fraught with accusation and manipulation, his were straightforward and almost tentative. I understand things have been difficult between you and your mother. I probably haven't dealt with them as well as I could have over the years. If you ever want to talk just the two of us, that would be great. I read the message several times, attempting to interpret its meaning. My father had always been a passive figure in my childhood, allowing my mother to control the family dynamics while he retreated into his own world of work and hobbies. He had never intentionally mistreated me, But he had never shielded me from my mother's obvious favoritism. His sin was one of omission, not commission, but it was still a betrayal. I chose to wait before responding. If he truly wanted to understand what had happened and why, he needed to show his commitment through actions rather than words. A single apologetic text message was insufficient to undo decades of standing by while I was treated as inferior to my sister. New Year's Eve was a revelation. Maddie had invited me to a party at her boyfriend's apartment, a gathering of interesting people who were unaware of my family drama and had no expectations of me other than basic social courtesy. I wore a dress I had bought for myself, drank champagne I had purchased for myself, and rang in the new year surrounded by people who were genuinely delighted to have me there. At midnight, as fireworks erupted over the Denver skyline and everyone around me cheered and hugged, I felt something shift permanently inside my chest. This was how belonging felt. This was what it meant to be valued, not for what you could offer or how small you could make yourself, but for who you were. Sloan texted me, the first direct message she'd sent since Christmas morning. Happy New Year. Mom says you won't be coming to the family dinner tomorrow. Are you seriously going to miss it? I typed out a single word without hesitation. Yes. Then I turned off my phone and went back to the party, to the friends who had chosen me, to the life I was finally allowing myself to create on my own terms. My absence had unexpected consequences for my extended family. In the weeks that followed, I received messages from cousins, aunts, and uncles, all eager to learn what had happened and offering their own interpretations of the situation based on what my mother had told them. What emerged was a picture of a family in complete disarray, without me to act as the designated scapegoat. The dysfunction that had always existed beneath the surface became more visible to everyone who had previously been unaware of it. My mother, who had always presented a picture-perfect image to the outside world, was at a loss to explain why her oldest daughter had abruptly cut off all contact. She's been telling everyone you had a mental breakdown, my cousin Ethan said during a phone call in mid-January. She stated that you have been acting erratic, and she is concerned about your mental health and well-being. I laughed out loud at that absurd characterization of having a mental breakdown after leaving a gathering where I was publicly humiliated. I know it's completely ridiculous. But some family members believe her version of events, others, not so much. Even Aunt Carol mentioned that she thought the whole Range Rover situation was pretty over the top and obviously unfair. The fact that even Carol, my mother's sister and usually her staunchest defender, had noticed the disparity was significant. My mother's carefully constructed narrative was beginning to crack, and the light was seeping through in uncomfortable ways for her. But the real vindication came from an unexpected source about 18 days after Christmas. Sloan herself. I received a message from her that was markedly different from her usual tone. Gone was the self-centered whining about how my absence was affecting her holiday and her relationship with our parents. In its place was something that almost resembled genuine reflection and self-awareness. I've been thinking a lot since Christmas, she wrote. I didn't fully realize how different our experiences have been until you left. I mean, I knew our gifts were always different, but I never really stopped to consider how that must have felt for you year after year. Mom always told me you didn't care about material things, that you preferred practical gifts because you were so independent and capable. I believed her without questioning it. I'm sorry. I stared at the message for a long time, trying to decide how to respond. Sloan was not entirely blameless in this situation. She had accepted every lavish gift and every favorable treatment without ever questioning whether it might be hurting her sister. But she was also, in some ways, as much a victim of my mother's distorted worldview as I was. She had been trained since birth to believe she deserved more, that her needs were more pressing, that she was simply worth more than me. I appreciate you saying that. I finally replied, but I need some time before I can have a real conversation with you about any of this. Her response was gracious, more gracious than I had expected, given her history of self-absorption. I understand completely. I'm here whenever you're ready. It was not reconciliation, not yet. But it was a crack in the wall between us, a possibility that some relationships within my family might be salvageable, even if others were permanently damaged. My mother, meanwhile, continued her campaign to paint me as the villain in this family drama. Through various channels, I heard about the stories she was telling anyone who would listen. Clear's throat. According to her, I had always been ungrateful and difficult. I had always been jealous of Sloan. I had always been demanding and impossible to please, no matter how much she tried to make me happy. The irony would have been funny if it were not so deeply painful. I, who had spent my entire life asking for nothing more than basic fairness and acknowledgement, was being cast as the demanding one. I, who had accepted every indignity with a smile for nearly 3 decades, was being called ungrateful. But the beautiful thing about truth is that it tends to surface eventually, no matter how hard someone tries to bury it. The people who knew me well understood immediately that my mother's version of events did not match reality. And the people who did not know me well enough to question her narrative were not people whose opinions I needed to care about. Spring arrived with its promise of renewal, and I found myself in a completely different place, both literally and figuratively. I had left my mother's orbit entirely, declining every invitation, ignoring every attempt at guilt-tripping, and focusing instead on building the life I had always deserved, but never allowed myself to pursue. My career flourished in ways it never had when I was constantly distracted by family drama and the emotional labor of managing my mother's expectations. I received a promotion at work in March, earned a significant raise, and started exploring opportunities for leadership positions that I had previously thought were beyond my reach. Without the emotional weight of trying to earn my mother's approval, I had energy and creativity to spare. I also started therapy, something I should have done years earlier. My therapist helped me understand the patterns of my childhood, the way I had been conditioned to accept less than I deserved, to make myself smaller, to believe that my worth was determined by how useful I could be to others. Unpacking those beliefs was painful but necessary, like cleaning out an infected wound so it could finally begin to heal. As for my family, the consequences of their behavior continued to unfold throughout the spring. My father reached out again in April, this time with more substance to offer. We met for coffee at a neutral location, clear as throat, just the two of us, and he surprised me by actually acknowledging what he had failed to see for so long. Clear as throat, I let your mother run the show our entire marriage, he admitted, staring into his cup like it held the answers to questions he had never thought to ask. I told myself it was easier that way, that keeping the peace was more important than making sure things were actually fair. I was wrong, and I'm sorry. It was not a complete apology, and it did not erase decades of passive neglect, but it was a start. We agreed to continue talking to see if some version of a father-daughter relationship could be rebuilt on more honest foundations. My mother, I heard through the family grapevine, was not faring nearly as well. Without me to serve as the responsible older daughter, the one who could be counted on to handle crises and smooth over conflicts, she had been forced to see Sloane more clearly. And Sloane, it turned out, was not the perfect golden child my mother had always believed her to be. There were problems with money because Sloane had never learned to budget. Problems with relationships because Sloane had never been required to compromise. Problems with basic life skills that no one had ever bothered to teach her. The Range Rover sat in her apartment complex parking lot, mostly unused because Sloane could not afford the insurance payments without additional help from our parents. Diane found herself facing the inevitable consequences of a lifetime of unequal treatment. The daughter she had invested everything in was incapable of functioning independently, while the daughter she had neglected had built a successful and fulfilling life without her. The irony was not lost on anyone in our extended family, least of all my mother herself. She grew increasingly bitter and isolated as the months passed, her complaints about my abandonment growing shriller and more desperate as people stopped wanting to listen. Clear as throat. Friends grew tired of her constant victimhood and her refusal to acknowledge any fault in the situation. Extended family members who had initially taken her side began to question her version of events. Slowly but surely, she found herself more alone than she had ever been. Her perfect family image shattered beyond any hope of repair. Sloane and I did eventually have that real conversation, a long and difficult discussion that laid bare years of resentment and misunderstanding on both sides. She apologized more genuinely than I had thought she was capable of. And I accepted her apology, though our relationship would never be what it could have been. Clear as throat, if we had been treated equally from the start. We were building something new between us, something smaller and more cautious than sisterhood should be, but something real nonetheless. As for me, I spent the second anniversary of my Christmas departure in a way that felt perfectly right. I bought myself a beautiful piece of jewelry, something I had admired in a shop window for years, but had always felt too guilty to purchase. I wore it to dinner with Maddie and her boyfriend, celebrating not just the holiday, but the life I had built since walking away from my mother's house with nothing but a $3.49 keychain and a heart full of quiet resolve. Looking back on that journey from humiliation to freedom, I felt nothing but gratitude for the moment I had finally chosen myself. The pain had been real and the losses significant, but the freedom I had gained was worth every difficult step along the way. I had learned that you cannot pour from an empty cup, that you cannot save relationships with people who refuse to see your value, that sometimes the bravest and most loving thing you can do is walk away. And as I raised my glass to the new year stretching out before me, surrounded by people who loved me exactly as I was, I knew with absolute certainty that the best revenge was not anger or bitterness or dramatic confrontation. The best revenge was simply this: living well, loving fully, and never again accepting less than I deserved. No seat for disappointments, my mom said at Thanksgiving, so I put a DNA envelope on my dad's plate. My name is Natalie, 34. 4 weeks ago, during my family's Thanksgiving meal, I carried my grandmother's pecan pie through the front door and saw my chair was gone. 25 relatives sat. No one spoke. I didn't cry when my mother said, "There's no room for disappointment." No screaming. I put an envelope on my father's plate and said, "Happy Thanksgiving. I finally understand why you hate me." The DNA results inside answered questions I'd been asking my whole life. But they also raised one bigger question, one that nobody in that room could answer. If you like this story, please like and subscribe. If you're viewing, tell me where you are and what time it is. Let me take you back 7 months to my grandmother's death. The funeral house smelled like flowers and polish. Grandma Eleanor taught me to arrive an hour early. Early on time. On time is late. I wanted to help with flowers, greeting people, and something practical. My mother was already leading the funeral crew like a commander. Natalie. She stared at her clipboard. You can stand by the entrance. Greet people as they arrive. Sitting with the family was my plan. The front row is for immediate family, people who were close to your grandmother. The words hit me hard. Grandma Eleanor has been my Sunday afternoon companion for 5 years. I drove her to doctor's visits. I held her hand as the hospice nurse described comfort care. Mom, I was close to her. Then she stared at me, like staring at a stranger on a bus. That familiar expression is neither wrath nor disappointment. Brooke is flying in from Boston. She needs the space. You understand? It made sense. Always understood. Beautiful service. My sister Brooke grieved elegantly in the first row, drying her eyes with a monogrammed handkerchief while our mother held her. I saw my family weep without me from the back near the guest book. People then offered condolences. I shook hands and took hugs from distant relatives who forgot my name. I was approached by the lawyer. Gray suit, pleasant eyes, solid handshake. Miss Stanton, I'm Michael Harrington, your grandmother's attorney. She left something specifically for you. He paused. But I'll need time to verify some details first. I'll be in touch. As he left, my questions grew. Grandma Eleanor left me what? Why did it need verification? That moment requires knowledge of the last 12 years. English and business double majors. I was 23 inches junior year at State. Dean's List. Law school ambitions. Future. Then my mother developed stage 0 breast cancer. Short family meeting. Dad sat at the head of the table with Mom alongside him, looking vulnerable for the first time. Brooke, 22, was preemed in an accelerated program. Someone needs to stay home and help your mother through treatment, he remarked. Brooke can't interrupt her studies. Medical school doesn't wait. All eyes were on me. I'll do it, I said. Since I did. Yes, I said. 3 years of treatment, radiation and feeding Mom unpalatable food. Cleaning bathrooms after becoming sick, keeping her hair back until it was gone. She recovered fully. Doctors deemed it successful. Dad declined my request to continue my degree. You're 26 now. What's the point? Get a job. Help with bills. 5 years later, Brooke graduated medical school. The 68-person gathering included a catered supper and champagne toast. Dishwashing lasted until 12:30 a.m. Once, I searched the family photo albums for a Grandma Eleanor birthday card photo. A full book was written about Brooke's accomplishments. Dance recital, soccer awards, graduation, me, 3 photos. One hazy Christmas photo where I was half cut off by the frame, baby picture, kindergarten. Once, I asked Grandma Eleanor. She grabbed my hand and muttered something I didn't understand. Your mother has a secret, sweetheart. And until she faces it, she'll keep punishing you instead of herself. I should have inquired her meaning. I didn't. You're not ready for some answers. 4 weeks before Thanksgiving, my phone rang at 6:30 a.m. Miss Stanton, Michael Harrington, your grandmother's attorney. I sat up in bed, heart thumping. Yes? I apologize it's taken so long. Your grandmother's instructions were very specific. The envelope couldn't be released until 7 months after her passing. She wanted to give you time to grieve before facing what's inside. He paused. The waiting period ended yesterday. I have everything ready for you. 7 months. Grandma Eleanor planned that. Not part of the estate. The will was read 2 months prior. Mom received the home. Jewelry and a trust fund went to Brooke. Vintage teacups and a handwritten recipe book arrived. These were in private safety deposit boxes. She left precise instructions to be opened after her death and presented to you personally. I visited his workplace that afternoon. Red wax sealed the large envelope. For Natalie, my grandmother's handwriting across the front. When you want the truth, Mr. Harrington claims she left a message. He read a little card. Read it when you're ready to face what I couldn't tell you in life. I'm sorry it took me so long. I love you, Ellie. I grabbed the envelope with trembling hands. Felt heavy with more than paper. I wasn't sure I wanted to know secrets and answers. Did she say what's inside? No, only that you deserve the truth. The envelope sat on my passenger seat like a bomb as I drove home. In my apartment, I put it in my bedside drawer. I was unready. Thanksgiving was coming, and I knew things would change. I had no idea how much. Mom called 6 days before Thanksgiving. It was unusual. Telephone calls were avoided. Sometimes brief, useful texts. Family dinner at 6. Bring a side. No conversation. Clip Natalie, she said. Efficient. Thanksgiving this year is at our house. The whole family, both sides. Okay, I'll make Grandma Eleanor's pecan pie. Brooke has an announcement. Something wonderful. A meaningful pause awaited. Everyone's coming. Aunts, uncles, cousins, 26 people. This is important. I recognized her silence. Don't shame us. Stop being you. I'll be there. Good. Arrive an hour early. Someone needs to help set up the table. She hung up without saying goodbye. With my phone in hand, I stared at nothing. Then I checked my bedside drawer. The envelope remained unopened. I was terrified of what? I took it out and turned it. Red wax seal. She wrote like Grandma Eleanor. When you want the truth. Was I ready? The next day, I learned Brooke's fantastic announcement. She Instagrammed it. Photo of her pregnant belly with heart emoticons and caption, "Baby Eleanor Wells arriving any day now. Late second trimester glow is real." My perfect sister had a perfect baby with her lawyer husband. The family rejoiced, champagne flowed. My mother cried joyous tears. Unnoticed, I passed the mashed potatoes. Something changed me. Then my survival wall cracked. Perhaps it was time to cease being invisible. That night, I opened the mail. My hands shook breaking the wax seal. A 3-page handwritten letter, a folded medical laboratory letterhead sheet, and a photocopy of a birth certificate with marker blacked areas were within. I read Grandma Eleanor's letter first. Dear Natalie, I'm sorry. I should have told you sooner after 34 years of keeping the secret. I fearing it would hurt our family, losing your mother, and hurting you. You deserve the truth. Richard's biological daughter is not you. My suspicions lasted years. Something other than love in your mother's eyes. Possible guilt. Fear. Richard glanced at you like a stranger, unsure. It was my imagination. I reassured myself. I quit imagining 3 years ago. I sampled. From my bathroom, Richard's water glass, your hairbrush. I sent to a private lab. Results are enclosed. 0% chance Richard Stanton is your father. I challenged your mom. She begged me not to tell. She sobbed and said Richard would leave her if he knew. She swore me to silence. I kept that vow while I lived, but I won't let you live without knowing yourself. Your mother won't divulge your biological father. I inquired. I couldn't. She lives to protect that secret. Sorry I wasn't braver. I regret letting her punish you for her mistake. You didn't deserve anything. Love you more than you know, Grandma Eleanor. 3 times I read the DNA results. Tears obscured the digits. 0% match. 34 years of marginalization. I realized why. Who was my real father? No sleep that night. Paper covered my apartment floor like evidence at a crime scene. Letter, DNA report, birth certificate, with blacked out areas. The father's name was purposely hidden. I reorganized my life mentally. The way my mother recoiled when I hugged her. My father gazed through me like a window he'd rather close. The way Brooke got tuition, parties, and praise while I got the scraps. It wasn't chance. Not because I failed, because I always looked like a liar. I had 2 choices. Keep quiet, fold the papers back into the envelope, show up at Thanksgiving, set the table, pass the gravy, be invisible, stay the family disappointment, never know who I am, or speak. Risk everything, lose the family I spent 34 years trying to earn, but finally stop apologizing for existing. I considered Grandma Eleanor's words. You didn't deserve anything. 34 years I thought I was broken. That if I worked harder, loved more, gave more, and sacrificed more, my parents would love me back. I always felt but couldn't verify it, but the DNA report did. I would never win. Game was manipulated from start. I photocopied the documents, put the originals in my safe, and used a new envelope. Retribution wasn't my Thanksgiving goal. I sought answers. If they forced me or demonstrated again that I wasn't welcome, I'd tell them the truth they'd been hiding for 34 years. Truth doesn't need permission. It just requires a gutsy speaker. Thanksgiving morning was cold and bright, a gorgeous but painful November day. I parked behind my sister's white Mercedes in our parents' driveway. The house was like a magazine cover, wreaths on the door, pumpkins on the porch, and a gather banner in the window. The envelope was in my coat pocket. I vowed not to use it unless pushed. Be calm, have patience, give them another chance. Mom opened the door before I knocked. You're late. I'm 10 minutes early. I said an hour early. Brooke's already inside. We're behind schedule. She turned and left, allowing me to close the door. Roasted turkey and cinnamon candles filled the house. 26 places surrounded the long table. White china, crystal glasses, handwritten seat names. I circled the table twice. Mom, where's my seat? She arranged flowers in the centerpiece without glancing at me. We ran out of room. You'll eat in the kitchen after the main meal, when the family's done. My heart rate rose. Stay calm, there are 26 chairs. I count 25 names. My sister entered the doorway with one hand on her pregnant belly. Despite being 7.5 months pregnant, she moved confidently in every area. The last seat is for baby Eleanor Wells. We made a little announcement card. She smiled. Cute, right? The place card caught my eye. Mini letters. Eleanor Wells is due. My seat at the family table was allocated to an unborn kid. You replaced me with someone who doesn't exist yet. Brooke smiled briefly. Don't be dramatic. It's just symbolic. I felt the envelope in my pocket heavier. One more chance, I said. Give them another chance. I followed my mother into the kitchen alone. Door closed behind us. Mom, I need to talk to you. She basted the turkey facing away. Not now, Natalie. 34 years. I've done everything you asked. I dropped out of school to take care of you, and you can't give me a chair. You dropped out because you couldn't hack it. Don't rewrite history. You asked me to stay. Dad said Brooke couldn't be interrupted. Brooke had a future. Finally, she turned. Her eyes were frigid and flat. You had a job helping this family. That's what you were good for. Words hit like ice. You did well. Want the truth? Fine. You've always been different. Difficult. I tried, Natalie. God knows I tried to love you the way I love your sister. But there's something missing in you. Something broken. I felt the envelope on my chest, truth piercing my cloak. Something missing in me? I repeated. Or something you're not telling me. A moment of panic flashed across her face before the mask returned. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you do. The kitchen door opened. I saw my father holding a whiskey glass. Everything all right? Mom sounded syrupy. Fine, honey. Natalie was just leaving to help greet guests. My father had never touched me, stated he was proud of me, or looked at me like he did Brooke. Sure, I answered. I'll go stand by the door like the help. I passed him, paused, and turned. Happy Thanksgiving, Dad. He remained silent. He never did. I found my dad in his study 25 minutes later. He sat in his leather recliner by the window, peering into the backyard where I played alone while Brooke had friends. His whiskey was unharmed. Dad. Not turning. What is it, Natalie? I don't have a seat at the table. Your mother handles the arrangements, and you're okay with that? Your own daughter eating in the kitchen like a servant? Silence. Swirled his drink. Glass and ice dinged. You're not. He paused. I'm not what? He finally looked at me, and I saw something new in his eyes. No resentment, no disappointment, just emptiness. Like seeing a picture on a wall. You're your mom's daughter, he said. She decides. I'm your daughter too. The silence was so long I heard his desk clock ticking. You're your mother's daughter, he repeated. Different emphasis this time. Wait, I was just beginning to grasp. Dad, if there's something I should know. Drop it, Natalie. He returned to the window. Today is about Brooke, the baby. Stay out of trouble. I've never caused issues. One thing I've never done. Avoid starting now. My gut felt more certain after leaving his study. My father knew, probably not everything, but he'd chosen silence and comfort over honesty. After 34 years of being treated like an outsider, he never spoke up. That wasn't neutral, that was collusion. Soon, guests would arrive. Car doors closing in the driveway, voices calling holiday greetings. One more chance, I said, running out of chances. Aunt Linda arrived 2:45. I saw her through the living room window. My mom's younger sister sent me birthday cards with handwritten notes when everyone else forgot. She was 66 but moved like a younger woman, with short silver hair and kind eyes that saw more than she said. I opened the door before she rang the bell. Natalie. She hugged me, not the fake kind my mother gave. How are you holding up? I'm fine. Sweetheart, I asked how you're holding up, not for the polite answer. Something broke in my chest. They didn't give me a seat at the table. Her jaw clenched. Of course, they didn't. She looked past me into the house to my mother holding court in the living room. Vanessa hasn't changed. She never will. Lowered my voice. Aunt Linda, before Grandma Eleanor died, did she ever talk to you about me, about anything unusual? She remained still. Why do you ask? The lawyer gave me something from Grandma. She said, I deserve to know the truth. Aunt Linda closed her eyes briefly. They were wet when she opened them. She sent you the results, didn't she? My heart stopped. You know, I drove her to the lab. Her voice was now a whisper. 3 years before she died, she made me promise not to tell anyone until she was ready. Then she got sick so fast. And Aunt Linda, who is my real father? I don't know. Only Vanessa knows that. She held mine. But whatever you're planning to do, Natalie, be careful. Your mother has spent 34 years burying this. She won't let it come up without a fight. I'm not looking for a fight. No. My face was examined. You're looking for the truth. That's more dangerous. Aunt Linda took me to the back porch away from guests. I barely noticed the November air piercing my sweater. Tell me everything. Rubbed her arms against the cold. It started about 4 years ago, right around when you started visiting her every Sunday. She finally had time alone with you, really alone, and she noticed things. The way you flinched when talking about your mother, the way you never mentioned your father with any warmth. She inquired. I thought I was imagining it. You weren't. Aunt Linda spoke softly. Eleanor confronted Vanessa once years ago when you were a teenager. Vanessa denied everything, screamed at her own mother, said Eleanor was trying to destroy her marriage. They didn't speak for 7 months. But Grandma didn't give up. No, she waited. She watched. And 3 years before she died, she decided she needed proof. Aunt Linda looked at me. She asked me to help. I didn't want to. It felt like betrayal going behind my own sister's back. But Eleanor said something I couldn't argue with. What? That child has spent her whole life being punished for a sin she didn't commit. If I don't find out the truth, she never will. A knot formed in my throat. Grandma Eleanor fought for me after death. Aunt Linda said, we got the samples about 22 months before she passed. Hair from your brush when you visited, water Richard used at a family dinner. Eleanor sent them to a private lab. When the results came back, she wanted to tell you immediately. But then she got her diagnosis and she was afraid. Afraid of leaving you alone with that knowledge while she was dying. So she set up the delay with the lawyer. 0%. She nods. Eleanor confronted Vanessa one last time. Vanessa fell apart, begged on her knees, said if Richard found out, he'd leave her, said it would destroy Brooke. She made Eleanor promise to take the secret to her grave, but Grandma couldn't do it. She couldn't let you spend your whole life in the dark. I was squeezed by Aunt Linda. She loved you so much, Natalie, more than you know. The house was full at 3:30. 25 relatives filled the living room and dining area with laughter, chatter, and pre-dinner drinks. I saw cousins annually. Aunts who air-kissed my cheek without looking. My uncles who called me Megan or Lauren before being corrected. I watched my family celebrate without me from the kitchen doorway. Father tapped his wine glass with a fork. Room went quiet. Before we sit down, the Brook said, I want to say how grateful I am for this family. For my beautiful wife Vanessa, who made this meal possible. For our daughter Brooke, who makes us proud every day. He raised his glass to my sister. And for my soon-to-be grandchild, who we already love more than words can say. Nobody mentioned me or looked at me. Brooke stood up, glowing in a cream dress that showed her baby bump. Ethan, her husband, embraced her, saying, thank you all for being here. We have an announcement, though I'm sure most of you already saw on Instagram. Laughter light. We're expecting, due any day now, and we've decided to name the baby Eleanor, after our grandmother. Applause filled the room. My mother smiled briefly, before wiping away happy tears. Everyone hugged Brooke. I froze. It was named after Grandma Eleanor. I studied my mother's face. This was unknown to her. Brooke likely surprised her with it for sweetness. Irony was so thick I choked. Trapped. My mother. She couldn't object without explaining why, or explain why without detailing everything. For once, Brooke's carelessness cornered our mother. Aunt Linda caught my eye across the room. Her expression said, not yet, be patient. Every minute was harder to be patient. Natalie. Mom's voice cut through the noise. Guests are seated. Go to the kitchen and make sure the serving dishes are ready. Let the adults enjoy the meal. Enjoy the meal, adults. My age was 34. I need to pause because some of you know how I feel. Have you ever watched everyone else join a family gathering and wondered why you couldn't? If so, let me know below. You should subscribe now because what happens next changes everything. Talking about the toast. The toast began innocently. Brooke held a sparkling cider at the head of the table, no alcohol before her due date, full-on pregnancy glow. 25, praising faces looked at her. I wore a dish towel over my shoulder like a uniform in the kitchen doorway. I want to thank everyone for being here, said, especially Mom and Dad, who sacrificed so much to give me every opportunity. The piano lessons, the private school, the medical degree. She chuckled. I know I wasn't cheap. Tablemates laughed politely. Another person deserves recognition. She looked at me, and my heart jumped stupidly. Natalie, my sister, who stayed home when Mom was sick to help me succeed. Room made sympathetic noises. Awaited the rest. Some gratitude, recognition, something. Brooke added that every successful family needs a keeper. Someone to guard the fort while we reach for the stars. The person is Natalie. She's our foundation. Foundation. The thing people walk over and never see. Thanks, Natalie, for being. Searching for words, she paused. Dependable, steady, reliable. More agreement murmurs. A wise aunt nodded. Every family needs Natalie. Brooke raised her glass. To family, to family. Everyone concurred. Nothing was raised. I had serving dishes in my hands when she started her speech. Dependable, steady, not smart, accomplished, or loved, just useful. My mother smiled at me. The smile that said, see how generous we are, acknowledging you at all. My pocket envelope burned my coat. Not yet, I said, but soon. I went to the kitchen to restock dishes. The table conversation was audible through the door crack. Sorry about Natalie. Aunt Patricia was my mother's Philadelphia cousin. Vanessa told me she couldn't finish school, something anxiety related. I heard it was motivation, said another. Uncle George. Some people aren't academically inclined. Still single, right? I barely knew my cousin's wife. Never married, 34. Vanessa said she's hard. Deters men. I heard my mother's voice foremost. Sweet as poisoned honey, I tried to aid her. Natalie has always been different, despite my efforts. Something was off even as a child. Often prayed she'd get over it. Vanessa, years of dealing with that make you a saint. All of our children receive our care. Shaking hands, I leaned against the kitchen wall. She spent decades creating this story. Daughter who disappointed, struggled, and fell short. It wasn't random cruelty. Was strategy. I knew why she treated me differently if anyone asked. Poor Vanessa, with a fussy kid. Poor Vanessa. Natalie wouldn't cooperate despite her efforts. Truth never stood a chance against a convenient story. I remembered all the family gatherings where I felt judged. When I entered a room, all whispered conversations stopped. All the pitying looks from relatives who thought they knew me. They knew me not. They knew my mother's me. That version would die tonight. I made Grandma Eleanor's pecan pie after dinner. I spent hours on her exact recipe, handwritten on a card stained with decades of kitchen love. Golden brown lattice crust. The filling smelled like cinnamon and memory, and only one family member had ever loved me unconditionally. I placed it on the table. Conversation paused. What is that? My mother spoke sharply. Grandma Eleanor's pecan pie recipe. I didn't put that on the menu. I thought for the baby. Brooke said Eleanor is her name. Seemed fitting. As if holding breath, silence stretched. Mom and Brooke looked at each other. That's sweet, cautioned Brooke. But we actually have a dessert catered from Henri's bakery. 3-tier pumpkin cheesecake. There's room for both, I said. My mother rose. Natalie, take that to the kitchen. We don't need it. It's Grandma's recipe. She taught me herself. I said, we don't need it. Voice raised, heads turned. You don't have a seat at this table. What makes you think your pie belongs here? The words landed like a physical blow. 25 faces stared at me. Some looked uncomfortable. Some looked curious. Some, the ones who'd heard my mother's stories, looked like they'd expected this. Why don't I have a seat? My voice was calm, calmer than I felt. I'm your daughter. My mother's mask slipped. Just for a second, I saw the real her underneath. Not cold, but terrified. Then it snapped back into place. You are a disappointment, she said loud enough for everyone to hear. You've always been a disappointment, and there is no room at this table for disappointments. The room went silent. Nobody defended me. Nobody said a word. I stood there for a long moment. The pie in my hands. 25 pairs of eyes on my face. Something inside me, the thing that had kept me quiet for 34 years, that had made me believe if I just tried harder, loved more, gave more, they would finally accept me. That thing cracked open and fell away. I set the pie down gently on the table. 34 years, I said. My voice didn't shake. I have spent 34 years trying to understand why you hate me. Why I could never be good enough. Why Dad looked at me like a stranger. Why you gave Brooke everything and gave me scraps. Natalie. My father's voice, warning. I dropped out of school because you asked me to. I took care of you through cancer because you needed me. I showed up to every holiday, every dinner, every event where you treated me like the help. And I never once asked why. I reached into my coat pocket. Grandma Eleanor asked. She wanted to know why her granddaughter was being punished for something she didn't do. My mother's face went white. She found out. I pulled out the envelope, and she made sure I would too. What is that? Brooke's voice was high, nervous. I walked to my father's place at the head of the table. He looked up at me, that same empty expression I'd seen my whole life, but now with something new underneath. Fear. I placed the envelope on his plate. Happy Thanksgiving, Dad. I kept my voice steady. I finally understand why you hate me, because I'm not your daughter. The room erupted, but I wasn't done. The DNA results are inside. 0% match. And the real question isn't who my father is. I looked at my mother. It's why you punished me for your mistake. My father's hands trembled as he opened the envelope. The room had frozen. Forks suspended. Wine glasses forgotten. 25 people holding their breath. Somewhere, a clock ticked. The turkey grew cold. Dad pulled out the papers. His eyes moved across the page. I watched the color drain from his face, starting at his forehead and moving down like a tide going out. What is it? Brooke stood up. Dad, what does it say? He didn't answer. He just stared at the paper, at the numbers, at the laboratory seal that made it official. Richard. My mother's voice cracked. Richard, listen to me. 0%. His voice was barely a whisper. Probability of paternity, 0%. Gasps around the table. Someone dropped a fork. Aunt Patricia's hand flew to her mouth. That's impossible, Brooke said. That's a fake. Natalie made it up to get attention. Your grandmother sent it through her lawyer, I said. The laboratory records are authentic. Aunt Linda was there when she collected the samples. Every head turned to Aunt Linda. She sat very still, then slowly nodded. Eleanor made me promise not to say anything while she was alive. But Natalie deserves the truth. This is ridiculous. My mother slammed her palm on the table. I am not going to sit here and listen to lies from my own daughter. They're not lies, Vanessa. My father's voice was hollow. I've known not everything, but I suspected for years. The room went completely silent. My mother's face contorted. First shock, then fear, then something darker. The mask she'd worn for 3 decades was crumbling in real time. I wasn't sure, Dad continued. But I knew something was wrong. He looked at me for the first time. Really looked at me. I didn't want to know. So you chose to hate me instead, I said. He had no answer. My mother started crying. Not quiet tears, loud theatrical sobs, the kind designed to attract attention and sympathy. She'd perfected this technique over decades. I'd seen it deployed against doctors, teachers, customer service representatives, anyone who dared to challenge her. You don't understand. She clutched at the tablecloth. None of you understand what I went through. I was young. I made a mistake. One mistake. A mistake you made me pay for, I said. Every day of my life, I tried to love you. God knows I tried. She looked around the table, seeking allies. But every time I looked at you, I saw what I'd done. It was too hard. Don't you see? I'm the victim here. Aunt Linda stood up. Her voice was steady and cold. Vanessa, you had an affair. You got pregnant. You lied to your husband and let him raise another man's child. And when that child became a daily reminder of your guilt, instead of dealing with it, you abused her. I never abused anyone. You denied her love. You denied her a place at your table. You told everyone who would listen that she was broken, difficult, a disappointment, so that no one would ever believe her over you. Murmurs around the table, people shifting in their seats. The cousins and aunts and uncles who'd spent years accepting my mother's version of events were seeing it differently now. That's not abuse, Brooke protested. But her voice was uncertain. That's just family dynamics. Family dynamics. I almost laughed. She stole my childhood, my education, my self-worth. She turned me into a ghost in my own home, and she did it on purpose. My mother's sobs intensified. But I noticed something. Nobody was comforting her. For the first time in 34 years, nobody was on her side. My father sat motionless, the DNA report still in his hands. Dad. Brooke's voice shook. Dad, say something. This doesn't change anything. You're still my father. Natalie is still. When did you know? I cut her off, staring at him. When did you first suspect? He was quiet for a long time. The whole room waited. You were 6 years old, he finally said. You fell off your bike, needed stitches. The doctor mentioned your blood type. Oh, negative. Vanessa and I are both a positive. He set down the papers. I looked it up. That shouldn't be possible. You knew since I was 6. I didn't know. I suspected. I convinced myself there must be an explanation. He couldn't meet my eyes. It was easier to doubt than to know for certain. Easier for who? My voice cracked. For you? It wasn't easier for me. I know. You watched her treat me like nothing for 27 years. You never said a word. You never protected me. I know. You let me think something was wrong with me, that I wasn't good enough, that I didn't deserve to be loved. I know. His voice broke. I'm sorry. Is that why you chose me? The question came out before I could stop it. When Mom got sick, you picked me to drop out, not Brooke, because I wasn't really yours. He couldn't meet my eyes. That was answer enough. I told myself it was practical, he said quietly. Brooke's career was more important, but deep down, yes. I protected her because she was mine. I sacrificed you because you weren't. The honesty was brutal, but at least it was honest. 2 words earlier, and now this confession, 27 years since he first suspected. 34 years of my life, and only now was he being real. Sorry doesn't give me back my childhood. Sorry doesn't erase the nights I cried myself to sleep wondering what I did wrong. Sorry doesn't fix anything. He looked at me fully, and I saw tears in his eyes. Richard Stanton, who never showed emotion, who raised me with cold indifference, was crying. I don't expect forgiveness, he said. I just wanted you to know it was never about you. It was about my own cowardice. You deserved better. I nodded slowly. Yes, I did. I turned to my mother. The crying had stopped. She sat rigid in her chair, mascara streaking her cheeks, looking suddenly older than her 60 years. Who is my father? Don't, she whispered. Natalie, please, you owe me this after everything. Tell me who he is. I can't. Can't or won't? Her jaw clenched. That flash of steel I knew so well. The Vanessa Stanton who always got her way, who controlled every narrative, who never lost a battle in her life. I will take that secret to my grave. Why? I stepped closer. Is he someone I know? Someone in this room? Murmurs rippled through the guests. People looked at each other nervously. Don't be ridiculous. But her voice wavered. Is he alive? Does he know I exist? Enough? She slammed her hands on the table. I made a mistake 35 years ago. I have paid for it every single day since. I will not drag another person into this disaster. Another person? I caught the word. You mean him? You're protecting him. I'm protecting everyone. You're protecting yourself. You always have. Aunt Linda spoke up. Vanessa, the girl deserves to know who her father is. Stay out of this, Linda. You've done enough damage. I studied my mother's face. The fear, the defiance, the desperation. She wasn't just hiding a name, she was hiding something bigger. Something that would make this worse. Fine, I said. Keep your secret, I'll find him myself. Her eyes widened. You can't. I can. DNA databases, genealogy websites, private investigators. One way or another, I'll know. I picked up Grandma Eleanor's pie from the table. Enjoy your Thanksgiving. I turned toward the door. Behind me, I heard my mother's voice, barely a whisper. If you find out, you'll wish you hadn't. I didn't stop walking. Before I tell you what happened next, I want to know what you think. Who do you believe my real father is? Someone my mother worked with? Someone from the family? Comment your theory below. I read every single one. If you're new here and this story has you hooked, hit subscribe and the notification bell, because the aftermath of that Thanksgiving, it changed everything. Let me tell you about the fallout. I walked to the front door, Grandma Eleanor's pie in my hands, 25 pairs of eyes on my back. Brooke caught up with me in the hallway. Natalie, wait. She grabbed my arm. Her face was blotchy, mascara running. You can't just leave. You've destroyed everything. Did you hear what I said in there about the DNA? I heard her voice crack. But that doesn't I mean, you're still my sister, right? We grew up together. Mom is still your mom. For a moment, I saw something real in her eyes. Fear. The same fear I'd lived with my whole life. The terror of not belonging. Then it hardened into something else. This was supposed to be my day, my special day. And just like that, the moment was gone. I stopped, turned. My sister's perfect face was flushed, panicked, mascara threatening to run. What exactly did I destroy? Brooke, Thanksgiving, Mom and Dad's marriage, my pregnancy announcement. Her voice rose. This was supposed to be my day, my special day, and you made it about you. I looked at her, really looked, for the first time in years. The golden child. The perfect daughter. The one who got everything I was denied. You've had 34 years of special days, I said quietly, every birthday party that was bigger than mine. Every achievement that was celebrated while mine was ignored. Every time Mom looked at you with love and looked at me with nothing. That's not my fault. No, it's not. I pulled my arm free. But you enjoyed it. You never once questioned why I was treated differently. You never stood up for me. You just accepted that you deserved more. Her mouth opened, closed. No words came out. I'm not angry at you, Brooke. I'm just done pretending we're sisters in any way that matters. We share a mother. We share a woman who loved you and resented me. That's not the same thing. I opened the front door. Cold November air rushed in. Natalie. Brooke's voice was small now. Will I ever see you again? I considered the question. That, 34 years of being her shadow, her backdrop, her foil. Maybe when you're ready to see me as a person instead of a prop. I stepped out into the cold. The door closed behind me. I didn't look back. I was halfway to my car when I heard footsteps behind me. Aunt Linda caught up, slightly out of breath, her coat unbuttoned. Natalie, wait, please. I stopped, but didn't turn around. My hands were shaking from cold or adrenaline. I couldn't tell. You don't have to go through this alone. She came around to face me, her kind eyes wet with tears. Eleanor would be so proud of you standing up like that, telling the truth. I'm not sure proud is the right word. My voice wavered. I just blew up my entire family. No, sweetheart, your mother blew it up 34 years ago. You just showed everyone the wreckage she'd been hiding. She pulled me into a hug, and something broke inside me. I cried. Really cried for the first time that night. For the grandmother who loved me, for the childhood I never had. For the truth that hurt as much as it healed. What do I do now? I whispered. Aunt Linda pulled back and reached into her coat pocket. She handed me a folded piece of paper. Eleanor wanted you to have this. She was going to give it to you herself, but she ran out of time. I unfolded it. A name, an address, a phone number. What is this? A private investigator specializes in genealogical searches. Eleanor had already started the process of finding your biological father. She paused. She narrowed it down to 3 possibilities before she got too sick to continue. 3? One died in 2015. One lives in Europe. She pointed to the address. One lives 25 minutes from here. My heart stopped. 25 minutes. He doesn't know about you, Aunt Linda said softly. But if you want to find out who he is, this woman can help. I clutched the paper like a lifeline. I drove for an hour before I realized I wasn't going home. The highway stretched out, dark and empty. Other families were inside, warm, eating leftover pie, watching football, normal Thanksgiving things. I was driving through the night with a piece of paper burning a hole in my pocket and Grandma Eleanor's pie slowly cooling on my passenger seat. I pulled over at a rest stop near the state line. The parking lot was empty except for a few long-haul trucks. I turned off the engine and sat in the silence. My whole life, I'd been waiting for my parents to explain why they didn't love me. I'd tried everything, being perfect, being invisible, being useful. Nothing worked. Now I knew it never could have worked. I wasn't their failure. I was their secret, their shame. Every time they looked at me, they saw the lie at the center of their marriage. I pulled out my phone and looked at the number on the paper. The investigator. The trail to my biological father. Part of me wanted to call right now, drive to his house, knock on his door. Another part was terrified. What if he was worse than Richard? What if he knew about me and didn't care? What if finding him just gave me another father who didn't want me? I looked up at the sky through my windshield. The stars were bright out here, away from the city lights. Grandma, I whispered, what do I do? The wind picked up, rocking my car gently. I thought about what she'd written in her letter. You deserve to know who you are. Maybe that was the answer. Not what I would find, but who I would become in the searching. I turned the car back on. I still didn't know where I was going, but for the first time, I was the one driving. 10 days after Thanksgiving, my phone buzzed with a text from Aunt Linda. Your father filed for divorce this morning. Thought you should know. I stared at the message for a long time. 37 years of marriage ended with a courthouse filing. Over the next few days, the updates trickled in. Richard had moved into a hotel downtown. He'd hired a lawyer, a good one. Apparently, Vanessa was claiming the DNA test was inadmissible, that I'd fabricated it for attention, that she was the victim of a coordinated attack. Nobody was buying it. The family is splitting, Aunt Linda told me over coffee that Saturday. Aunt Patricia called to apologize for all the things she said about you over the years, said she feels sick about it. Uncle George wants to have lunch with you, says he judged you unfairly. Now they believe me. Now they can't pretend they don't. She stirred her coffee. Your mother called me 21 times yesterday. She's losing the narrative, and she doesn't know how to function without it. My phone buzzed again. Brooke, the 7th call this week. I let it go to voicemail, then read the transcript. Natalie, please call me back. I'm 8 weeks pregnant, and my parents are getting divorced, and you won't talk to me. This stress isn't good for the baby. Whatever I did, I'm sorry. Okay, just please. I deleted it. That's cold, Aunt Linda observed. She's not sorry for what she did. She's sorry she's uncomfortable. I put my phone away. There's a difference. There is. Aunt Linda nodded slowly. What about Richard? He called the bookshop looking for you. I know. Are you going to talk to him? I thought about it. The man who knew or suspected and chose silence. The man who let me suffer to protect his own comfort. Eventually, when I'm ready, if I was ever ready. 3 weeks after Thanksgiving, Richard found me. I was shelving books in the biography section when I heard the bell above the door. Something made me look up. He stood in the entrance, smaller than I remembered, older. His coat hung loose on his shoulders like he'd lost weight. Natalie. His voice was hoarse. Can we talk? I led him to the coffee corner at the back of the shop. We sat across from each other at a small table. Two people who'd lived in the same house for 18 years and never really known each other. I'm not going to make excuses, he started. What I did, what I didn't do, was wrong. When you suspected, I said, when you first doubted I was yours, what stopped you from finding out for sure? He stared at his hands. Fear. If I knew for certain, I'd have to do something about it. Leave Vanessa, tear the family apart, face what it meant about my marriage. So, you punished me instead. I told myself I wasn't. I told myself I was just keeping my distance, being fair. He laughed bitterly. Fair. I convinced myself that treating you like a stranger was fair. It wasn't, I know. He looked up at me, eyes red-rimmed. You were a child, Natalie. You didn't ask to be born into this mess, and I made you carry the weight of my own cowardice. I felt something shift inside me. Not forgiveness, not yet, maybe not ever, but something like acknowledgement. There's something you should know, he said, reaching into his jacket. After Thanksgiving, I couldn't sleep. I went through old boxes in the garage. Things from when Vanessa and I first got married. I found her work albums from the accounting firm. He slid a photograph across the table. A company picnic. Summer 1992. My mother in a sundress laughing at something off camera. And next to her, his hand almost touching her shoulder, a young man with dark hair and kind eyes. Jonathan Pierce, Richard said. He was an accountant there. I remember being jealous of how often she mentioned him. Then she got pregnant with you, and he transferred away, and I told myself I was being paranoid. I picked up the photo, and the world tilted sideways. The photograph showed a young man in a business suit. Dark hair, kind eyes, a smile that looked vaguely familiar. Jonathan Pierce, Richard said. He was an accountant at the firm where your mother worked as a secretary. They were close for about a year before she got pregnant with you. I couldn't stop staring at the photo. Something about the eyes, the set of the jaw. Does he know about me? I don't think so. He transferred to another company before Vanessa started showing. According to what I found, they never spoke again. I turned the photo over. Nothing on the back. Why are you giving me this? Richard was quiet for a long moment. Because Eleanor was right, you deserve to know who you are. And because, he took a breath, because it's the only thing I can give you that might matter. I thought about the investigator's information in my apartment. The 3 possibilities. 1 dead, 1 in Europe, 1 25 minutes away. Where does he live? Maple Street, about 18 minutes from here. Richard's voice was steady. He's 64, retired last year, never married, no other children. He paused. I don't know what that means or if it means anything. I tucked the photo into my bag. Thank you, I said, for this. I know it doesn't make up for anything. No, it doesn't. I stood up. But it's a start. He nodded, accepting that. I walked him to the door. Before he left, he turned back. Natalie, whatever you find out, whoever he is, I hope he's better than me. That's a low bar. I know. He almost smiled. Happy hunting. I watched him walk away into the winter afternoon, smaller than I'd ever seen him. Then I pulled out the photo and looked at it again. Jonathan Pierce. Was he my father? There was only one way to find out. 6 weeks after Thanksgiving, my 35th birthday came and went last week. Aunt Linda baked a cake shaped like a stack of books. And for the first time in memory, I actually celebrated. I'm sitting in my new apartment, a studio above a bakery on Oak Street, 4 blocks from Aunt Linda's house. The walls are bare except for one photograph. Me and Grandma Eleanor at my 8th birthday party, the only picture from my childhood where I'm genuinely smiling. Things are different now. I enrolled in community college, evening classes twice a week, business administration. The degree I never got to finish. My professor is younger than me, I don't care. The bookshop gave me more hours. The owner, Mrs. Donnelly, told me she'd always wanted to make me assistant manager, but thought I wasn't interested. You seem so beaten down, she said, like you didn't believe you deserved more. She was right, I didn't, I'm learning to. Brooke had her baby last week, a girl. They named her Eleanor, like they said they would. My mother called to tell me. First time we'd spoken since Thanksgiving. Your niece was born, she said, voice carefully neutral. I thought you'd want to know. Congratulations, I said. I hope she's healthy. She is, 6 pounds 13 ounces. Brooke wants you to come visit. I'll think about it, Natalie. I'll think about it, Mom. I hung up. I didn't feel guilty. That's new for me. The investigator's number is saved in my phone. I've called 3 times now. She confirmed what Richard told me. Jonathan Pierce, 64, lives on Maple Street, retired architect, no family of his own. I haven't gone to see him yet. Some days I think I'm ready. Other days the fear wins. But I'm not giving up. I'm just taking my time. For the first time in my life, I have all the time I need. Nobody's making me rush anymore. Last night, I read Grandma Eleanor's letter again. I've read it so many times. The paper is soft at the creases, the ink starting to fade where my fingers have touched it most. But there's one part I keep coming back to. I almost missed the smaller letter postscript at the bottom of the last page. P.S. Natalie, remember this. You weren't wrong. You weren't punishment. You were not shameful. To love you for 32 years was a miracle. Never met a braver, kinder, more resilient person. Because of how you survived, not what you went through. Mom's choices aren't yours. You shouldn't carry her shame. You can be happy. Let yourself be loved. You can occupy a room without apology. Regardless of his location, your father doesn't define you. You're complete. You always were. Sorry I missed your rise. But I know you will. You were born to find your truth, but don't let it consume you. Live, sweetheart, only this revenge matters. Love you forever, Grandma Eleanor. Crying, I held the letter at my chest. Not the broken, hopeless tears I'd shed so often. Some were different. Cleaning, like rain after a drought. Someone believed in me when no one else did. When everyone else ignored me, she saw me. She's gone, but I feel her in this apartment, my choices, and the life I'm finally building. I'm trying, Grandma, I whispered. I'm really trying. She heard me today, somewhere. My apartment's kitchen table with 4 chairs is where I'm looking at my phone. I've got a text to open. It arrived this morning from an unknown number. Know what it says. Investigator told me it would happen. Jonathan Pierce discovered me. Richard probably told him. He asked me to meet through the investigator. I read the preview 40 times. Hello, Natalie. I don't know if this is welcome, but I recently learned that I might be. The notification conceals the rest. Still haven't swiped to open. Tonight's dinner guest is Aunt Linda. Another handwritten book recipe, Grandma Eleanor's pot roast, was made. The apartment smells like home and rosemary. A photo is on my fridge, Aunt Linda and me at the bookshop on my assistant manager promotion day, both idiotically smiling. I'm 35 and back in college. I have a job I enjoy, a loving aunt, and a grandmother who believed in me when no one else did. My questions may never be answered. I may never forgive my mother, I may never know my sister, and I may have a father message on my phone. When I'm ready, I'll open it. I have to finish a pot roast, hug an aunt, and live. I choose what happens next for the first time in 35 years. Not my mother, Richard, or an older secret, just me, Natalie Stanton, whoever that is. Finally holding the pen. That's all. I hope you learn this from my story. You shouldn't keep quiet for hurtful people. Setting limits doesn't mean leaving family, protecting yourself. Sometimes, truth hurts, but lying hurts more. I appreciate your patience. Share this story if it touched you or someone else needs to hear it. Click like if you felt something. Please subscribe and comment if you want more stories like this. Should I message Jonathan Pierce? Should I meet my biological father? I want to know your decision. See description for more stories. Please find your truth wherever you are and whatever you're going through. She hijacked my son's birthday dinner and took his seat. I stayed calm and didn't pay a cent. The lobster and pricey wine were ordered by the sister-in-law. I mentioned individual audits. The original reservation was for 14 people, not 14 plus anybody else who happened to be in the area of the driveway. 14. As I passed the keys to the valet, I double-checked the confirmation on my phone for the third time. Italian Steakhouse Lucas, 6:30 p.m. I am the director of logistics for a national shipping giant, and we are 11 people strong. Capacity management is the defining feature of my profession. A 53-foot container will not fit on a 45-foot chassis. You won't be able to fit 12 liters of liquid into a 6-liter bucket. I, like physics, do not bargain. I celebrated my son Caleb's 11th birthday tonight. The 10th birthday was a watershed moment. Like a military operation, I had meticulously planned this dinner. We carefully selected our guests. A total of 14 people: my wife, Caleb, 3 of his closest school buddies, their parents, 3 couples, and my parents will be gathering at a private alcove for appetizers at 7 o'clock in the evening. With my cufflinks adjusted, I made my way through the heavy mahogany doors. I was hoping for perfection. A month had passed since Caleb first mentioned his impending feast with a massive steak. I made my way to the host stand. Looking up, the maitre, Victor, bowed. For 6 years, we've been friends. Typically, he exudes the level of composure befitting a specialist in bomb diffusion. Victor seems to be on the verge of cutting the wrong cable tonight. With a tense voice, Victor addressed Mr. Harrington. It is Caleb's birthday. There is, however, a problem. Which scenario are you referring to? I glanced around the dining room and inquired. Whose group? Leaning in, Victor whispered. It was early in the day when they went, plus, we didn't expect there to be that many of them. Quite a bit more. A queasy feeling started to develop in my belly. How many people showed up ahead of schedule? Vic stated she was your sister-in-law, Honorable Catherine. She announced her intention to oversee the seating arrangements. I was satisfied with that. As I rounded the curve into the main dining area, I came to a complete halt, having strolled past the host stand. Like a fraternity cafeteria, my alcove, a semi-private area used for personal conversation, was meticulously reserved. Not Caleb's pals, though. The table that could seat 14 was already filled. My sister-in-law Catherine was the designated birthday boy's seatmate, and she was seated at the head of the table. Mark, her husband, stood by her. Seated beside them were their 3 adolescent children. Ashley, my wife's best friend, her parents, my wife's uninvited in-laws, and Ashley's 2 rambunctious toddlers, who were scrubbing silverware off the fine china, rounded out the seating arrangement. The 11 visitors were standing awkwardly in the corridor, like refugees at a border crossing. None of them had been invited. Noah, Caleb's best friend, and his parents, as well as my own parents. On my way to the table, I stopped. When Catherine caught sight of me, she blew out her arms and shattered a glass of water. Look who it is, Ethan. A scream escaped her lips. Holy cow. It would be a true family affair, we decided. Nobody can celebrate your 11th birthday until the entire community shows up, can they? She made a stately motion toward the table. In order to guarantee our seat, we arrived early. I informed the unruly man out front that we were the Harringtons. I urged him to simply fit in a few more chairs after he started to pick on us about the numbers. I raised my eyes to the table. Even with a napkin, there wasn't enough space for 11 more individuals. I spoke to Catherine in a low, level voice. Can you tell me where Caleb will sit? It will be resolved, I assure you. Reaching for the breadbasket, she waved a dismissive hand. A booth or something will be just right for the children. The grown-ups may even stand up and mingle. Having a good time, Ethan. Take a bow. Mark gave Ethan a glass of wine. We began by ordering a small quantity of bottles. Perched on the table, I beheld the wine bottle. A Sabre. Bottles cost $165. 4 doors had been opened. My eyes landed on Caleb. His aunt was sitting on his birthday throne as he stood by the door, holding his new Lego set. He appeared unhappy. He appeared vanquished. My gaze landed on Noah's folks. They seemed uneasy as they checked the time, perhaps debating whether to just go and grab some fast food at McDonald's. I commanded them to stand up. No one spoke at the table. The toddler who was hitting the spoon stopped. "I apologize." Catherine chuckled. A tense, high-pitched screech. "Do not be impolite, Ethan. We're quite close. It took us 45 minutes to get here. No one invited you." I mentioned that this is a 14-person reservation. In the corridor, 14 invited guests are standing. There you are, sitting in their places. Clearly, you have no right to simply expel us. The diners in the area took notice of Catherine as her voice grew louder. "It's embarrassing. No need to be fancy, just have the waiter move a few tables closer together. It should be a long, wide table. A greater quantity is better." Victor had materialized at my elbow, and I glanced over at him. "I was wondering if we could combine tables, Victor." As a mournful expression, Victor shook his head. "Mr. Harrington, I apologize. Saturday night is here. We are completely booked. The fire aisle must remain unobstructed. This segment has a stringent capacity." Looking back at Catherine, I regained my composure. "Listen up." He was right there. "Do something." Catherine sat with her arms folded. I had watched her put on that obstinate, entitled mask ad nauseum. The disguise she used whenever she took out a loan that she would never repay. The disguise she sported when she left her children with us for an hour, which extended into a weekend. "We are seated," she clarified. "Orders have been placed. Our stay will be extended. The choice to be a bad parent and cause a commotion on Caleb's birthday is entirely up to you. However, my family will not be relocating." A menu sprang from her grasp. "The lobster risotto sounds delicious." Not even 4 seconds passed while I remained motionless. Assessing liability and leverage is a constant in my line of work. Screaming would not help me win. I was sentenced to jail if I physically removed them. I risked ruining my son's night and hurting my connections with his friends' parents if I turned away the invited guests. The logistical turn, however, was an additional choice. My gaze shifted to Victor. I reached out and placed my hand on his shoulder as I led him away. "Victor," I whispered, "do you still have the executive room available in the back?" When Victor heard this, his face brightened. "The one with the AV equipment? The boardroom? Sure, it's vacant, but it's divided." Quietness fills the air. "Effortless," I remarked. "The actual Harrington birthday bash should be held in the executive room, which can accommodate 14 guests. Rearrange the blooms, have them and the cake moved." Head bent toward Catherine's circus, Victor looked across. I remarked that they appeared to be snug. "Keep them in their current location. They stand on their own 2 feet. Do you get it?" A nod from Victor indicated agreement. "And the money?" Retrieved my wallet. It came. I got my hands on some MX Platinum. "For the executive room party, this card is sufficient. My 14 invited visitors. Not a soul." "Table 4, too?" As he glanced at the empty wine bottles, Victor inquired. I made it obvious that Table 4 is an independent group. View them as unannounced guests. Discreetly verify. My credit card will not be charged from that table. You politely decline if they attempt to charge it to my account. Hugo grinned. The smile was little and pointed. "Impressive work, Mr. Harrington. Without delay, I will notify the server." So I made my way back to the lobby. My family, Caleb, my wife, and my parents joined us. I put on my best hostess grin and announced the change of plans. Vic has moved us to the private executive suite because of a seating confusion in the main area. Significantly less common. "Come with me." That made Caleb's face light up. "Is it a suite? Is it a suite?" I said I would. The main eating room was completely avoided by us. I guided them up the lateral hallway, which took us past the kitchen and into the serene, wood-paneled retreat at the rear of the house. It was serene, private, and picturesque. We were walking past the main dining room's archway when Catherine noticed us. As she stood up from her seat, she yelled out, "Where are you going?" Reiterating my earlier call, I said, "We found another table." Sounding both enthusiastic and without specificity. "You all remain in that area. Savor every bite. After dessert, we can meet up." "Oh, great." Catherine sat back down and screamed. "Place an order for the calamari tableside. It is wonderful." I witnessed her glare fiercely at the menu as she turned to the young waiter, Ryan. Again, I beheld her pouring a Burlo into a glass. She believed she possessed one. Just like before, I absorbed her incursion into my budget, and she believed she had coerced me into throwing a bigger celebration. To her, it seemed like the Bank of Ethan was ready to take deposits. I shut the executive room's thick wood doors. The din from the eatery suddenly stopped. "This is nice," Noah's dad remarked as he glanced around. "Superior to the main floor by a wide margin." I firmly stated that I wanted what was best for Caleb. Dinner went off without a hitch. Our server was dedicated. Little ones chortled. In other words, the steaks were cooked just so. Catherine escaped my mind. They went unmonitored by me. Watching my youngster extinguish his birthday candles occupied my whole attention. Victor came knocking on the door 2.5 hours after we finished our espressos. He walked in with a somewhat pallid appearance. His name was Mr. Harrington, he announced. Could I have a word? I went out into the corridor. Victor whispered to the group seated at table 4. Their departure is imminent. They requested that the payment be deposited alongside yours. Also, you informed them? They were informed by me that the Harrington party had previously paid their invoice and that their table was an independent deal. Also, that woman, Mrs. Catherine, is making a fuss. She claims she is not willing to pay. She says she was invited by you. I looked at the time. 9:40 p.m. Right now would be a great opportunity to teach responsibility. Excuse me, I'll take care of it. Resuming my journey, I entered the main dining room. Everything looked out of hand. The 4th table was a complete mess. The tablecloth was covered in wine spills, plates stacked high with partially eaten food, and in the middle of it all, Ryan, the terrified waiter, was being yelled at by Catherine. This is illegal, she shouted. This will be paid for by my brother-in-law. The rear room is where he is. Track him down. Saying, I am right here, I stepped into the light. She turned around, Catherine, her lipstick had smudged and her cheeks were crimson. She snarled at Ethan. This is absolutely ridiculous. We received a bill from this foolish waiter, in the amount of $940. My eyes swept across the leather folder resting on the table. This is roughly correct. Featuring 4 bottles of Barolo, 11 entrees, snacks, and desserts. We all know how difficult inflation is. She pointed her perfectly manicured finger at my chest and commanded that I fix it. Lower your playing card. Your guests here. Your presence here is not welcome, I declared with a voice audible to the other tables. 14 individuals were invited. You can find them in the rear room. You came with 11 more people who weren't invited, took a book table, and placed your order without checking the rates, all because you thought I was inconsiderate. Mark stood up and brought up the fact that we are family. His balance seemed unstable. No one treats family members this way. I informed them that members of my family often do so. Invasions by parasites unfold. Are you insane? Gasp. Catherine said. Okay, Ethan, I do not have $940. We are unable to cover this. I pointed to the bone on Mark's plate and said, then you should have gotten something other than the tomahawk ribeye. There is an item with a market price. The going rate is around $145. This seemed like a predetermined menu to me. Mark froze. For my guests, I declared. You weren't cast in any way. Suddenly, Catherine's gaze swept the entire room. The other patron was staring at her, too. The manager, his arms folded, stood by the kitchen, as she observed. The harsh truth was becoming near. Ethan, please. Her tone dipped to that of a whisper. Please, stop. The children must not see this. You can count on me to repay you next week. Just pay it, I said with a giggle. The sound was icy and parched. The bounce house from Caleb's 5th birthday is still outstanding $350 and you still owe me, Catherine, after last year's unexpected auto repair, you still owe me $600. Somewhere in my possession is a spreadsheet. How about we have a look? She pleaded with him. Now tears were starting to form. Severe dread. Sadly, I am unable to assist you. My bill is paid in full, I announced. The restaurant does not want you to know about this. My gaze shifted to Victor. Was this table service satisfactory? Every effort was made. He said, then I suggest you add the mandatory 22% gratuity for large parties. I remarked, Ryan gave it his all. I just left. Behind me, Ethan and Catherine let out piercing screams. We will not continue if you exit through that door. Hey, can you hear me? I refuse to communicate with you in any way. At that point, I halted. I retraced my steps for the final time. Was that an assurance? Excuse me? I inquired. Can I get that in writing? I returned to the executive suite. So, I rounded up my crew. We went out the back door that the staff uses. The fact that Caleb could avoid seeing his aunt's argument with the police who had shown up was yet another advantage of being familiar with the layout. My in-law's mother-in-law, who was mortified by her other daughter's actions and had been at my table that night, told me what had happened the following morning. Catherine and Mark apparently lacked the necessary funds. Their 4 credit cards were all at their limit, and their 1 debit card was declined. They attempted to convince their friends to send them money via Venmo for 90 minutes. Mark drove to 4 separate ATMs to scrounge together cash from his overdraft protection, and Catherine was eventually forced to leave her driver's license and iPhone with the manager as collateral. Lucas would never let them near him again. Unsurprisingly, my phone went boom the following day. Catherine sends a text. An evildoer, you are. We were humiliated by you. My wish is that you have a healthy self-esteem. The affluent trampling down the lowly. As for why I am not wealthy, I say it's because I tramp over the rich. I'm at ease because I don't blow $165 on a bottle of wine when I have $40 stashed away. You completely disrupted the family dynamic with your text, Catherine. My mom is sobbing. Here is my response. The fact that mom brought up a daughter who views stealing as a form of expression of love makes her cry. Not once did I block her. The receipts were imperative to me. No threat, guilt trip, or text was spared as I captured it all on screen. Their folder was named, Catherine, do not admit, and that's where I put them. Everyone saw the consequences coming. Feeling the phantom guilt that victims of toxic siblings inevitably experience, my wife was deeply disturbed. Have we crossed a line? On Sunday night, as she gazed up at the ceiling, she inquired, maybe we should have just paid half. No, I firmly stated as I grasped her hand. Nothing would have changed if we had paid half. They might have done it again during Christmas if we had paid in full. My darling, we didn't inflict this on them. Seated in the chair were they. Their steak order was placed. They sipped the vino. Refusing to accept the check was my only action. After a week had passed, Lucas notified me. Victor had emailed to express his gratitude. We appreciate your business, Mr. Harrington. The disruption is deeply regretted. This $250 gift certificate is yours to keep for your next purchase. Your file has been updated. Absolutely no add-ons allowed. I sent my wife a copy of the email. Just look, I told the prophet. The birthday of Caleb was spared. The information on my credit card bill was correct. Plus, the upcoming family reunion will be shockingly empty, a first in 11 years. Boundaries, which can be purchased for precisely $940, can sometimes be the greatest present you can give yourself. Have you called the insurance company? My mom asked 90 minutes after my husband took his last breath. My name is Harper Collins, and I am 34 years old. I never dreamed I'd be standing alone at my husband Ethan's funeral, staring at empty chairs where my family should be. Not my parents, nor Brianna, my dearest friend since childhood. When their promises to be present in sickness and health were tested, those people vanished. What I discovered that day challenged everything I thought I understood about family, loyalty, and the actual nature of love. If you're seeing this, please leave a comment telling me where you're from. Please subscribe and remain with me as I discuss how the most agonizing betrayal led to an unexpected new start. Ethan and I met 6 years ago in a small coffee shop downtown. I was hurrying to my nursing job, fatigued from a double, when I literally collided with him, spilling my latte all over his jacket. Instead of becoming enraged, he laughed and said, "Well, that's one way to warm up on a cold morning." That was Ethan, always finding the positive in any circumstance. He requested for my phone number that day, and I surprised myself by giving it to him. Something about his lovely brown eyes and easy grin made me feel at ease immediately. On our first date, we talked for hours in a small Italian restaurant. He told me about his job as a firefighter, and how he'd wanted to help people since he was a child, watching fire trucks race by his window. I discussed my journey to becoming a nurse, and our strong commitment to service formed an instant bond between us. Our romance progressed swiftly. Within 8 months, we were inseparable. Ethan offered going on a hike to our favorite vantage point above the city. The ring was simple, a solitaire that had belonged to his grandmother, but it was ideal for me. "I don't have much," he told me, "but everything I am is yours." When I called to give my parents the news, they were not pleased. My mother's first query concerned Ethan's income. "Firefighting isn't exactly a lucrative career, Harper," she replied, in that judgmental tone I was all too familiar with. My father was more forthright. "You could do better." They had always expected me to marry someone of status. A doctor from the hospital where I worked, perhaps, or a lawyer. Someone who could give the lifestyle they believed I deserved. But Ethan offered something far more valuable: unconditional love and support. He encouraged me throughout my critical care nursing certification process, surprised me with study materials and bringing me meals on long evenings of preparation. He made me laugh even on my darkest days. Brianna, on the other hand, appeared supportive at first. She was my maid of honor during our tiny wedding ceremony, but she did express astonishment that I had selected such a modest setting when my parents had offered to pay for anything more expensive. What she didn't get was that Ethan and I wanted something intimate that reflected our personalities, not my parents' concept of a proper social statement. Following the wedding, we purchased a tiny craftsman-style house that required maintenance but had the ideal front porch where Ethan vowed we'd grow old together, drinking coffee and watching the neighborhood transform. We spent weekends painting walls and repairing flooring, gradually transforming the property into our home. We discussed having children someday, but we wanted to enjoy being newlyweds first. Ethan would return home after his shifts at the firehouse with stories that made me laugh and cry. I'd talk about the tiny wins and heartbreaks from my shifts in the ICU. We understood each other's work in a way that other couples do not. The erratic hours, the emotional toll, and the fact that you will always carry certain patients and their families with you. My parents kept a cordial but cold relationship with Ethan. They would occasionally invite us to dinner, but the conversation was awkward and formal. Ethan tried so hard, bringing nice gifts and asking sincere questions about their interests, but they never truly opened up to him. Brianna came by frequently in those early days, but she always appeared to make subtle comments about our modest lifestyle or Ethan's perilous job. During our 3rd year of marriage, I realized something was amiss. Ethan began to experience severe headaches, which would occasionally wake him up in the middle of the night. He dismissed them as stress or dehydration, which is typical of Ethan's tendency to minimize anything that would cause me concern. But then one day he called from work. His speech was slightly slurred, and he stated that he was feeling a little weird and would go home early. It was so unusual for him to abandon a shift that I sensed something was very wrong. As his headaches increased, he consented to consult a doctor. Even so, he joked on the way to the appointment, "It's probably just all those spicy wings catching up with me." That was our final typical day before everything changed. Before our vows of illness and health were put to the ultimate test. I was arranging supplies in the pharmaceutical room during my shift when my phone rang with a call from Ethan's captain. My heart sank. Calls from the firehouse during the day usually indicated that something had happened on the call. "Harper, this is Captain Reynolds. Ethan collapsed during the morning checks. The paramedics are bringing him to Mercy General right now. I don't recall dropping the tray of drugs. I don't recall my supervisor instructing me to leave. The next thing I remember is sprinting through the emergency room doors, still in my scrubs, desperately looking for my spouse. By the time I arrived, they had already taken him for a CT scan. I roamed the waiting room, calling my parents and Brianna, and left increasingly urgent voicemail messages. Brianna called back first, vowing to arrive right away. My folks ultimately texted that they were busy with an important dinner but sending prayers. Before the doctor said anything, her expression told me all I needed to know. The scan revealed a big lump in Ethan's brain, a grade 4 glioblastoma, the most aggressive and deadly type of brain cancer. With treatment, we're looking at maybe 14 to 18 months. She remarked gently. "I'm so sorry." The room whirled around me. 14 to 18 months. Less than the time we spent redoing our kitchen. Less than the time we were married. There wasn't even enough time to have the children we talked about. I felt Brianna's arm around my shoulders as I sank into a chair, but her consolation seemed remote, as if it were happening to someone else. Ethan received the news with characteristic bravery. When I was finally able to see him, his first words were, "Hello, gorgeous. Don't appear too concerned. We've got this." Despite having surgical staples in his head from the biopsy, he was trying to console me. The first several weeks following diagnosis were a whirlwind of appointments, treatment plans, paperwork, radiation, chemotherapy, experimental protocols, and second views. Ethan attacked each one with dedication, studying possibilities and asking insightful questions that impressed his medical staff. Brianna first stepped up, bringing prepared dinners for our freezer and sitting with Ethan while I took a shower or snooze. "That's what best friends do," she added, embracing me close. "You'd do the same for me." My parents paid an uneasy visit to the hospital. My mother flinched noticeably at Ethan's surgical scars, while my father instantly brought up practical issues like insurance coverage, disability benefits, and our mortgage. "Have you considered how you would manage your finances?" he inquired, not rudely, but with a realistic focus that distinguished his response to any crisis. "You might need to sell the house if this goes on for too long." Even in his frail state, Ethan sought for my hand. "We've got good insurance through the department," he stated firmly, "and I've always been cautious with our savings. Harper will not have to worry about that." I took a leave of absence from the hospital, utilizing my earned vacation time and family medical leave to become Ethan's full-time caregiver. Our living room was turned into a medical setting, with a hospital bed, oxygen tanks, and prescription regimens put on the refrigerator. I learned how to administer his treatments, handle his worsening symptoms, and translate medical terminology for his friends and relatives. The radiation made him terribly unwell. The steroids used to minimize brain swelling caused his face and body to balloon, and he no longer resembled the strong, lively man I'd married. Throughout it all, he remained always kind, apologizing when he couldn't get to the bathroom on time or when discomfort caused him to get irritable. "You shouldn't have to do this," he said one night while I was changing his sheets for the 3rd time. "You should be out living your life, not playing nurse to a dying man." I cautiously climbed into bed next to him, remembering his 4 lines. "This is exactly where I want to be," I assured him, "really. For better or worse." Remember how the financial hardship quickly became apparent, even with insurance. The copays, specialist prescriptions not covered by our plan, and adaptive equipment all mounted up quickly. Ethan's firefighter brotherhood arranged fundraisers, but the costs appeared limitless. When Brianna saw me calculating expenditures at the kitchen table one evening, she offered to lend us money. "I got that bonus last month," she said. "Let me help. You can pay me back when things settle down." Grateful and fatigued, I accepted her offer of $4,200, which helped cover a special mattress to prevent pressure sores, and some out-of-network consulting expenses. It was the first time in our friendship that I had borrowed money from her, and something about it made me uncomfortable, though I couldn't explain why at the time. As the weeks passed into months, I noticed a small alteration. Brianna's daily visits shifted to every few days, then weekly. Her texts became increasingly full of excuses. Work stress, car issues, and family responsibilities. My parents contacted on occasion, always asking about practical concerns rather than how we were doing emotionally. 7 months into Ethan's treatment, we heard the dreaded news. Regardless, the tumor continued to grow. His oncologist prescribed a different treatment regimen, but she saw little hope. Ethan remained determined to fight, but I could tell in his eyes that we were running out of choices. That night, while he slept fitfully alongside me, I allowed myself to weep silently for the future we were losing, for the children we would never have, for the anniversaries we would never celebrate, and for the opportunity to grow old together that had been taken away from us. What I didn't realize was that cancer was not the only thing I was about to lose. The ultimate betrayal was only beginning. As Ethan's condition worsened, the number of individuals surrounding us shrank. The regular stream of visits from the firehouse continued, with his co-workers bringing meals, cutting our lawn, and doing things around the house, but our personal connections began to deteriorate. I first realized something was wrong when I borrowed Brianna's phone to contact the pharmacist while mine was charging. My mother sent a text notification. "Have you spoken with Harper about what we discussed? Time is running out." My finger hovered above the message, and a horrible feeling developed in my gut. I returned the phone without opening it, assuming it was about a surprise to cheer us up or some practical assistance they were organizing. But a week later, I overheard a conversation that broke my comfy idea. Brianna had went onto our back patio to take a call without realizing the window was cracked wide. "I've tried to bring it up," she said quietly, "but it's never the right time. She is absolutely committed to him." No, I do not think she is thinking clearly about the future at all. Yes, I agree. She needs to start making arrangements for afterward. The word hung in the air, as if it were physically present. They had previously planned for Ethan's death and treated it as a predetermined certainty. While we were still fighting for everything we had that night, after giving Ethan his nightly pills and ensuring his comfort, I checked our shared bank account. Ethan's savings, which he had been accumulating since before we met, had shrunk dramatically. Medical costs consumed everything, despite insurance. What disturbed me the most was seeing a sequence of withdrawals I didn't recognize, including one for the exact amount I borrowed from Brianna, dated the day after she gave me the money. Had I completed these transactions and forgotten? With tiredness clouding my mind, everything appeared conceivable, but a niggling doubt lingered. Brianna visited the next day, bringing coffee and cakes, which she hadn't done in weeks. She was particularly interested in our financial position. "Have you considered what you'll do with the house?" she inquired casually as we sat at the kitchen table. "It's a lot of space for just one person. Ethan's still here." I responded forcefully. "We're not having this conversation." She rapidly backpedaled. "Of course, I meant eventually. You know, practical considerations. Your parents mentioned that you might move back home for a while after." And now I knew my parents were involved in whatever conversations were taking place behind my back. I echoed what my parents had remarked. "When exactly are you going to discuss me with my parents?" She blushed. "We are all concerned about you, Cass. We want to ensure that you are taken care of if things do not go as planned." 2 days later, I discovered an envelope of cash missing from Ethan's desk drawer. His fire department co-workers had raised funds to aid with expenditures. When I mentioned it to Brianna, she said I could have misplaced it or used it without remembering. "Caregiver tiredness is real," she said with a compassionate grin that did not quite reach her eyes. "You are fatigued. Perhaps it's time to look into a care center for Ethan. It is possible that your insurance may cover it, and you will be able to reclaim your life." Get my life back, as if my existence with Ethan, even in his illness, was an escape rather than the most essential thing in my universe. That evening, Ethan observed my attention when I assisted him with dinner. Even as his cognitive abilities deteriorated, he remained receptive to my feelings. "What's going on in that beautiful mind?" he inquired, his speech somewhat garbled due to the tumor's strain on his brain. I didn't want to burden him with my doubts. The thought that people we trusted could be taking advantage of our predicament was too hard to express. Instead, I told him a partial truth. "I'm just observing that some people aren't dealing with your disease effectively. They're pulling away." Ethan nodded slowly. "When people are unable to fix something, they become terrified. It makes them aware of their own mortality." He squeezed my hand with the little power he had left. "But you stayed. You're all I need, Harper." The betrayals continued to pile in little increments. My mother called and suggested that I place away any important objects in the house for security before Ethan needed live-in nursing care. Brianna took my car for the weekend and returned it with an empty tank. A payment from Ethan's union benefit fund arrived and suddenly vanished from our mailbox during one of Brianna's visits. 9 months after Ethan's diagnosis, I faced Brianna directly. She'd canceled 4 trips in a row, each with increasingly complex justifications. When she finally arrived at our door with a lame story about car difficulty, I led her into the kitchen while Ethan napped. "I need to ask you something," I explained, placing down 2 cups of coffee. "The money you lent us. Did you retrieve it from our account?" Her look shifted between astonishment and shame before settling on rehearsed concern. "Harper, what exactly are you talking about? Why should I do that?" "Because the precise amount was removed the following day, and I did not make that transaction." She reached across the table for my hand, which I quickly drew away. "Honey, you aren't thinking clearly. The stress is getting to you. Maybe you used it for one of Ethan's therapies but forgot. This happens. And the missing cash envelope and benefit check. Did I forget about these too?" Brianna's expression darkened slightly. "Do you accuse me of stealing from you?" Before I could react, we heard Ethan's feeble plea from the bedroom. Brianna retrieved her purse as I rose to approach him. "I think we both need some space," she remarked. "Call me when you're feeling more yourself." She didn't return for 4 weeks. By then, Ethan's clear moments had become rare jewels. The tumor was encroaching on vital sections of his brain, impairing his speech, mobility, and occasionally his ability to recognize people. But at his clearest moments, his love remained unwavering. He would glance at me with the same warm brown eyes that had captivated me in the coffee shop and murmur, "Still the best thing that ever happened to me." My isolation worsened as friends from work stopped checking in. Their suffering from protracted illness creates an invisible barrier. My parents called less often. Their questions are always about practical things rather than emotional assistance. Brianna, when she did come, appeared to be inventorying our belongings with her eyes, as if she had already decided what may be valuable. What they didn't realize was that, no matter what, I wouldn't have exchanged a single day with Ethan. Even in the darkest circumstances, his bravery and kindness shine through. He apologized when he couldn't remember a word, how he continued to try to make me laugh with jokes he struggled to deliver. Even though he could hardly sit up, he insisted on celebrating our anniversary by presenting me with a hand-drawn card that simply read, "Forever." As winter transitioned to spring, I realized that the betrayal was more than just money or belongings. People were already erasing Ethan while he was still battling for his life, and they expected me to do the same. By the 13th month following diagnosis, Ethan's oncologist had verified what we already knew in our hearts. The treatments no longer worked. The tumor had migrated to other parts of his brain. Hospice was our next step. I informed the doctor that I would like to transition to home hospice. Ethan's hand was limp, but warm in mine. "He wants to be in our home and in our bed." The hospice team arrived the next day. Elena, an angel of a nurse, is also a social worker and chaplain. They changed our bedroom into a serene environment, with a hospital bed positioned to stare out the window at the maple tree that was just beginning to bloom. They taught me about the dying process, comfort drugs, and symptoms to look for. "Call your family," Elena said gently. "Now is the time for goodbyes." That evening, I contacted my parents and left a message on my father's voicemail. "Dad, the doctors say it's time. If you and Mom wish to say farewell to Ethan, you should come within the next few days." He called back the next morning. "Your mother and I have a charity event this weekend, but we'll attempt to visit early next week. How are the finances doing? Have you spoken with your life insurance company yet?" The question hit me like a physical blow. "He hasn't died yet, Dad." Of course. Simply being practical. "You will have to make preparations soon." I hung up without responding and then called Brianna. "Oh, Cass," she murmured, her tone appropriately sad. "I will be there tomorrow. I promise. Do you want me to bring anything? Have you considered funeral homes yet?" Another individual skips ahead to Ethan's death, ignoring the sacred time we still had. "Just come and say goodbye," I answered bluntly. However, the next day, Brianna texted claiming she had a business issue and would arrive the next weekend. My parents left a voicemail regarding a scheduled difficulty with their country club event. As others who should have been there vanished, Ethan began the final leg of his journey with calm dignity. There were times of perplexity and anxiety, but also of complete clarity. During one such lucid period, 4 days after hospice began, Ethan requested that I bring him the lockbox from his closet. "We need to talk about something," he replied quietly. The box contained financial records, our wills, insurance policies, and a sealed envelope with my name on it. Ethan's hands trembled too much to grasp them, so I laid them across the bed beside him. "I made some adjustments," he added, waving weakly at the documents. "Last month when you went to see your aunt." I remembered the first time I left him with a hospice volunteer for a few hours of relief. "I amended our will and modified my life insurance policy," he went on. "The house is paid off now." I looked at him, perplexed. "Paid off? Ethan? How is this possible?" A shadow of his former smile appeared on his face. "Firefighters take care of their own. The department's charitable fund. I did not want to inform you till it was finished. I didn't want you to worry about the house afterwards." "Ethan, no, I interjected, tears in my eyes. We don't need to talk about what happens after. He made an effort to grab for my hand. We do, my darling. I need to know you'll be okay, he said, gesturing toward the envelope. Read it when I'm gone. Promise me you'll read it alone. I nodded, unable to talk through tears. And promise me something else, he whispered. Promise to reconstruct. Find joy again. That is what will bring me peace. I couldn't picture joy without you, I admitted honestly. You will, he said with startling force. Harper, you are stronger than you realize. Stronger than all of them. I didn't ask who they were. Somehow, I knew. The following 2 days were serene and full of modest, lovely moments. I read to Ethan from his favorite books, played music from our wedding, and slept next to him, telling stories about our best days together. His colleagues from the firehouse arrived in pairs to say goodbye, each embracing me with genuine compassion, before sitting beside Ethan's bed to share memories or simply hold his hand. Ethan sneaked away at daylight on a Wednesday morning. His heavy breathing filled the quiet room for a moment, and then he was gone. I was holding his hand and telling him about the cardinal that had just landed on our windowsill, which is his favorite bird. Elena, the hospice nurse, arrived immediately after my call. She assisted me in washing his body for the final time, an old rite of love and respect. When the funeral home staff arrived, I kissed his forehead and whispered, "Thank you for loving me." In the resulting silence, I called my parents and Brianna. My mother responded, her voice controlled. "Oh, Harper, I am so sorry. Your father and I will help with the arrangements." "Have you called your insurance company?" "Not yet, Mother." "Of course, dear. He died about 90 minutes ago. But these issues require immediate attention. We'll come by this afternoon." Brianna responded similarly. "I'll come right over. Do you have the policy information? I can assist you with phone calls." Rather than accepting their offers, I called Ethan's captain, who arrived in 40 minutes. He sat with me at the kitchen table, assisted me in making the necessary phone calls, and inquired about Ethan's funeral wishes. "A firefighter service," I explained. "At the Oak Tree and Memorial Park, where we used to picnic, the department chaplain assisted me in organizing everything." Ethan's colleagues organized a lovely service that included traditions honoring fallen firefighters, a ceremonial bell, a final radio call, and his boots and helmet displayed in the front. The funeral home provided chairs for 60 people. I reserved front row seats for my parents and Brianna. That evening, alone in our home for the first time, I opened the envelope Ethan had left for me. There was a letter and additional documents inside. "My dear Harper," it all started with Ethan's careful handwriting. "If you're reading this, I've gotten ahead of you, which was always my biggest fear. Not death, but leaving you alone. But you won't stay alone for long. You have too much love to give and too bright a spirit to be alone. I need to tell you something I couldn't say while I was still with you. I've been concerned about your parents and Brianna for quite some time. When I was first diagnosed, I overheard your mother and Brianna discussing my life insurance policy. A conversation they should not have had. Brianna was looking through our financial papers one day while you were napping. And as for the missing money, I saw her take the envelope from my desk while she thought I was sleeping. I didn't tell you because you needed their support, and I hoped I was wrong. However, as time passed, I became convinced that they were planning to profit from my death. That's why I made changes to keep you safe. The house has now been paid in full. My life insurance policy names only you as the beneficiary, with specific instructions that prevent anyone else from accessing it. I've arranged for a financial advisor, Graham Pierce, whose card is enclosed, to assist you with everything. I hate leaving you with this burden of knowledge, but I had to protect you one more time. Trust your instincts about who should have a place in your life moving forward. You deserve to be loved for your beautiful heart rather than for what you can give them. Ethan, I love you forever." Bank statements were attached, showing unauthorized access attempts to our accounts made using Brianna's email address. There were also copies of text messages between my mother and Brianna discussing the large insurance payout and how to guide Harper towards smart investments that they could assist with. As the truth of their betrayal became clear, I discovered Ethan's journal. Just 3 months ago, he wrote, "Harper doesn't see it yet, but they're circling like vultures. Brianna keeps springing up the house. Her parents have called 4 times to inquire about my insurance. They see her as an ATM that they will be able to use when I am gone. I need to find a way to protect her without breaking her heart." That night, I wept not only for Ethan's death, but also for the added burden he'd carried, knowing that people who should have supported us were instead plotting to profit from his death. The next morning, I made coffee, sat on our front porch, and planned the funeral, anticipating the final betrayal that I now knew was inevitable. The day of Ethan's funeral brought perfect spring weather, sunshine, and a gentle breeze that rustled the oak leaves above the gathering area in Memorial Park. I'd spent the previous day in a fog of grief and preparation, coordinating with the funeral director and accepting food deliveries from neighbors and Ethan's co-workers to fill our refrigerator and countertops. I wore a simple black dress that Ethan had always preferred, pearl earrings he had given me for our first anniversary, and his wedding ring on a chain around my neck. Mr. Whitaker, the funeral director, arrived promptly at 9:30 a.m. and assessed my emotional state with kind eyes. "Do any family members accompany you in the family car?" he asked gently. "No," I responded. "They'll meet us there," was what I had been told. My parents had called the night before, promising to arrive early to help greet guests. Brianna had simply texted, "See you tomorrow. Stay strong." We arrived at the park about 40 minutes before the service. Firefighters in dress uniforms were already setting up, placing Ethan's helmet, boots, and uniform jacket on a display table draped with a ceremonial flag. Captain Reynolds approached me immediately, enveloping me in a bear hug. "We're all here for you," he said, his voice rough and emotional. "Whatever you need today or any day." As the start time approached, I kept looking around the parking lot for my parents' silver Mercedes or Brianna's red hatchback. The chairs began to fill up with Ethan's colleagues, hospital staff from where I worked, and neighbors from our street. The department chaplain checked his watch before approaching me. "Should we wait a few more minutes?" he asked nicely. I nodded and took out my phone to check for messages. Brianna had sent a text just 20 minutes earlier. "An emergency at work. Cannot get away. I am so sorry. Call you tonight." My mother had left a voicemail. "Harper, your father's car is making strange noises on the highway. We'll have to turn back. So disappointing. We've called a mechanic, but they won't arrive in time. Please call us whenever you are able. There's no real emergency. There was no serious car trouble. Please excuse the thin tissue paper delivered at the last possible moment. We should start," I told the chaplain, putting my phone back in my purse. As I took my seat in the front row, the empty space beside me felt like a physical presence. 4 empty chairs where my parents and best friend should have sat. Behind me, I could hear murmurs of people noticing and wondering. The pitying glances were almost as bad as the abandonment itself. The service began with the ceremonial ringing of a bell, which signifies a firefighter's final call. Ethan's captain mentioned his bravery, dedication to service, and unfailing kindness. Fellow firefighters told me stories that made me laugh through tears. Ethan's infamous chili was so hot that it cleared the firehouse. His tendency to take in stray animals until we could find them homes. His unending patience while teaching new recruits. I had prepared remarks, but I wasn't sure if I could get through them without breaking down. When the time came, I approached the small podium with surprisingly stable legs. Ethan once told me, and my voice grew stronger than I expected, that love isn't what you say, but what you do. It is showing up. It entails being present in difficult situations as well as in happy ones. I looked out at the sea of uniforms, people who had been there consistently throughout Ethan's illness and now in his death. Each of you showed us that kind of love during the most difficult year of our lives. I talked about Ethan's courage, his never-failing sense of humor, and his complete lack of self-pity in the face of adversity. I did not mention the empty chairs beside me. I did not need to. Their absence spoke volumes. Following the final prayer and the folding of the ceremonial flag, which Captain Reynolds presented to me with formal solemnity, people filed past to express their condolence. There are so many whispered variations of "if you need anything." And I automatically thanked them, knowing that most good-willed offers of assistance would fade as normal life resumed. As the crowd thinned, a man I didn't know approached hesitantly. He shared Ethan's eyes and the same cleft in his chin. "Harper, I'm Logan, Ethan's brother." I stared in shock. Ethan had mentioned his estranged brother several times, but he claimed they hadn't spoken in years due to a family conflict that he never fully explained. "I know this is strange," Logan said awkwardly. "We weren't in touch, but when I saw the notice, I knew I had to come. He was my little brother." Tears welled up in my eyes as I embraced the stranger with pieces of Ethan on his face. "He would have been overjoyed that you came." Logan looked at the empty chairs. "Your family could not make it. They chose not to," I explained simply. His expression changed to one of understanding. "Ethan always described you as the strongest person he knew. Now, I understand why." At the cemetery, the final goodbye was even more personal. Just me, the funeral director, and a few of Ethan's closest colleagues. The department chaplain said a final prayer as Ethan's ashes were placed in the simple niche we had chosen together during one of his more lucid moments. I placed a small carved firefighter emblem next to the gift from his rookie class. The fire captain had planned a reception at the station afterward, but I couldn't take any more sympathy or questions about my absent family. Instead, I asked Mr. Whitaker to drive me home. "Is anyone meeting you there?" he asked with genuine concern. "You should not be alone tonight." "I'll be fine," I assured him, though I wasn't sure that was correct. As I climbed the stairs to our empty house, I recalled Ethan's words from earlier in his illness. We'd been talking about how people were uncomfortable with his diagnosis, and how some of their friends had already started to disappear. Some people struggle to cope with the difficulties of life. He'd stated, they want the wedding but not the marriage, the birth but not the sleepless nights, the anniversary celebrations but not the daily work of loving someone. Don't be too harsh on them, Cass. Not everyone has your strength. I assumed he was being generous. Now I wondered if he'd been preparing me for this exact moment, standing alone on our porch, knowing that the people who should have loved me the most had failed the ultimate loyalty test. As I turned the key in the lock, I reached a decision. This betrayal wouldn't define me. I'd honor Ethan by being the person he saw in me, someone capable of rising from the ashes. 10 days after the funeral, I was sorting through Ethan's clothes, the most difficult task I had yet undertaken, when the doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw Brianna standing on the porch between my parents, all three wearing appropriately somber expressions. I considered not responding. The thought of their phony condolences made my stomach turn. But Ethan's voice seemed to whisper into my ear. "Cass, face it head on. Get some closure." I opened the door without greeting anyone. "Darling," my mother said, stepping forward to embrace me. I stayed stiff in her arms. "We've been very worried. You have not been returning calls." "Come in," I said flatly, stepping aside. They entered the living room. My father is carrying a foil-covered casserole dish. Brianna holds a small gift bag. The normality of these gestures, as if they were making a standard condolence call rather than showing up after abandoning me at my husband's funeral, was bizarre. "We brought dinner," my father said, setting the dish on the coffee table. "Your mom's lasagna." Brianna added, "And this is just a little something," as she offered the gift bag. A remembrance necklace featuring Ethan's birthstone. I accepted neither. "Why are you here?" My mother seemed taken aback. "We're here to check on you, Harper. We have been concerned." "I am very concerned that none of you attended Ethan's funeral." An uncomfortable silence fell. My dad cleared his throat. "This was unfortunate. Your mother explained that there was car trouble." "Do not," I interrupted. "Do not insult me with more lies." Brianna stepped forward, her expression earnest. "Cass, I actually had a work emergency. My boss would not allow me to leave." I felt horrible. It was terrible enough to text rather than call 20 minutes before the service. My mother sat uninvited on the sofa. "Darling, we understand your grief, but there is no need for this hostility. We're here to help you make plans and move forward." "Arrangements?" "Yes," my father said, assessing the living room. "This house is too large for just you. We believe you should sell while the market is good. You could return home until you get back on your feet." Brianna nodded enthusiastically, "And I've been looking into financial advisors for when the insurance settlement comes through. There are some great investment opportunities there that could really grow Ethan's legacy." The true purpose of their visit was revealed, not to comfort me, but to position themselves to benefit from Ethan's death. "When did you intend to discuss the insurance with me?" I asked quietly. "Before or after you pretended to be concerned about how I was doing?" Brianna cast a nervous glance at my parents. "All we want is to help you make good decisions. Grief can impair judgment." My father leaned forward. "Have you filed your claim yet? These companies can move slowly if you don't keep up with them." "Actually," I said, walking to Ethan's desk and removing a folder, "I have some questions for all of you first." I spread out copies of the documents that Ethan had left me. Brianna's bank records show her attempts to access our accounts, as well as text messages between her and my parents about how to manage my expected inheritance. "Do you want to explain these?" Brianna's face lost its color. My mother's mouth opened and closed silently. My father was the one who recovered first. "Where did you get this? Have you been spying on us?" "Ethan found them. He knew exactly what you were doing." "That is absurd." My mother protested. "We were just trying to protect you. Your husband made questionable financial decisions while he was ill. His cognitive abilities were impacted by the medication. Ethan was more composed on his worst day than you are on your best," I replied, my voice shaking with rage. "He recognized exactly who you were." Brianna began to cry, tears that had previously moved me but now appeared as manufactured as her friendship. "Cass, you are twisting everything. We were concerned about you being taken advantage of. Ethan was not thinking clearly near the end. Is this why you took the money from his desk? To protect me?" She flinched. "I borrowed it. I was going to repay it. And the benefit check that vanished from our mail." "I never touched any check," she insisted. But her eyes shifted away. My father rose abruptly. "This is ridiculous. We came here to help you, but you're treating us like criminals." "That firefighter," filled your head with paranoid nonsense. "That firefighter," I said, my voice dead calm, "was my husband. He protected me until his last breath, even from you." I took out the final documents, Ethan's updated will and insurance policy. "He changed everything. You are aware that the house has been paid in full. The insurance policy names only me as the beneficiary, with specific provisions prohibiting any transfers to family members for 7 years." My mother gave a gasp. "He can't do it." "He did. He ensured that you couldn't manipulate me while I was grieving." My father's face darkened with anger. "That's our gratitude for everything we've done." "What exactly did you do, Dad?" "You did not assist during his illness. You didn't even attend his funeral. He was never suitable for you." My mother blurted. "A firefighter. You could have married a doctor, had financial security, and achieved social standing. Instead, you committed to a man with a dangerous job and a mediocre salary. Finally, we have the truth. I almost appreciated her candor after so many lies. Ethan was worth 100 of you, I remarked quietly. He understood what family truly meant. It is not about status or money, it is about showing up. It's about love without conditions. Brianna made one final attempt. Cass, you aren't thinking clearly. Grief affects people in various ways. We care about you, we just want the best. What's best for me is to never see any of you again, I interrupted. Ethan left me with everything I needed, including the clarity to see who truly loved me and who saw me as a money-making opportunity. My father's expression hardened. Harper, you'll regret this. When the grief subsides and you're alone in this large house filled with memories, you'll need your family. I have family, I said. None of them are in this room. I approached the door and held it open. Please leave my home and do not return. Any further communication can be routed through my lawyer. They departed in stunned silence. My mother pausing at the door with tears in her eyes that might have been genuine remorse or simply the frustration of a plan thwarted. Regardless, it was too late. As I closed the door behind them, a strange feeling washed over me. Not the crushing loneliness I had anticipated, but something that felt remarkably like freedom. The first night after confronting my parents and Brianna, I slept better than I had since Ethan's diagnosis. There was something clarifying about telling the truth and no longer having to make excuses for people who had never earned my loyalty. The next morning, I woke to sunlight streaming through the bedroom window and made a decision. I would take Ethan's final gift to me, the freedom from financial worry, and use it to rebuild my life with intention. I started with small steps. I returned to work part-time in the ICU, where my co-workers greeted me with compassion and space to recover. Many had attended Ethan's funeral and knew about my family's absence, but no one pressed for explanations. Instead, they covered my shifts when grief hit unexpectedly, brought coffee during long nights, and shared their own stories of loss and recovery. Captain Reynolds and the firefighters from Ethan's station remained present in my life in ways I hadn't anticipated. They showed up regularly to mow the lawn, fix a leaking faucet, or simply share a meal and stories about Ethan. They became the family that had been there all along, hiding in plain sight. Ethan made us promise to look out for you, Reynolds told me one evening as he repaired our deck railing, but honestly, we'd have done it anyway. You're one of ours now. 4 months after the funeral, I met with Graham Pierce, the financial advisor Ethan had selected. He helped me establish a foundation in Ethan's name that would provide scholarships for children of firefighters. It felt right to honor his legacy of service by supporting the next generation. Your husband was incredibly thorough, Graham commented as we finalized the paperwork. He really thought of everything to make this transition smoother for you. That was Ethan, I said, smiling through tears, always taking care of others. As summer faded into fall, I began the painful but necessary process of going through Ethan's belongings. Each item held memories. His favorite flannel shirt still carried his scent. His coffee mug with a chipped handle remained on its hook in the kitchen. His reading glasses lay on his nightstand beside a half-finished mystery novel. I didn't rush. Some days I could only manage to sort through a single drawer before emotions overwhelmed me. Other days brought unexpected laughter at discovering Ethan's collection of silly socks or the love notes he'd hidden throughout our bedroom. One afternoon, while organizing his desk, I found a business card for Logan, Ethan's arranged brother, with a note in Ethan's handwriting. Should try again someday. After hesitating for days, I finally called the number. Logan answered on the third ring. I found your card in Ethan's things, I explained. I thought maybe we could get coffee sometime. We met the following week at a quiet cafe. The resemblance to Ethan was even more striking in the daylight. The same crinkles around his eyes when he smiled, the same thoughtful pause before speaking. I regret not reaching out sooner, Logan said after we'd exchanged awkward pleasantries. Our falling out was over something so stupid. Family business disagreements after our parents died. Ethan never talked much about it. I admitted that sounds like him. Never one to speak ill of others. Logan stirred his coffee absently. When I saw his obituary, it hit me how much time we'd wasted. Years we can't get back. He kept your card, I offered. I think he wanted to reconnect, too. That first meeting led to others. Logan shared stories of Ethan as a child. His fearlessness, his protective nature, his determination to become a firefighter despite their parents' objections. I found comfort in these glimpses of the man I loved before I knew him. Logan had a family of his own. A wife named Natalie and twin boys who had Ethan's smile. They invited me for Sunday dinners and holiday gatherings, incorporating me into their lives with a natural ease that made me realize what genuine family felt like. On the 18-month anniversary of Ethan's death, I held a small memorial at our favorite spot by the lake. Logan's family came along with Ethan's firefighter brothers and several of my nursing colleagues. We shared memories and planted a young oak tree with a simple plaque. Ethan Collins, beloved husband, brother, friend, his love continues to grow. That evening, alone in our house, which now felt like truly mine, I opened a letter that had arrived in the morning mail. It was from Brianna. "Harper," it began. "I've written this letter a dozen times over the past year, nothing I can say will excuse what I did. Greed and envy got the better of me, and I betrayed the most important friendship of my life. I'm not asking for forgiveness or reconciliation. I just want you to know that losing your friendship has taught me what truly matters, and I will spend the rest of my life trying to be worthy of the trust one squandered. I hope you found peace and that Ethan's memory continues to bring you comfort." I didn't respond to the letter, but I didn't throw it away either. It represented something important, an acknowledgement of the pain caused and the consequences of betrayal. My parents had made no such attempt at amends, maintaining through mutual acquaintances that I had pushed them away during my grief. As the seasons changed, I found myself volunteering at a grief support group for young widows and widowers. Sharing my experience helped others navigate their own losses, and their stories reminded me that pain, while unique to each person, is also universal. When spring came again, I made another significant decision. Using some of Ethan's life insurance money, I purchased a small cottage near the lake where we dreamed of retiring someday. The main house, our home together, I kept, unable to part with the walls that had witnessed our love story from beginning to end. The cottage became my weekend sanctuary, a place to hear the loons at dawn and watch fireflies at dusk, a place to feel Ethan's presence in the beauty of nature he'd so loved. "You were right," I whispered to him one evening as I sat on the dock, feet dangling in the cool water. I did find joy again. Not the same joy we had, but something new that honors what we shared. New friendships entered my life, genuine connections formed through shared interests and mutual respect rather than history or obligation. I became close with Elena, the hospice nurse who had guided us through Ethan's final days. Discovering in her a kindred spirit who understood both loss and resilience, I resumed nursing full-time, but switched to hospice care, drawing on my experience to comfort families navigating their own journeys through grief. The work was emotionally demanding but deeply fulfilling, allowing me to transform my pain into compassion for others. Nearly 3 years after Ethan's death, I sat on our front porch, the one where he'd promised we'd grow old together, watching a summer thunderstorm roll in. The air felt electric with possibility. The betrayal by those I'd trusted most had taught me painful but necessary lessons. That family isn't defined by blood, but by presence. That love is demonstrated through actions, not words. That loss, while devastating, can also be clarifying. Ethan had seen the truth about my parents and Brianna long before I was ready to acknowledge it. His final act of protection, ensuring my financial security and independence, had given me the freedom to rebuild my life on my own terms, surrounded by people who valued me for myself rather than what they could gain. The greatest lesson I learned from losing everything was that I hadn't actually lost what mattered most. Ethan's love remained with me, not just in memories, but in the strength he'd helped me discover in myself, the ability to stand alone rather than accept conditional relationships. The courage to begin again. If you've ever had to rebuild your life after betrayal or loss, I hope my story offers some comfort. True family isn't always who we're born to. Sometimes, it's the people who show up when everyone else walks away. The colleagues who become friends, the arranged brother who becomes a lifeline. The neighbors who bring casseroles not to gain something, but simply because they care. Ethan once told me that the measure of a life well lived isn't in possessions or achievements, but in the love we give freely, expecting nothing in return. By that measure, his short life was richer than most that spanned decades longer. I still miss him every day. But now, when I think of Ethan, my first thought isn't of loss, but of gratitude for the love we shared and the lessons that continue to guide me. If you've made it this far in my story, I'd love to hear about someone who showed up for you when it mattered most. Drop a comment below. Subscribe if you'd like to hear more stories of resilience, and share this with someone who might need to be reminded they're stronger than they know. Remember that even in our darkest moments, we're never truly alone as long as we remain open to the unexpected connections that can become our chosen family. Thank you for listening, and until next time, be the person who shows. My parents chose a concert over my surgery. They smiled until Grandpa asked one quiet question. My name is Claire Bennett. I am 36 years old, a cardiology resident, and a single mother of 4-year-old twins. 3 months ago, I was laying in an emergency room, bleeding internally, following a vehicle accident. My palms shook when I dialed my folks' number. I needed someone to watch Emma and Noah for a few hours as physicians worked to save my life. Instead, I received a text message in our family group chat saying, "You've always been a nuisance and a burden. We have Ariana Grande tickets with Olivia tonight. Figure it out yourself." So I did. From my hospital bed, I called a nanny agency, paid quadruple the cost, and made a life-changing decision. I cut them entirely off. Everything I had been discreetly paying for the past 9 years, including my monthly mortgage payments, health insurance, and auto repairs, was gone. 3 weeks later, I had a tap on the door. Before I tell you who was standing there and what occurred next, please like and subscribe if you like the story. Leave a comment and tell me where you are watching from and what time it is. I enjoy communicating with you all. Now let me take you back to the beginning. Growing up in the Bennett household, I quickly learned that love had a hierarchy system. My older sister, Olivia, was the star. This had always been the case. She was 4 years older, effortlessly beautiful, and exuded a magnetic quality that made our parents light up any time she entered a room. Mom sobbed happy tears as she expressed her desire to pursue fashion design. Dad referred to her as our little visionary. When I mentioned I wanted to be a doctor, Dad nodded. That is practical. That was it, practical. I persuaded myself it did not matter. I buried myself in textbooks, aced every exam, and got into one of the best medical schools in the country. Undergraduate studies last 4 years, followed by 4 years of medical school and 4 years of cardiac residency. The day I graduated from medical school should have been one of the most proud moments of my life. My folks arrived 90 minutes late. Sorry, sweetheart, Mom replied, not meeting my gaze. Olivia had an emergency appointment with a possible investor. We had to drop her off first. There were no flowers or celebratory dinner, just a brief selfie in the parking lot as they sped away, because Olivia needed emotional support following her meeting. Compare this to Olivia's debut fashion display 4 years ago. The entire family flew to New York, stayed at a 5-star hotel, and had front row seats. Dad shared 21 images on Facebook, with phrases like, "So proud of our talented girl." I received a parking lot shot and a lukewarm, "Congrats, honey." I told myself it made sense, fashion is highly competitive. Olivia needed additional help. Medicine is stable. I could manage things on my own, but I had no idea at the time that my parents' preference was not just emotional, but also financial, and I was the one footing the price. It began 9 years ago, just after I graduated medical school. Dad contacted me one evening, his voice filled with embarrassment. "Claire, we're in a bit of a bind. The mortgage payment is due, and things are tight this month. Could you help us out? Just this once." All of a sudden, I sent $2,650 that night without hesitation. They were my parents. Of course, I'd help. However, this once become every month. The mortgage came first, followed by $900 in monthly health insurance costs. When Dad's firm canceled coverage, there were emergencies, auto repairs, roof leaks, and a new furnace. I've never said no. Not once. When I was pregnant with the twins and their father left during my 5th month, I contacted my parents from the hospital after a scary bleeding episode. I was afraid, alone, and begging for help. "Oh, honey, we wish we could come," Mom replied. "But Olivia is so stressed after her show in Milan. She really needs us right now." They weren't planning to go. Not for birth. Not for the first month, when I was barely sleeping, nursing 2 newborns and studying for my board examinations, but the automatic transfers continued. $2,650 for the mortgage, $900 for insurance, and everything else they required. I maintained a spreadsheet. I'm not sure why. Perhaps part of me needed to see it in black and white. The figures were astonishing. 9 years and $355,000, give or take. I never asked for thanks. I never expected a procession. But I never anticipated to be labeled a burden by those I'd been carrying for nearly a decade. That reckoning was inevitable. I just didn't realize it yet. The collision occurred on Wednesday evening. I was driving home from an 18-hour shift. My eyes were weary, but I was awake enough. The light turned green. I pulled into the junction. I've never seen the truck. It drove 55 miles per hour through the red light. The impact struck my driver's side door. Glass exploded. Metal shrieked. The world whirled and then went black. I awoke inside an ambulance. My abdominal pain was terrible. A familiar face appeared above me. "Claire, Claire, can you hear me?" Daniel Reed. My hospital employs an emergency physician. We had worked together for 2 years. "Daniel," my voice came out odd and weak. "What's happening?" "You were in an accident. We're taking you in now. Possible internal bleeding. You're going to need surgery." "Treatment?" The word struck me like a second collision. "My children." I grabbed his arm. "Emma and Noah are with the babysitter. She leaves at 8. Daniel checked his watch. "It's 7:20. 40 minutes. I had 40 minutes to locate someone to watch my children while the doctors sliced me open. I scrambled for my phone with trembling hands. As I looked up my parents' phone number, blood splattered across the screen. It rang 4 times. "Claire," Dad said, his voice impatient. "We're about to leave. What is it?" "Dad, I need help." The words came out between gasps of pain. "I was in an accident. I'm being taken to the hospital, surgery. Please, I need you and Mom to watch the twins, just for a few hours." There is silence aboard the line. Then, "Hold on." I heard muffled voices. My mother's tone was aggressive and irritated. Olivia laughs in the background. The line became quiet. Then my phone vibrated with an SMS notification. Family group chat. My mother sent me a message. Claire, you've always been a nuisance and a burden. We have Ariana Grande tickets with Olivia tonight. We've been planning this for months. Figure it out yourself. I did so 3 times. The language did not alter. Dad sent a second message. You're a doctor. You're used to hospitals. Don't make this into a bigger deal than it needs to be. Then she said, not in words, just a laughing emoji. That was it. That was all I was worth to them. A laughing emoji while I lay bleeding in an ambulance. Daniel was observing me. I hadn't realized he could see my screen until he spoke. Claire. He spoke carefully. What did they say? I could not respond. Something had broken open inside of me, and it wasn't just the internal bleeding. I need a phone. I muttered. A phone with internet. Mine's dying. He handed me his without hesitation. I Googled emergency nanny services and discovered one with 24-hour availability. I contacted and conveyed the problem in brief, professional phrases. Yes, I would pay 3 times the rate. Yes, I would offer the babysitter's contact information for handoff instructions. Yes, I authorized payment immediately. It was completed in 4 minutes. Daniel was still watching me as I returned his phone. He said nothing. He did not have to. Can you screenshot those messages? I requested from my phone, just before it died. He nodded slowly. Yeah, I can do that. I closed my eyes as the ambulance entered the hospital area. The agony was intense now, but it wasn't coming from my abdomen. From my hospital bed, with an IV in my arm and fear in my heart, I made the simplest decision of my life. The surgery lasted 5 hours. Spleen rupture, resulting in internal hemorrhage. Another 10 minutes and I might not have made it. I was in the hospital for 6 days, which included IV drips, morphine haze, and nurses monitoring my vitals every few hours. My parents have not called, texted, or visited me once. The emergency nanny service was pricey, but well worth the money. They communicated with my regular sitter, kept Emma and Noah safe and fed, and emailed me daily photo updates. Strangers provided better care for my circumstance than my own relatives. On day 3, I asked the nurse for my laptop. Are you certain you're up for it? She inquired. You should be resting. I need to take care of something. My hands remained calm as I signed into my bank app. 9 years of automatic transfers gazed back at me, like clockwork. $2,650 on the 1st of each month and $900 on the 15th. I canceled them all. Then I went into my phone settings and blocked my father's, mother's, and Olivia's numbers. There were no dramatic scenes, no tears, and no second guessing. It felt like I was putting down a weight I had been carrying for so long that I had forgotten it was there. Daniel came by later that afternoon. He checked in on me every day, bringing coffee and calm company. How do you feel? He asked. I glanced up at him and, for the first time in years, told him the truth. Better. For the first time in 9 years, I feel better. He didn't press for specifics. He nodded as if he understood. I knew the consequences were coming. My parents would notice the missing money. They would rage, wail, and demand explanations. But I didn't expect what happened next. 3 weeks after surgery, I was finally home, moving slowly and very uncomfortable, but alive. It was Sunday morning. I was making pancakes for Emma and Noah, which is their favorite weekend treat. The kitchen smelled like butter and maple syrup. Noah tried to stack his toy blocks. Emma helped, by knocking them down. Then came a knock. I have 3 sharp raps on my front door. I cleaned my hands on a dish towel, my heart racing. If it was my parents, I was not prepared. I wasn't sure whether I would ever be ready. When I peeked through the peephole, my breath caught. Standing on my porch was a tall guy in his early 70s with well-combed silver hair, keen blue eyes I recalled from boyhood, and a posture that still bore the power of 42 years on the federal bench. Grandfather Henry. I hadn't seen him for nearly 4 years. My parents were continually making reasons for why we couldn't visit. Too busy, too far, too inconvenient. I answered the door, and he drew me into a hug so tight that my surgical wound hurt. Claire. His voice sounded gruff. Let me look at you. He drew back, his gaze sweeping my face before falling to where my hand lay protectively on my abdomen. I know everything, he replied gently. Margaret told me. Aunt Margaret, my mother's younger sister, was the only person in the family who had ever openly questioned how my parents treated me. Grandpa, I don't. He raised his hand. You don't have to explain anything, but I'd like you to accompany me somewhere. He reached into his jacket and brought out a cream-colored, exquisite, formal envelope. An invitation. My 72nd birthday party is next Saturday. The entire family will be there. His gaze met mine. And I have some things to say. Grandpa Henry sat at my kitchen table, watching Emma and Noah with a warm grin. They had immediately taken to him, showing off their toys and demanding his attention. He donated liberally. They look just like you did at that age, he told me. Same stubborn chin. I set down 2 cups of coffee and sat across from him. Grandpa, How did you learn about the accident? What about everything? Margaret called me the night it happened. He clutched the mug. She'd heard through one of your cousins, and when she told me what your parents did, he paused, his jaw stiffening. I've been watching this for years, Claire. Susan and David regard you differently than Olivia. I'm old, but I'm not blind. I looked at my coffee. I thought maybe I was imagining it, making it bigger than it was. You weren't. His voice carried the weight of a man who had spent decades discerning fact from fiction. I was a federal judge for 42 years. I understand how to read people. I understand what favoritism and exploitation look like. He leaned forward. Tell me something. Do you still have records of the money you sent them? I nodded slowly. All transfers. 9 years. Good, he said, sitting back down. I want you to put together a summary. Every payment, every date, every amount. Because at my birthday celebration, in front of the entire family, I intend for the truth to be revealed. His eyes remained fixed. Not as an attack, not as retaliation, but as facts. And, after 42 years on the bench, I've learned that facts speak for themselves. My hands trembled around my mug. What if they dislike me? The ones that count won't. He grabbed my hand and squeezed it. And the ones who do never deserved you. The following 3 weeks were a flurry of preparation. I printed every bank statement, transfer confirmation, and 9 years of financial documents in chronological order, bound in a plain manila folder. It was mind-boggling to take everything in at once. Month after month, year after year, a torrent of money flows in the same way. Aunt Margaret came 3 days before the party. She was 55, sharp-tongued, and had always been the family's black sheep, refusing to pretend everything was okay. She flipped through the folder, her expression becoming darker with each page. $395,000, she replied bluntly. Claire, do you know what this is? I understand. This is more than most people earn in 8 years of full-time employment. She placed down the folder. And they called you a burden. I flattened my palms against the kitchen counter. Aunt Margaret, I do not want to destroy the family. I just want people to see and acknowledge what I've done. You're not destroying anything. She stood and rested her hand on my shoulder. You're simply stopping the falsehood. They constructed their comfortable life around your silence. You don't have to keep giving them that. I agreed, my stomach churning with fear. What if everyone is on their side? Somebody might. Family is complicated. She shrugged. However, your grandfather wields considerable power. And, more significantly, you know the truth. That evening, I received a text from a cousin I had scarcely spoken to. I heard you and your folks had a falling out. Olivia has been telling everyone that you have been acting unpredictable since your accident. I just wanted to let you know. I gazed at the message. They were already manipulating the story, presenting me as unstable, and preparing their defense before I arrived. I didn't want to fight, but it appeared they were bringing one regardless. Grandpa Henry's house was a colonial estate on 4 acres of manicured property, with white columns and a wraparound porch that exuded old money and quiet authority. I drove into the circular driveway, my hands tense on the driving wheel. Emma and Noah were in their vehicle seats, chatting about the large house and the balloons visible through the windows. Over 45 automobiles lined the premises. The entire family was here. I chose a modest blue outfit that was professional yet understated. I was not here to cause a scene. I was here to speak the truth. The folder was inside my bag. Inside, the celebration was already well underway. Waiters circulated champagne. A string quartet performed in the corner. Crystal and silver glinted in the light of the chandelier. I spotted them right away. My parents stood near the fireplace, Dad wearing his nicest suit and looking distinguished. Mom, dressed in a cream outfit, was giggling at something someone said. They spotted me at the same time. Mom's chuckling stopped. Dad's face became hard. For a long time, neither of us moved. Then Olivia appeared. My sister slipped over in a fancy gown that probably cost more than my monthly student loan payment. Her grin was flawless. Her eyes were icy. Oh, Claire, she air-kissed my cheek. You made it. We've heard about your accident. Nothing too bad, I hope. I maintained a steady stare on her. A ruptured spleen with internal hemorrhage. I nearly died. Her smile flashed. Mom said it was just a fender bender. Mom wasn't there. I moved Noah to my other hip. None of you were. Olivia's composure crumbled for a split second. Then she recovered, touching my arm with fake pity. You look terrific now, that's all that matters. She drifted away, but I felt the first rumble of thunder. It was merely the beginning. The attack occurred 30 minutes into the celebration. I was getting fruit punch for the twins when I heard Olivia's purposefully loud voice echoing around the room. I'm really worried about Claire. She was speaking to a group of aunts and cousins at the dessert table. She was deeply touched by the accident. She has been saying the craziest things. Cut off all communication with Mom and Dad for no reason. I turned my back, yet each phrase landed like a little knife. Mom joined in, wiping her eyes with a handkerchief. We have tried everything. She will not answer to calls or texts. I suppose she's having a breakdown. Poor thing. Someone mumbled. She's always been the sensitive one, Olivia explained. Do you remember how dramatic she was as a teenager? I suppose the stress of being a single mother has simply been too much. I felt eyes on me, pitying glances, and muttered concerns. I didn't say anything. I simply handed Noah his juice cup and smoothed Emma's hair. Aunt Margaret appeared beside me, her voice low and furious. They have been laying the groundwork all week, calling relatives and planting seeds. They know something is coming, and they are attempting to discredit you first. I understand. Are you all right? I looked across the room to my grandfather. He was looking at the scene with an unreadable expression and a glass of whiskey in his hand. He gave me a small nod. I'm fine, I assured Margaret. Let them talk. Suddenly, the room became quiet. Someone clinked their glass. Grandpa Henry rose from his seat. At 72, he still commanded respect as the courtroom judge he had been for over 4 decades. Every eye in the room focused on him. Before we continue with the festivities, he said, his voice carrying easily, I have a few things I'd like to say. The atmosphere changed. This was it. Okay, I need to take a quick pause here. Before Grandpa tells you what he knows, I'd like to ask you something. Have you ever been in a situation where someone tried to rewrite the truth about you, painting you as crazy simply because you stood up for yourself? Leave a comment to share your story, or simply type the truth if you've been there. And if you're enjoying this, please click the like button. Trust me, what happens next is worth staying for. Okay, back to the party. Before Grandpa could finish, my father stepped forward. Dad, please wait. His voice was controlled, but I could see the tension in his jaw. Before you say anything, there's something the family should know. Grandpa raised an eyebrow. David. Dad turned to face the audience, every bit the concerned parent. As many of you may have heard, my daughter Claire has been going through a difficult time. He smiled as he motioned to me. After her accident, she's been confused, distant. She has completely cut off contact with her mother and me. Mom stepped up beside him, clutching the handkerchief. We've only ever wanted the best for her, she said, her voice shaking. But she's been spreading terrible lies about us, saying we abandoned her, that we don't love her. It was a quiet room. I felt 45 pairs of eyes fixed on me. We've tried to be patient, Dad said, but it has been heartbreaking. We gave that girl everything. Everything, Olivia continued, her voice carrying across the room. She's even claimed that we refused to help her during her accident, which is completely false. There must be a misunderstanding. Someone nearby gave a sympathetic murmur. The poor things. I stood frozen. Emma had buried her face into my neck, sensing the tension. Claire, an aunt I barely knew, approached me. Honey, is everything all right? Your parents are extremely concerned about you. I opened my mouth to respond, but no words came. Then Grandpa Henry's voice rang through the room like a gavel. Have you finished, David? The question was quiet, even mild, but everyone in the room could hear the steel underneath. Dad's confident expression wavered. I just thought the family should know. The family should know the truth, Grandpa interjected. And I intend to give it to them. Grandpa Henry walked to the center of the room. His gait was measured and deliberate, the walk of someone who had presided over hundreds of cases and never lost control of the courtroom. I've listened to your concerns, David, said the manager. Susan, Olivia, you've painted a very clear picture of a troubled young woman who's turned against her loving family. He paused, allowing the words to linger. Now, I'd like to ask you some questions. Dad shifted uncomfortably. Dad, I don't think this is the place. This is exactly the place. Grandpa's voice did not rise, but instead hardened. This is family, and families should know the truth about each other. He turned to face my father. David, I have a simple question. Who has been paying the mortgage on your home for the past 9 years? Dad's face lost its color. What about our mortgage? $2,650 per month for 9 years. Who has been paying it? Dad's gaze darted to Mom. We pay our own mortgage. Do you? Grandpa reached into his jacket pocket and took out a folder. My folder, because I have here a complete record of bank transfers from Claire's account to your mortgage company every month for 108 consecutive months. A collective gasp echoed throughout the space. That's a misunderstanding, Mom said. Claire offered. We never asked. I'm not saying you held a gun to her head, Grandpa explained calmly. I'm just establishing facts. He opened the folder. Allow me to share some numbers with the family. I think they'll find them illuminating. Olivia paled across the room. Dad's hands were clenched by his sides. Mom looked like she was about to faint. And I stood there, holding my children, my heart pounding as the truth began to emerge. 9 years. Grandpa Henry read from his folder. Let's break it down. The room was completely silent. Even the string quartet had stopped performing. Mortgage payments, $254,400. He looked up. That's the house David and Susan live in, the house they claim they pay for themselves. Somebody was gasping. Health insurance premiums are $86,400. Claire paid the bill when David's company dropped coverage. He flipped a page. Car repairs, home maintenance, emergency expenses, approximately $52,000. Another page. Cash gifts and financial support for Olivia's fashion ventures, $15,000. He closed the folder. Total, $401,800, give or take. The silence was deafening. Aunt Margaret stepped forward. For context, everyone, that's more than most people make in 8 years of full-time work. Claire did this while completing her medical residency and raising infant twins alone. She offered, Mom said, her voice cracking. We never forced her. No one said you forced her, Grandpa answered. But I'm curious. In 9 years of receiving assistance, how many times did you say thank you? No response. How often did you visit her in the hospital after her twins were born? There's still nothing. How many times have you shown up for her? My mother began crying, not the delicate, sympathetic tears of earlier, but genuine, ugly sobs. We thought she was fine, Dad explained, his voice hollow. She never complained. She always managed. She managed, Grandpa repeated, because she needed to. Because you taught her that her needs were not important. An uncle in the back shook his head. Jesus and David. Nearly $400,000, and you called her a burden. Dad flinched as if struck. But Grandpa wasn't done. There's one more thing the family should hear, Grandpa said. He pulled out his phone and adjusted his reading glasses. 3 months ago, Claire was in a serious car accident. She was bleeding internally and was taken to emergency surgery. From the ambulance, she phoned her parents. Her children were at home with their babysitter, who was about to leave. She needed someone to look after them for a few hours. He paused and looked directly at my parents. This is the text message she received in response from Susan. I'll read it precisely. He cleared his throat. Claire, you have always been a nuisance and a burden. We have Ariana Grande tickets with Olivia tonight. Figure it out for yourself. The room erupted. Oh my God, someone breathed. That's not, you're taking it out of context, Olivia insisted desperately. There is no context, Aunt Margaret retorted. That makes abandoning your daughter during a medical emergency acceptable. We didn't know it was serious, Dad exclaimed. Did you ask? Grandpa's voice cut through the chaos. Have you called her back? Did you visit the hospital? There's silence. The answer, for those wondering, is no, no, and no. A woman I recognized as a distant cousin took a step away from my parents, her face twisted with disgust. Several others followed. My mother was sobbing uncontrollably now. I didn't mean it that way. I was frustrated. You didn't think your daughter would die. Grandpa finished, because you never thought about her at all. He turned to face the room. I am not asking anyone to pass judgment. I am simply presenting facts. What you do with them is entirely up to you. He finally looked at me with soft eyes. Claire, do you have anything to say? I hadn't planned on speaking. I'd come here expecting Grandpa to handle everything, and let the facts speak for themselves, while I stood silently in triumph. But as I looked around the room, at my crying mother, my shell-shocked father, and my sister's crumbling facade, I realized I still had something to say. I handed Noah to Aunt Margaret and moved forward. I didn't come here for vengeance. My voice was more composed than I had expected. I came here because Grandpa invited me, and I've been living with an unreal version of my family for the past 36 years. A version in which I was the strong, dependable, and self-sufficient person. I looked at my parents. I believed you when you said Olivia needed more help because her industry was more difficult. When you said I could handle things on my own, I believed you, and I tried to be who you needed me to be. A tear rolled down my cheek, but I didn't wipe it away. But that night in the ambulance, bleeding and terrified, I finally realized. I wasn't strong with you. I was convenient. I was unreliable. I was exploitable. And no matter how much I gave, it would never be enough to make you see me as you see her. Several family members had moved closer to me. An aunt touched my arm. A cousin nodded, tears in his eyes. My father started speaking. Claire, I'm not finished, I interrupted him. I don't hate you, I replied quietly, but I can't keep pretending everything is fine. I can't keep buying love that should have been free, an uncle across the room told my father. How could you, David? You've been living off your daughter the entire time, treating her like she's nothing. The room turned. I could feel it. So what happens now? Dad's voice sounded desperate. You have humiliated us in front of the entire family. Are you happy? I shook my head slowly. I am not happy, Dad. None of this makes me happy. I took a breath. But I am not sorry, because this is not about humiliation. It's all about honesty. For the first time in 9 years, our family understands the truth. Not your version, not Olivia's spin. The truth. Olivia tried again. This is ridiculous. You're acting as if we were monsters. We are your family. Families help each other. You're correct, I replied, turning to face her. Families help each other. So where were you while I was pregnant and alone? Where were you when I was raising newborns and studying for the boards? Where were you while I was bleeding out in an ambulance? She had no response. I looked back at my parents. From now on, I will not be sending money. Not because I can't afford it, but because financial support should be a gift, not an obligation, and it should flow both ways in a family that genuinely cares for one another. My mother reached for me. Claire, please. I'm also not cutting you off forever, I added. But I need real space, not a few weeks of guilt tripping followed by life returning to normal. I need you to actually consider what you've done. And if you can acknowledge it, truly acknowledge it, maybe we can rebuild something. I took Noah back from Aunt Margaret. But I won't hold my breath. A great aunt approached and took my hands in her weathered ones. I'm very sorry, sweetheart. I had no idea. All these years, I thought you had it easy. I understand, I said softly. Everybody did. That's how it was supposed to look. Okay, I'd like to check in with you again. Did the moment when I finally said those words, when I chose myself for the first time, resonate with you? I know many of us have been taught that family entails making sacrifices at all times. But here is the thing. Boundaries are not betrayal. Saying no is not selfish. If you agree, leave a comment with the word boundaries. And if you know someone who needs to hear this story, please share it with them. Let us now look at what happened in the aftermath. My parents left the party early. Nobody stopped them. Nobody said goodbye. Dad assisted Mom to the car while she sobbed on his shoulder. Olivia followed with her head down and refused to make eye contact with anyone. The silence they left behind was heavy, but not uncomfortable, similar to the quiet after a storm. In the days that followed, the consequences were swift. My phone was constantly buzzing with messages from relatives. Cousins I hadn't spoken with in years reached out to apologize. Aunts and uncles who had previously believed my parents' story of the perfect family were reconsidering everything. I always thought you were the difficult one, Cousin Emily texted me. Olivia made it seem like you pulled away for no reason. I am sorry I believed her. The family group chat, where I received the devastating message, went silent. Then it was deleted completely. More significantly, my parents were quietly excluded from family gatherings. 4 weeks later, my cousin Andrew celebrated his 42nd birthday, but they were not invited. When Aunt Margaret hosted Easter brunch, their names were not on the guest list. Nobody made a formal announcement. No one took sides. They just stopped being welcome. My mother called me from a new phone number 3 weeks after the party. I let it go to voicemail. Claire, please. We need to talk. Everything has been blown out of proportion. Your dad is devastated. I am devastated. Can't we just get past this? I listened to it once and then deleted it. Forgiveness was not a reset button. I knew it now. It was a relief for me, but not for them. And I wasn't ready to release anything yet. But the financial consequences were only beginning. 4 months after the party, Aunt Margaret called me. They're selling the house. I put down my coffee cup. What, your parents? They listed the house on the market last week. The word is that they were unable to make their mortgage payments. I should have felt something. Satisfaction, vindication, perhaps even guilt. Instead, I simply felt tired. Where are they going? Your Uncle Robert is allowing them to stay in his guest house temporarily. Margaret paused. He made it clear that it is conditional. They need to get jobs. Real jobs, not just waiting for someone else to bail them out. My parents had not worked full-time in years. Dad took early retirement at the age of 57. Mom had never worked outside the house. They'd been living on my money and hadn't realized how reliant they'd become. How about Olivia? Can't she help? Margaret laughed. It was not kind. Olivia has been drowning since her divorce. The party became widely known. Someone in the family knows someone who works in fashion. She lost a large design contract. Emma and Noah were playing in the backyard when I looked out my kitchen window. Last I heard, she works part-time as a waitress. I don't want them to suffer, I explained quietly. I understand you don't, sweetheart. That's because you're a good person, Margaret said softly. But they didn't have to suffer for 9 years because you supported them. They did not grow, they did not learn. Your decision to stop was not cruel. It was necessary. She was correct. I knew she was correct. That evening, I sat down to discuss my new budget. The $3,550 I used to send my parents each month was now put into a college fund for the twins. They'd never worry about student loans. They'd never bear someone else's burden like I had. That seemed fair enough. The call arrived on a Tuesday night, 7 months after Grandpa Henry's party. I was putting the twins to bed when my phone rang with an unknown number. Normally, I would ignore it, but something compelled me to respond. Claire. Olivia's voice was different and smaller. The polished confidence that had always defined her had vanished. Olivia, please don't hang up. Olivia took a shaky breath. I know I don't deserve your time, but I need to say something. I sat down at the edge of my bed. I'm listening. I'm sorry. The words cracked. I'm very sorry for everything. I apologize for how I treated you and what I said. For laughing at that text message while you were. Her voice cracked. I laughed as you were dying. What kind of person would do that? I waited. I did not know. She continued to discuss the money. Not all of it. I knew Mom and Dad were struggling, but I assumed they were managing. I hadn't realized it was you for 9 years. Claire, how didn't I know? Have you ever asked? There's silence. No, she whispered. I didn't, because I didn't want to know. I liked being the favorite. I liked that everything came easy for me. She laughed bitterly. Nothing's easy anymore. I heard about the contract. Yeah, turns out your reputation matters in this industry. Funny how that works. We sat in silence for a moment. I'm not asking for money, she finally said, or forgiveness. I just wanted you to know that I see it now. What I was, what Mom and Dad did, I see all of it. I took a deep breath. Then start from there. Stand on your own feet. Be better. Yeah. Her voice was thick with tears. I'm trying. Good. I hung up. And for the first time, I felt something like hope. 7 months after that call, 4 months after the accident that changed everything, I stood in my new apartment watching the sun set through the windows. It wasn't big. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, a small kitchen, but it was 6 minutes from the hospital, in a good school district, and most importantly, it was mine. No mortgage payments to parents who didn't appreciate them. No insurance premiums for people who called me a burden. Just rent, utilities, and a college fund growing steadily every month. Emma and Noah were at Grandpa Henry's house for the afternoon. He'd become a fixture in our lives over the past year. Every Sunday, he'd pick them up for adventures, the zoo, the park, ice cream that I pretended not to know about. They're good kids, he told me once. You're raising them right. That meant everything. Aunt Margaret had become more than family. She was a friend. We had dinner together twice a month. She'd helped me navigate the emotional aftermath of the party, of setting boundaries, of learning to prioritize myself. You know what I admire about you? She said recently. You didn't become bitter. A lot of people would have. You had every right to. What would be the point? I'd replied. Bitterness is just drinking poison and expecting someone else to get sick. As for my parents, we hadn't spoken directly, but I knew from family whispers that they were still at Uncle Robert's. Dad had gotten a part-time job at a hardware store. Mom was doing bookkeeping for a local church. They weren't thriving, but they were surviving. Some days, I wondered if they thought about me, if they missed me, if they regretted anything. But those weren't my questions to answer. I'd spent 36 years carrying their weight. It was finally time to put it down. If you've made it this far, I want to leave you with something. Not advice. I'm not qualified to tell anyone how to live their life, but maybe a reflection, a lesson I learned the hard way. For 36 years, I believed that love was something you could earn, that if I just gave enough, sacrificed enough, asked for nothing in return, eventually the people who were supposed to love me would see my value. I was wrong. Love isn't a transaction. It's not a reward for being useful. And no amount of money, time, or energy can buy something that should have been freely given from the start. The family I have now, Grandpa Henry, Aunt Margaret, friends like Daniel who showed up when my own parents wouldn't, they didn't love me because of what I could provide. They loved me because of who I am. That's the difference. And it took almost dying on an operating table to understand it. I don't know what happens next with my parents. Maybe someday, they'll truly change. Maybe they'll reach out with genuine remorse, ready to rebuild something real. If that happens, I'll consider it, but I won't wait for it. I won't shape my life around the hope of something that may never come. My life is mine now, my energy, my resources, my love. And if the people who raised you call your self-respect betrayal, then maybe they never deserved your loyalty in the first place. To anyone out there carrying a weight that was never yours to bear, it's okay to put it down. It's okay to choose yourself. You're not selfish. You're not ungrateful. You're not a burden. You're finally free. Thank you so much for staying with me through this story. If it resonated with you, please hit that like button and subscribe. It means the world to me. I want to hear from you. Have you ever had to draw a boundary with family? How did it change your life? Drop your thoughts in the comments. And if you want more stories like this, stories about standing up for yourself and finding your voice, check out the video in the description. I think you'll love it. Until next time, take care of yourself. You deserve it. On my wedding day, the family row was empty. My father whispered, "I can't come." So I walked alone. I stood alone in my bridal gown, my shaky hands grasping a bouquet of white flowers. The church was full of people, but the first row intended for my family remained empty. Not one of them turned up. Not even my father, who had pledged with tears in his eyes to walk me down the aisle whatever. As I glanced through the crack in the door, I caught a glimpse of my soon-to-be husband Miles. His expression was a mix of anxiety and compassion as he scanned the crowd for any sight of my relatives. In that moment, I made a decision that would forever affect my connection with my family. I grew up in Maplewood, a little Midwestern town where everyone knew one another. We were a close-knit family, at least on the outside. My father, Franklin, worked as a construction manager and frequently told us that everything he did was for his 3 beautiful daughters. He was the one who taught me how to ride a bike, yelled the loudest at my high school graduation, and pledged to always be there for me. My mother, Diane, was a kindergarten teacher who was loving by profession and nature, but she had a tendency to avoid disagreement at all costs, often compromising her own needs or opinions to keep everyone satisfied. Then there was Brooke, my 28-year-old younger sister. From the time she was born, she became the focal point of our family world. She was the one with the contagious laugh, the lively demeanor, and the magical ability to captivate everyone, particularly our parents. I adored her, but I always felt like I was standing in her shadow, the responsible elder sister who could never match her vivacity. I met Miles in my sophomore year of college. He was in my psychology class, and we bonded over coffee study sessions that progressed to dinner dates. After graduation, we both went to the same city and found employment. We adored me in marketing and him in architectural design. After 6 years together, he proposed on a weekend vacation to Lake Michigan, and I knew I'd never been happier. Planning the wedding was an exhilarating experience. We chose the date for June 22nd, giving ourselves 13 months to plan everything. I phoned my mother immediately after establishing the date to ensure that it worked for everyone in the family before putting down payments. "That sounds perfect, honey," my mother had remarked. "Your father and I will help however we can. My family always comes first." Brooke needed a somewhere to stay after college graduation, so I let her remain in my tiny apartment for 5 months. When Dad underwent back surgery, I took 10 days off from work to assist out at home. When Mom hosted family reunions, I was the one who showed up early to set up and stayed late to tidy. That was how I was raised, to prioritize family over anything else. 7 months before the wedding, my sister dropped a bombshell during Sunday supper. "I have some news," Brooke declared, her face shining as she held hands with Ethan, her boyfriend of barely 4 months. "We're pregnant." The table roared with joy. Dad opened champagne for everyone but Brooke, of course. Mom immediately started discussing nursery themes and baby names. Nobody appeared concerned about the rushed time frame or the fact that Ethan and Brooke hardly knew each other. It was just accepted as great news. "I am so happy for you," I told my sister, hugging her tightly, and I was, despite the twinge of melancholy I felt as my wedding unexpectedly became the second most exciting family event of the year. Brooke's pregnancy dominated every family topic for months. My wedding became an afterthought, a fleeting topic at the conclusion of long conversations about morning sickness, ultrasound appointments, and baby registry items. Nonetheless, I stayed supportive, accompanying Brooke on maternity shopping trips and assisting her in researching child care choices, even as my own wedding to-do list increased. "It will all balance out," Miles assuaged me one night as I expressed my frustrations. "Your family loves you. They're just excited about the baby right now." I nodded, hoping to believe him, but a small voice inside me murmured that this had always been the case, that I had always been supposed to understand, offer, and adapt. I ignored that voice, instead focusing on the thrill of marrying the man I cherished. Miles' family was extremely supportive throughout our wedding planning process. His mother, Patricia, called regularly to check in, and his father, George, offered to oversee the entire rehearsal dinner, while his sister, Sophie, traveled in twice from Seattle to assist with dress fittings and venue tours. "You Pierces know how to make a girl feel special," I remarked Miles after a particularly enjoyable supper with his parents. "They adore you," he explained, "almost as much as I do." As the wedding approached, our family's differences became more obvious. My bridal shower, planned by Miles' mother and my maid of honor, Madison, was a lovely afternoon tea at a nearby garden. My mother and sister came 35 minutes late, so they missed the opening toast and gift presentation. "Sorry we're late," my mother replied, kissing my cheek. "Brooke wasn't feeling well, and you know how it is with the pregnancy." They also left 90 minutes early, citing Brooke's tiredness. As they were leaving, I overheard my mother telling Patricia about the adorable baby clothes they had purchased that morning. They had been late due to a shopping trip, not from morning sickness. 6 weeks before the wedding, I met my father for lunch. "It's just the two of us." It had been his idea, which was odd enough to make me both excited and concerned. "How are you holding up, Haley girl?" he asked, using my boyhood moniker. "Honestly, I'm a little overwhelmed," I confessed. "There's still a lot to do, and I feel like I'm doing the most of it alone." He stretched across the table and grasped my hand. "I understand we were sidetracked by Brooke's news, your mother's first grandchild. You know how she gets." "I know, Dad. But I want you to know that your wedding day is very special to me," he added, his eyes solemn. "And I promise you, come hell or high water, I will be there to escort you down the aisle. Nothing could keep me from it." His comments moved me to tears. "Thank you, Daddy. That's what fathers do," he replied simply. "We show up for our daughters." Those comments would haunt me later, but right then, they were exactly what I needed to hear. I left lunch feeling comfortable that, despite everything, my father realized how important this day was to me. Mom insisted on a special family meal 12 days before the wedding. One last time together before everything changes, she told me. I believed she meant before I married, but I quickly realized she didn't mean that. We were about halfway through dessert when Brooke cleared her throat. So, I have some news about the baby. Everyone looked at her expectantly. Ethan and I have decided on a date for the baby shower, she said. We're having it on June 22nd. The fork in my fingers clattered on my plate. Today is June 22nd. It's my wedding day. Brooke had the decency to appear slightly uncomfortable, but she continued on. I understand, but this is the only weekend that works for Ethan's family. They're coming from California, and his sister can only take the weekend off work. But it's my wedding day, I said, unable to comprehend what was going on. Honey, my mother began, soothingly, is there any way you and Miles could move your date by a week or two? I looked at her in bewilderment. Mom, everything has been booked and paid for. We have guests arriving from out of state. We can't simply move the date 12 days ahead. Well, Brooke can't change the baby's timeline, my father interjected. And the shower needs to happen before she gets too far along. But why that particular day? Why not the day or weekend after? I looked from face to face, hoping to find a hint of understanding. It's complicated, Brooke groaned, massaging her scarcely visible belly. Ethan's family has their annual reunion the next weekend, and the weekend after that is too close to my third trimester for comfort. Are you all going to miss my wedding? I inquired, my voice rising despite my best efforts to remain composed. The wedding we've been planning for a year. An awkward quiet descended across the table. Eventually, my mother spoke. We're figuring out how to make both work. Perhaps we should separate up. Your father and I could attend various activities, or we could attend your ceremony and then have a shower. Her speech stopped off as she noticed the expression on my face. I felt physically uncomfortable, like if the ground was shaking beneath my feet. I need some air, I exclaimed, standing abruptly. Miles, who had remained silent throughout the conversation, stood behind me. Take your time, my father advised, as if he were being generous. We'll all figure this out together. Outside, I burst into sobs as Miles embraced me. They can't really be considering this, I sobbed. They cannot miss our wedding for a baby shower that could happen on any other day. That's ridiculous. Miles agreed, his fury palpable in his voice. Do you want me to go back in there and say something? I shake my head. No, this is something I need to handle with my family. After gathering my thoughts, I returned inside. I understand how important Brooke's pregnancy is, I stated firmly. But I am only getting married once. I've spent a year preparing for this day. I cannot and will not modify the date, and I expect my family to attend. The tension in the room was evident, but no one openly stated they would not go. As we departed that night, my stomach was in knots. For the first time, I wondered if my family would genuinely choose a baby shower over my wedding. My wedding was intended to be a week full of last-minute details, final fittings, and excitement. Instead, it turned into a series of more agonizing exchanges as I anxiously tried to confirm whether my relatives would show up. I contacted my mother first, looking for reassurance. Mom, I need to know if you'll be at the wedding, I asked simply. Oh, Haley, she groaned. I'm in such a difficult situation. Brooke needs me for the shower, but I also want to attend your wedding. It shouldn't be a difficult position at all, I responded, trying to keep my voice steady. I am your daughter. It is my wedding day. I understand, dear. Let me speak with your father again and see what we can work out. I next called my Aunt Janet, my mother's sister, who has always been close to me. I was actually going to call you, she added hesitantly. Brooke sent out invitations for her shower, and I noticed it's the same day as your wedding. Is that correct? Yes, I said. She scheduled it 12 days ago, knowing full well it was my wedding day. Oh, Haley, she replied, imitating my mother. What a disaster. I do not know what to do. I've already informed Brooke that I'd assist host since I'm paying for the catering. So, you prefer her shower over my wedding? I asked bluntly. I wouldn't put it that way, she replied. It's just with the baby coming and all. I contacted my relatives one by one, and each time, they made reasons, hesitancy, and vague pledges to attempt to reach both of them. Only my cousin Logan was forthright. That's messed up, Haley. She replied after I explained the scenario. Of course, I'm coming to your wedding. A baby shower can happen at any time. My final call was to my father. Despite everything, I felt he would follow his vow and lead me down the aisle. Dad, please tell me you'll be at my wedding, I pleaded, not trying to hide my desperation. Haley girl, you know I want to be there, he remarked with a harsh voice. I'm trying to figure out how to do both. Both? Dad, you promised me. You expressly stated that you would escort me down the aisle no matter what. And I meant it at the time, he explained. But things are difficult now. Your sister also requires assistance. She scheduled her shower on my wedding day on purpose, I remarked, The knowledge dawning on me, she knew exactly what she was doing. Now, that's not fair, my father remarked, his voice growing sharper. Brooke would not do it. She's just thrilled with her baby. Dad, please, just let me know you'll be there. I'll do my best, he replied. That's all I can promise right now. That weekend, Miles and I celebrated our bachelor and bachelorette parties. Madison, my maid of honor, coordinated my spa day, which was followed by supper and dancing. I tried to relax, but my phone was constantly lit up with texts from my relatives concerning Brooke's shower preparations. Mom wants to know whether we should use blue or green tablecloths for the shower. One text from Brooke read as if I was concerned about tablecloths for an event I wouldn't be attending on my wedding day. The ultimate blow occurred during the rehearsal dinner. We had arranged a private room at our favorite restaurant with table sets for 32. However, when the time came, just 15 chairs were filled. None of my immediate family members had shown up. Traffic must be bad, Miles's mother said politely. But we all knew that was not the cause. I contacted my father several times throughout the evening, but he did not answer. My phone eventually called at 11:45 p.m. That night, as Miles and I were saying our goodbyes before leaving for our final night as singles, Dad, I replied immediately. Haley, I'm sorry to do this, he said, and my heart fell. But I can't make it tomorrow. Brooke is really counting on me to help with the shower, and I can't let her down. But you can disappoint me, I said softly, tears flowing down my cheeks. You are stronger, Haley, you've always been. You also have Miles and his family. Brooke needs us right now. Dad, I need you too. I need my father to walk me down the aisle. I apologize, sweetie, I actually am. I hope you understand someday. The call ended, and I stood there staring at my phone, stunned. Miles placed his arms around me as I sobbed on his chest. They're not coming, I said between gasps. Neither of them, not even my father. I'm so sorry, Haley, he whispered, hugging me tightly. So incredibly sorry. What am I going to do? Who is going to walk me down the aisle? Miles drew back slightly and looked into my eyes. You can walk confidently and wonderfully on your own, or I will accompany you, or my father will. Whatever you want, we can make it happen. This does not change us, Haley. We are getting married tomorrow, and it will be beautiful because we will be together. His words were a lifeline, but they couldn't take away the sorrow of knowing that on what should have been the most joyous day of my life, my own family had decided to desert me. On my wedding day, I awoke to a happy ping from my phone. Half sleepy, I reached for it, hoping against hope that my family's plans had changed. Instead, my social media accounts were filled with photographs of Brooke's baby shower preparations. My mother shared a photo of baby-themed decor to commemorate the upcoming big occasion. My aunt is excited about the newest addition to our family. Even my father had done something unusual. He had shared a picture of the balloon arch he had allegedly spent the night building for the shower. Not a single message mentioned that it was also my wedding day. It was as if I no longer existed. Turn that thing off, Madison murmured, removing the phone from my grasp. She had stayed in my hotel room with my other two bridesmaids, Brianna and Chloe. Today is about you and Miles, and we're not going to let anything ruin it. The girls surrounding me with love and support while we prepared. Miles' mother, Patricia, came by with coffee and pastries and gave me a lengthy embrace. I want you to know that George and I could not be happier to have you join our family today, she continued, her eyes warm. And if there's anything you need, anything at all, we're here for you. The hair and makeup experts arrived, and for a few hours, I was able to lose myself in the process. The photographer took stunning images of us smiling, assisting one another with jewelry, and toasting with mimosas. However, when it was time to put on my outfit, the absence of my mother struck me hard. I always thought she would be the one to help me with this, I whispered softly as Madison and Brianna slowly lifted the garment. I know, Madison said, squeezing my hand. But we've got you. The ceremony was scheduled for 4:30. We were in the church's bridal room at 4 p.m., when the wedding coordinator knocked on our door. Haley, it's time to line up. Do you know who will walk you down the aisle? The pastor is asking. Reality came rushing down. In the midst of the morning's activities, I had managed to ignore the fact that my father was not coming. Now, 25 minutes before my wedding, I felt the full weight of his absence. I need a minute, I said, hurrying into the adjacent restroom. I locked the door behind me and finally allowed myself to cry, tears filling my body as I grasped the marble countertop for support. There came a gentle knock at the door. Haley, it's me, Miles said. You're not supposed to see me before the ceremony, I whispered through tears. I don't care about it, let me in, please. I unlocked the door, and there he was, my soon-to-be husband, gorgeous in his suit, his face concerned. I'm sorry, he stated quickly, I know this isn't how you pictured today. I muttered, they really didn't come. Not even one of them. How might they accomplish this? Miles clasped my hand in his. I don't know. But what I do know is that there is a church full of folks who did attend. People who adore us and wish to celebrate with us. And, most importantly, I am here. Haley, I will always be here. No matter what. I gazed into his eyes and saw only love and sincerity. At that time, I made a decision. I'm going to walk myself down the aisle, I announced forcefully. Are you sure? My dad offered to accompany you. I am sure. This is my wedding day and I'm going to go confidently toward my future, which includes you. Miles grinned and softly touched my cheek. That is my brave girl. I'll be standing at the altar, counting the seconds until you become my wife. After he went, I fixed my makeup with the help of my bridesmaids. When the coordinator returned, I explained my strategy. I'll be walking myself down the aisle, I announced with renewed confidence. The ceremony started. I waited in the entryway, as my bridesmaids went one by one. Then the wedding march began. The doors swung wide, and everyone's attention was drawn to me. I took a deep breath and started my solo trek. The first few steps were the most difficult, but as I walked forward, something inside me shifted. There was sadness, but also a strong sense of independence and strength. I was picking my route, both literally and metaphorically. Miles' expression as I approached was a mix of awe, love, and pride. When I approached him, he said quietly, "You are the most beautiful, bravest woman I have ever known." The ceremony was ideal in its simplicity. We exchanged vows that we had written ourselves, promising to support each other through life's joys and difficulties. When the pastor pronounced us husband and wife, the congregation erupted in genuine joy. The reception was held in a charmingly restored barn on the outskirts of town. Miles' family went above and beyond to ensure everything was perfect. His father delivered a moving toast, welcoming me into the family with open arms. Friends from all stages of our lives packed the dance floor. There was laughter. There were tears of joy. And there was so much love around us that my family's absence, while painful, did not define the day. Late that night, as Miles and I slow danced under the twinkling lights, I realized something significant. Family isn't just about blood relationships. It's about who shows up for you, who celebrates your triumphs and consoles you in your sorrows. Looking around at the people who had come to witness our union made me feel extremely blessed. Before we left the reception, I checked my phone one more time. No missed calls or messages from my parents or sister. It was as if they lived in a parallel universe where this watershed moment in my life never occurred. "Are you ready to go, Mrs. Pierce?" Miles inquired, using my newly married name for the first time. I put my phone in my purse and took his hand. "More than ready, Mr. Pierce." As we drove away through a shower of rose petals and well wishes, I made a silent promise to myself. This day taught me a valuable lesson about my worth and how to stand up for myself. It was a lesson I would never forget. Miles and I were supposed to leave for our 12-day honeymoon in Hawaii the morning after we married. We had an afternoon flight, which allowed us time for a leisurely breakfast and last-minute packing. "How are you feeling today?" Miles gently inquired as we sipped coffee in our hotel room. That was a loaded question. I was overjoyed to be his wife, still riding high from our lovely ceremony and reception. But beneath that joy flowed a current of pain so deep it felt physical, like a bruise on my heart. "Mixed," I replied honestly. "So happy about us, but sad about your family," he concluded for me. "It's okay to feel both things at once, you know." I nodded, thankful for his understanding. I keep checking my phone, thinking that one of them would have contacted me by now, a congratulations text, an apology, or anything. Nothing. Just more baby shower pictures on social media. It's as if my wedding never happened in their world. Miles squeezed my hand. "It's their loss, Haley, truly." I received an email notification while we were finishing up our packing. Our wedding photographer had worked all night to send us a preview collection of images. "A little gift for your honeymoon," she wrote. We sat side by side on the bed, scrolling through our photos. Regardless, they were stunning. Miles and I's love radiated through every frame. There were stunning photos of our first dance, cake cutting, and candid moments with friends. Then I saw it. My breath caught when I saw this photo. I was walking down the aisle alone. The photographer captured the exact moment I walked through the church doors. My face was a complex mixture of vulnerability and determination. You could see the empty front row seats where my family should have been, but you could also see the straight set of my shoulders and the way I clutched my bouquet with determination. In the background, slightly blurred but still visible, was Miles waiting at the altar, looking at me with such pure love that it seemed to illuminate the entire church. "This one," I whispered. "It's powerful," Miles agreed. "You look like a warrior bride." I studied the image for a long time, emotions swirling within me. Then I opened Instagram and uploaded the photo. My finger hovered over the caption field as I considered what to say. Finally, I wrote, "Yesterday, I married the love of my life. I walked myself down the aisle because my father, who promised he would be there, chose to attend my sister's baby shower instead." Not a single member of my family came to my wedding. The seats reserved for them remained empty. But as I took that solitary walk, I realized something important. Sometimes the family you're born into fails you. But the family you choose lifts you up. Thank you to everyone who showed up, who celebrated with us, who filled our day with love. And to those who didn't come, I hope the baby shower was worth it. I tagged my parents, my sister, and several other family members who had chosen the shower over the wedding. Then, before I could overthink it, I hit share and put my phone away. Are you sure about that? Miles asked, concerned. I'm sure, I replied. I'm done pretending everything is fine. They made their choice public by plastering the baby shower all over social media. Now everyone can know about my day, too. We finished packing and headed to the airport. The flight to Hawaii was 5 hours long, and, as per Miles's suggestion, I put my phone in airplane mode, deciding to disconnect from the world for a while and focus on enjoying the beginning of our marriage. It wasn't until we landed in Maui 5 hours later that I turned my phone back on. Immediately, it began to buzz continuously, notifications flooding the screen faster than I could process them. 41 missed calls, 74 text messages, hundreds of Instagram notifications. My post had, in the parliament of social media, gone viral among our community. I scrolled through the text first. There were messages from my father. Haley, please call me. We need to talk. What you posted was very unfair. You're embarrassing the family. This isn't like you, airing private matters publicly. From my mother. I can't believe you would do this to your sister. Please take that post down immediately. People are calling us asking questions. Your father is very upset. Though. From Brooke. How could you ruin my baby shower like this? So selfish of you to make this all about you. I didn't force anyone to come to my shower instead of your wedding. But there were other messages, too. From my cousin Logan. I'm so proud of you for standing up for yourself. Love you and Miles. From my uncle Mark, my father's brother. I had no idea the shower and wedding were the same day. Your dad told me you had changed your date. I would have been there, kiddo. From several extended family members expressing shock and dismay at what had happened. From high school friends and college roommates offering support. The Instagram comments were overwhelming, most of them supportive of me, expressing disbelief that my family would miss my wedding for a baby shower. Miles, I said, showing him my phone, I think I just blew up my entire family. He looked at the flood of notifications and whistled low. Looks like people have opinions. What do I do now? Nothing, he said firmly. We're on our honeymoon. Your family made their choice. You shared your truth, and now we're going to spend 12 days enjoying paradise and each other. Whatever fallout there is can wait until we get back. He was correct. I silenced my phone, keeping it on only for emergencies, and immersed myself in the beauty of Hawaii and the joy of being newlyweds. We hiked to waterfalls, snorkeled in crystal clear waters, watched the sunrise from a volcano, and made love in our beachfront bungalow. For 12 days, I existed in a bubble of happiness, pushing thoughts of my family to the periphery. But, as our return flight approached, anxiety began to creep back in. I couldn't ignore reality forever. My Instagram post had forced a confrontation that was long overdue, and now I would have to face the consequences. The night before we left Hawaii, I finally looked at my phone properly. The missed calls had increased to over 120. The text messages had multiplied. There were emails, voicemails, direct messages on every platform. My family was in full panic mode. Not because they regretted missing my wedding, but because I had made their absence public. They're more upset about looking bad than about actually being bad, I told Miles as I showed him some of the messages. Are you surprised? He asked gently. I thought about it. No, I admitted. I'm not surprised at all. And that's the saddest part. We returned home on a Sunday afternoon, tanned, rested, and bracing for whatever storm awaited us. I had finally responded to my parents with a brief message saying I would meet them the following day at their house. I specified that I wanted all of us there. My parents, Brooke, and Ethan. Do you want me to come with you? Miles asked as I prepared to leave for my parents' house the next day. No, I said, though the thought of facing them alone made my stomach churn. This is something I need to do by myself. I'll be right here waiting when you get back. He promised, kissing me goodbye. The drive to my childhood home felt surreal. I had made this journey countless times before, but never with such a sense of dread and determination. As I pulled into the driveway, I noticed all the cars were already there. Everyone was waiting for me. I took a deep breath, squared my shoulders, and walked in without knocking. The tension in the living room was palpable. My mother sat rigid on the edge of the sofa. My father paced by the window. Brooke was curled defensively in an armchair, with Ethan awkwardly perched on the arm beside her. Haley, my mother began immediately, her voice high and tight. Thank goodness you're here. We've been so worried. Worried? I repeated, remaining standing. About what exactly? About you, of course, she said, as if it were obvious. That post, the things people are saying. It's not like you to create such drama. And Gordon, I didn't create the drama, I said calmly. I just refused to hide it. My father stopped pacing to face me. Do you have any idea what you've done? People are calling us terrible parents. Your mother can barely show her face at work. The judgment from everyone. I simply told the truth, I interrupted, that not a single member of my immediate family attended my wedding because you all chose to go to a baby shower instead. Are you saying that's not what happened? You're twisting things, Brooke interjected, her hand protectively over her now visibly pregnant belly, making it sound like we deliberately tried to hurt you. Didn't you? I asked, looking directly at her. You scheduled your shower on my wedding day when you could have picked literally any other day. It was the only day that worked for everyone, she insisted, repeating the excuse she had been using for weeks. Everyone except me, I pointed out. And apparently that didn't matter. Of course it mattered, my mother said, her voice pleading. We tried to find a solution that would work for everyone. No, I corrected her. You sought a solution that would work for Brooke. You even asked me to change my wedding date 12 days prior to the ceremony. We were in an impossible position, my father said defensively. No, Dad, you weren't. You were in an extremely simple position. Your daughter was getting married. You agreed to walk her down the aisle. Then you decided not to. There is nothing impossible about it. It was a choice. The room fell silent for a brief moment. Look, Ethan exclaimed, surprising everyone. I feel partly responsible here. If I had known this would cause such a schism, I would have insisted on another date for the shower. Brooke gave him a look that could have frozen lava. It's not your fault, Ethan, I said. You weren't the one making the decisions. Could we please move forward? My mother pleaded. What's done is done. We cannot change the past. You're correct. We cannot, I agreed. But before we can move forward, I need you all to understand something. I took out my phone and opened a recording application. I want to play you something. I pressed play, and my Aunt Janet's voice filled the room. Haley, I didn't realize your wedding and shower were on the same day until it was too late. Your mother informed me that you were fine with it and that you had resolved everything as a family. I played another recording, this time from my father's cousin Raymond. Your father informed us that you had postponed the wedding due to an issue with the venue. If I had known, I would not have missed it. I played recordings of relatives and family friends who had approached Miles' family at the reception, confused as to why my immediate family was not present, or who had contacted me after seeing my Instagram post. Everyone revealed the same thing. My family had deliberately misled others about the situation. You didn't just miss my wedding, I said as the final recording finished. You lied to everybody about why. You created a fiction in which I was okay with everything, and some of you even claimed my wedding date had changed. My mother had turned pale. My father could not meet my gaze. That's why people are angry, I said. Not because I shared something dramatic on social media, but because the truth was revealed. You were not in an impossible situation. You made a clear decision to prioritize Brooke, as you always have, and then lied to cover it up. That's not fair, Brooke said, tears welling in her eyes. You've always been jealous of me and the attention I receive, and now you're trying to turn everyone against me while I'm pregnant. This isn't about jealousy, I stated firmly. This is about respect and being treated as if I matter. Throughout my life, I've adapted my needs and desires to accommodate this family. I have been understanding, supportive, and patient. And the one single day that should have been about me, you couldn't give me that. We made a mistake, my father confessed, his voice breaking. A terrible mistake. Yes, you did, I confirmed. I am not sure I can forgive it, at least not yet. What are you saying? My mother inquired, her expression troubled. I'm saying that things will change starting now. I won't pretend everything is fine when it isn't. I will not accept being an afterthought in my own family. And I'll need time and space to decide what kind of relationship I want to have with each of you in the future. But we're family, my mother insisted. Family should lift each other up, not tear each other down. I told myself. Family members should celebrate each other's important moments rather than deliberately sabotaging them. What you all did was not family behavior. I stood up, surprisingly calm. I'm going home to see my husband now. When you're ready to talk about it, to admit what happened and why it was wrong without making excuses or deflecting, we can begin to rebuild. Until then, I need some distance. My father said, Haley, please, but I held up my hand. I have said what I came to say. The ball is in your court now. As I walked out the door, I heard my mother sob and Brooke say something in an agitated tone, but I didn't turn back. For perhaps the first time in my life, I was prioritizing myself. It felt terrifying and necessary. Miles was waiting for me at home, just as promised. How did it go? He asked as I walked through the door. Honestly, better than I expected, I replied. I said everything I needed to say. I set boundaries, and now we're waiting to see if they can follow them. He pulled me into a hug. I'm so proud of you. That night, as we lay in bed, I felt strangely peaceful. The confrontation had not resolved everything, far from it, but it had been a critical first step toward either healing or accepting my family relationship's limitations. In any case, I was confident that everything would be fine. 4 months after our wedding, Miles and I had found our groove as newlyweds. Our apartment was decorated with framed wedding photos, honeymoon souvenirs, and the little things that make a house a home. Life was good, even though my family situation remained complicated. Following our confrontation, I had limited contact with them. My mother and I exchanged occasional text messages, and we spoke briefly on my father's birthday. Brooke had granted me radio silence, which was actually a relief. I needed the freedom to process everything without the added pressure of forced reconciliation. One of the unexpected consequences of my Instagram post was the strengthening of relationships among extended family members. My cousin Logan and I had grown closer than ever, meeting for weekly coffee dates. My uncle Mark made a point of inviting Miles and me to family gatherings, putting a buffer between us and my immediate family while still keeping us connected to the larger family circle. I had also begun seeing Dr. Alvarez, a therapist who specializes in family trauma. Our weekly sessions had become a lifeline as I dealt with my complex emotions. Families frequently fall into patterns that can last for generations, she explained in one session. What you did was break that pattern, which is incredibly difficult and brave. It doesn't always feel brave, I acknowledged. Sometimes it just feels sad. That is natural. You're grieving for the family relationship you wished you had. That grief is valid and meaningful. Working through the grief was a process. There were days when I felt confident in my decisions, and others when I questioned everything. Miles was my rock, guiding me through the ups and downs without judgment. 5 months after the wedding, I received a letter, not an email or text, but a handwritten letter from my father. With trembling hands, I opened it. My dearest Haley, the message began. I've started this letter a dozen times, looking for the perfect words, but perhaps there are no words to express how profoundly I failed you. So, I'll just speak from my heart. I was wrong. It is completely wrong to miss your wedding. It's wrong to break my promise to walk you down the aisle. It was wrong to prioritize Brooke's baby shower. It is wrong to lie to family members about this. Simply wrong in every way a father can be wrong. There is no excuse I can provide to justify my actions. I could tell you how I've always struggled to divide my attention between you and your sister. I could explain how your mother and I fell into the trap of giving more to the child who demanded it while neglecting the one who appeared self-sufficient. I could discuss the pressure I felt from all sides, but none of that matters because, in the end, I made a decision that deeply wounded you on what should have been one of the happiest days of your life. I saw the photograph you posted. You are walking alone down the aisle. My beautiful, strong, independent daughter is taking that walk without her father. The space where I should have been is empty. Haley, it broke me. As it should have. I do not expect forgiveness. I'm not sure if I deserve it, but I want you to know that I sincerely, deeply apologize. I'm getting help to understand why I've made the decisions I've made as a father and how I can do better if you ever give me the opportunity. I love you, Haley. I've always loved you, even when my actions didn't reflect it. If you're willing, I'd like to start the long process of regaining your trust. At your pace, on your terms, and with all my heart. Dad. As I finished reading, tears streamed down my face. It wasn't the perfect letter, but it was honest, and, for the first time, my father accepted full responsibility, without making excuses or attempting to downplay what had occurred. I showed Miles the letter that evening. What do you think? I inquired after he had read it. I think it's a start, he said cautiously, a genuine one, but it is up to you to decide whether it is enough to start rebuilding. I considered it for several days before responding. I finally called my father. I got your letter, I said when he responded, his voice cautious but hopeful. I meant every word, he responded. I believe you, I replied, and I'm willing to try, slowly. That's all I can ask for. We decided to meet for coffee the following week, just the two of us. It was awkward at first, as we both avoided raw emotions, but the conversation progressed. He told me about the counseling he had begun, both individually and with my mother. I shared insights from my personal therapy. We didn't get everything done in that one meeting, but it was a start. My mother then contacted me, asking if I would be willing to join them for a family therapy session. I agreed, with the understanding that Miles would accompany me for support. I realize now how much we've taken you for granted. My mother confessed during that difficult but productive session. We've always expected you to be the one who understands and gives in. It was not fair. Brooke's baby girl, my niece Lily, was born in October. Despite our strained relationship, I sent both a gift and a card. Brooke texted me 10 days after the birth, which surprised me. Lily would like to meet her Aunt Haley, if you're willing. It was the closest thing she'd offered to an olive branch. I scheduled a visit when Ethan would be at work, hoping to keep the initial reunion as simple as possible. Sitting in Brooke's living room, clutching the tiny bundle that was my niece, I experienced a complex range of emotions. She's beautiful, I stated sincerely. Thank you, Brooke said, watching me closely. After a moment's silence, she continued, I've been thinking a lot about what you said, about how I've always expected to be the center of attention. I looked up, surprised by her candor. Having Lily has made me see things differently, she explained. I keep thinking about her growing up and how devastated I would be if someone hurt her the way we hurt you. I don't want to teach her that it's acceptable to treat others in that manner, especially family. Although it was not a direct apology, Brooke's statement was significant. I appreciate that, I said. She's lucky to have a mom who wants to learn and grow. I am sorry, Haley, she finally said, her voice soft, about the wedding, about everything. I nodded, not quite ready to say I forgive you, but accepting her apology. One step at a time, I explained, and she appeared to understand. 7 months after our wedding, my parents invited Miles and me to dinner. It was the first time we'd all been together since the confrontation. As we knocked on the door, Miles reassured me by gently squeezing my hand. My father opened it, his face brightening when he saw us. Come inside. Come in, he said warmly. The dinner wasn't perfect. There were moments of tension, with old patterns threatening to reappear. But there was also laughter, real conversation, and, most importantly, respect. My parents made a concerted effort to inquire about our lives, to listen without interrupting, and to validate our emotions. After dessert, my father clinked his glass and stood up. I'd like to make a toast, he said with a shaky voice. To Haley and Miles, I missed your wedding day, which will haunt me forever. But I want you to know that I see your marriage. I respect it and promise to support it in any way I can from this day forward. Better late than never, I hope. Tears welled in my eyes as I raised my glass. To second chances, I replied. Over the next few months, our family gradually came back together. Not in the same pattern as before, but rather in something new and healthier. My parents continued their therapy. I kept my boundaries. Brooke and I developed a unique relationship that was less competitive and more supportive. Miles and I decided to celebrate our 2-year anniversary with a quiet dinner at our favorite restaurant. However, when we arrived, we were directed to a private room where a surprise awaited us. Our friends were there, as were Miles' family and, to my surprise, my own family. The room was set up like a miniature wedding reception, complete with a small tiered cake. What is all this? I inquired, turning to Miles. Don't look at me, he replied, smiling. This was their idea. My father came forward. We can't undo the past, he said. We can't relive your wedding day, but we can celebrate it now, all of us together. Consider it a do-over. My mother came to stand beside him. We are very proud of the woman you are, Haley, and we sincerely apologize for any time we made you feel less important or loved than you are. Even Brooke, who was holding baby Lily, sincerely said, you deserved better. We want to do better. As Miles and I cut the anniversary cake, surrounded by our loved ones, I reflected on the past year. It had been painful, messy, and challenging. However, it had also been transformative. I had learned that advocating for yourself is not selfish. It is necessary. A true family supports and celebrates you even when it is inconvenient. Forgiveness does not imply forgetting, but it can mean moving forward. Most importantly, it is never too late to break harmful habits and adopt healthier ones. I felt at ease as I looked around the room at both my birth family and the family I chose. The empty chairs at my wedding taught me one of life's most important lessons. Sometimes the most difficult paths lead to the most breathtaking destinations. Have you ever had to defend yourself with family members, even if it was painful? I would love to hear about your experiences in the comments. If this story spoke to you, please like, subscribe, and share it with someone who might need to hear it. Thank you for listening to my story, and I wish you the courage to always value your own worth, even when it is difficult. The investigator looked at me and said, this fire wasn't an accident. My whole childhood collapsed in that moment. I'm Lena Whitmore, 32 years old. I lost my house 8 months ago. When I approached my parents for help, they said something to me that I will remember for the rest of my life. That night, my apartment burned down. I lost 8 years' worth of memories in a matter of hours. When I contacted my parents, desperate and broken, my stepfather said 6 words that I will never forget. Not our problem. Be more careful. However, that wasn't the worst part. The worst part happened a week later, when the insurance company informed me that my parents had been placed as the sole beneficiaries on my policy, which I had never signed. And 4 days later, a fire investigator asked me one simple question, which altered everything. Who had access to your residence last week? I knew the answer. My mother was visiting for the first time in 3 years. Before I continue, please like and subscribe if this story resonates with you. Also, tell me in the comments where you're watching from tonight and what time it is. Now, let me take you back to the night that everything changed. February 19th, 2:41 a.m. The smoke alarm sounded at 2:41 a.m. I jolted awake to a blackness so deep I could taste it. Acrid chemical is incorrect. My lungs burned before my mind caught up. Fire. I couldn't think. My hand found my phone on the nightstand, and I bolted. Nothing else, just bare feet and pajamas. The hallway was a tunnel of black smoke, lighted orange from below. My shoulder was bruised for weeks after I smashed into the stairway door. 5 flights down, each step a prayer and each breath a knife. When I sprang onto the sidewalk, the February air slapped me hard. I stood there, shivering in my thin cotton pajamas, watching flames lick out the 5th floor window. Unit 5C is my home. A firefighter approached me, his face stern behind his helmet. "Ma'am, are you the resident?" I nodded, unable to speak. "I apologize." He didn't look away. "Everything in that unit is gone." Gone. The word did not make sense. I spent 8 years of my life in the flat. I only have photos of my grandparents. My late stepfather had given me a guitar when I was 17. My college diploma. My laptop held every endeavor, memory, every aspect of who I had become since leaving home. All of it. Smoke and ash. I slumped to the curb, still clutching my phone. The LCD displayed 3:06 a.m. Around me, neighbors in robes and slippers murmured. Someone wrapped a blanket across my shoulders. I can't recall who. My hands trembled as I lifted my contacts. Mom and Dad. They'd know what to do. They would arrive. I pressed the call button. The telephone rang and rang. She answered the phone after 9 rings. "Lena." My mother's voice was heavy with slumber and something else. Annoyance. "Do you know what time it is?" "Mom." My voice cracked. "There was fire. My apartment. Mom, I've lost everything. I don't have nowhere to go. I do not owe." A pause. Long. Empty. "That is unfortunate. Unfortunate." Like I had spilled coffee on my shirt. I heard rustling, followed by my stepfather Douglas's voice in the background. Mary Ann handed him the telephone. "Lena, what is going on?" I told him again. The fire and the smoke. Standing on the sidewalk with only my phone and the clothing on my back. I realized I was crying right now. Couldn't stop. His response was flat. Final. "This is not our problem, Lena. You should have been more careful. You are an adult now." The call went dead. I sat there for a while. I still have my phone pressed to my ear, listening to silence. The firefighters continued working. Neighbors went back inside. The sun began to rise, turning the smoke an unappealing orange. My parents had not asked whether I was harmed, offered to come, or expressed their love for me. Not our problem. As the shock crystallized into something else, a recollection emerged. My mother stood in my apartment 6 days ago, for her first visit in 3 years. She had arrived unannounced and said she missed me. Walked through each room, touching everything and asking questions. I was thrilled and grateful at the time. Now, sitting on the curb wrapped in a stranger's blanket, I pondered, why did she come? I pushed that notion away. It was insane, delusional, but the question would not leave me alone. Ethan Park saved me the first week. My coworker had an extra room and a kind heart. When I arrived at his home at 5:30 a.m., he did not ask me any questions. I had ash in my hair and nothing but my phone. Simply brought me a cup of coffee and said, "Stay as long as you need." After 4 days, I felt human enough to deal with the insurance. I called my renter's insurance company, expecting the typical bureaucracy, claim papers, and wait times. But the customer support representative, Michael Reed, with his flat Midwestern voice, offered a question that made me pause. "Miss Whitmore, please confirm your relationship with Douglas and Mary Ann Whitmore." I blinked at my borrowed laptop screen. "They are my parents, mother and stepfather." "Why?" Silence. "Too long. Miss Whitmore, I think you should come to our office. There is something you should see." "Can't you just tell me over the phone?" I assume he cleared his throat. It'd be better in person. I scheduled an appointment for the next morning. After I hung up, I sat there staring at the wall for a long time. When Ethan returned home from work, he found me like that. "Lena, are you okay? My insurance company wants me to come in." "Something about my folks." "Your parents? What are they doing with your insurance?" "I do not know." I met his gaze. But the guy cited a beneficiary designation paperwork from 8 months ago. Ethan frowned. "Renter's insurance beneficiary. That is bizarre." "Yeah." I clasped my knees to my chest. "That's what I thought, too." That night, I hardly slept. Something wasn't right. I could feel it. I just didn't realize how mistaken I was. The insurance office smelled like old coffee and bad news. Michael appeared younger than he had sounded, around 32, with remorseful eyes behind wire-rimmed glasses. He led me into a small conference room and locked the door. "Miss Whitmore, I'd like to begin by saying that I'm deeply sorry for your loss." "Thank you, but you didn't bring me here for condolences." He sighed, and slid the folder across the table. I opened it. My insurance, basic information, my name as an insured, coverage levels, and effective dates. Then I turned to the final page. Beneficiary designation. Douglas Whitmore and Mary Ann Whitmore, 90%. The room tilted. I heard myself say, "This is a mistake. I never signed it. I would never." "Miss Whitmore." Michael pointed to the bottom of the page. "That is your signature." I looked. It looked like my signature. Same loops, same slant. But I knew. I'd never held this pen before, never seen this document. This form was submitted 8 months ago, Michael said quietly. The original policy designated you as your own beneficiary, as is customary. Someone modified it, 8 months ago, and the payoff amount is $175,000. He paused. Miss Whitmore, there is something else. We received a call from a fire investigator this morning. He's been asking about the policy. My hands were shaking. I pushed them flat against the table. Why would a fire investigator be concerned about my insurance beneficiaries? Michael retained my stare. I think you understand why. I knew. The response sat in my chest like a stone, but I couldn't utter it out loud. Not yet. Someone had faked my signature, changed my beneficiaries, and 6 days before my flat burned down, my mother paid me a visit for the first time in 3 years. Coincidence? I didn't believe them anymore. Caleb Foster appeared to be the ideal fire investigator. Weathered face, piercing eyes, and a firm grip. We met in a coffee cafe 4 blocks from the insurance office. We are on neutral ground. Miss Whitmore, he put down his cup. I will be direct with you. I do not believe your fire was an accident. The words hovered between us. What made you say that? Fire patterns. He pulled out his phone and showed me photographs that I did not want to see. My bedroom was burned black. Do you see this? The site of origin is near the outlet behind your dresser, but there is no sign of an electrical failure. No frayed cables or surge damage. What does this mean? It suggests that someone contributed to the spread of the fire. He placed his phone away. I have been doing this for 19 years. I understand what accidental looks like. This is not it. I curled my hands around my coffee cup for warmth. So, what happens next? I now ask inquiries. His eyes met me. Who had access to your residence in the week before to the fire? My heart stopped, then restarted too quickly. I had a visitor 6 days earlier. Who? I made myself say it. My mother. Caleb did not respond, only nodded slowly, like a puzzle piece clicking into place. I reviewed the building's entry logs. Electronic locks. They keep records. There were just 3 access entries to your apartment that week. You, and a woman who fits your mother's description. I could not talk. Miss Whitmore, I haven't accused anyone yet. He leaned forward. But I need you to understand that this inquiry is ongoing. If there's anything else, now is the time. I considered the insurance form, the falsified signature, and the $175,000. I mentioned that there might be anything else. That night, I called my mom. I kept my voice light and easygoing. There's nothing wrong here. Mom, I just wanted to thank you for your visit last week. It meant a lot. A pause. When she spoke, her tone was cautious. Oh yes. I missed you, sweetheart. It had been too long. It really did. I picked a thread on Ethan's couch. Hello, short question. Have you seen anything unusual in my apartment? Is there anything off? The fire investigator keeps asking. Fire investigator? Her voice became sharper. Why would they conduct an investigation? It appears that they do not believe it was an accident. Silence. I counted the seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Lena. Her tone had entirely shifted. Cold. Controlled. Don't speak with those investigators without a lawyer. They pervert your words. Why do I need a lawyer? Mom, I am the victim in this situation. I'm simply trying to protect you. What source? Another prolonged delay. Douglas's voice was muffled in the background, asking a question. Marianne stated abruptly, I have to go. Your father needs me. Stepfather? What? Douglas is my stepfather and not my father. The call went dead. I stared at my phone. My hands didn't shake anymore. It astonished me. Something has changed in the past several days. My flat, my possessions, and the life I'd established remained the source of my sadness. However, something more solid was growing beneath. Clarity. Her suggestion had not been intended to protect me. It was about self-protection. I messaged Caleb Foster. We need to talk. I have other information. His response took few seconds. Tomorrow, at 9 a.m., same site. I didn't sleep that night, either. But this time, terror wasn't keeping me awake. It was the start of a plan. The call began the next morning. Aunt Helen was first. My mother's younger sister, who was always sending birthday cards, never forgot. Honey, her voice was filled with concern. Your mother called me last night. She's quite worried about you. Worried about what? Okay, a gentle pause. She stated, you've been saying some strange things about the fire, about her. I sat up taller. I have not told anyone anything. Lena, it's okay to struggle. Anyone would struggle to cope with what you went through, losing everything so suddenly. My stomach went cold. What did she tell you? Simply put, you are really stressed. Perhaps having a breakdown. Helen's voice softened. She's worried you'll say things you don't mean. Crazy stuff. Crazy. There it was. I am not crazy, Aunt Helen. Nobody's saying you are, honey. We're just curious, did she email the entire family or just call? Silence. That was an adequate response. Take some rest, sweetheart. Helen said finally. We all pray for you. She hung up before I could reply. I immediately checked my email. Nothing from family, but one from HR at my company that was marked as urgent. The timestamp indicated that it had arrived 3 days ago. I had been so focused on the insurance nightmare that I had completely missed it. My blood ran cold as I read it. We received an anonymous call expressing concern about your mental health following recent personal trauma. While we support all employees during difficult times, we need to meet to discuss your current fitness for work. I read it 3 times. She wasn't simply trying to steal my money, she was attempting to steal my credibility, job, and life. Before I could say anything, she was ensuring that no one would believe me. The anger that rose in my chest was unlike anything I'd ever experienced. Cold, clear, and deadly calm. It's game on, Mom. Caleb Foster raised an eyebrow as I told him about the HR email. That's a bold move, he said, to discredit you before you can speak. It means she is scared, it means she is strategic. He tapped his pen against the notebook. We require something concrete, something she cannot explain away. That was when I remembered. The building, I said slowly. 6 weeks ago, they installed new security cameras throughout the halls. Caleb was already taking out his phone. What is your building manager's name? 25 minutes later, we were sitting in Frank Holloway's cramped office, watching video on a small monitor. Holloway pointed to the screen. Today is February 9th. That's the date you mentioned. I saw my mother walk down the 5th floor hallway. She was carrying a large black bag, the kind you would take to the gym or on an overnight trip. She looked around before entering my apartment. The time stamp indicated 1:52 p.m. Holloway skipped ahead. My mother emerged at 5:06 p.m., 3 hours and 14 minutes. She told me she only stayed for 25 minutes. However, that wasn't the worst part. Wait, I leaned forward. Where is the bag? We watched again. She walked in, carrying the bag. She walked away empty-handed. Can you check the other cameras? Caleb asked. Stairwells and parking garages. Holloway nodded and began clicking. We spotted it on the service entrance camera. Marianne walking to her car at 5:09 p.m. No bag. She had not taken it that way either. She left it in my apartment, I said quietly. Caleb made a note. That bag is crucial. Fire investigators discovered something suspicious near the outlet, which is still being examined at the lab. But if we can prove what she brought in, the 3-hour 14-minute visit, the missing bag, the suspicious fire origin. Finally, we had a direction. Victoria Hale was just what I needed. A lawyer who specialized in insurance fraud and didn't believe in sugarcoating. This signature is good. She held the beneficiary form up to the light in her downtown office. Professional even, but not perfect. What do you mean? She pulled out a magnifying glass. Old school, but effective. See these points here, and here? She traced invisible lines on the paper. Hesitation marks. When someone forges a signature, they naturally slow down at certain points, trying to get it right. Your real signature is fluid. You've been signing your name for years. This one has at least 4 places where the pen paused. Hope flickered in my chest. So, you can prove it's fake. I can hire a forensic document examiner who can prove it's fake. Victoria set the paper down. What's more interesting is the submission method. This form wasn't mailed in. It was submitted directly at the insurance office. Meaning someone walked in, pretending to be me, or claiming to represent you. Victoria pulled out another document. I've already requested the visitor logs for that date, and I spoke with the clerk who processed this form. My heart rate spiked. What did they say? He remembers a woman, middle-aged, brown hair, said she was handling paperwork for her daughter who was too busy with work. Victoria's smile was sharp. Does that description ring any bells? Brown hair. My mother had been dyeing her gray for years. Can he identify her in a lineup? He's willing to try. Victoria gathered the papers. Between the security footage, the signature analysis, and a potential eyewitness, your mother may have outsmarted herself. I let out a breath I hadn't known I was holding. What do we do now? Now? We wait for her to make another move. We didn't have to wait long. The invitation came 4 days later. My mother's voice on the phone was honey sweet, a tone I recognized from childhood, the one she used when she wanted something. Lena, honey, the family's been so worried about you. I'm hosting a little gathering this Sunday. Nothing fancy, just people who love you coming together to show support after everything you've been through. I almost laughed. Almost. A gathering. At our house around 3, Uncle Robert, Aunt Helen, the cousins, everyone wants to see you. Make sure you're okay. Make sure I'm the crazy one, she meant. Make sure everyone sees poor unstable Lena before she can say anything damaging. I'll be there, I said. Really? She couldn't quite hide her surprise. That's wonderful, sweetheart. It'll be so good for you to be around family. I hung up and immediately called Caleb. Don't confront her, he warned. We need more time. The warrant's being processed, But these things take days. I won't confront her, but I need to be there when the truth comes out. He was silent for a moment. Fine, but be careful, and I'll be there within 20 minutes of your signal. Next, I called Victoria. How's the witness identification coming? Done. I could hear the satisfaction in her voice. He picked your mother out of an 8-photo lineup. No hesitation. Finally, I texted Ethan. Remember that favor I mentioned about cloud backups and subpoenas? His reply was immediate. Already on it. Legal process takes time, but I found something interesting. Call me. I looked at my phone. 3 allies, a witness, video footage, and a family gathering where my mother planned to prove I was crazy. She thought she was setting a trap. She didn't know she was walking into one. My parents' house looked exactly as I remembered. White siding, manicured lawn, American flag by the door, the picture of suburban respectability. I parked on the street and sat in my borrowed car for a long moment, steadying my breath. 17 people. That's how many cars lined the driveway. 17 witnesses to whatever my mother had planned. The door opened before I could knock. Marianne stood there in her Sunday best. Cream blouse, pearl earrings, concerned maternal expression perfectly in place. Lena. She pulled me into a hug, holding on too long, too tight. Her voice carried for the audience behind her. My poor baby. I've been so worried about you. Over her shoulder, I saw them. Aunt Helen, Uncle Robert, cousins Andrew and Laura, faces I'd known my whole life, all watching me with the same expression. Pity. Careful, calibrated pity. She'd done her work well. Come in, come in. Marianne kept an arm around me, guiding me into the living room like I might break. Everyone's here for you. The room fell quiet as we entered. I scanned the faces. Douglas stood in the corner by the fireplace, avoiding my eyes, phone clutched in his hand. Aunt Helen approached first. Honey, she took my hands in hers. Your mom's told us what you've been going through. It's okay to not be okay. The stress of losing everything like that, cousin Andrew added from the couch. Anyone would struggle. Maybe talking to someone would help, Laura suggested gently. A professional. I looked around the room at my family, people who'd known me since birth, and saw not a single person who believed I might be telling the truth. Not yet, but that was about to change. Marianne waited until everyone had drinks in hand. Then she cleared her throat. I want to thank you all for coming. Her voice trembled, perfectly rehearsed. As you know, Lena's been through something terrible, and in times like these, family needs to come together. Murmurs of agreement rippled through the room. But I also need to address. She paused, dabbed at her eyes with a tissue. The elephant in the room. I stayed perfectly still. My daughter has been saying some very troubling things lately. Marianne's gaze swept the room, landing briefly on each sympathetic face. About me, about her father, about the fire. Douglas flinched at the word father. He still wouldn't look at me. She thinks Marianne's voice broke. Oscar-worthy. She thinks we had something to do with what happened to her apartment, her own parents. Gasps, shocked whispers. Marianne, no. Aunt Helen breathed. I know she's hurting. Tears now rolling down her cheeks. I know she lost everything. But to accuse us of something so horrible. Douglas stepped forward, placed a hand on her shoulder. His voice was flat. Our daughter is clearly not well. We love her, but we can't enable these delusions. The room's attention shifted to me, waiting for the denial, the breakdown, the proof that poor Lena had finally snapped. I said nothing. My hands stayed relaxed at my sides, my expression neutral. Let them watch. Let them remember this moment. My silence. Her performance. My phone buzzed in my pocket. A text from Caleb. Got the full footage. You need to see this now. I stood. Excuse me, I said calmly. I need some air. And I walked out the front door, leaving my mother mid-performance, her audience waiting for an act that wasn't coming. Not yet. Okay, I need to pause here for just a second. If my mother's performance is making your blood boil as much as mine was in that moment, drop a comment with the word busted, because what happens next? Let's just say she really should have checked whether her daughter's building had security cameras before visiting. Like and subscribe if you want to see how this ends. Trust me, you do. Now, back to the story. Caleb was parked 3 houses down. I slid into the passenger seat, heart pounding. What did you find? He handed me the phone. Complete footage from all angles. Watch. I watched my mother on the small screen. The hallway camera caught her walking in with the large black bag at 1:52 p.m. Walking out at 5:06 p.m., with nothing. Caleb estimated 3 hours and 14 minutes. She said you had 25 minutes. The bag. That's where things get interesting. He pulled out a photograph. Charred plastic and wire fragments. Fire investigators discovered this near the outlet. A digital timer is one into which you can plug appliances. My stomach dropped. We traced the serial number back to a batch sold at Holloway's Hardware, which is 4 miles from your parents' house. Another photograph appeared on his screen. Grainy security footage captured at a store checkout counter. Make a cash purchase 9 days before fire. The woman in the footage had brown hair, a familiar posture, and I recognized her purse. Is that we will need official identification? But yes. Caleb met my gaze. That is her. I looked back at my parents' house. Through the living room window, I could see shapes move. My family is probably still talking about how sad it is that Lena has lost her mind. My phone vibrated. Victoria. The witness identification came through. She spoke without preamble. Photo lineup. He chose Marianne. Without hesitation, he said he remembered her perfume. According to Channel 7, his mother wore it. I nearly smiled. My mother has one consistent vanity. Caleb. I turned to face him. How long before you can make an arrest? I submitted the warrant application 3 days ago, right after the witness ID arrived. Judge Morrison signed it this morning. He checked his watch. In 25 minutes, 2 officers will arrive to meet me here. He examined my face. What are your plans? I am going back inside. Lena, I will not confront her, but when you walk through that door, I want my family to know the truth. All at once. He hesitated and then nodded. After 25 minutes, we will end this. I sat in Caleb's car for another moment, gathering my thoughts. The evidence was solid now. Video evidence, witness identification, timer device remnants, and a forged signature. My mother had been careful, but not enough. One more thing. I looked at Caleb. Messages from her phone. Ethan explained it to me the day before. Cloud backups and text messages that users thought they deleted are still stored on servers that can be accessed with a proper subpoena. The legal request was processed this morning. Caleb confirmed. Marianne's carrier is cooperating. We should have her message history within 36 hours. But I already knew what we were going to find. She had not done this alone. Douglas knew. Maybe it helped. There was proof in those deleted texts. Go. Caleb checked his watch. I will be there at 3:10. Just be calm. Allow the evidence to speak. I nodded, opened the car door, and paused. Caleb, why are you assisting me so much? This is more than a standard investigation. He was silent for a moment. 12 years ago, my sister's abusive ex-husband burned down her house while she was at work. The insurance company tried to deny her claim, said it was suspicious. His jaw tightened. She fought for 3 years to prove she did not do it herself. Almost destroyed her. Has she won? Eventually, but it cost her everything. He met my gaze. When I saw your case, I noticed that your mother was listed as the beneficiary without your consent. Fire without an accidental cause. I knew someone was attempting to do to you what they did to her. I realized then that this wasn't just a job for him. Thank you, I replied. Do not thank me yet. Thank me when she is in handcuffs. I walked back towards my parents' house. In 22 minutes, everything would change. When I walked back in, the living room went silent. Marianne remained in the center of the room, tissue in hand, portraying the wounded mother, but something in her eyes flickered when she saw my face. I wasn't crying, shaking, or acting like someone on the verge of a breakdown. Lena, honey, has recovered quickly. Do you feel better? Do you need some water? Actually, mother, I have a question. The room tensed. 17 pairs of eyes were fixed on me. When you came to my apartment last month, I kept my voice calm and conversational. Why did you stay for 3 hours and 14 minutes? You told me it was 25 minutes. Marianne blinked. What? I don't remember how long it was. Mom, the building has cameras. I took out my phone. I have the footage. Her expression changed for only a second. A flicker of cold beneath the maternal mask. Douglas straightened. Lena, that is enough. You are embarrassing yourself. What about the bag you brought? I continued to ignore him. The big black one. Where has it gone? Because you came in with it, but you walked away empty-handed. I'm not sure what you're talking about. Fire investigators do. The room was completely silent now. Aunt Helen's mouth hung open. Cousin Andrew had put down his drink. Even Douglas had stopped pretending to look at his phone. Lena. Marianne's voice had lost its sweetness. Steel is pure. I'm not sure what lies these investigators have been telling you, but her phone rang. Doug's phone rang at the same time. They looked at each other. Something passed between them. Fear, I realized. Real fear. Douglas looked at his screen. His face turned white. Marianne. His voice crackled. It is the police. The doorbell rang. Uncle Robert stood closest to the door. He opened it without thinking, still processing what had happened. Caleb Foster entered, badge visible on his belt. 2 uniformed officers flanked him. Marianne Whitmore. My mother did not move. For the first time in my life, I noticed her completely still and frozen, like an animal caught in headlights. Caleb Foster is a fire investigator. He moved across the room in 4 steps. You have been arrested on charges of 3rd-degree arson and insurance fraud. This is ridiculous. Marianne finally discovered her voice. It sounded shrill, nothing like her usual demeanor. Lena set me up. She's been planning for this. She is sick. Ma'am, you have the right to be silent. Caleb took her arm firmly, not roughly. Whatever you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. Don't you believe her? Marianne twisted towards the family. Mascara is starting to run. She is unstable. She has been making things up since the fire. You have the right to a lawyer. If you can't afford one will be provided to you. The handcuffs clicked into place. The sound echoed throughout the silent room. Douglas attempted to approach his wife, but the second officer blocked him. Mr. Whitmore, we have questions for you as well. Please come with us. I was not. Douglas's face crumpled. That was her idea. All of it. Douglas. Marianne's scream was raw. Say nothing. Unfortunately, it was too late. The family had heard. Aunt Helen sank into a chair, hand covering her mouth. Cousin Andrew seemed ill. Uncle Robert simply stood there, shaking his head slowly. I watched as they led my mother out the door. She did not look back at me. She did not have to. We both knew how it ended. No one spoke for quite some time after the police cars drove away. The living room felt different, smaller. The carefully arranged furniture, the family photos on the mantel, and the fresh flowers Marianne had set out all resembled a stage set after the play had concluded. Aunt Helen was the first to relocate. She got up from her chair and walked toward me, tears streaming down her cheeks. Lena, her voice cracked. I'm very sorry. I should have listened to you. I should have. You didn't know. I should have asked. She took my hands in her own. You are my niece, and I believed her. I've always believed her. Cousin Andrew approached next. I can't believe she'd do that. He couldn't complete the sentence. She did. I stated it simply. There is no anger, just facts. They approached me one by one. Uncle Robert, Laura, and others. Apologies, shock, and disbelief. Some could not look me in the eyes. Some couldn't stop staring, as if they were seeing me for the first time. Whatever you need, Uncle Robert said. His voice was rough, but his eyes were wet. Legal fees and a place to stay. The family will assist. The true family. I reflected on that word, family, what it meant and should mean. Thank you, I replied. However, I need some time to figure out who my real family is. Nobody argued. I stepped out of the front door into the February sunlight. The cool air felt refreshing after the oppressive heat inside. My phone vibrated. Victoria is currently being processed. Bail hearing tomorrow. Douglas is talking. He's attempting to make a deal. I looked up to the sky. Clear blue. Endless. Good. I told him to just talk. 3 days later, I sat across from Victoria in her office, a stack of paperwork between us. The case is solid, she explained. Marianne was present, according to video evidence. Witness identification on the forged signature. Timer device remnants from a purchase near their home. She slid a paper across the desk. Douglas's statement. I've read it. The words initially blurred together before becoming sharper. Marianne devised the plan after we fell behind on payments, specifically gambling debts. It was my fault. But she said this would solve everything. He claimed Lena had good insurance. Said no one would be hurt. Nobody would get hurt. I set the paper down. What are the consequences for Marianne? Arson in the 3rd degree. That is a Class C felony, along with insurance fraud, forgery, and conspiracy. With a plea deal, she could face 6 to 10 years, most likely 5. And Douglas faces conspiracy charges. He was aware of the plan and helped cover it up. 30 months probation and mandatory gambling addiction treatment. Victoria paused. He has agreed to testify against her. I nodded slowly. The insurance payout is already being redirected. You are the rightful beneficiary. They always were. The company is fully cooperating. $158,000, minus legal fees, should be in your account within 45 days. I thought about the money and what it represented. Everything I had lost was converted into a number. I asked for a restraining order against both of them. That can be arranged. And I want this kept quiet, no media frenzy. Victoria nodded. Certain records are concealed by the court, particularly given the family nature of the case. I stood there looking out her window at the city below. People walking, living their lives unconsciously. Thanks, Victoria. You did the hard part, she said. I just handled the paperwork. Quick check-in, everyone. If you've ever had to cut ties with family members for your own sanity, please leave a comment saying so, because I know I'm not alone in this. And if this story has a different impact on you tonight, share it with someone who needs to hear that setting boundaries is not betrayal, but rather survival. Okay, let me tell you what happened next. News spreads quickly in small communities. Within 12 days, everyone knew. My mother's 28-year-old church, the book club she'd hosted, the neighbors who'd admired her garden all whispered behind closed doors. Aunt Helen kept me informed, whether I wanted to hear it or not. The pastor asked her not to return. She informed me over coffee. They claimed it was too disruptive for the congregation. Could you imagine? Marianne organized the Christmas bazaar for 12 years. I can imagine. I could easily imagine it. Douglas lost his job. She explained. The store owner did not want the publicity, So someone spray painted their garage door. We had to repaint it 3 times. I didn't feel satisfied. I, too, felt no pity. Just a hollow nothing. She's been calling everyone, Helen said, trying to explain that it was all a misunderstanding, that the evidence was planted, and that you manipulated the detectives. She shakes her head. Nobody is answering anymore. Good. Helen reached across the table to take my hand. She's my sister. I grew up with her. And what did she do with you? Her voice was caught. That is not family. That is not something I recognize. I squeezed her hand. It is not your fault. I understand, but I still feel it. We sat silently for a moment. Outside the coffee shop window, life continued. Cars passed. Everyone laughed. The world kept spinning. The gambling, I finally admitted. How bad was it? Douglas is gambling. Helen's face darkened. Bad. 210,000, possibly more, to people you do not want to owe money to. That explained the desperate situation, but it did not excuse anything. She thought she could fix it by destroying my life. She made an incorrect assumption. Indeed, she did. The court date fell on a gray Thursday in May. I sat in the back row of the courtroom, looking at my mother in her orange jumpsuit, her wrists cuffed in front of her. Her hair had grown out, with gray showing at the roots now. There are no salon appointments in county jail. She looked smaller and older than I remembered. She did not turn around to see if I was present. Perhaps she knew. Maybe she did not want to know. The judge read the charges. Arson in the 3rd degree, insurance fraud, forgery, and conspiracy to commit fraud. Every word landed like a stone. Mary Ann's attorney, a public defender, had negotiated a plea deal because Douglas couldn't afford anyone else. Guilty on all counts, with a reduced sentence recommendation. Mary Ann Whitmore, the judge, said, "You are hereby sentenced to 5 years in state prison, with parole eligibility after 3 years. 5 years. If my mother was released early, she would be 64 years old." I saw her shoulders shake, possibly because she was crying, or because the weight of it had finally hit her. Douglas's hearing was held separately because he had fully cooperated and testified against Mary Ann. The DA offered a deal. 16 months in county jail, suspended for 30 months, with 180 hours of community service and completion of a gambling addiction program. The judge made it perfectly clear. He would serve every day of the 16-month sentence for a single violation. His name will be on public record forever. Victoria and I met in the hallway following the sentencing. She stated that the insurance money had been cleared yesterday. $158,000 after legal fees. "It's in your account." I nodded. The number felt abstract, meaningless. "The restraining order was approved," she continued. "Neither of them can contact you directly or through third parties for the next 12 years. Thank you." She studied my face. "How do you feel?" I thought about it. Really thought. "Empty," I said finally, "but free." She nodded like that made sense. It did. I started therapy 4 weeks after the trial. Dr. Naomi Okoro had kind eyes and a habit of asking questions I didn't want to answer, which meant she was exactly what I needed. "Do you forgive them?" she asked during our 5th session. I stared at the ceiling of her office, considering. "Forgiveness isn't my job right now," I said finally. "Healing is." She smiled. "That's a healthy perspective. Is it? You're not forcing yourself into an emotion you don't feel. That's growth." Growth. Such a small word for such a massive shift. I moved into a new apartment in mid-May. Smaller than my old one, a studio in a quieter neighborhood, but it had good locks, a security system I chose myself, and no memories. Ethan helped me move in. Aunt Helen sent flowers. Uncle Robert dropped off a casserole, stood awkwardly in my tiny kitchen, and said, "Call if you need anything." I bought a new guitar, not the same brand as the one my late stepfather, my first stepfather, had given me. Nothing could replace that. But when I played it, I could almost hear him again. His voice teaching me chords, his laugh when I messed up. Some things can't be recovered, but you can build new ones. The nightmares faded over time. The smoke and fire, my mother's face, the sound of Douglas's cold voice, they visited less and less. Some nights I slept straight through till morning. Family, I decided, isn't about blood. It's about choice, about who shows up, who protects you, who believes you when the world says you're crazy. My biological mother tried to destroy me. My chosen family helped me survive. That was sufficient. That was everything. The letter arrived 10 weeks after the sentencing. I recognized the return address. State Women's Correctional Facility. My mother's handwriting on the envelope, smaller and neater than I remembered, as if she'd taken extra care. I almost threw it away unopened. But something made me stop. I sat at my kitchen table and read it. "Dear Lena, I've had a lot of time to think in here about what I did, about what I lost. You have to understand, I was desperate. Your father's debts were crushing us. And I thought, I'm not making excuses. What I did was wrong, but you're still my daughter. You're still my baby. Please come visit me. Please let me explain. I'm still your mother. Love, Mom. I read it 2, 3 times. Then I got a piece of paper and wrote back, not to send, just for myself. Marianne, you were my mother, but the woman who raised me would never have tried to kill me for money. I don't know who you are, and I don't need to find out. Don't write again. I folded the letter carefully, put it in my desk drawer. Maybe someday I'd send it. Maybe not. Then I blocked the prison's incoming mail through my post office. Professional, clean, final. Ethan came over that evening for dinner. He noticed the envelope in my trash from her. Yeah. You okay? I thought about the question, really considered it. Better than okay, I said. I'm free. He smiled. You want help making dinner? Please. We cooked together in my tiny kitchen. Pasta with vegetables. Nothing fancy. Music playing softly from my new speaker. My new guitar leaning against the wall. It wasn't the life I'd planned, it was better. I'm sitting in my apartment now, looking out the window at the city lights. 8 months since the fire. 6 months since the trial. A lifetime since I stopped believing that family meant safety. Sometimes I think about what I lost. The photos that can't be reprinted. The guitar that sang with my stepfather's voice. The naive belief that my mother loved me more than money. Those things are gone. But here's what I found. Strength I didn't know I had. Friends who became family, the ability to trust my own instincts, even when everyone around me said I was wrong. Fire destroys. Everyone knows that. But what they don't tell you is that fire also reveals. It burns away the surface, the pretenses, the lies, the carefully constructed images, and shows you what's underneath. My mother's love was conditional. It always had been. The fire just finally showed me the price tag. If you're watching this, if you're in a family that makes you feel crazy for telling the truth, you're not crazy, you're awake. And being awake is terrifying at first. But it's also the beginning of freedom. I'm Lena Whitmore. I'm 32 years old. And my mother tried to burn down my apartment for insurance money. She failed. Not because I was smarter, not because I was lucky, but because I finally stopped protecting people who would never protect me. That's the hardest lesson and the most important one. You're allowed to save yourself, even from family. Especially from family. The fire took everything I owned, but it couldn't take who I am. And in the end, that's all that matters. Before I go, a few things this experience taught me. Trust is earned, not assumed. Even with family, your gut feeling exists for a reason. When something feels wrong, it probably is. And setting boundaries isn't abandoning family, it's protecting yourself from people who already abandoned you first. Thank you for staying until the end. If this story helped you feel less alone tonight, drop a heart in the comments. If you know someone who needs to hear this, please share it with them. There are more stories like this one linked in the description. Check them out if you want. I'm Lena, and I'm still standing. And if you're going through something similar, you will, too. Like and subscribe. My sister dumped her sick 1 year old on my couch and flew out with her lover. Years later he said, "You're not my mom." She froze on my porch. My name is Claire Bennett, and I never asked to become a mother. But I became one when my sister abandoned her sick child on my couch for good. Years later, when she attempted to re-enter his life for glory, I handed him the keys to his new automobile and told him, "Give them to the woman who raised you." He passed past her without a glance, and she collapsed right on the doorstep. Tell me where you're watching from in the comments section below. Have you ever had to clean up someone else's mess only to be told you didn't belong in the story? Now let me take you back to the beginning. It was Wednesday. Seattle is dark, cold, and rainy in a way that soaks your attitude right through. I was just warming leftover soup when the beep went off again. I didn't flinch anymore. I knew it was her. I buzzed her in without saying anything. Moments later, the apartment door swung open, revealing Sierra Monroe, my younger sister. She was juggling a pocketbook that was too small to hold anything useful while pulling a wheeled luggage that wasn't even zipped. Owen, her 1 year old son and my nephew, sat on it, arms limp. His lips already appeared pallid. "You're early," I murmured, looking at the clock. "I told you I had a call until 6:30. "I'm meeting someone," she replied, rushing past me and halfway to the couch. "It's just for tonight." I turned the stove off. "You said that Tuesday and Saturday and last Wednesday." She did not even blink. "He's got his medications and nebulizers in the baggage, you know what to do." Owen did not say anything. He simply shuffled to the couch like a ghost and curled up, wheezing quietly. The sound cut through me. "Sierra, no, not this time," I replied, placing myself between her and the door. "You cannot keep doing this. He is unwell. You cannot just..." She rolled her eyes and smiled tightly, as she always did when I reminded her of reality. "I need a break. I've been doing this alone for years, Claire. You would not understand." "Oh, you mean the breaks between Cancun, Miami, and whatever yoga retreat you're pretending is spiritual growth." Her eyes met mine, piercing and defensive. "I'm serious," I said louder, my voice rough. "You aren't being a mother, you're just running away." She scoffed before grabbing her keys. Whatever. You've always been jealous. You don't have children, so you get to play mommy. Enjoy it. She then slammed the door behind her. The rasp of Owen's respiration and the faint whir of the nebulizer were the only sounds that broke the silence. I stepped over and crouched beside him. His eyes were hazy, half-closed, and his arms curled around his chest. "Are you okay, baby?" I whispered. He offered a little nod. I sat on the floor next to him, my back against the couch, the flickering light from the old TV casting shadows throughout the room. I instantly reached out to check the machine's timer. "There are 15 minutes to go." I exhaled. This was not the first time she had dropped him off unwell, but tonight felt heavier. Final. He winced as he coughed, and I grabbed for his hand, my thumb brushing across his wrist. "This isn't right," I mumbled. Not only to myself, but to the universe. Whatever version of God was listening. It's not supposed to be this way. No child should see their mother walk out the door without looking back, and no woman should be left with the fragments as if they were hers to begin with. But I didn't have time to fall apart. The machine beeped. Owen's chest rose and fell like a tide, and I had to stay steady. So I sat next him, soup untouched and my heart already rewriting its meaning. Tomorrow, I would call her again. Tomorrow, I'd try to make her understand. But tonight, I was the only one who stayed. The following evening, it was just the two of us again. The apartment lights buzzed softly overhead as I walked through the tight kitchen, placing down 3 chipped plates of grilled cheese and tomato soup. Classic comfort cuisine was the only thing I could prepare without burning. The smell filled the room, warm and nostalgic, but Owen simply picked at the crust like it was homework. He was still pallid, his dark locks clung to his forehead in moist tendrils. His small chest rose little less, but the shadows under his eyes remained constant. "You don't have to finish it all," I murmured quietly, pulling out the chair across from him. "Just try." He nodded but didn't glance up. The silence lasted long enough that the ticking wall clock over the fridge became a metronome, taking up every area his mother should have occupied. I actually watched him. He wasn't fidgeting or whining like other 1-year-olds. He wasn't checking his phone or requesting to turn on the television. He merely sat there, like a kid who'd grown accustomed to being unseen. So I asked the question that has been weighing on my mind since yesterday night. "Do you miss her?" Owen did not respond at first. Then he raised his shoulders in a tiny shrug. "She doesn't really talk to me unless she's mad." I didn't know what I was expecting. Yes, maybe, or a tearful confession about how much he loved her, but the quiet, matter-of-fact whisper cut worse than anything else could have. He reached for his spoon but missed the handle, his fingers trembling. I reached out impulsively, covering his small hand with mine. His skin seemed warm and frail, as if he had been living under the radar for far too long. "You understand it's not your fault, right?" My voice cracked. "None of this is." He didn't respond. He merely stared at the bowl, as if the words couldn't land and he didn't know what to do with it. I tightened my grip softly. "Owen, I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere." He eventually looked up, his eyes, large, brown, and weary, sparked with something I couldn't identify. Not trust yet, but perhaps the beginning. We sat there, hand in hand across a soiled table, the soup getting cold between us. I did not rush the silence. I let it grip us both. The more I watched him, the more I noticed. He flinched as my phone rang earlier. He didn't inquire when his mother would return. He apologized for every small cough, as if he was terrified of being a burden. And I knew that this was not a one-time thing. Not really. She might return for a night or a week, even smile and act concerned if the mood struck, but she would not stay. She had already left in every way that mattered. I got up to reheat his soup. He protested, but I dismissed him and slipped the bowl into the microwave. As the machine buzzed, I stood by the sink, clutching the edge of the counter. This boy was now mine. Not by blood, not legally, but by an unseen link that had wrapped around both of us when Sierra shut the door behind her. I couldn't repair everything. I couldn't make his lungs stronger overnight or take away the years of disappointment in his eyes. But I could turn up every day. I could be the one who stayed. The microwave beeped. I brought the warm bowl back and sat down again. Owen looked up, puzzled. "I thought you didn't want me to waste it," he claimed. I smiled and pushed the soup toward him. I said, "Try not to give up." He dipped his spoon in slowly this time, and I sat there watching him eat, feeling something settle inside of me. Not fury, not despair, but resolution. The calm, hard kind that doesn't scream yet changes everything anyway. This boy would have a home. He'd have tranquility. He'd never again question if someone would pick him up or set him down based on their mood. He would never feel invisible in a crowded house again. He was mine now. It was shortly after 1 a.m., when the nebulizer's faint whir finally stopped. Owen had fallen asleep hours before, curled up in a nest of pillows on the pull-out couch in the living room. He held his plush bear closely under one arm. The poor thing has seen better times. Its left ear was barely attached, and someone had repaired its tummy with mismatched blue thread, but it never left his side. I stood barefoot in the kitchen, staring at my phone, as if it would act differently this time. That perhaps this time she would respond. That maybe this time she'd be sober, present, and nurturing. I took a breath and pressed the dial. The ringing seemed never-ending, echoing against the hum of the refrigerator and the tick of the stove clock. Finally, a giggle. Music plays in the background. Waves, hello. Sierra Monroe's voice came over shiny and slick, like a drunk sunscreen commercial. Where are you, Claire? I snapped, unable to control the sharpness in my voice. Ooh, you called, she sings. I was just saying to Tyler Reed, I bet my sister's being all dramatic again. Sierra, come and grab your son. He's sick, and I can't do this alone any longer. You can't just drop him off like he's a parcel, and go for days. She laughed. A high-pitched, carefree giggle that was inappropriate for this topic. I'm in Shalom, babe. She murmured, as if I should be jealous. It's beautiful. The moon is here. Unreal. Tyler reserved us this room with a plunge pool. You should try dating. You're wound so tightly. My mouth became dry. Shalom, you left the country. She sighed, as if I'd exhausted her. Don't be overly theatrical. He's with you. He's okay. You're always so pleasant with him. Honestly, Claire, admit it. You enjoy playing house. I grabbed the edge of the kitchen sink. Knuckles are white. You're his mother. No, honey, she said, her voice suddenly low and sexy, as if she were telling a sick joke. You are now. Then the line abruptly terminated. I stared at the phone, her words running through my head. You are now. A bitter, involuntary laugh rose in my throat. It caught halfway and burst out in a sob before I could stop it. I slipped down on the cold tile floor, back against the cabinet, and dropped the phone beside me. I don't know how long I was there. Minutes, perhaps. Long enough for the house to settle about me, the fridge to turn on, and the silence to creep in from all sides. My chest ached from holding everything in for too long. I rubbed the heels of my palms into my eyes, hoping to push the tears back in, but it didn't work. I grieved softly and bitterly for Owen, for myself, for the version of my sister I used to believe in, and for the family I imagined we could be. I cried because I was fatigued and terrified, didn't know what to do next, and felt deep down that this wasn't going to be temporary. Sierra Monroe was not returning, in any way that mattered. I pictured Owen's little shoulders crouched over his soup. He said quietly, she rarely talks to me until she is angry. He was 11 years old, and the one person he should have been able to rely on had just dropped him off like lost luggage and gone to drink cocktails in another nation. This was not about a favor. This was not babysitting. This was abandonment. And now I am all he has. I brought my knees to my chest and let my head fall forward, the chilly floor pressing against my arms. The worst part was that I couldn't even be upset at her anymore because it would imply expecting something, and I'd finally stopped expecting anything from Sierra Monroe. I cried till the tears dried up, and the heaviness in my chest gave way to something colder, sharper, quieter, perhaps resolve, because I couldn't fall apart. Not when there was a small child sleeping in the next room who still needed someone to show up in the morning to warm his soup, check his medicine, and ask him how his day went and care about his response. I got up slowly, wiping my face with the edge of my sleeve. This wasn't the life I had hoped for, but it was the one that had been handed to me, and I'd be damned if I failed him now. The sun burst through the Seattle clouds in soft, slanted rays, slipping between the blinds and leaving lines on the wooden floor. Morning arrived slowly, as if it wasn't sure it was welcome. I hadn't slept much, but drifted in and out on the couch. The throw blanket curled over my legs, and my thoughts was worn raw from the sudden clarity. Owen stirred first. I heard the couch cushions shift, a small cough, then a sharp intake of air as he stretched and looked into the light. I sat up, blurry-eyed. Hey kiddo, I muttered. How do you feel? He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his hand before blinking at me. Better, I think. He grinned. Can I have toast? That was it. No queries regarding his mother. There's no fear or confusion, just toast. My heart thudded. Yeah, I replied, getting to my feet. I can do toast. In the kitchen, I cracked a few eggs into a bowl, one of which broke incorrectly, resulting in jagged shards in the yolk. I swore beneath my breath and fished them out with a spoon. Owen went in and slid onto one of the bar stools at the counter, his hair tangled and his cheeks flushed from sleep. You look tired, he said. You look like a wild porcupine, I replied gently. He smiled and sniffed the air dramatically. Do you cook? I can cook, I said, lifting the pan and placing it on the stove. Sometimes, under harsh conditions. With supervision. He put his chin on the counter and watched me as if I were a culinary show contestant under pressure. Are you going to set off the smoke alarm? Only if things go really well. Cool. I couldn't help it. I laughed. I laughed out loud and unexpectedly, shaking something free in my chest. Owen smiled wider, pleased of himself. That's the first time you've laughed in forever, he told me. It was not a question. I looked at him, surprised by how clearly he saw me. Children, particularly those who are quiet, do not miss much. Well, I replied, it's been a heavy couple of days. He tilted his head. Because of Mom? I hesitated, not because I didn't want to tell the truth, but because I didn't want to hurt him by doing so. Instead, I responded kindly, knowing that being an adult can be difficult at times. But you've been amazing. He did not push. I gave a low shrug and watched as I scraped the eggs into 3 mismatched plates. I like it here, he replied abruptly, between pieces of toast. It's not noisy like Mom's house. I swallowed. You can stay as long as you want, Owen. He stared at me again, his face wrinkled. Really? Yeah, really. Something changed in that instant. There is no proclamation or commitment, only a glimmer of faith. A little connection is growing between us, subtle but strong. Your eggs taste like sadness, he stated abruptly, his expression dead serious. I stared at him before bursting out laughing again. They're not that bad, I insisted. He took another bite and chewed carefully. They're like the food version of a Monday. Okay, Bobby Flay, you're making your own next time. We ate at the counter, the sunlight streaming in, highlighting the fractures in the walls and the dust on the shelves, but also making everything feel warmer, more alive, as if this could be a home rather than simply a stopgap. After breakfast, Owen pulled out his drawing pad, which I had no idea he had brought with him. While he drew something that looked suspiciously like me holding a fire extinguisher next to burnt toast, I stood by the sink, washing dishes and wondering if I could do this for real, not just for survival. I wanted to, not because Sierra Monroe had yelled at me, or because I had no other option. I turned to look at Owen again. His expression was calm, focused, and safe. I leaned against the counter, whispering under my breath, maybe we can figure this out. The toast had not burnt, the eggs hadn't killed him, and I hadn't crumbled. The sun kept streaming through the blinds. And, for the first time in weeks, it didn't feel like the sky was ready to fall. I used to think I was busy when my days consisted of client calls, deadlines, and debugging code until my eyes crossed. But this, the quiet, deliberate chaos of raising a child who is not yours but requires you like air, this was a distinct type of idiot. The days had begun early. I'd get up before sunrise to do a couple hours of freelance work, mostly on development contracts from old contacts and UX cleanups for small local businesses struggling to stay afloat. After that, I'd pack Owen's lunch, double-check his inhaler, and walk him to school, even though he claimed he could walk the 6 blocks alone. Humor me, I'd say. I'm not made of glass, he'd mutter as he zipped his backpack. I know, I'd say, but I still like seeing you make it through the front doors. He'd roll his eyes, but he'd always give me a sideways grin before turning and leaving. Then I'd rush to my second shift, usually at a bookstore on Capitol Hill that paid more in free coffee and leftover muffins than in actual pay. I also worked weekends, doing remote tech support in the afternoons while Owen quietly played with old Legos or read a book. Money was tighter than I would admit out loud. There were days when I skipped meals to stretch my grocery budget, and nights when I lay awake calculating how many weeks it would be until Owen's prescription needed to be filled. But somehow, we made it work. We formed a team. Our evenings settled into a rhythm I didn't realize I needed. Homework at the kitchen table, leftover pasta reheated 3 different ways, and the soft sound of Owen's laughter as I attempted to pronounce words in the fantasy books he read aloud before bed. One night, as the rain tapped against the window and our small apartment glowed with the cozy amber light that only a single old lamp can provide, I sat across from him while he worked on a math worksheet. I was half distracted, sorting through project notes on my laptop, when something prompted me to pause. He wasn't simply filling in blanks. He was solving problems 3 or 4 years above his grade level. I leaned over and blinked. Wait, how did you do that one? Owen shrugged as if it was nothing. I saw a video online about prime factors, and I remembered what you said about patterns. He held up the paper, his eyes bright. See, if you factor this and divide by 3, it's the same thing as just reducing both sides. I looked at the paper and then at him. You're kind of a genius, kid. His cheeks became a deep red. Only 'cause you helped me. No, really? I leaned back, grinning. You are annoyingly smart, the kind of intelligence that gets kids promoted a grade. Isn't that weird? He asked quietly. Everyone look at me. Yeah, I replied. They'd look at you and go, wow, that kid's awesome. He smiled down at the paper, his pencil gently tapping against the page's edge. Mom used to say I was too much. The words were quiet and almost casual. I swallowed the lump that had risen in my throat. She was wrong, I replied. You aren't too much. You're just more than she could handle. He looked up. Do you think I am too much, Owen? I leaned forward and kept my voice steady. I think you're exactly who you're supposed to be, and I'm lucky I get to be around to see it. The resulting silence was light. It was warm. He returned to scribbling answers, humming slightly under his breath. I watched him, wondering how long he had been waiting for someone to simply notice him. Not as a problem to fix, not as a responsibility to dodge, but as a person worth investing in. The boy was brilliant, curious, gentle in ways that made me protective of him in a bone-deep way. When he finished the last problem, he pushed the paper towards me and smiled. "You should make a trophy for best tutor." "Oh, should I now?" He nodded solemnly. "You'd win third place." "Third? I'd win first?" He deadpanned. I burst out laughing. As I cleared the table and rinsed out our mugs of lukewarm cocoa, I caught my reflection in the kitchen window, tired, unsheared, wearing a hoodie I hadn't washed in days. But I looked proud, like someone doing something that mattered, like someone building something one night at a time. Sunday mornings had become my sanctuary. No rush, no school drop-offs, no client calls before coffee, just stillness, the kind that hums low and peaceful through the bones of a tired body. I was wrapped burrito style in my comforter, the sky outside still more gray than blue, when a strange smell tugged me from sleep. Not strange, bad, strange, unexpected, warm, sweet, like vanilla, and something slightly burnt. My eyes snapped open. I sat up in bed, listening. There it was again, clattering in the kitchen, a drawer slamming, the unmistakable splat of something hitting a hot pan. I scrambled out of bed, heart already racing. Owen, no answer. I patted down the hallway in my socks, following the trail of smells that grew stronger with each step. Butter, syrup, and unmistakably smoke. I turned the corner and froze in the doorway. Owen stood in the middle of the kitchen, flour on his shirt, an apron 2 sizes too big, tied crooked around his waist, his curls stuck up in every direction. On the stove, a pan sizzled with something golden and lumpy. The counter behind him was chaos: eggshells, a syrup bottle lying on its side, a plate stacked with pancakes that were varying degrees of edible. He turned and beamed. "Surprise, I made breakfast." I blinked. "You made all this?" "Yep," proudly, lifting the spatula like a trophy. I even Googled how not to burn the pan. Kind of. I glanced at the stovetop. One pancake was currently blackening like a tiny meteor. I rushed forward and flipped it off the burner, laughing in spite of myself. "You're going to set off the smoke alarm." He shrugged. "Then we get pancakes and a fire drill." I turned to him, heart swelling in a way that caught me off guard. "You didn't have to do this." He looked suddenly unsure. "I wanted to." I knelt down in front of him, taking in every messy detail. The syrup on his sleeve, the egg smudge on his cheek, the nervous hope in his eyes. "You didn't have to," I repeated, softer now. "But you made my whole year." His face lit up, and without thinking, he threw his arms around my neck. I held him tightly, burying my face in his shoulder. There wasn't a trace of obligation in this moment, no sense of making do or just getting by. It was love, solid and simple, and earned in pancakes and syrup and early morning messes. "Happy Sunday," he mumbled against my hair. When we finally sat down at the table, I tried one of the pancakes. It was unique. Chewy in places, crunchy in others, with a burnt edge that could rival charcoal. Owen watched me take a bite, his face deadpan. "Be honest." Scale of 1 to 5, I chewed thoughtfully. "I'd say a solid 3.8. He gasped in mock horror. "Out of 10 out of 5. He broke into laughter, syrup dripping off his fork. "Okay, next time I'll measure the flour. Maybe." We ate slowly, talking about nothing and everything. His science project, the book he was reading, a squirrel he saw slip on the icy sidewalk last week that according to him deserved its own viral video. At some point, I realized I wasn't thinking about bills or work or Sierra Monroe or the endless list of what we didn't have. I was just here in a tiny kitchen with burnt pancakes and sticky counters and a boy who somehow made this mess feel like a home. After we finished, Owen stood and started gathering plates. "You don't have to do that," I said. He shrugged. "You cook." "I clean." "I thought I cooked badly." "Exactly," he said with a smirk. "That's why I'm cleaning." I couldn't stop smiling. There was something steady in this rhythm we'd built, like a heartbeat. A beat I didn't know I needed, but now couldn't imagine losing. Later that morning, I watched from the window as he bundled up and ran outside to toss snowballs at the tree trunks in the courtyard. His laugh echoed up the stairwell. For once, I didn't feel the ache of waiting for backup for Sierra Monroe to call for someone else to show up and take over. There was no waiting anymore. We were it, and that was enough. The clinic was quieter than usual that morning, no coughing kids in the waiting room. No daytime talk show blaring from the mounted TV, just the soft rustle of papers and the hum of fluorescent lights buzzing faintly overhead. Owen sat beside me in one of the oversized chairs, legs swinging under him, clutching a dog-eared book he'd brought to distract himself. He looked calm. I was not. I'd been here enough times to know how these visits could go. Some days it was good news. Other days, it felt like the floor cracked under my feet just a little more. Owen's health had improved. He hadn't wheezed in months, hadn't needed his emergency inhaler since the last cold front blew through. But chronic illnesses don't care about effort. They don't care how hard you love someone. They show up when they want. I glanced sideways at him. His face was half hidden behind the book, but I could see the edge of a smile. He was mouthing the words as he read. "You nervous?" I asked, trying to sound casual. He shook his head. Not really. You are? I raised an eyebrow. How do you know? You're doing the leg bounce thing? He said without looking up. And your lips are doing that tight line thing they do when you're pretending you're not worried. I stared at him, impressed and slightly betrayed. Have you been studying me? He finally looked up, grinning. You're not that mysterious, Claire. I smirked and ruffled his hair, grateful for the lightness he gave me without even trying. Before I could say more, the door opened and Dr. Harper stepped in, clipboard in hand, glasses slipping down her nose. She'd been Owen's pediatric pulmonologist since the beginning, warm, sharp, and never one to sugarcoat. Hey, you too, she greeted, closing the door behind her. How's my favorite troublemaker? Owen sat up straighter. Not wheezing. Excellent. Let's see if your lungs agree with you. She conducted the exam with her usual calm precision, listening to his breathing, checking oxygen levels, gently pressing along his rib cage while asking him questions he answered with practiced ease. I sat stiffly in the corner chair, gripping the armrest like it might anchor me in place. My heart pounded every time the monitor beeped or she paused to scribble a note. When she finally straightened up, her expression was unreadable for half a second. Then she smiled. Well, she said, turning to face me fully, I'll be honest, I'm impressed. I blinked. Really? His lungs are much better than they were at his last visit. The inflammation's down, his peak flow numbers are up, and he's responding beautifully to the maintenance meds. Keep this up, she said, her smile widening. And he's going to live a full active life. I didn't realize I'd been holding my breath until it released in a shudder. Owen looked at me, eyes wide, and reached for my hand. I took it without thinking, squeezing tightly. Are you crying? Softly, tilting his head. I blinked fast. No, you're seeing things. Dr. Harper chuckled. This is good news, Claire. It means the consistency, the meds, the routine, the stability. It's working. The word stability echoed through me like a bell. It hadn't been easy. The late nights working, the coupon clipping, the quiet panic every time the pharmacy texted about a refill, but it was working. He was okay. We're going to be okay, I whispered mostly to myself. Owen beamed up at me. Told you. I ran my fingers through his hair and nodded. Yeah, you did, doctor. Harper handed me the updated care plan and reminded me about the next follow-up in 4 months. I thanked her, still dazed with relief, and helped Owen back into his jacket. On the walk home, he skipped ahead of me on the sidewalk, kicking at piles of brittle leaves that had blown into the gutter. The air was brisk and clean, carrying the scent of distant pine. I watched him, this bright, brilliant boy I hadn't given birth to, but somehow belonged to me all the same, and felt something settle inside me. Not fear, not guilt, hope. We weren't surviving anymore. We were living. The day the Stanford envelope came, I cried before I even opened it. Owen stood beside me on the front steps, holding the thick, glossy packet like it might disappear. His hands trembled, not with fear, though he already knew. Somewhere in his bones, he'd always known where he was going. I opened it for him anyway because he asked me to. And when I read the words aloud, "We are pleased to offer you admission," he closed his eyes and exhaled the kind of breath a person holds in for years, full scholarship, every cent. I pulled him into my arms and held on for dear life. 1 month later, I handed him a set of keys. They were resting in a small red box, not unlike a jewelry case wrapped in gold paper that had been reused so many times it had crease lines from holidays past. He looked at me confused, then opened the lid and stared. "The hatchback," he whispered. "The red one you kept pointing at in the dealership lot. The one you said was too much." I smiled, my heart racing. "It's yours." "But Claire," his voice cracked. "It's used, yes, but reliable, low mileage, good on gas, and more importantly, yours." I didn't tell him I'd emptied my emergency savings for it, or that I'd turned down a vacation with friends to make the last payment. I just watched his eyes go glassy and knew it was worth every dollar. "You didn't have to." I touched his face, but I wanted to. He pulled me into the tightest hug I'd ever received from him, one hand still clinging to the keys. That night, I lit a candle in the window like I always did when he was out driving, just until he got home. I was curled up on the couch with a book I wasn't really reading when my phone lit up with an unknown number. I should have let it go to voicemail, but I didn't. "Hello." A voice I hadn't heard in over a year floated through, sweet and syrupy. "Claire, hey, it's Sierra Monroe." I sat up straight, my fingers went cold. "I heard my son got into Stanford," she chirped. "That's amazing. I'm just so proud of him." My heart slammed in my chest. I stood walking slowly into the kitchen as if the movement would anchor me. "You lost the right to say that," I said, each word sharp and deliberate. "Oh, come on," she laughed. "Don't be like that. He's still my son." I said nothing. My silence made space for her to grow bold. "I know we haven't talked," she continued, voice shifting, "but I was thinking maybe it's time to reconnect. Maybe I'll fly down for move-in weekend. Be there for him, you know, so he sees I care." I couldn't help it. I laughed, A short bitter sound. Now, I asked. Now you want to be there? She bristled. I could hear it in the pause. I'm still his mother, Claire. You don't get to erase that. I pressed a hand to my chest, willing my breath to slow. You erased yourself, oh please. I gave him life. Don't act like you're some saint. No, I whispered. I'm just the one who stayed. The line went quiet, not hung up, not yet. She didn't know what to say to that. Maybe she never had. Finally, her voice returned colder now. He'll come looking for me one day. You can't keep him from me forever. I didn't answer. I simply ended the call, and then I deleted the number. Back in the living room, the candle flickered in the window. Minutes later, I heard the crunch of tires in the driveway, then the familiar squeak of the front door. Owen stepped in, smiling, keys in hand. She drives like a dream. I forced my voice steady. Good, you deserve it. He flopped onto the couch beside me. You okay? I hesitated. Then I looked at him, really looked at him. Strong, kind, whole, I am now. The house felt quieter now, even though it wasn't empty. Owen had only been gone a few weeks when I caught myself setting out 3 plates for dinner or looking at the clock, thinking he should be home by now. Then I'd remember he was across the state, not just across the street. And somehow the quiet didn't ache. It hummed soft and full of purpose. He called me every Saturday without fail, and not just with updates about classes or professors. Though he did tell me excitedly that his computer science professor had already asked him to help with a research project. He talked to me like I was still part of his world, like my opinion mattered, like I was still his person. Sometimes I'd hear him rushing between classes, wind in the background, or the clatter of dishes while he worked late shifts in the campus dining hall. Just a few hours a week, he'd said, not a big deal. A few months into his freshman year, I got a Venmo notification for groceries. Buy the good kind of cereal this time. I sat down and cried when I saw it. It wasn't about the money. It was the thought, the care, the full circle weight of it. We'd lived so long in survival mode that small things felt sacred. Like someone remembering how you take your coffee or knowing which brand of toast doesn't go stale in 3 days. Winter came fast that year, and so did the cold reality that my old Corolla, the car that had shuttled Owen to doctor's visits, science fairs, and late-night pharmacy runs, was finally dying. The check engine light wasn't just glowing. It was flashing now like a siren. I made peace with it in a way. It had served us well. I'd get by. I always did. But then one rainy Thursday evening, I opened the front door to grab a package. And there he was, Owen, on the porch, jacket soaked, hair tousled, arms full of groceries and a wild grin on his face. Miss me, he said. I was too stunned to speak. You didn't answer your phone, he added, stepping inside. So, I figured I'd just come make sure you were still alive. He dumped the bags onto the kitchen counter. Milk, eggs, chocolate chip cookies I liked but never bought for myself, and then turned to me, wiping rain from his cheeks. You're supposed to be in Palo Alto. I managed. It's reading week. I had the weekend off, but he lifted his hand. Before you say anything else, we're going shopping tomorrow. I blinked. Shopping for a car? He said plainly. Your car's on life support. Owen, I know you're a student, you don't have. I've been saving. He said like it was no big deal. Campus jobs, tutoring, tech, freelancing on the side. I've got enough, and it's not a gift, it's a thank you. I stared at him, heart twisting. You shouldn't be the one taking care of me, I said softly. He smiled, quiet and sure. You already did. My arms wrapped around him before I even knew what I was doing. He was taller now, solid, but he still leaned into the hug like that 1-year-old boy who used to flinch at sudden sounds and sleep with his bear under one arm. I didn't do anything special, I whispered. You did everything, he said. The next day, we bought a modest used sedan in a deep forest green. Nothing flashy, just reliable, sturdy, like the love we built. He handed me the keys the same way I once handed them to him, eyes shining, hands steady. And I realized this wasn't just about the car. It was about knowing we'd made it to the other side. Not perfect, not painless, but whole. It was the middle of July, and the apartment windows were wide open to let in the breeze that finally rolled in after a sweltering week. I stood barefoot in the kitchen, marinara on my cheek, oven mitts dangling from my fingers. The lasagna was bubbling, the salad was wilting slightly from too much attention. And I'd reheated the garlic bread 4 times just to keep myself occupied because Owen was bringing someone home. Not just someone. Her, Mia, his girlfriend. We'd FaceTimed once or twice, exchanged polite hellos during calls, but tonight was different. This wasn't casual anymore. This was meet the family territory. And somehow, I was the family. He hadn't said those words exactly, but I felt them in every detail. The way he cleaned the apartment top to bottom. The way he made sure I wasn't working late. The way he came home 90 minutes early just in case the lasagna needed backup. She's sweet, he told me that morning. Smart, keeps me grounded. and I tried not to let my stomach flip at how old he sounded when he said it. Now, as I wiped down the counter for the fourth time, I heard keys at the door. I turned, my heart actually skipped. He walked in first, taller than ever with his usual easy confidence, and beside him, a petite brunette in a sundress carrying a bouquet of sunflowers awkwardly in one hand. "Hi," she said brightly, stepping forward before he could even introduce us. "You must be Claire, I've been waiting forever to meet you." I blinked, caught off guard by her warmth. "Hi, Mia, come in, please." Owen gave me a small, proud smile behind her back. She handed me the flowers, blushing. I wasn't sure what to bring, so I assumed these were safe. "They're perfect," I said, trying not to cry over a bouquet. "Thank you." Dinner felt awkward at first. I fussed too much. Owen teased me about it. Mia laughed nervously. However, once we all sat down and our plates were full, the mood improved. She was easy to talk to, bright, curious, and not too polished. She asked questions. She listened. She didn't flinch as Owen told her about growing up with asthma and financial stress. She didn't turn away when I mentioned working 2 jobs to make ends meet. She simply got it, and I liked her for that. Halfway through dessert, a store-bought tiramisu that Owen insisted was authentic, he set down his fork and cleared his throat. "I wanted you to meet her here," he said calmly. "Because this place is an integral part of my identity. Everything I've done, everywhere I've gone, began here." Mia looked at him and then at me, waiting. He turned to her and said, "I told you before, I didn't have the easiest childhood." "I remember," she replied gently. He nodded. "But I didn't tell you enough, I had someone. Someone who showed up, made soup when I was sick, worked until midnight and smiled at every school event, and never gave up on me." My breath got caught in my throat. He looked at me intently. "I want you to meet the person who raised me." The room became still. Mia smiled softly, as if she knew what was going to happen. "He talks about you all the time," she said. "Like all the time." I could not talk. My hand quickly covered my mouth, preventing tears from escaping. I had always known he loved me. I'd noticed it in the notes he left before leaving for college, and in the way he called when he didn't need anything. But this was different. This was an acknowledgement. This was the truth. I grabbed his hand across the table and squeezed it. He squeezed back, his eyes bright. In that moment, I did not feel like the aunt who intervened. I did not feel like a stand-in. I felt like Mom. The rain had been falling steadily since morning, drumming against the windows in a rhythmic, unrelenting beat. I was curled up on the couch with a book, a blanket over my lap, and a sense of calm that only comes after years of learning how to breathe through storms. Owen was upstairs, packing. He was returning to school the next day, and we'd spent the majority of the weekend eating leftovers, watching old movies, and pretending that the goodbye wasn't already looming in the background of every conversation. Then came a knock. 2 hard raps on the door, followed by a sharp ping from the doorbell. I knew before I got up. Certain instincts never fade. When I opened the door, Sierra Monroe was standing on the porch, dripping wet. A suitcase lay at her feet, and a too bright smile spread across her face. "Surprise," she said, as if everything was normal. I figured it was time. I did not move. The scent of cheap perfume and damp fabric wafted in. Her lipstick was smudged, and her mascara was starting to run. "What is it time for?" I asked. "To see my son," she stated. "Reconnect. Do you think it's been too long?" The suitcase handle slipped from her grasp and clattered to the porch. I didn't respond. I just stepped aside. She took that as permission, and walked in, scanning the room as if she belonged there. "Looks the same," she murmured. "A little tighter, cozier, maybe." Owen descended the stairs just as she crossed the threshold into the living room. He paused on the bottom step. He had grown taller than her, shoulders squared, eyes unreadable. Sierra Monroe froze when she saw him. "Owen," she sighed. "Oh, baby, look at you all grown up." He did not smile or move. She took a tentative step toward him, hand slightly extended, but he did not meet her halfway. "You're not a guest here," he said, his tone flat. She blinked. "What? Are you a stranger?" The words landed like glass shattered on tile. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Just a quick breath and the sound of her heart breaking in real time. Owen turned to me, calm and steady. "You still like that blue sedan, correct?" I nodded slowly, not sure what he was doing. He turned back to Sierra Monroe. "I was planning to surprise her with it 2 weeks later. I thought about trading in the hatchback." Sierra Monroe stumbled back, her mascara streaking. "Owen, please. I made mistakes. I understand that, but I am still your—" "No," he interrupted, quietly but firmly. "You had a choice. You made it, and now I'm going to make mine." She looked at me and welled up. "You turned him against me." Owen said, "No." Before I could respond, "She saved me from you." The silence that followed was heavy. Final. Sierra Monroe's lips trembled. She grabbed her suitcase and moved back toward the door. I thought maybe I could fix things," she said quietly. Owen didn't respond. She turned, walked back into the rain, and did not look back. The next morning, the rain stopped. Sunlight slanted across the kitchen floor, catching the steam from 3 mismatched tea mugs. Owen sat at the table in his hoodie, one knee against his chest, scrolling through his phone like any other early 20s person on a lazy morning, as if nothing had happened the night before. In a sense, nothing had changed because she was no longer there. Sierra Monroe hadn't called, texted, or lingered on the porch in a final plea. She left without saying anything else, as if the silence were her final confession. And somehow, that was sufficient. I made eggs, I said, sliding a plate in front of him. Not Monday eggs, the good kind. He looked up and smiled. You did not burn them. Don't start. He chuckled and dug in. There was a quiet between us, but it was not heavy, not the kind that waits for grief to set in. This one was easier, more familiar. The kind that fills a room with tranquility because nothing needs to be said to be understood. We'd seen the worst of her, and it didn't break us. After breakfast, I rinsed dishes while he read the mail. It felt almost surreal how normal everything was. She'll try again, I said finally, without turning around. He remained silent for a beat. Yes, maybe. I exhaled. I do not want you to bear that weight. I'm not, he stated, setting the envelopes down. I meant everything I said. You know, I made my decision. I turned to look at him. Are you sure? He met my gaze with something soft but firm. Claire Bennett, I'm home. I swallowed hard. You okay? He gave me the same crooked smile he had when he was 11, and told me not to worry. I'm good, he said. You? I paused, feeling the question sink into my chest. This version of life without her hovering on the edge felt lighter. It's not like something is missing, but rather that something has been healed. I nodded, better than ever. That night, we watched a movie that neither of us paid attention to, exchanging comments and old jokes. I didn't wake him up when he fell asleep on the couch with one leg draped over the side, as if he still lived here full time. Instead, I sat in the dim glow of the screen, sipping cold tea, and listening to his steady, strong, and alive breathing. Sierra Monroe had become what she was always meant to be, a ghost in our story, and ghosts cannot haunt a home full of love. The chapel was small, sunny, and brimming with wildflowers. Owen insisted on choosing himself. He stood in the front, tie slightly crooked as it always was, but his posture was firm and sure. Mia glowed in her ivory dress, her hand gently wrapped around his. And I stood at the altar, not as a guest or bystander, but as the groom's mother. The soft blue dress Mia helped me choose weeks ago fluttered slightly in the breeze that swept through the open side doors. My hands trembled, but my heart remained calm. There was no sign of Sierra Monroe, no mention of her, not even a whisper from extended family members. Owen had been clear from the beginning. You raised me, he explained simply. This day is for us. The ceremony was short but beautiful. There were tears, of course. There was laughter as well as joy when the ring bearer, Mia's 4-year-old nephew, attempted to eat the flowers. Undeniable and overflowing joy. Later, at the reception, Owen stood holding a champagne glass and gently tapping it for silence. I won't talk long, he said with a sheepish grin. But there's one person I need to thank. He turned to face me, his voice steady. To the woman who has given me a home, a future, and a heart. I love you, Mom. The room erupted with applause. However, all I could do was smile through tears. Because in that moment, I realized the truth that had taken me years to accept. I was never a backup. I had always been the person who mattered. That marked the end of my story. The day I stood at my son's wedding and realized that love isn't about who gives birth to you, but who sticks around when times are tough. I still wonder why Sierra Monroe showed up that rainy Sunday with a suitcase, claiming she wanted to reconnect. Was she genuinely trying to change, or was it too late to reverse the damage? And did she make the right decision by finally returning, even if it cost her everything? Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Did she do the right thing? And if this journey spoke to you, please like and subscribe, because stories like mine remind me that we are never alone in making the decisions that shape our lives. My father accused my mom. For 29 years at my engagement party, a DNA test made him drop to his knees. My name is Lily Bennett, 29. Since childhood, my father has called me too lovely to be his daughter. He claimed my blonde hair and blue eyes proved my mother's treachery. He claimed she cheated. I was treated like proof of a crime she never committed. He made me take a DNA test before walking me down the aisle. Finally, I consented. Results didn't only disprove the affair. They established I wasn't his or mother's daughter. My father kneeled before 64 relatives after discovering what we found at my birth hospital. Please like and subscribe if this tale resonates with you if you like truth and family secrets. Comment your location and time. I want to know where you listen. 7 weeks ago, my father gave his ultimatum. My parents hosted a Sunday supper in Fairfield, Connecticut. My father loved to tell us about his 6-bedroom Tudor-style mansion he built himself. The dining room sparkled with restoration hardware furniture and Wedgwood china my mother polished weekly, as if perfection could shield her from his charges. Margaret Caldwell, my grandmother, watched my father like a hawk from the far end of the table, her silver hair pulled back. My brother Ethan Bennett, 33, the golden kid, watched his plate. Richard Bennett cleared his throat as my mother, Susan Bennett, grabbed her linen napkin like a lifeline. "I won't attend your wedding, Lily." The words exploded. My mother's fork hit her plate. She whispered to Richard, "Please not tonight." However, he reached into his jacket pocket. He slid a folded document across the oak table toward me. His voice was firm and almost scripted as he added, "I've thought about this for a long time. I won't marry another man's daughter. Not until we resolve this forever. Examine the paper." It was a local clinic's DNA paternity test consent form. The bottom has his signature. "You have 7 weeks," Richard added. "Take the test, share results with family. If you're mine, I'll be." "Yes, I'll sorry." His smile didn't reach his eyes. "Both of us know the test results." The saucer cracked when my grandmother's teacup hit it. My mother cried silently. I pondered 29 years while staring at my father's Rolex Submariner under the chandelier. He's waited 29 years for this. That night, I didn't sign the paper. Not even I stormed out. I said, "Richard, thanks for reminding me. I'll remember." I meant every word. I should clarify why that supper didn't surprise me. By 29, I knew my father's cruelty was predictable and twice as unrelenting as the tide. I realized I was different at 7. Hearing my mother scream, I put my ear against my parents' bedroom door and heard him call her. "Look at that blonde hair," he spat. "It came from where, Susan?" "Absolutely not from me. At 12, I wanted to play volleyball for school." Richard rejected the permission slip. He informed me, "I'm not investing in someone else's kid," in front of Ethan, who got new baseball cleats that week. Ethan attended Boston University at 18. Richard paid everything. Tuition, accommodation, meals, and expenditures. He said, "Your actual father can pay for yours," across the dining table when I got into nursing school. So I borrowed. A diner employed me for 2 shifts. I graduated 6 years later with $58,000 in debt and a degree I obtained without him. Money and missed opportunities weren't the worst. I saw his charges hurt my mother. Every fight over bills, vacations, or Ethan's career came back to me. I was his weapon, evidence, and daily reminder of her supposed treachery. My grandma Margaret Caldwell took me aside the night before college. She gripped my wrist and asked to keep all hospital records from your birth certificate, documents. A day may come when we need them. I saved the papers despite not understanding. Finally, 18 years later, I understood why she told me. I drove back to my Hartford 1-bedroom apartment, equipped with discarded items and stubbornness. That night, Jack Reynolds waited on the couch with a client's floor designs on his laptop. 1 glass of wine per person. He quickly noticed something was awry. His action this time? I told him about the DNA form, ultimatum, and 7-week deadline. Jack's jaw tightened with each word. "Maybe you should do it," he replied finally. "Test him and disprove him. Silence him forever." I put my wineglass down. My father drank from Waterford Crystal, but this Target bargain was cheap. I stared at my small diamond. Jack developed the ring from a notebook sketch I made years earlier. I replied, "It's no longer about proving him wrong. I want my mother free." Jack quieted. My tale was familiar to him. 6 years ago, my grandmother called at 1:40 a.m. She found my mother in the bathroom with an empty sleeping drug bottle. The paramedics came barely in time. Since then, Susan has taken antidepressants and seen a therapist weekly, rebuilding herself. Richard never apologized. He never acknowledged the harm his 24 years of accusations caused her. He persisted in his rightness. My mother devoted 36 years to him. Jack called her a liar for 29 years after I promised loyalty. My phone pulled up a nearby genetics lab I'd investigated months earlier. GAN Trust is independent, certified, and most importantly, unrelated to Richard. I'll take the test my way. 2 weeks later, Richard turned 64. Fairfield Country Club hosted the party. 27 manicured green holes overlooking Long Island Sound, a private dining room with floor-to-ceiling windows, and 30 relatives celebrated the guy who imprisoned my mother. The dress was plain black. Jack whispered 100 minutes and gripped my hand as we entered. We last 100 minutes. We couldn't. After 4 glasses of Chateau Margaux, Richard stood up to speak halfway through dinner. He thanked everyone for coming. He admired Ethan's successful banking job. His glass was raised to my mother's patience. Then he saw me. "I see my daughter is here tonight," he said, using air quotes. A few relatives laughed awkwardly. "I hope she's been thinking about our chat regarding confirming her heritage." The room quieted. "Dad," Ethan muttered, partly moving from his chair. "This may not be the time." Richard dismissed him. "No, this is perfect timing. Family members should be truthful." Smiled at me. Cold reptile smirk I'd seen 1,000 times. A bird that deposits its eggs in another's nest is called what? Cuckoo. Isn't the cuckoo egg lovely? It doesn't belong. It never did. I heard an aunt gasp behind me. A cousin laughed. My mother stared at her lap, tears dripping down her Cartier bracelet. A guilt gift from Richard after one of their worst confrontations. I stood after picking up and setting down my fork. Everyone in the room looked at me. Thank you for the reminder, Richard, I said, my voice steady. I'll remember this. Then I turned to my mother. Mom, would you like to step outside for some air? She took my hand, and we left the room, past the whispers, the stares, and the man who had spent 29 years trying to destroy us both. My grandmother caught up to us in the parking lot, her heels clicking like gunshots. Lily, wait, I turned. Margaret Caldwell was 80, with a queenly posture and unblinking gaze. She always hated Richard. He believes he's God's gift to engineering. She told my mother before the wedding, but he's just a small man with a big ego. Now, she looked at me with urgency I'd never seen before. There's something I need to tell you, she said, glancing back to make sure Richard hadn't followed. I should have told you years ago. My grandmother whispered, something strange happened at St. Mary's Hospital the night you were born. My mother stiffened beside me. When the nurse brought you out to show me your grandfather was still alive, we were both there. She looked terrified. Mom, Susan said, her voice cracking. You never told me this. I tried to investigate. I called the hospital, asked questions. They stonewalled me, saying everything was normal, all records sealed for privacy. Margaret reached into her purse and pulled out a yellowed piece of paper. I looked at your birth certificate before they closed everything down. Time of birth, 11:42 p.m. I gave birth at 11:54. My mother replied slowly. I remember staring at the clock. The doctor joked about almost being a leap day baby. 12 minutes. Something happened in those 12 minutes, my grandmother said. Patricia Keene, the head nurse that night, retired 12 years ago. I have her address. The next morning, I brought 3 DNA samples to Gann Trust's Hartford office. Mine was a cheek swab and a sterile tube. My mother's was voluntary. She gave it to me the night before with tears in her eyes and steady hands. Whatever this shows, she said. You're my daughter. Nothing changes that. My father's was stolen. A few strands of hair lifted from the brush he kept in the guest bathroom, the one I'd used every Thanksgiving and Christmas for years. Dr. Sophia Alvarez, Gann Trust's comm technician, outlined the process. 17 days, legally admissible if needed, perfect anonymity. I paid extra for accelerated processing, but my grandma insisted on paying. That afternoon, I tried calling Patricia Keene. Before someone answered, an older, trembling woman said, Hello, Mrs. Keene, my name is Lily Bennett. I was born at St. Mary's Hospital on the 12th of April 1996. I believe you were the head nurse that night, and I can't help you. Jack Reynolds looked up from his drafting table. What happened? She hung up on me. I set the phone down slowly, but she panicked. She knows something, Jack. An innocent woman would have been confused. Patricia Keene was terrified. Whatever happened that night in 1996, she'd carried it for 29 years. Now, so would I. 4 days later, Richard sent the email to our entire extended family, aunts, uncles, cousins, second cousins, people I hadn't seen since childhood. The subject line read, regarding Lily's wedding. I read it in my car, parked outside the hospital where I worked, my hands trembling against the steering wheel. Dear family, as many of you know, I have carried a burden for 29 years. I have doubted my daughter's parentage and watched my wife refuse to admit it. I have asked Lily to take a DNA test and share the results with our family before her wedding. She has refused, which I think speaks for itself. I will not attend the ceremony until this matter is resolved publicly. Please see the family photo from Lily's christening. Please look closely and draw your own conclusions. Regards, Richard Bennett. The attachment was a photo I remembered from my grandmother's mantle. Me at 3 months old, cradled in my mother's arms, blonde hair, blue eyes, pale skin, surrounded by Richard, Ethan, and a dozen brunette relatives. Richard circled my face in red and captioned it, "Spot the difference." Within hours, the responses poured in. Some defended my mother, but most just asked questions, careful, probing, curious about the drama. Ethan called me that night. "Just do what Dad wants," he said, frustrated. "You're making this worse. You're ruining his reputation." I laughed. "His reputation?" I repeated. "That's what you're worried about?" He hung up without answering. 17 days after I submitted the samples, Gann Trust sent me an email at 9:26 p.m. On a Tuesday. Jack was in Boston for a project consultation that couldn't be rescheduled, so I was alone in our apartment with a half-eaten salad on the coffee table and my laptop open to a streaming service I hadn't been watching. Your DNA analysis results. Secure document. I entered my password, verified my identity, opened the PDF, and read it 3 times because the first 2 times the words didn't make sense. Subject A, Lily Bennett, has 0% genetic match with Subject B, Richard Bennett. I expected that. I prepared myself for the confirmation that Richard was right about one thing, even if he was wrong about everything else, but then came the second line. Subject A, Lily Bennett, shows 0% genetic match with Subject C, Susan Bennett. I stopped breathing. I called Trust's after hours line, my voice cracking, demanding to speak with someone who could explain this. A technician explained the results. No contamination, no errors, no possibility of a mistake. Clear samples, conclusive science. I was not related to either of my parents, so my mother had never cheated. Richard was wrong about that for 29 years, but it also meant something impossible. If Susan Bennett hadn't had an affair and was faithful like she'd always claimed, how was I not her biological daughter? I sat on my kitchen floor with my back against the cabinet, my phone in my lap, staring at the ceiling. My father called my mother a cheater for 29 years. He was wrong about the affair, but he was right about one thing: I wasn't his daughter. The question was, whose daughter was I? I drove to my parents' house the next morning at 10:30 a.m., late enough for Richard to be at his golf game and early enough for my mother to be drinking Earl Grey in the sunroom. When I entered, she looked up and creased her face with concern. "Lily, what's wrong?" I sat across from her and handed her my phone with the Trust report on the screen. I watched her read it, watching her lips move silently as she read the numbers again and again. When she looked up, her eyes were wild. "I was in labor for 13 hours. I felt you come out of my body. I saw you, Lily. You were red and screaming in mine." I took her hands in mine. They were freezing. "I believe you," I said. "Which means there's only one explanation. Something happened at the hospital. Someone switched us." The silence stretched between us like a wire about to snap. My mother said suddenly, "The birth certificate says 11:42, but I remember watching the clock because the contractions were so bad. I always wondered why you were born at 11:54. 12 minutes changed two families forever." "Mom," I said carefully. "If I'm not your biological daughter, that means your real daughter is 29 years old, living someone else's life." My mother cried. "We must find her," she said. "We must find them both. If you're watching this and you've ever felt like you didn't belong in your family, like you were wrong for existing, I see you. If you want to know what happened at that hospital, subscribe and leave a comment with your theories. Now, let me tell you about the nurse who broke her silence. Richard learned about the DNA test before I could prepare. Ethan, my mom's obedient son, saw the Trust confirmation email on her phone while visiting for lunch. Within an hour, my phone started ringing, and Richard's voice was triumphant before I even said hello. What did it say? Was I right? I didn't answer because I couldn't explain that he was right and wrong. He laughed. He laughed with vindication. 29 years, Lily. 29 years I've been telling everyone, and no one believed me, but I was right all along. Richard, does your mother know? Of course she does. She's probably crying right now, trying to figure out how to spin this. I heard him pacing, his excitement barely contained. I'm sending another email to everyone, this time with proof. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. You're not my daughter. Your mother lied to me for almost 3 decades, and now everyone will know what kind of woman Susan Bennett really is. He hung up before I could explain that Susan hadn't lied, that she'd been telling the truth all along, and that the real story was something none of. Richard contacted my mother within an hour and told her to pack her bags. "I want you out of my house by the end of the month," he said. "I'm done with your lies." My grandma drove over to stay with her. When I arrived that evening, they were in the living room. "He thinks he's won," I said quietly. My grandmother looked at me with those sharp, knowing eyes. "Then let's show him the rest of the story." The next 4 days were the hardest of my life. I considered canceling the wedding, not because of Richard, but because I couldn't bear the thought of white tulle and chiffon overshadowing my mother's vindication. "We're getting married," he said, holding my face in his hands. "Your father's issues are not our issues. We don't postpone our life for his tantrum." But I needed the truth, and Patricia Keene remembered it. I called her 5 times in 4 days. "Mrs. Keene, my name is Lily Bennett. I know you remember that name. I have certified, legally admissible DNA evidence that proves a baby was switched at St. Mary's Hospital on the 12th of April 1996. I'm not blaming you. I didn't want to sue anyone. I just needed to know who I was. If you don't call me back, I'll call a lawyer, subpoena the hospital records, file a formal investigation, and whatever you've been hiding for 29 years will come out in the worst way." I waited 1 hour, 2. At 4:17 p.m., my phone buzzed with a text from an unknown number. Riverside Diner was a time-forgot place with vinyl booths patched with duct tape, a jukebox that only played oldies, and coffee that had probably been brewing since Reagan. Patricia Keene, 74, sat in the corner booth with her back to the wall. She was smaller than I expected, with silver hair in a tight bun and trembling hands. Patricia looked up when I sat across from her. "You look just like her," she whispered. "Karen, your biological mother. Same hair, same eyes. My heart stuttered. She pulled out a worn leather journal with yellowed pages and said, "This is my shift log from April 12, 1996, the night you were born." I read her cramped handwriting, my blood running cold with every line. 11:42 p.m. Baby girl number 1, born to Susan Bennett, healthy 7 pounds 6 ounces. 11:54 p.m. Baby girl number 2, born to Karen Blake, healthy 6 pounds 1 ounce. 12:41 a.m. Incident trainee nurse Heather Price mixed up infants after bathing. Realized error at 2:27 a.m. Both families had already bonded. 3:02 a.m. Meeting with hospital administrator. Decision made to correct records, not families, less traumatic for everyone. NDA required for all staff. I looked up at Patricia, shaking. They knew, I whispered. I was 25. They threatened my license, pension, and non-disclosure agreement. I had 3 kids to feed. The administrator said switching you back would cause more harm. Who was the other baby? The one who went home with Karen Blake? Patricia pulled out another piece of paper, a social media profile printout. Emma Blake, 29 years old, from Springfield, Massachusetts, has brown hair, brown eyes, and a smile like Ethan's. She looked at me with decades of guilt. She's your mother's biological daughter. That night, I opened Emma Blake's LinkedIn profile in my apartment. Springfield Public Schools elementary school teacher, UMass Amherst graduate, animal shelter volunteer. Her profile picture showed a woman with chestnut brown hair and warm brown eyes in front of a classroom decorated with colorful alphabet letters. She looked like my brother Ethan, if he had been born a woman. I wrote the message 14 times before sending it. I'm Lily Bennett, and I was born at St. Mary's Hospital in Bridgeport, Connecticut, on the 12th of April 1996, the same night and place as you. I recently took a DNA test and found out I'm not related to either of my parents. A nurse who worked that night confirmed that 2 babies were accidentally switched. If you're willing to talk, please call me. I included my phone number and closed the laptop before I could second guess myself. I believe you're the biological daughter of Susan and Richard Bennett, and I'm Karen Blake's daughter. I have documentation and a witness statement. At 9:14 p.m., the next night, my phone rang. Is this Lily? The voice was shaky and uncertain, but something in it felt familiar. Emma. A long pause, a shuddering breath. My whole life, people have told me I don't look like my parents. My dad, well, my legal dad, used to joke that maybe the hospital made a mistake. We laughed about it, but she had a half laugh, half sob sound. We talked for 4 hours that night and agreed to take another DNA test comparing Emma to Richard and Susan. I had my original GAN trust report showing 0% match with Richard and Susan and Patricia Keene's handwritten shift log from 1996, which she finally agreed to let me photograph. The results would be ready in 12 days, just in time for my engagement party. Over the next week, I built my case like a prosecutor. Patricia told me when I picked up the notarized statement that the hospital threatened her for 29 years. I'm 74 now. What are they going to do? Fire me from retirement? Second, the DNA. Third, the witnesses. My grandmother Margaret Caldwell would be there, of course, having waited 29 years for this moment. Patricia Keene would sit quietly in the corner until needed, and Emma, my biological sister in spirit if not genetics, would be waiting in the room near. Are you sure about this? Jack asked as we reviewed the plan, confronting him publicly. There's no going back. I thought about my mother, the bottle of sleeping pills, 29 years of being called a liar, a cheater, he wanted a public reckoning, I said. I straightened my desk stack of documents. He can't slink away privately anymore. Everyone who believed him needs to see the truth. Jack nodded slowly. Then let's give them a show they'll never forget. Emma's DNA results arrived 4 days before the engagement party. I read the numbers 3 times, tears streaming down my face, then called Emma. Can you meet me tomorrow in person? We chose a Starbucks halfway between Hartford and Springfield, neutral ground for 2 women whose lives had just been rewritten by science. She was sitting at a corner table with 2 untouched lattes when I arrived. When she saw me, she stood up so fast her chair nearly tipped over. We stared at each other for a long time. She had brown hair, brown eyes, a strong jawline like Ethan's, and a subtle dimple on her left cheek like Richard's. We were strangers who should have been sisters. Sisters who were raised by the wrong families. This is so weird, Emma whispered. And she and I laughed. And then we were hugging in the middle of a Starbucks, crying into each other's shoulders while the baristas pretended not to notice. I want to meet them, Emma said when we parted, Susan and Richard, my biological parents. You will, I promised. 4 days later, I didn't tell her that one of those parents would be on his knees when she entered the room. The engagement party was held at Caldwell Estate, my grandmother's Georgian manor with rose gardens and fairy lights strung through century-old oak trees. She hosted to give you a proper celebration in a place where Richard's ego can't reach. 64 cocktail-clad aunts, uncles, cousins, family, friends, and everyone who'd received Richard's accusatory email attended. I wore a navy blue Reformation dress and carried myself like a winner. Jack kept his hand on the small of my back, steady as always. My mother arrived with my grandmother, her eyes still red from days of crying but her posture straighter than I'd seen in years. Since we learned the truth, she'd lifted even before the public vindication. And then Richard arrived, fashionably late, as he called it, letting the crowd gather and the anticipation build. He wore a Tom Ford suit, his Rolex catching the chandelier light, and a smirk playing at his mouth. He thought this was his victory lap, but he had no idea. I watched him shake hands and accept congratulations from relatives who believed his version of events. Such a difficult situation, an aunt whispered to him. "You've been so patient." Ethan stood alongside him, uncomfortable but cooperative, just like a faithful soldier. Patricia Keene sat quietly with a glass of water in the corner, her hands still quivering after all these years. Emma Blake waited for her cue in the room next door, through a door to the main hall. I checked my phone, Jack nodded. It was time. Middle of cocktail hour, Richard asked for a microphone. The room quieted as he stepped onto my grandmother's small raised platform for toasts. "First, I'd like to congratulate Jack," he began. "You're a brave man marrying into this complicated family." A few nervous chuckles rippled through the crowd. "But I think we all know why I'm really up here." Richard glanced at me in the crowd and looked cold. "Lily took a DNA test, and I know she did. I don't know why she's hiding the findings." The room went silent, so I thought I'd help her. He dug into his jacket and pulled out a folded piece of paper. "My son gave me a copy of the report." Ethan looked ashamed at least. Richard unfolded the paper theatrically slowly. 0% genetic match with Richard Bennett. 0% genetic match with Susan Bennett. Gasps permeated the room. My mother grabbed Margaret's hand. 29 years. Richard turned to my mother, his face contorted with decades of resentment. "You lied to me, Susan, you lied to everyone. And now the whole family knows what kind of woman you are." "You're right, Richard." My voice was calm as I stepped onto the platform and took the microphone from him. He was so surprised he let me. "The DNA test shows I'm not your biological daughter, and I'm not Mom's either." I turned to face the crowd, all 64 of them, every person who'd received that email, every relative who'd whispered about my mother for years. "Let me introduce you to someone." I nodded toward the side door. Emma entered. 29 years old, brown hair, brown eyes, a town's jawline. The room started murmuring. Someone dropped a champagne glass. Ethan made a strangled sound. "This is Emma Blake," I said. "She was born 12 minutes before me at St. Mary's Hospital on the 12th of April 1996. The night I was born, there was an accident. A trainee nurse mixed up 2 babies after bathing them, and the hospital covered it up to avoid a lawsuit." I tapped my phone and the wall-mounted display I'd arranged earlier flickered to life, showing GANtrust reports. Emma's DNA matches Richard Bennett 99.96%, and Susan Bennett 99.97%. I took that in. "She's your biological daughter, Richard, the one you've been searching for, and she's lived in Massachusetts her whole life because a hospital made a mistake and hid it." Richard's face went white as he looked at Emma, and I watched 29 years of certainty crumble. Patricia Keene, the head nurse that night, rose from her corner seat and said, "Mr. Bennett, I was there. I watched it happen." She has a notarized statement confirming everything I've just told you. The shift logs, the hospital cover-up, everything. I'm sorry I didn't speak up sooner. The hospital made us all sign NDAs and threatened our jobs and pensions. You wanted science, Richard, here it is. Every document, signature, and 12 minutes that changed 2 families forever. Standing on that stage with Emma behind me, I felt vindication for my mother for every tear she'd shed, every allegation she'd swallowed, every restless night spent wondering if her husband would believe her. If this story resonates with you, please share it with someone who needs to hear it. Now, let me tell you what happened when Richard finally understood what he'd done. Richard Bennett spent 29 years certain that his wife had betrayed him, and that his daughter was proof of her infidelity. Science had spoken, and it had destroyed every foundation he'd built his identity on. He looked at Emma, this stranger with his jawline, eyes, blood, and something in him shattered. He looked at Patricia Keene, whose trembling testimony had just demolished 29 years of accusations, and his knees buckled. Richard Bennett, proud, arrogant, certain Richard Bennett, collapsed onto the platform like a puppet whose strings had been cut. "I didn't know," he whispered. "How could I have known?" "How? You could have trusted her." My voice was quiet but carried through the silent room. "You could have investigated, you could have looked for other explanations instead of assuming the worst about the woman who loved you. Hair, eyes, genetics are complicated. Recessive genes exist. Hospital mistakes happen." I stepped closer, looking down at the man who had made my childhood a battlefield. "But you chose suspicion and cruelty. For 29 years, you punished Mom and me for a crime that never happened. Ethan, silent and compliant, stood up. I thought he would defend his father like he always had, but he didn't look at Richard and crossed to our mother's side. Mom. His voice cracked. I'm sorry. I should have said something years ago. Susan hugged him, her tears soaking into his shoulder. My mother lived in Richard Bennett's shadow for 29 years, enduring his accusations at breakfast, supper, and every moment in between. She sobbed herself to sleep more nights than anyone knew. Susan approached slowly, her heels clicking against the hardwood floor. The crowd parted for her, and even Ethan stepped aside. She stopped in front of Richard, who was still on one knee, his face wet with tears. I'd never seen him cry before. 29 years, Richard. Her voice was steady and stronger than I'd ever heard it. I stayed because I loved you, believed you'd trust me, and thought our family was worth fighting for. Richard looked up at her. Susan, She raised her hand, cutting him off. You owe me an apology in front of everyone who received that email. You owe Lily an apology for every birthday you ruined, every graduation you ignored, and every moment you made her feel like she didn't belong in her own family. She gestured toward Emma, who stood frozen near the door. I didn't need the world to believe me, Richard. My mother's voice cracked on the last word. I needed you to believe me, and you never did. She turned her back on him and walked to Emma. Hello, she said softly, tears streaming down her face. I'm your mother. Richard took 2 attempts to stand. Ethan, and everyone in that room full of relatives who had believed his version of events until 12 minutes ago didn't help him. He gripped the platform edge, pulled himself up, and reached for the microphone I'd set down. I was wrong. 3 words. 29 years overdue. I was wrong about Susan. She never betrayed me. I accused her for nearly 3 decades. Lily, I took things from you that I can never give back. Your childhood, your trust, money that should have been yours. He swallowed hard. I'll repay your student loans, all of them. It's not enough, but it's a start. He turned to Emma, his daughter, a stranger he'd never held, known, or disappointed. I don't know what to say to you. You're my daughter, and I've missed everything: your first steps, your graduations, your entire life. Emma, like us, was crying, but her voice was steady. We can start now, she said, if you're willing to be a father instead of a judge. Richard nodded, unable to speak. My grandmother handed him a tissue from her purse and said, Clean yourself up, Richard, rather kindly. You have a lot of work ahead of you. 10 days after the engagement party, I drove to Springfield, Massachusetts, to a modest colonial in a quiet suburb with white siding, blue shutters, and a garden of wild flowers that had clearly been someone's labor of love. It was far from my grandmother's estate or Richard's Tudor mansion, but warm all the same. Karen Blake answered the door before I could knock. She was 58, had blonde hair streaked with silver and blue eyes, and looked exactly like me. Looking at her was like looking into a time machine. This was who I would become in 28 years, Lily. She pulled me into a hug that smelled like lavender and something else I couldn't identify. It felt impossibly like home. We sat in her kitchen for 3 hours as she showed me photos of her childhood, my biological grandparents who had died years earlier, and the life I might have had if a trainee nurse hadn't made a mistake. Karen said, wiping her tears with a kitchen towel, that her ex-husband, Michael Blake, my biological father, who died of cancer 4 years earlier, used to joke that Emma had old soul eyes. Now I understand. They were always your eyes, Lily. I also showed her pictures of my childhood. The blonde baby in a house full of brunettes, the girl who never fit, the woman who had found out why. Karen said, I don't want to replace Susan. She raised you. She's your mother. I agreed, but maybe there's room for one more. I would like that. 10 weeks later, I married Jack Reynolds in the rose garden of Caldwell Estate, surrounded by fairy lights and family, both my birth and upbringing. My mother walked me down the aisle in a champagne-colored dress, holding her head high and her steps steady for the first time in decades. I wore a Vera Wang gown that Margaret and my grandmother had insisted on buying for me. A proper wedding dress for a proper wedding, Margaret said. Richard sat in the second row, quiet and diminished. He didn't argue when I told him he wouldn't walk me down the aisle or that this was my mother's moment. She met the Bennetts properly in the weeks after the party, with tentative lunches and careful conversations that were slowly building into a relationship. Emma stood with my bridesmaids in a deep green dress that brought out the brown in her eyes, our mother's and Richard's. Karen Blake, a guest in the front row, waved when she saw me, her eyes shining with tears. My grandmother gave a toast. This wedding is not just about 2 people, Margaret said, raising her champagne glass. It's about 2 families discovering the truth. The lawsuit took 9 months. Emma and I filed jointly against St. Mary's Hospital, represented by a medical malpractice attorney my grandmother had found, a woman who specialized in wrongful birth cases and had, she told us, a fee. Discovery revealed hospital administrator emails discussing the incident, memos about risk mitigation, and a budget line item labeled potential liability settlement that had been quietly renewed every year since 1996. The hospital's lawyers tried to discredit her based on her age, NDA, and delayed disclosure. They knew. They'd always known. They'd spent nearly 3 decades praying no one would find out. The hospital settled rather than face a jury, paying each family $475,000 for a total of $950,000, apologizing in the local paper, requiring newborn identification protocol improvements, and resigning the administrator who ordered the cover-up, now retired but publicly named. I told a reporter at the courthouse steps that we sued so no other family would spend 29 years living a lie that a hospital could have corrected in one day. Patricia Keene was granted immunity from personal liability for her cooperation. She sent me a shaky but clear card afterward. I kept it in a drawer with my birth certificate, the real one that said 11:54 p.m. 7 months after the wedding, Richard invited me to dinner, just the two of us, at a quiet Italian restaurant in downtown Hartford. "I wanted to thank you," he said after we ordered, "for agreeing to see me." He looked older than at my engagement party, grayer, and smaller, as if his confession had physically diminished him. "You're not my biological father," I said. "You never were, but you did raise me, even if you did it badly." He flinched but nodded. "I'm in therapy now," he said. Susan insisted. "Well," she said, "we're doing couples counseling, too. We've been separated, but we're trying to." He stumbled for words. I thought about my mother, how she'd stood in front of him at the party, demanding the apology she'd deserved for decades, and how strong it must have taken to consider rebuilding after everything he'd done to her. "I remember when you taught me to ride a bike," I said. "I was 5 before you knew about before you decided I wasn't your." Richard cried as he whispered, "I remember. That's the father I needed," I said, "the one who held on." "I'm willing to try, Richard, but I need you to understand. Forgiveness is a process, not an event, and you have a lot of work to do." "I know, and I'll do it, however long it takes." I didn't forgive him that night, and I'm not sure I have fully forgiven him, but I gave him the chance my mother never got to prove he could change. Emma and Ethan met at a family dinner 6 weeks after the wedding. "How do you make small talk with the sibling you should have grown up with, the brother who got your childhood?" But then Ethan mentioned he was allergic to shellfish. "Wait," Emma said. "Me, too. Since birth, the doctor said it was genetic." "What about being left-handed?" Ethan asked. Emma raised her left hand. "No way." Ethan laughed, surprised and delighted. "What about music? What bands do you listen to?" 30 minutes later, they discovered that they both loved an obscure indie folk band that no one in either family had heard of and hated cilantro. "This is so weird," Ethan said, shaking his head. "You're like a mirror, but, a girl version." I was going to say shorter. Emma threw a bread roll at him, and for the first time in my memory, a Bennett family dinner had genuine laughter. 4 months after the wedding, Susan and Karen met for lunch. My mother told me about it afterward, her voice soft with wonder. They chose a cafe halfway between their houses, neutral ground, like Emma and I had done months earlier. Karen brought photos of Emma's childhood. Susan brought mine. They sat there for 3 hours talking about daughters they'd raised but hadn't had. Susan told me about Emma's first words, and I told her about yours. We both cried a lot. Was it strange? Was meeting the woman who raised your biological daughter strange? My mother thought about it for a while. "I thought I'd feel jealous or resentful," she said, "but when I looked at her, I saw that she loved Emma as much as I loved you, without question." She reached across the table and took my hand. We lost 29 years. However, we gained each other and the truth, which must count for something. Karen and Susan now have lunch every 6 weeks and call each other the other mother. I think it's helped them heal. I'm sitting in our new apartment, a 2-bedroom in a nicer part of Hartford with room for Jack's home office and the nursery we'll need soon. The walls are covered in photos of my wedding day with my mother and Karen Blake, Emma and me at Thanksgiving, our first holiday together. Jack is cooking something complicated with too many ingredients. He's been on a cooking kick lately. I've been thinking a lot about identity, family, and belonging. For 29 years, I tried to prove I was a Bennett. I straightened my blonde hair to look darker. Richard loved golf. I studied nursing instead of art because it was practical, reliable, and not something a cuckoo's egg would choose. I spent my whole life trying to fit into a mold that wasn't meant for me. Now I know I was never meant to fit. Jack walks in with 2 plates and a knowing smile. "You're doing that thing again," he says. My mother held my hand during nightmares, taught me to read, and stayed married to a man who tortured her to keep our family together. Deep thinking while staring at nothing. I laugh and take the plate he offers. On the coffee table, between a stack of baby name books and a pregnancy journal, is my positive test from this morning. I don't know whose DNA this baby will carry, mine, Jack's, another Blake or Bennett lineage. If you're watching this and you've ever been accused of something you didn't do by a parent, partner, or anyone who should have trusted you, know that the truth will come out. Sometimes it takes 29 years. Don't let anyone's suspicion define your worth. If you're the one accusing, ask yourself, is my certainty worth destroying the people I love? My father spent 29 years being certain. He was certain my mother cheated. He was certain I wasn't his. He thought his cruelty was justified, but he was wrong about everything. Trust is a choice. Doubt is easy. But 29 years of doubt can destroy a family. 29 years of trust could have saved mine. Thank you for listening to my story. If it touched you, share it with someone who needs to hear it. Check the description for more stories like this. Until next time, trust the truth no matter what. Judge humiliated a black woman in court, then she spoke one sentence and the power shifted. They say justice is blind, but in Judge Nathaniel Prescott's courtroom, she wasn't simply blind. She was handcuffed, gagged, and thrown out the back door. Everyone in Oak Creek recognized the unwritten rule. If you were wealthy and well-connected, you got a pass. However, if you resembled Simone, you were presumed guilty unless proven innocent. When Judge Prescott saw an elderly black woman in a worn hoodie standing before his bench, he did not picture a powerful legal mind. He saw the joke. He laughed in her face. He mimicked her voice. He believed he was the king of his small castle. However, he was unaware that the woman he was attempting to humiliate was more than simply a defendant. She was the boss's boss's boss. And she was not there to beg for mercy. She was there to deliver a verdict that he'd never forget. The air conditioning in the Oak Creek County Courthouse had been broken since 2003. At least that's how it felt. The air was heavy, smelling of floor wax, stale coffee, and people's nervous sweat as they realized their lives were about to change for the worst. Simone Caldwell sat in the back row of courtroom 6C with her hands neatly folded in her lap. She was 64 years old, with dark mahogany skin and clear as throat graying hair tied back into a neat, no-nonsense bun. Today, she was not dressed in the voluminous silken black robes that she usually wore in Washington, D.C. Today, she donned gray sweatpants, comfortable sneakers, and a slightly oversized navy blue hoodie with the words Myrtle Beach in cracked white letters. She seemed exhausted. She appeared ordinary. To the untrained eye, she appeared to have given up. But Simone had sharp eyes. They darted throughout the room, documenting everything. She observed the bailiff, a heavyset man called Hank Mitchum, scrolling through his phone while a young man attempted to ask him where to stand. She saw the court clerk, Patricia Lang, roll her eyes as she shuffled papers, treating the paperwork of human lives as junk mail, and she largely looked at the man on the bench, Judge Nathaniel Prescott. He was a local legend, but not for the right reasons. He was in his 50s, with a bright, rosy face and thinning blonde hair slicked back with excessive gel. He did not sit on his chair. He lounged, leaning back as if the courtroom were his personal living room and the accused were unwelcome guests disrupting his football match. Simone had heard whispers about Prescott for years. She has family in Oak Creek. Her niece, Tiana Caldwell, lives just 5 streets away from the courthouse. Tiana had called Simone in tears 12 days earlier. "Auntie," Tiana had wailed. He did not even listen. He simply looked at Darius, saw his tattoos, and handed him the maximum sentence for a first-time noise complaint. He labeled him a thug on the record. It's not correct. Simone listened, her heart constricting. She was well versed in statistics. She understood the reality of the legal system better than nearly anyone living. However, witnessing it happen to her own blood in her hometown struck a different chord. It was no longer just professional. It was personal. So, Simone took a leave of absence. She informed her clerks that she was going on a fishing excursion. She did not tell them she was going shark fishing. Next, Judge Prescott shouted, pounding his gavel for effect rather than order. A young woman walked forward, trembling. She was looking for an unpaid parking ticket. She tried to claim that she had been hospitalized when the ticket was issued. "I don't care about your medical history, Miss Harper," Prescott said, his voice filled with bored contempt. "I care about the city's earnings. Double the fine." Payment plan refused. Next. The girl fell into sobs, but Bailiff Mitchum just guided her away by the elbow. Simone's jaw was set. She felt that familiar burn in her chest, the icy fire that had pushed her through law school, the tireless nights of studying, and the skepticism of professors who told her she'd be better off as a paralegal. She reached into her canvas tote bag and felt a file inside. It was not a case filing. It was a property deed. Today, she was not Justice Caldwell. Today, she was simply Simone. She had contrived a minor property dispute over her late mother's shed, which required a hearing. She had purposefully filed the paperwork with errors, dressed down, and made herself appear like the type of person Nathaniel Prescott preferred to eat for breakfast. Case number 5837, the clerk droned. City versus Simone Caldwell. Zoning violations and failing to maintain the property structure. Simone stood up. Her knees popped slightly. Age was a factor, even for Supreme Court judges, and she moved carefully to the defendant's table. She did not look at the floor. She glanced directly at Prescott. He looked at his watch. "State your name," he murmured, clear his throat, without looking up. "Simone Caldwell," she announced. Her voice was soothing, low, and clear. It was a voice that had previously silenced Senate proceedings, but in this acoustic nightmare of a chamber, it sounded quiet. Prescott eventually looked up. He squinted, his gaze sweeping across her hoodie, sweatpants, and empty hands. A smirk curved the corner of his mouth. "Miss Caldwell," he said, leaning toward his microphone, his voice echoing over the room. "You are aware that this is a court of law and not a Walmart checkout line. We have a dress code." The bailiff snickered. A few lawyers in the front row, regulars who relied on Prescott's goodwill, chuckled politely. Simone did not flinch. "I apologize, Your Honor, my luggage was missing during transit. I thought it was more crucial to arrive on time than to look attractive." "Lost in transit," Prescott said, mocking her tone. "Fancy way of saying you missed the bus. Look, let's do this quickly. Your shed on 4th Street is an eyesore. The city wants it taken down. You have not answered to 4 letters." "Why?" "Letters. I never received the letters, Your Honor," Simone lied calmly. "This was part of the test. The address on file is for the property itself, which is uninhabited. And of you. Proper procedure dictates notice must be sent to the owner's primary residence." Prescott halted. He blinked. For a brief moment, the legal jargon registered, but his ego took control. He did not like being reprimanded on procedure by a woman wearing a Myrtle Beach hoodie. "Don't quote the law to me, Miss Caldwell," Prescott snarled. "I'm the law in this room. You neglected the city. You are wasting my time." Clear his throat. "I am simply stating my rights to due process under the 5th Amendment." The gavel struck the wood so forcefully that it sounded like a gunshot. "Silence." Prescott roared. His face became a deeper shade of red. "Do you want to play lawyer? Go to law school. Until then, keep your mouth shut. I'm fining you $750 for the structure, and another $750 for wasting the court's time with your attitude." Simone was extremely still. This was it. The trap was laid. "With all due respect," Simone continued, her voice dropping an octave and taking on the steel blade she was known for, "you cannot impose a punitive fine for a civil zoning infraction without an evidentiary hearing. This is a violation of the 5th Amendment." The courtroom became dead silent. The lawyers in the first row stopped chuckling. They turned back and looked at the elderly woman in the hoodie, puzzled. That wasn't how people in sweatpants often spoke. Prescott appeared surprised for a short second before doubling down on his attitude. He laughed. It was a harsh, barking, and unpleasant sound. "The 5th Amendment," Prescott joked, wiping away a tear from his eye. "Oh, it is extravagant. Listen to her. She's been watching too much television." "Allow me to tell you something, dear. In Oak Creek, the Constitution is exactly what I say it is. Now, get out of my sight or I'll hold you in contempt and lock you up for 10 days. Simone did not move. "Does that constitute a threat, Judge Nathaniel Prescott?" "It's a promise," he said angrily. "Bailiff, please remove this woman. And, Hank Mitchum, check her for warrants. Usually, when they say so much, they're hiding something." Mitchum the bailiff lumbered forward, gripping Simone's arm with an overly strong grip. "Come on, lady," Mitchum muttered. "Let's go." Simone drew her arm back with unexpected strength. She fixed Mitchum with a cold stare. "Do not touch me." Then she turned back to Prescott. "You have made a grave error today." Clear his throat. "William," she exclaimed. "She dropped, Your Honor." Prescott stood up, veins bulging in his neck. "That is it. 45 days. Contempt of court. Lock her up. Get her out of my sight." Simone did not resist as Mitchum seized her again and dragged her toward the holding cells. She did not shout. She merely kept eye contact with the judge, her face an unreadable expression of calm. She let herself be led away. She let the hefty metal door smash shut behind her. She let them take her fingerprints. Prescott believed he had just crushed another insect. He had no idea he had just taken poison. The holding cell in the courthouse basement was worse than the courtroom. It smelt like mildew and unwashed bodies. There was a solitary metal seat affixed to the wall and a toilet in the corner that appeared to be a health concern. Simone sat on the bench with her back straight. They'd taken her phone. They'd seized her tote bag, but not her thoughts. There were 2 other women in the cell. One was a young girl, perhaps 21, with smeared mascara running down her cheekbones. The other was a tough-looking 50-year-old woman with a bruised jaw. The tough woman gazed at Simone. "What are you in for, Mama?" "Shoplifting," Simone said as she straightened the fabric of her sweatpants. "Contempt of court." The woman whistled. "Did you mouth off to Prescott? You have a dying wish? That dude is the devil. He imprisoned my brother for 6 years for having a joint in his pocket. He is a despot." Simone agreed quietly. "But tyrants always have a weakness." "Yeah? What is his?" the woman inquired. "He thinks he's untouchable," Simone remarked. "Arrogance is a slow-acting poison. You don't feel it until after you've died." The tiny girl sniffled. "I am afraid. I just didn't have enough money for bail. I am going to lose my job at the diner." Simone turned to face her. Her expression relaxed. "What's your name, child?" The girl muttered, "Becky," Clear's throat. "Becky, Listen to me, Simone said, her voice carrying the mother authority that compelled others to listen. You will not lose your job. When I leave here, I'm going to make a phone call. The rough woman laughed sharply. When you get out, Mama, you have 45 days. Prescott will have forgotten about you by the time you get out. Simone smiled. The smile was small and scary. He won't forget, Simone added. I'm going to make sure he remembers my name for the rest of his miserable life. Meanwhile, upstairs, Judge Nathaniel Prescott ate lunch in his chambers. He was eating a messy meatball sub and got marinara sauce on his thigh. He was joking with a shady local defense attorney named Bradley Henderson. Have you seen her? Prescott chuckled, mouth full, and quoted the Fifth Amendment. Who does she believe she is? I swear, these folks watch one episode of Law and Order and believe they are the good marshal. Henderson laughs nervously. She spoke beautifully, Bill. Have you noticed her diction? It was educated. Educated? Prescott scoffed. Please. She's presumably a retired school librarian who turned sour. She's a nobody. Just another nuisance in my court. Bill, you gave her 45 days for a zoning hearing. Isn't that a little steep? Prescott wiped his lips with the back of his palm. It is about respect, Brad. When you let one of them to respond, they all begin to do the same. I must keep order. Besides, who will she call? Is it the ACLU? They do not come down to Oak Creek. Just then, the room doors opened. The clerk's name was Patricia Lang. She appeared pale, like sheet white. Pale. Judge, she muttered. What is it, Patricia? I am eating. There is a phone call for you. Line 1. Take a message. Prescott waved his hand. I can't, Judge. Patricia's hands were shaking. It's the governor's office, and someone from the Department of Justice is on the other line. Prescott froze. The meatball sub was halfway to his mouth. The governor? He frowned. What for? Probably that ribbon-cutting ceremony next week. No, sir, Patricia muttered. They're asking about a prisoner, specifically the woman you just held in contempt, Miss Caldwell. Prescott felt a tingle of discomfort in his gut, just a small one. Caldwell? Why would the governor be concerned about a zoning violator? I do not know, sir. However, the individual from the DOJ did not address her as Miss Caldwell. Prescott dropped the sub onto his plate. What did he call her? Patricia gulped hard. He called her Justice Caldwell. The room became silent. The air conditioner hummed. A fly buzzed against the window pane. Justice? Prescott repeated the phrase, but it felt heavy on his tongue, as if it were lead. Justice Caldwell. He attempted to recall his recollection. Caldwell. Caldwell. He recognized the clear's throat name. Where did he learn the name? He switched to his computer and entered Simone Caldwell into the search box. The first image that appeared was a formal portrait of a woman in black robes standing next to the President of the United States. She appeared regal, severe, and powerful, and she resembled the woman wearing the Myrtle Beach hoodie he had just thrown in a cage. Justice Simone Caldwell, the third black woman appointed to the Supreme Court, is known for her tough stance on judicial misconduct and civil rights violations. Judge Prescott almost fainted as the blood drained from his face so quickly. Bradley Henderson got up and backed away. I think I should go, Bill. Sit down, Prescott hissed. He stared at the screen and then at the door. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at his throat. It's a mistake, he whispered. It needs to be. Why would a Supreme Court justice appear in my courtroom wearing sweatpants? But deep down, he knew. He remembered her eyes. He remembered how she stood. He remembered, you have made a grave error. Patricia Lang said, get Mitchum. Tell him to bring her up immediately. And bring her into my chambers. Not in a courtroom, my chambers. Yes, Judge. Patricia dashed out. Prescott stood up. His legs felt like jello. He looked at his tie. There was a stain. He desperately tried to rub it off, but he simply smeared the red sauce further. He looked like a butcher. Down in the cell, the heavy door clanked open. Mitchum appeared. He was not swaggering this time. He appeared as if he had witnessed a ghost. He was carrying Simone's tote bag with both hands, as if it were a precious relic. Miss Caldwell, Mitchum's voice crackled. Simone looked up slowly. She did not instantly stand up. She let him wait. Yes, Deputy Mitchum. The judge would like to see you in his chambers. Simone stood up. She smoothed the hoodie. She gazed at the young girl. Becky, don't worry, Simone said. I haven't forgotten. She headed towards the cell door. Mitchum stepped away, placing his back against the wall to give her the most room possible. Mom, do you want your bag? Mitchum offered, nervously. Keep it, Simone replied coldly. I want my hands free. She went out of the cell, her sneakers creaking across the linoleum. She wasn't walking to the meeting. She was walking to the execution. Judge Nathaniel Prescott was the person on the block. The walk from the basement holding cells to the judge's chambers on the third floor took around 7 minutes. Bailiff Mitchum, who was marching half a step behind Simone, described it as a half-hour death march. He did not dare to speak. He did not dare to breathe too loudly. The atmosphere surrounding this woman had altered. Down in the cell, she was just another stubborn criminal. Now, on the elevator, she exuded a terrible silent power that caused the fluorescent lights to dim in respect. When the elevator rang, Hank Mitchum almost hurried to open the door for her. "Right this way, Mom." Clear's throat. "Justice." "Mom?" Mitchum mumbled, steaming through his uniform. They arrived at Chamber 6, which had a thick wood door. Mitchum knocked timidly and pushed it open. Judge Nathaniel Prescott was standing in the center of the room. He had removed his stained tie. He'd combed his hair. He had a bottle of sparkling water in one hand and a glass in the other. His hands were shaking so violently that the glass clinked rhythmically against the bottle. "Leave us," Prescott told Mitchum, his voice tense and high-pitched. Mitchum fled. He did not walk. He vanished, closing the door with a faint click. Simone stood near the entryway. She did not proceed further inside the room. She just gazed at him. She looked at the fine mahogany desk, the framed degrees on the wall, the golf trophies on the shelf, and then at the man who was shaking with fear. "Justice Caldwell," Prescott said, faking a painful smile, "I simply can't apologize enough. There has been a serious misunderstanding and a breakdown of communication. If you had known I was a Supreme Court justice," Simone concluded, her voice chilly and dry, "you would have treated me with respect. Is this it? Okay, yes. I mean, of course, professional courtesy. But because you thought I was just Simone from 4th Street, she said, because you thought I was a retired nobody with a zoning violation, you treated me like cattle." Prescott swallowed. He laid the water down because he was going to drop it. "Now, Justice, let us not be theatrical. I run a tight ship. We get a lot of riffraff in here. Sometimes, patience becomes thin. It is a difficult job. You understand that better than anyone." "Do not presume to know what I know," Simone remarked. She did not raise her voice, but the temperature in the room appeared to plummet by 12 degrees. "I sat on the bench for the Southern District of New York for 12 years. I've ruled over terrorist trials, organized crime RICO cases, and multi-billion-dollar corporate fraud. I have never refused a citizen's right to be heard. I've never laughed at a defendant." She moved over to the leather guest chairs opposite his desk. She did not sit. She clutched the back of the chair, her knuckles black against the leather. "Do you understand why I am here, William?" "Through the shed," he attempted faintly. "There is no shed," Simone explained. "My mother's property on 4th Street was demolished 7 years ago. It is an empty lot. If you had read the documentation, or simply looked at the images provided by the city inspector, you would have noticed that, but you did not look. You stopped thinking when you saw a black woman wearing a hoodie." Prescott paled. "I can dismiss the case right now. Delete the record. It will be as if it never happened." "Oh, that happened," Simone responded, "and it's been going on for a while. I did not come here to report a zoning violation. I came here for Darius." Prescott blinked. "Darius? How about Darius Turner? Your nephew?" Prescott's revelation hit him like a physical blow. He staggered back against the desk. He remembered the kid, tattoos, baggy clothing, and noise complaints. Prescott threw the book at him just to make a point to the audience. I didn't know he was related to you. That is the problem." Simone smashed her hand into the chair, the sound snapping like a whip. "It should not matter. Justice is not about who you know. It's not about blood or ties. It's about the law. And you, William Prescott, have transformed this courthouse into your own personal kingdom, taxing the people to feed your ego." She reached inside her hoodie pocket. Prescott flinched for a second, scared that she was holding a weapon. She took out a small, black digital voice recorder. The red light blinked. "I have been recording since I walked through the metal detectors," Simone told me. "I recorded you insulting my appearance. I have you refusing to look at the evidence. I have you imposing a punitive fine without a hearing, and you've admitted that the Constitution does not apply in your courtroom." Prescott stared at the recorder. His entire career was flashing before his eyes. The country club membership, the summer home, and the power. "You can't use that," he muttered. "Two-party consent state." "Actually," Simone smiled, "this state has a public official exemption for duties performed in a public office. Even if I couldn't use it in court. Consider how this tape will sound on the 7 Mouse PM news. Consider what the State Judicial Conduct Commission may think." Prescott rounded the desk. He was desperate now. He appeared hot and threatening. "Give me the recorder, Simone. Let us work this out. I have powerful friends. The mayor owes me. The police chief owes me." "Sit down," Simone ordered. "No, you listen to me," Prescott said, wagging his finger at her. "Do you think you can come into my village and catch me? I am the victim in this situation. You lied. You committed perjury by fabricating a dispute. I conducted a sting operation," Simone corrected. "And as for your pals, the mayor and the police chief," she looked at the grandfather clock in the corner, "it's 2:20 p.m. Right now, FBI Special Agent Daniel Reynolds is heading into the mayor's office with a subpoena for his financial records related to the new jail's construction contracts. And I believe the state police are currently executing a search warrant on your home computer. Prescott collapsed into his chair. His legs just gave out. My home. You didn't suppose I arrived alone, did you? Simone's voice softened, but not because of kindness. It was the quiet voice a doctor employs when advising a patient that their sickness is terminal. I've been preparing this dossier for 9 months. The private probation company pays bribes. We are aware of the deal with Bradley Henderson to refer wealthy clients to his firm for reduced sentences. We are aware of the county's excessive sentencing of minorities to feed its jail labor contract. We know everything. Nathaniel Prescott rested his head on his hands. He began sobbing. It was a sad wheezing sound. Please, he begged. I've got a family. My daughter is attending college. This will ruin them. Simone gazed down at him. She remembered Becky, the girl in the jail, wailing over losing her diner job. She remembered Darius, who was sitting in a cell for playing music too loudly. She didn't think twice about the hundreds of lives this man had damaged. He damaged families because he wanted to feel powerful. You should have thought about your family, she continued, before you decided to destroy everyone else's. A knock on the door. Sharp, authoritative. Enter, Simone announced. The door opened. It was not Mitchum. It was 3 individuals in dark suits with earpieces, followed by a uniformed state trooper. The man in the lead suit displayed a badge. Judge, Nathaniel Prescott, the agent said. I'm Special Agent Daniel Reynolds, FBI. You are under arrest for racketeering, deprivation of civil rights under color of law, and wire fraud. Prescott looked up, his eyes hot and watery. He gazed at Simone. He was appealing for help, professional courtesy, and mercy. Simone refused to look away. She did not smile. She was just watching. Stand up, William, Simone urged. It's time to face the music. In a small town like Oak Creek, news spreads quickly, but scandal spreads faster than light. The courthouse lobby was a hive of activity by the time FBI officers took Judge Prescott from his chambers. Lawyers, clerks, and residents waiting for their hearings all realized something was wrong. The appearance of the black SUVs outside interrupted the courthouse's typical rhythm of boredom and callousness. Simone walked out of the chambers first. She was still wearing her hoodie and sweatpants, but the way she strode, head up and intent, gave the outfit the appearance of combat armor. Nathaniel Prescott stood behind her, handcuffed. He tried to hide them inside his suit jacket, but Agent Daniel Reynolds wouldn't let him. He was wearing shirt sleeves, with perspiration stains evident under his arms. He wasn't roaring anymore. He was not using a gavel. He was looking at his shoes and retreating into himself. They had to walk past the great rotunda to reach the exit. The crowd fell silent. Patricia Lang, the clerk who had earlier rolled her eyes at everyone, now stood with her palm over her mouth. The bully bailiff, Hank Mitchum, was jammed against a pillar, attempting to make himself invisible. Simone paused in the center of the rotunda. The agents paused, following her unspoken direction. She turned around to face the room. There were approximately 60 persons there. Lawyers had been involved in their silence. The defendants had been afraid. Families wait for bad news. Can I get everyone's attention? Simone said. Her voice did not require a microphone this time. It echoed off the marble walls. The hush was absolute. My name is Justice Simone Caldwell of the United States Supreme Court, she said with pride. A collective gasp echoed throughout the room. People took out their phones. The cameras began recording. For too long, Simone said, gesturing to the guy in shackles behind her. This building has been a source of fear. The man you addressed as your honor has dishonored this institution. He made a profit by selling your rights. He has ridiculed the weak to appease the powerful. That is no longer the case. She gazed directly at the row of defense attorneys, Prescott's frequent golf partners. To the court officers who stood by and laughed while the law was trampled. Simone added, her gaze fixed on Bradley Henderson, do not believe you are secure. An audit is on its way. If you were involved in the corruption, we will find you. If you remain silent to protect your paycheck, you are unfit to practice law. Henderson appeared to be about to puke. He removed his tie and looked for an exit, but the doors were barred by state troopers. Simone then focused her attention on the bench where the family sat. She noticed the mother of the girl with the parking ticket. She spotted the young man who was unsure where to stand. To the inhabitants of Oak Creek, Simone began, her tone softening into affection, this is your courthouse. It belongs to you, not the judges, attorneys, or politicians. When people sworn to enforce the law violate it, it is not an error. It is a crime, and we are currently prosecuting it. She turned back to Agent Daniel Reynolds. Take him away. The agents nudged Prescott forward. As he moved through the crowd, someone began to clap slowly. The young woman had been punished for her parking penalty. Then another individual joined in. Then another. Soon, the entire lobby erupted in applause. It was not a glorification of brutality. It was the sound of relief. It sounded like a heavy boot being taken off their necks. Prescott was pushed through the glass doors, the brightness of press cameras outside blinding him. The local news had arrived. He'd be the main story, the humiliated face of corruption. Simone didn't follow him outside. She had another business matter to attend to. She turned to face Mitchum. "Deputy," she replied. Mitchum jumped. Yes, Justice. I believe you have someone in the holding cell, a young woman named Becky and another woman who goes by Mama." Yes, I will get them right away." "Bring them here," Simone instructed. "And bring their paperwork." Becky and the elder woman were introduced 8 minutes later. They appeared perplexed, blinking in the brilliant light of the foyer. They noticed the crowd. They spotted the police. And then they noticed the old lady in the Myrtle Beach hoodie standing in the middle of it all, like a queen. Becky rushed over, her eyes wide. "Simone, what happened? I heard clapping." Simone smiled. "The judge needed to depart early, Becky. A sudden change in career." She removed the paperwork from Mitchum's shaking hands. She took a quick peek at it before ripping it in half. "You're free to go," Simone said. "But the bail," Becky said. "There's no bail. The charges were based on an unconstitutional command from a corrupt officer. I have vacated them." Simone gazed at Mitchum. "Isn't that correct, Deputy?" "Yes, Mom. Absolutely," Mitchum replied swiftly. Mama, the fierce woman, gave Simone a look of shock and admiration. "You weren't joking," she said. "You really are the hard karma." "Karma has no deadline," Simone Clear's throat explained. "But sometimes I like to expedite the shipping." She dug into her pocket and took out a business card. She handed it to Becky. "Becky, here is the number for my scholarship fund. We assist young women who have been unfairly affected by the legal system in resuming their education. You dial that number on Wednesday. You inform them that Justice Caldwell sent you. You're not going to work at that diner forever. You are going to college." Becky burst into tears and hugged Simone firmly. Simone patted her back, her gaze directed over the girl's shoulder to the empty bench where Prescott used to sit. The cleaning team was already present, sweeping up the floor. They were sweeping away the dirt, but Simone knew the actual filth had already been removed with handcuffs. She stepped out of the courthouse into the bright afternoon sunlight. The air seemed cleaner. The humidity seemed less oppressive. As she descended the stairs, a sleek black vehicle approached. A young man in a suit stepped out. "Evan is her actual clerk from D.C. "Justice Caldwell," Evan said, opening the door. "We have a 2-hour flight back to Washington. The confirmation hearings for the new circuit judges begin tomorrow." Simone halted and returned her gaze to the Oak Creek courthouse. She slipped the hood of her Myrtle Beach sweatshirt over her head. "Let them wait, Evan," she murmured, entering the car. "I suppose I'd like to stop for a cheeseburger first. Justice makes you hungry." While Judge Prescott was being processed at the same county prison that he had filled with innocent people, the shock waves of his arrest turned Oak Creek's calm power structures into a disaster area. Bradley Henderson, the defense attorney who had laughed at Simone's terrible diction just an hour before, was now driving his silver Mercedes at 95 miles per hour down the highway. He was not going home. He was heading to his office to trash documents. His hands were so shaky that he could barely keep the wheel steady. The image of the elderly woman in the hoodie changing into a Supreme Court justice was etched onto his retina. He was aware of what audit entailed. It meant they'd investigate into the trust accounts. It meant they could see the consulting fees he paid to a shell business established in Prescott's wife's name. He screeched into Henderson and Associates' parking lot. He didn't bother to lock his automobile. He hurried inside, dismissing his receptionist, Kelly. "Mr. Henderson?" Kelly inquired, glancing up from her computer. "Even the mayor is online. He sounds furious." "Tell him I'm dead," Greg yelled, slamming the office door. He dove for his file cabinet. He required the Pine View files. This was the twist that no one in the courtroom, save perhaps Justice Caldwell, completely understood. The zoning infraction for which Simone was punished was not random. The property she claimed to possess on 4th Street was the last holdout in a huge land grab engineered by Mayor Russell Gable and facilitated by Judge Prescott. They had been condemning properties in Oak Creek's historic black neighborhood, designating them derelict or citing them for absurd zoning infractions, then seizing the site and selling it to a private developer for pennies on the dollar to build luxury condos. Greg discovered the file, his fingers fumbling with the clasp. He had to burn it. If the feds discovered this, it wasn't only imprisonment. The sentence for RICO conspiracy was life without parole. He took his metal garbage can and a lighter. He flung the papers inside. Click, click. The lighter flashed but did not ignite. "Come on, you piece of junk," he yelled. Suddenly, his office door opened. It was not Kelly. It was a woman wearing a crisp gray suit and holding a cardboard box. Behind her were 3 uniformed police officers, not Oak Creek cops, but state troopers. "Mr. Henderson," the woman answered calmly, "I'm on the State Bar Association's discipline committee. We have received an immediate suspension order for your license. Greg froze, holding the lighter in his hand. You cannot be here. This is private property. And that, she pointed to the garbage bin, is an attempt to destroy evidence. Officers. Greg dropped his lighter. As the troopers approached to cuff him, he peered out the window. He spotted the Pine View development billboard across the street. It depicted pleasant, smiling families in a modern utopia. The billboard was peeling, and so was his life. Across town, Mayor Russell Gable was experiencing a different type of panic. He was not running, he was becoming entrenched. Gable was a tall man with gray hair and a smile that appeared to have been acquired from a catalog. He sat in his office, blinds drawn, and stared at the television. The news showed Prescott being forced into the FBI SUV. Idiot, Gable murmured while pouring himself a scotch. Careless, arrogant idiot. He took up the phone and called the chief of police, Chief Harrington. Harrington, Gable exclaimed. Tell me that we have containment. Tell me Prescott is keeping his mouth shut. I don't know, Mr. Mayor. Harrington's voice was small and far away. The feds have placed him in isolation. They won't let my guys near him. And, sir, there is a rumor. What's the rumor? They claim Justice Caldwell did not simply bring the FBI. They claim she brought in an IRS forensic accountant. Gable felt blood draining from his face. What about the IRS? The FBI searched for offenses. The IRS searched for money. The money trail led directly to Gable's re-election fund. Listen to me, Gable screamed. Go down to the evidence locker. A hard disk from the city planning office, the one we took from the inspector 3 years ago. I need it to vanish. Flooding, electrical fire, I don't care. Just make it disappear. I can't do that, Mayor. What are you saying you can't? I sign your checks. Sir, turn on the news. Channel 7. Gable grabbed the remote. He flipped the channel. The television displayed a live feed from outside a diner called Mars Kitchen. There was a crowd cheering, and Simone Caldwell was sitting in the window booth, eating a cheeseburger. But she was not alone. Sitting across from her was her nephew, Darius Turner, who had recently been freed, and sitting next to Darius was a man Gable recognized with fear. It was Arthur Phelps, the previous city planner whom Gable had sacked and silenced 3 years prior for refusing to sign off on the bogus zoning plans. The reporter on screen was out of breath. We are receiving reports that Justice Caldwell is currently conducting an informal debriefing with Arthur Phelps, the whistleblower who claims to have proof of a massive embezzlement scheme involving City Hall. Gable dropped his phone. The glass of scotch dropped from his grasp and shattered on the hardwood flooring. She had not come solely for the judge, she had come for the entire kingdom. Inside Mars Kitchen, the atmosphere was electrifying. The proprietor, a huge woman named Marlene Higgins, had closed the cafe to the general public, but she continued to serve coffee to Simone and her companions. Simone wiped ketchup off her lips. She looked at Darius. He was smaller than she remembered, and his eyes had a sharpness that she had not seen previously. I'm sorry, Auntie, Darius murmured quietly, glancing down at his hands. I didn't realize you were coming. I didn't want you to see me in that orange jumpsuit. Simone reached across the table and covered his palm with her own. Darius, look at me. The shame does not belong to you. The men who put you there to fill a quota should be ashamed. But I did play the music loud, Darius said with a half smile. Loud music is a nuisance, Simone stated forcefully. It is not a crime worthy of imprisonment. They used you, Darius. They utilized you and hundreds of others to fabricate a story about how dangerous this neighborhood was in order to lower property values and buy the land cheaply. She turned to Arthur Phelps. Arthur was a timid small man wearing thick spectacles and holding a big binder like a shield. Mr. Phelps, Simone continued, her tone turning from aunt to justice. You're safe now. The Federal Witness Protection Program has been notified, but I doubt you'll need it until the indictments are released. Tell me about the mayor. Arthur opened the binder. He slid his glasses up to his nose. Mayor Russell Gable and Judge Nathaniel Prescott had a deal, Arthur explained, his voice wavering. Prescott proposes imposing maximum fines on residents in the 4th Street District for minor offenses. Uncut grass, flaking paint, and cracked sidewalks. When the homeowners couldn't pay the thousands of dollars in fines, the city would slap a lien on their property. And then? Simone inquired. Then they would foreclose, Arthur added. They'd evict the families, and the mayor would sell the properties to Pine View Holdings for a fraction of their value. Pine View Holdings is controlled by the mayor's brother-in-law. Darius slammed his fist upon the table. They snatched our homes, they imprisoned me so they could steal Grandma's house. That was the plan, Simone explained, her eyes chilly. They believed that if they targeted the poor, excluded, and those without fancy lawyers, no one would notice. They assumed we were invisible. She sipped her coffee. They forgot that even the unseen have a voice. And sometimes, she smiled sadly, that voice carries the weight of the Supreme Court. Suddenly, the bell above the diner entrance chimed. The room became quiet. Mayor Russell Gable walked in. He was alone. He appeared disheveled. He wasn't wearing his typical immaculate suit jacket. His shirt sleeves were rolled up, and he appeared to have not slept in a week, despite the fact that the crisis had only begun 4 hours earlier. Agent Daniel Reynolds and 3 other FBI agents who had been sitting at the counter eating pie sprang up right away, hands hovering near their holsters. "Sit down, Agent," Simone stated quietly, not looking up from her meal. "Let the mayor speak." Gable approached the table. He gazed at Arthur Phelps, who shrank away. He stared first at Darius, then at Simone. "Justice Caldwell," Gable announced. His voice sounded raspy. We need to talk." "I am eating, Mr. Mayor," Simone said. "And I generally don't converse with unindicted co-conspirators during my lunch." "You don't understand," Gable implored. "Prescott has gone rogue. I had no notion about the terrible sentencing. I'm also a victim of his lies. I came here to pledge my full cooperation." Simone gingerly put down her meal. She took up a tissue and wiped her mouth. She turned to face him. The scowl she gave him was enough clear his throat to strip the paint off the walls. "Mr. Mayor," she asked, "do you know what the penalty for federal conspiracy is? It is not 45 days. It's been 18 years. I didn't." "Arthur," Simone replied, nodding toward the binder. "Show him page 57. Arthur Phelps shakily opened and turned the binder around. It was a copy of Mayor Russell Gable's email to Judge Nathaniel Prescott. Subject: 4th Street Problem Body. Increase the fines. We need the Caldwell lot by October. If the old lady refuses to sell, criticize it, make her life hellish." Gable stared at the paper. The color fled from his face, leaving him looking like a wax figure. "You knew about the fines." Simone replied softly. "You knew about the liens, and you specifically targeted my mother's property because you thought she was just an old lady who wouldn't fight back." Gable backed away. "That is phony. That is forged. It came from your secure server," Agent Reynolds stated, stepping closer. "We have just completed the mirror image of your hard drive. We've got everything, Mayor. Emails, bank transfers, and kickbacks." Gable gazed at the door. For a brief moment, he appeared to be running. "Clear his throat." "Don't," Simone replied. "Don't include resisting arrest on the list. Show some decency, Russell. For once in your life." Gable slumped. His shoulders collapsed. The hubris that had kept him going for decades had vanished, leaving merely a little, greedy man. Agent Reynolds took out his handcuffs. "Russell Gable, you are under arrest." Darius rose up as they secured the mayor's wrists with the cuffs. He stepped up to the mayor. Gable flinched, anticipating a strike. But Darius simply glanced at him. "My name is Darius Turner," he explained. "I am not a thug. I am not a statistic. I'm a pre-med student, and I'm going to watch you go to jail." Gable glanced down, reluctant to meet the young man's gaze. As the agents escorted the mayor out of the diner, the mob outside exploded yet again. It was deafening. The sound was that of a dam cracking. Simone grumbled and grabbed a French fry. "Well," she said, "Arthur, that takes care of the local government. Now, about that developer." She wasn't finished yet. The hard karma was still being warmed up. The federal lawsuit against Pine View Holdings moved more quickly than a summer storm. With the former judge and mayor singing like canaries to decrease their own sentences, the developer, a slick millionaire named Charles Thornton, attempted to leave to the Cayman Islands. He did not make it past the tarmac. The FBI grounded his private jet before the engines had even warmed up. However, the arrest was not the center of the drama. It was money. Typically, when the government seizes assets from a criminal operation, the money disappears into the federal treasury. Victims feel vindicated, but they rarely regain control of their life. The stolen homes were still missing. The equity was still gone. However, Simone Caldwell did not follow the customary regulations. 4 months after the arrests, during the asset forfeiture case, Simone submitted an amicus curiae brief, which is a friend of the court submission. In it, she pushed for a new legal paradigm termed restorative justice through community constructive trust. She contended that because the $48 million in Thornton's accounts was withdrawn directly from the 4th Street residents' stolen equity, the money should be returned to the people from whom it was stolen, rather than to the government. The courtroom was packed. The new presiding official, Judge Marissa Alcott, a strict but fair woman Simone had trained years before, read the brief in quiet. The atmosphere was dense with tension. Prosecutors wanted the money, the banks wanted the money. Judge Alcott looked up from her glasses. She stared at the gallery, which was crowded with evicted families, including Becky, a small child. Then she noticed Simone, who sat calmly in the back row, knitting a scarf. "The court finds the logic of Justice Caldwell irrefutable," Judge Alcott declared, striking her gavel. "The assets of Pine View Holdings are hereby transferred to a trust for the urgent rehabilitation of the 4th Street District. The government will not accept a dime until every homeowner is made whole." The courtroom exploded. It wasn't only a legal victory. Oak Creek had never seen a wealth transfer like this before. The severe karma wasn't only about punishing the wicked, It was funding the righteous. The bad people did not simply lose. They were compelled to pay for the reconstruction of the neighborhood they attempted to demolish. 18 months later, the Oak Creek County Courthouse appeared the same from the exterior, but the ghosts had been expelled. Former Judge Nathaniel Prescott was no longer Your Honor at the state penitentiary 2 counties away. He was inmate number 11726. His days spent reclining on luxurious chairs were ended. He now spent his mornings working in the prison laundry, washing stains from other men's uniforms, a poetic irony that was not missed on anyone. He attempted to appeal his 18-year sentence, but the appellate court, citing the extensive evidence saved by Justice Caldwell, refused his request in a single sentence. Back in Oak Creek, the empty land on 4th Street that previously housed Simone's mother's shack had been changed. It wasn't a luxurious condominium. It was called the Caldwell Community Legal Center. On a bright fall afternoon, Simone stood in front of the new brick structure. Darius sat next her, having finished his first year of pre-med with a 3.9 gigapascals. Becky, the girl from the cell, was also there. She worked as the Sense receptionist while taking paralegal school at night. "You did all of this, Auntie," Darius remarked, adjusting his glasses. "You took down the whole system." Simone grinned as she watched a group of children play safely on the sidewalk across the street, which was no longer designated as blighted. "I didn't take it down, Darius," Simone softly corrected. "I just reminded them that the sword of justice cuts both ways." They believed they were the monarchs of this town. They forgot that even rulers must respond to the law. She gazed at the bronze plaque at the door. It did not have her name on it. It listed the names of families who had reclaimed their houses. "Come on," Simone murmured, returning to her car. "I have a session in Washington on Wednesday, and I hear there's a new judge in Oak Creek I need to keep an eye on." "Is he corrupt?" Becky inquired, apprehensive. Simone chuckled in a warm, genuine tone. "No, he is afraid, and that is just how a judge should be. I'm terrified of getting things wrong." As the sun fell over Oak Creek, the shadows became less ominous. The town had learnt the most difficult lesson of all. You may judge a book by its cover, but judging a Supreme Court justice by her hoodie is a recipe for disaster. And this is how Justice Simone Caldwell demonstrated that true power does not require a robe or a gavel, it only needs the truth. Judge Nathaniel Prescott believed he was destroying a vulnerable old woman, but he instead destroyed his own crooked empire. It's a powerful reminder that we should never underestimate anyone based on their appearance, and that karma, when done well, is the most rewarding verdict of all. If you were Simone, what would you have done? Would you have exposed your true identity immediately away, or would you have waited to trap him, as she did? Please let me know in the comments if you enjoyed this story of hard karma and final justice. Please hit the like button, it contributes significantly to the channel's growth. Don't forget to subscribe and enable the notification bell so you never miss a story. We have lots more stories of vengeance, justice, and drama for you. Thank you for watching, and we will see you in the next.